Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, beautiful people. Mic check, mic check. Shout out to everybody tuning in right now. Trying to pin the link. I just dropped that in the chat. I see you guys. Oh, yep. We're definitely being heard. I hear that we're on live through the YouTube airwaves. Shout out to each and every single last one of you being patient. Thanks for your patience. And you guys are amazing. Appreciate each and every single last one of you. One more time, I did drop the link. I did pin it. That was just me mentally reminding myself that it was done. First one in the building. Wait. Let me give a big shout out and a huge salute to our guy, the Ghost 100. The Ghost 100 is the top fan of the month of May. Shout out to you, my guy. You contributed the most in the chat. And for that, I can't appreciate you more. So God bless you, protect you, and may you keep coming around. As long as all of you participated, thank you guys as well. But first one in the building today, our very own Word of Mouth. Shout out to Word of Mouth. He sees the title. I got a feeling he jumped in. He saw Quinn Ewers. He said, "Whoa, we talking Quinn today? Let's talk win today." Shout out to Word of Mouth. First one in the building, as the title goes. Breaking. Coach Hafley said, "What about Quinn Ewers today in his presser?" I know you guys tuned in, and I know y'all heard it. Long-winded, and it was so exciting. We're also going to be talking about the latest news, rumors, OTA thoughts of today, and more, because we haven't been live in over a week, and we're going to talk about that. For example, A.J. Brown trade. Holy crap, Myles Garrett trade. So much to talk about. And wow, oh wow, shout out to our guy, Batman, coming in the building. Appreciate you. Awesome to see you today, my guy, and you being the first one, man. That's amazing, Batman. Thank you for your time, man. Flipside Fishing, I see you in the chat. What's good, Pete? What's good with you, Flip? Idle Man, he's already coming in with a banger. I love to read it. What is Idleman? I think you were top three, by the way. Shout out to you, my guy. Shout out to you. What is it with Caleb Douglas? No catches today, but not even targeted? Is he in the Hafley doghouse? We got Batman coming back. So he must have had a connection issue. Shout out to you, Batman. Hopefully you're all back. Caleb
RP, can
Douglas,
you hear
Scott
me?
Jackson, Gabriel Sosa. Yes, sir. We hear you, my guy. Welcome up. Welcome up. Talk to us, man. You see the title, Coach Hafley talking about Quinn Ewers in the presser. We got the latest news. What were the latest news? Rumors, OTA thoughts you're having on the Dolphins, and more across the league. Like, how you feeling today, Bat?
I feel like we got a wide receiver one today. We picked him up.
Oh, you saw that? We picked up Jalen Rieger, former
Yeah.
first round. You feel like he's a wide receiver one?
Yeah, I told you we're gonna cut Tober. I've been telling you that from day one.
Oh, I don't
He
know.
can't
I don't know
he
about
can't
that.
he can't
Uh,
live up to that number one jersey.
yeah, but depending on Rieger, are you aware Rieger didn't even play last year?
Yeah, he
And
didn't
when
take one snap.
he didn't play last year, and the year
No.
before that, he only had like minimum play. Rieger, let me tell you what I think about Jalen Rieger.
He
But
played for
this is
the
what I like
Patriots, I
about
believe.
it, Batman. This is what I like about it, Batman. Oh, and shout out to Mark. I see you popping up in the back. Bills, give me a second, Mark. This is what I honestly like about the Jalen Rieger. He is talented. He has some speed. I don't know what it is that he hasn't like gotten into it. But to him bringing that pedigree of a first round pick that's swimming around the league that hasn't lived up to the hype, that alone makes the wide receiver room want to fight even harder now because that's bringing competition in the room. I love it. That's going to have guys like Caleb Douglas, Chris Chris Bell. That's going to have guys that we didn't even think about. Terrence Marshall Jr. He might this might light a fire in him now even more. That's what I love about this signing. Not more so, I hear what Idleman in the chat is talking about. He hasn't had Caleb Douglas wasn't targeted today. I wasn't even aware of that. And it is concerning. But now, if you ask me, who is that more concerning to, Idleman and everyone tuning in listening to this right now? Is that more of a concern to Caleb Douglas, Malik Willis, the first stringers? Because I've been hearing a lot of interceptions lately with Malik Willis. Last week, OTA threw a terrible errant pass behind number 80. That pass was behind number 80 where Chris Johnson got that interception today. And you're talking, Batman, about Jalen Tolbert. I got a report. Travis Winfield reported Willis threw a nice deep ball to Jalen Tolbert. Chris Johnson just timed it perfect and deflected it out of Jalen Tolbert's hands. So I
Yeah,
don't
but
know, man. There's a
the
lot to
rumor
talk
today is
about.
that so Willis looked better today. Yeah, again, take it with a grain of
He
salt.
his first wasn't the rumor today that his very first pass today was an interception to Juju.
Well, I don't know if he threw an interception, but I know that. Look, we've been talking about this on Twitter for the last couple of days. So Willis has been struggling, and so has
Struggling.
Douglas. Douglas has been struggling too. But today Willis had a bounce back, from what I understand. And again, take it
Okay,
with a grain of
so
salt. And
so
supposedly
Travis
the rumor
Winfield
has it,
reported it like this. This is what's
a-
happening today. This is
and
why
Pete,
there's a lot of
and
controversy.
the rumor has it. And again, I would take it with a grain of salt because not everybody's in the building. But supposedly Caleb Douglas, every single
No, no,
I
no,
don't
no.
believe it. I don't
Everybody is
believe
in
it.
the building. Batman,
Nah,
everyone is
the
in the
real ones are
building.
not. The real ones are not. You're talking about beat writers that get paid to put out regular content. Talking about real fans where they get to see it
Okay,
with their own eyes. The rumor has it, and
okay.
again, take it with a grain of salt because I myself don't believe it. But supposedly Caleb Douglas, every day he's struggling and he's dropping tons of passes. I don't believe it.
I don't
It
I didn't hear a report like that. But what I did hear, which I like what you just said, Batman, I'm 100 with that. I'd rather hear the fans that go, shout out to Cat in the Hat. He's going to be around here. He's going to tell us exact. Those are my favorite people in the community, Batman. You,
got for life.
if you can come around, Cap for life. When you guys watching these training camps live and then come around and tell us what y'all think, to me, that is more important than hearing it from, I'm going to give you guys, and just so you guys know, I'm not being biased, some of my favorite reporters, Chris Perkins and Align Poupart and TD. Well, TD doesn't count, but at the same time, I'd rather hear like TD. I've said this, Batman. What other, like this TD Fins Talk made practice play-by-play famous in the community. Now you have other reporters having to follow what TD has created because they were never like that. Then TD started going to practices, watching and feeding us. He started recording it. They tried to get him banned. Next thing you know, now no video, just audio. Play by play in practice. Where TD was the one that he transcend the Dolphins content to the fact that now they saw what TD was doing. They couldn't beat that, and they turned around and started tweeting every play now, the beat writers, because they had to start tweeting every play because everybody wants to be the best at reporting the Dolphins, and nothing was better than doing live play-by-play. So shout out to TD for doing that
Shout out to
and
TD, but
opening up the waves, man,
I
on
hope he
giving
has
us the
the
best content when it comes to this, and all of you guys that go to practice and give it to us. Because
I hope
honestly,
TD
this is
continues to
what I
do
was
it
gonna
though.
bring up, and this Batman, and this is why I said your point is very crucial on what you said, and I loved it most. That happened today. This is what started controversy today. Travis Winfield reported that Malik Willis's first pass was an interception to Juju Brent and that he looked sharp from there on out, right? Your very own Omar Kelly takes that Travis Wingfield tweet, retweets it, and says, "You're exaggerating saying Malik Willis was sharp after practice. Did he look better from prior practices? Yes, but sharp? Absolutely not." So we got two beat writers and media guys. Shout out to Nick pulling up in the back. I see you, my guy. I'm letting you up. We got two guys that have conflict reports that are there. You see what I'm saying, Batman? And that's why it's important for me because you don't know who's being biased. Now, if you ask me, Batman, who do you think is reporting it better to you? And I'm going to give the nod, shout out to Omar Kelly, over Travis Winfield. I would believe Omar Kelly's tweets when it comes to talking about the Dolphins and what he sees over Travis Wingfield, to be honest. So this is why I tell you, you guys got to take your news and take your updates on our team um like a grain of salt because you got to pay attention to who is saying it, how they're saying it, and then you got to pay attention to how this beat writer saying it, then that beat writer saying it, then this journalist is saying it, then this columnist is saying it, then you got Barry Jackson saying it, and you get a mixture of all those guys, and you can kind of like see who's the one adding extra salt to the eggs, and then who's the one trying to be healthy with it, and then who's the ones just going all in and look wrong. But shout out to you, Cap for Life, Batman. Hopefully you come back. You probably had communication issues. Nick, you're up here. There's a lot of conflict going
Hey,
on,
what's
man. A
going on?
lot.
Yeah, I
How
see
you
your
guys
title,
feeling?
bro. What happened? What happened? Fill me in, homie.
You see, I love that I get to pat my back. I love it because, and shout out to you, Cat for Life. I'm consistent and I stand 10 toes, right? And I know me and you got a bet, right? Me
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
got a
yeah.
bet on what quarterback will be starting for the Dolphins by week 3. So, week 3, Malik Willis is the starter. Here's your $100. Send me your Cash App. You're paid. No worries about that, Nick. I think I'm going to be able to get that 100 and give it out. You know what? I figured it out. I just figured it out. Your 100 is going to go to the Ghost 100, the top fan of the month of May. That's where I know where I'm going to spend. That's
Okay.
who the 100 is going to be. I already know who's going to get it when I win this bet. Let me tell you something, Nick. Chris Perkins, like he's, to me, this is my opinion, to me, he is the best media guy that reports for the Dolphins in the community, that works for the Dolphins and like works for one of these outlets. To me, he laid out a perfect question to Jeff Hafley today at the media podium. He said, "Coach, I know Malik Willis is your presumably number one quarterback. He is the starter. He said it just like that. But what are your thoughts on Quinn Ewers? And if you guys go and listen to what he said about Quinn Ewers, it is amazing information. And he also broke down and caught all of you media driven fans in a hula hoop right now. He got you guys dancing in a hula hoop right now. Because while everyone, including Chris Perkins, keeps saying Malik Willis is presumptively your number one quarterback, what are your thoughts? And guess what he says about Quinn? He sees Quinn Ewers continuing to get better. He sees Quinn Ewers competing for that number one job. And Quinn Ewers already knows the system. And he went out of his way and started
But that's
displaying
what he's
things that
supposed to
I
say,
hold
Pete.
on, Nick. But no, he didn't have to be so long-winded. This is some of the Jeff Hafley listens to our show, and I think he likes everybody that comes around here. He loves us over here. This man is literally telling you guys exactly what I was saying about Quinn Ewers' special arm talent. The way that he trusts his arm at different angles, the way that he kind of like was in a way like stop being so cool with your arm, because if this is 11 on 11, someone would have been there and they could probably it was so beautiful. Joe, shout out to you, Cap for Life. Did you
Wait, you
guys
guys
hear the
signed Jalen
interview?
Rager?
Yeah.
We signed Jalen
Yes.
Rager. Yes, we did. Wide receiver room just got more competition, fellas. How'd you
I
guys
think
feeling
Zion.
about the title? Did you
What's
guys
the
hear
title? I
Jeff
didn't. I,
Hafley
I didn't
speak
see the
about?
title. What's the title?
Did you guys hear Coach Hafley speak about Quinn Ewers today and admit that there
No,
is
no, no,
quarterback competition?
no. Talk to me.
That's the most important factor about today's show right now. He literally admitted that it is quarterback competition. It is not Malik Willis's
Pete,
job.
I'm looking at an article by the South Florida Sun Sentinel. They put this tweet out 27 minutes ago. It says Dolphins quarterback Quinn Ewers is unlikely to get a shot at the starting job this year, despite the team wanting competition at every position. Malik Willis is the starter, and Ewers must wait. This is from the Sun Florida. I'll send it to you on Twitter right
And I
now.
think no, and I know who wrote it. Is Chris Perkins that wrote that article?
It is Chris Perkins, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I read that
he
one
knows all
already.
the
I already
haters.
read that. And I just told you, Nick, that's my favorite out of all the Dolphins people. To me, he's my favorite guy, Chris
But
Perkins. I
he's the
love
one
that
who's
guy.
saying he's
And
not even going to get a
and
shot to
he,
start.
but check this out, Nick. In the video on the YouTube for the Dolphins, Chris Perkins is also the one that asked that question, and he led the way by saying, "I know Malik Willis is your number one starter, but what are your thoughts on Quinn Ewers?"
Mhm.
And he went out, and Coach Hafley just started rambling away. And you know why Hafley started rambling away? I'm gonna tell you why I think Hafley started rambling away so positive about Quinn Ewers and admitting to the fact, if you go listen to it right now because it dropped today, he admitted that there is a quarterback competition. Obviously, someone has to be the number one quarterback to open OTAs, but the battle is going to be won in training camp and preseason. This is what I was trying to tell you guys. And I told y'all, the media can keep running with what you guys want to. This is why I call a lot of fans media driven fans, because even on NFL Network about a week ago, they named a couple teams with open quarterback competitions, and they failed to put the Miami Dolphins logo on that quarterback competition list. And I said, look at this. Even NFL Network is playing to the Dolphins propaganda because they paid Malik Willis all this money. They think they're just going to give it to him. Quinn Ewers has been turning heads in OTAs, fellas. And Malik Willis has also been turning heads in OTA, fellas. But there's a difference.
I'm reading. I'm
One has
reading
been
your boy Greg
one.
Dolchitz is popping off. Pete Greg Dolchitz, I'm reading, is popping off at OTAs for you guys.
He is. He's been making a couple good
Yeah,
plays out here. But
Chris
let me
Bell
tell you,
looking good
both of the
too.
quarterbacks are turning heads for two different reasons. Malik Willis for having errant passes thrown in OTAs, and Quinn Ewers just having magnificent, beautiful throws. Shout
Yeah, I'm
out to
not
my
gonna lie,
favorite in the
Pete. I
community,
see, I
Fred.
see, I see a couple things, Pete, that says some people are saying Malik Willis doesn't look that impressive. I'm
Cut
looking
it
at it
out,
right
bro.
now on
Cut it
Twitter.
out,
Some
bro.
people
Okay.
have been
Cut it
saying it.
out, bro.
Yeah.
So
Cut it out,
Cat in
man.
the
Cut it
Hat
out, bro.
showed up. Oh, it's not. What do you mean, cut it out, Fred? You popping
Cut it
off
out,
like
because
that right now?
I can explain that, bro. And let me debunk all that shit, bro. Let me debunk all that.
Go
all
ahead,
right?
go ahead. You can try.
This how you debunk that. First of all, we doing 7-on-7. No running plays, bro. You know what I mean? So
And
so the secondaries, they just sitting on routes, bro.
Easier for
They
them.
just sitting on routes, man. What do you expect, bro? They just sitting on routes. So that's
no,
tough.
no.
That's
No,
tough.
hold on.
There's no running plays, bro. There's no play action or nothing, anything like that. They're just doing routes, bro, and the DBs are just sitting on them, bro.
That you know what? Hold on. You're gonna be the
It's
first one
too
I
early.
gotta
It's
slap
too
with the
early.
blue.
It's too early.
You're
It's
gonna
too
be the
early for
first one I gotta
anything to
slap
say
with the
about.
Hold on,
blue.
but I
You
got,
know,
I got Pete, real quick. I got one thing.
that is
There's
false
a guy. There's a
information.
guy.
You want
He's
me to
on.
say?
There's a
It's
guy who
not
wrote an
false
article. Pete.
information, man.
His name is Zane Dahani. He says he has three things he's wrote. He says one, Malik Willis hasn't been very impressive. He says two, Greg Dulcich has chemistry with Willis, but uncertain on inline duties. And three, Malik Washington learned the playbook faster than others, and Willis is top target, but needs to show he's more than just a slot. And then he has a following comment that says, quote, did I mention that on sevens, it limits Willis's traits and they clearly lack weapons, but feels not great to look at?
It's too early, bro. It's too early, bro.
No,
Malik's
but I
only
mean,
been.
Viewers in the
It's
building
Malik's.
too.
So
but
Malik's
yeah,
only
but
been in.
he's hit
He's
it on the
only.
head though.
what's wrong
He's
about
only
Malik
been
Washington?
in. He's only been in. He's only been in camp. What, a month? A month, bro. Not familiar with anybody, bro. He's learning everybody himself. So no, we're not
Yeah,
gonna
but
do that, bro.
Fred, there's seven of us on the panel right now. You're telling me that if we can't go out there, the seven of us, and complete passes to each other,
No
that's
man,
okay?
no
Yeah,
man,
seven on
no.
sevens are designed for the offense to have the advantage. They have way more
Thank
space to
Exactly.
you.
operate with.
That's
They
a
have way
fact,
more
Or,
Nick.
space to operate
That's a
with.
fact,
That's
Nick.
not how
so
it is,
Absolutely.
bro.
That's
it
7 on
is
7s are
concerning.
designed for
It,
Nick.
offenses to
Come on,
flourish
man.
to flourish and gain chemistry.
in my opinion, it is a little concerning that we have had 7 interceptions. We've had 4 forced fumbles. How many of those interceptions went for touchdowns? Like 3 of them. I
Two.
mean, so,
I know two for sure.
How many
and
Kyle Lewis
I
got?
get
Well,
it. I get
what do
it
you
that
think? What
that
do you
it's all
think?
Kyle
about
Lewis got
reps
a
Wait,
pick
right
yet,
now.
Cat?
Yeah,
hold
Kyle
Yeah,
on.
Lewis
he's one
got a
of the
pick
ones that got
6,
a pick
bro.
six, Nick.
He got a
Uh-huh.
pick 6, and
Uh-huh.
Okay, he got a
yeah,
pick six. Okay, Kyle Lewis got a
Uh-huh.
pick six, bro. But who's going to tackle him,
You
bro?
heard that,
On
Pete.
7-on-7 drills, bro?
Yeah, and
That
you
Who's
know
going to
what,
defense,
Nick?
tackle
baby,
him,
that
bro?
And you know
defense.
what, Nick? We released Jalen Tolbert today. He was
I
a
told
safety slash. He
really,
was a
Pete. No
safety.
yeah, we
Yeah, he
fucking
did.
was a
shit.
safety. He
Yeah,
was a safety slash linebacker for us. And honestly,
Jalen
I know he
Tolbert's a
was
wide
on the little
receiver.
injury list,
no,
but
other
Whoa, whoa,
Jalen
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Tolbert,
hold
Kyle
on.
Lewis
We
already
released
took
Jalen
that man's
Tolbert?
job. Where we released Jalen
the
Tolbert, and I think Kyle Lewis
the
had a
safety,
lot to
not the
do with
wide
that.
receiver.
So
Yep.
what?
2 of them?
So
Oh,
what?
I thought Colbert was the safety, not Colbert, bro. It's two different dudes, two different people, man, two different names.
Jalen Tolbert with a T is the receiver, and
Right. And
Colbert with a C
Colbert is the
is the
safety.
safety.
Oh, Covert. Okay,
Ah,
okay,
Colbert,
okay.
Colbert, bro.
Colbert,
Yes,
Yes,
Colbert, Colbert.
yes,
Heard you.
yes.
I don't even know who that is. How's
Oh, I'm
Michael
sorry.
Taffy? Hey, how's
Hey,
Michael
man,
Taffy looking? Hey, how's Michael Taffy looking? The safety from Texas.
I
who
mean,
knows, man?
he's had a few plays, but he's mainly playing with the twos at the moment.
Okay.
So you guys are
So
telling me
How about
you're
Chris
talking
Johnson?
about
What I got,
interceptions.
Nick,
no,
I got
Chris Johnson has been having some plays. He had a breakup play on Greg Dulcich today. He
Yeah.
had another
Here we
breakup
go
play on
again. I don't
Tolbert.
understand. I don't understand why you guys do this to yourselves. The fact of the matter
Who we
is,
got?
we've had 6 practices, 7 on 7s. It means what? It means
Nothing.
what?
7 on
But
7
It
really
means
don't.
that
They
we're-
essentially mean nothing.
First
I
of
got
all-
this. I
But they're
got this.
designed for offenses to succeed.
I got this
for sure.
I got this. All right, so I'm watching highlights from the Miami Dolphins, right? And I'm seeing the highlights that I'm seeing are interceptions. You know, all the highlights that I'm seeing from other teams, offensive
Touchdowns, throws.
touchdown.
Yeah.
And we've been through this.
Offensive
Remember
But
last year
but
we
this
went
is
9 OTA
Cat,
practices
Cat,
in a row
Cat, this is the
without
problem,
Tua
Cat.
throwing an
Cat, this is
interception.
the problem. I've been telling y'all. This is a rebuild. This is the first year. This is going to be a shit show. And now you guys are surprised because we're playing poorly? in a 7-on-7 little exhibition?
No.
Like, where's the surprise?
And don't get it twisted. I'm not surprised. My question for this is are we dealing with that badass of a defense, or is the offense really just struggling to build
It's
chemistry?
the offense.
That's
It's the offense.
It's
the offense.
It's too early for any of that, bro.
No. Don't start with it's the
It's
offense.
that simple.
It's
It's the
Malik
offense.
Willis. It's Malik Willis.
It is
That's
not
what's
Malik
clever.
Willis.
I don't.
It is
I don't
the
think.
offense.
I don't
You're
think
talking
that's
about
the case,
a
bro.
new
Because
system.
It is
You're talking
Malik
about a new
Willis.
system being implemented, and you guys are crying here about a practice number 6 on limited. By the way,
let me explain to
a
you.
limited
You see,
practice.
no,
Let me
7-on-7,
explain to you
where you
why I
can't
don't.
do. You're
Let me
limited on
explain to you
reps.
why I don't think it's the
Time out.
offense.
Y'all don't want to hear the truth because it hurts.
I'm
No,
about
But
to
you
the
speak
don't
the
fact
wanna
of the
truth.
hear
matter
truth,
is,
bro.
you're limited on reps.
No, I'm
You're
about
limited
to
on how you can
explain.
hit.
That
You're
is-
limited on
that is
you're limited
false
on what you can do,
information.
and it's a new system. You guys
That's
want
right,
to
tell
act
'em.
like this is a Super
Tell
Bowl
'em,
team
bro.
getting ready.
Tell
Like,
'em,
A
bro.
seven
relax,
on
No,
seven
bro.
is
let me
designed for
explain.
the offense to
Stop
flourish.
crying, bro.
Relax,
First of
bro.
all, you're
Relax.
not. Can you say that again, Nick? Can you say that again, Nick?
Whenever the floor is clear.
Hey, Mr.
So
Park. Hey, let me
so
look here.
so a
Hey,
Listen.
what's up, my brother,
Hold
Mr.
on,
Park?
a
Nick. I'm
7-on-7
argue with them, bro.
a 7-on-7 is
Hey, can I
designed
hear
for
Mr.
the
Park, man?
offense
Can
to
I hear Mr. Park,
flourish.
bro? Can I hear Mr. Park?
Yeah,
Talking
and with
Nick,
dirty.
that being said,
Nick,
don't
what does
wanna
that mean?
understand what
Nick,
Nick's
Hey,
about
hey,
to
Mr.
say.
Park.
Nick, what
They're
does
not
that
gonna
mean?
listen.
Nick, let me rebuttal. Let me rebuttal
let
to
me
what Nick is
hold on.
saying.
Let me
Nick,
let
when you
me
got a
jump in here real
7-on-7,
quick.
hold on a
Nick have the
second.
floor.
When you got a 7-on-7, you got limited stats, you got limited
No, you
contact.
don't.
It's
No, you
not
don't.
real football.
What is this guy talking
No, you
All right,
about?
don't. No,
let
you
me hold
don't.
We all
on.
No,
know
you
this, right?
don't. The offense, the wide, the offense has more
Now
the
that's a
offense
7-7. Now
more
that's a
space to
7-7.
operate.
Now that's a 7-7. I would agree with you 100% what you said. Now that the 7-7 is designed to make the offense flourish in an easier path, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. But for anybody here to sit and try to gauge what the Miami Dolphins will be in 2026 off of 6 limited 7-on-7 practice, you're doing it to yourself.
Wait, so let me ask you guys a question. You
I
guys have
So
agree.
done
let me
no 11
I
on
agree.
11 at all?
I
None.
agree.
None.
hold on.
No,
Hold on.
absolutely not.
That's crazy.
All 7-on-7 only.
And he doesn't like it. And he doesn't like it. He just said that in his press conference. See, y'all pick
Don't mean
y'all
that.
y'all right. Y'all pick what you want to hear, but you don't hear the whole truth
Bro, stop
because it's not
shouting over
convenient.
everyone, man.
All right,
Shut
but
up and let him talk.
here's what it is. We're really dealing with a top defense here because the way that Jeff Hafley built this defense, he built this defense to take the ball away from the opposing team. You go back and you look at all of the players that he drafted, all of the defensive players that we picked up through free agency. The common denominator between all of them is that they are stingy players and they are going to force turnovers, either interceptions, force
There you go, man.
fumbles, things like that. That is the common denominator. That's how he built this team,
And
and
that's
that's
a
the
positive.
defense.
And that's a
That
good
has
thing.
nothing to do with the offense. It's
And you know
just
what,
a
Cap? We
testament
better hear.
of how badass this defense is going to be.
I hope you're right.
We'll find out how bad this defense is. Do you guys remember last season when we went into practice and during preseason with the Lions and we came out, or what team was that we practiced last
Chicago.
week? Last
Chicago.
season? Oh, the
Chicago.
Bears, and they beat
Yeah,
us
The Bears
up, right?
destroyed us.
Yeah. So we're gonna
No,
win the
you got it
quarterback battle
wrong, bro.
when we
Detroit. It
practice
was
versus the
Detroit that
Bucks.
it
No,
was
no, no, no.
Detroit
Detroit kicked our ass, Fred. You're right. But
kicked
the
our
ones
ass,
that
and then everybody talked about how soft the Dolphins were and against the
Yeah.
Lions and not preseason, but exhibition, and then they come back and smack the Bears around. That's what happened. Then the Dolphins come back and kick the Bears' ass.
That's right.
That's what
So
happened.
that furthers my point even more, Fred. Why are we putting so much emphasis on OTAs for a team that's just coming together?
I don't know why. I don't know why they're
Because you're
doing it,
not
man. Because
paying
you know
attention.
you
Because if you listen,
because there's people in the fan. There's people in the fan base already want Malik failing, bro. This is
Exactly.
this is what I mean.
Exactly.
No.
100%.
I love how he
what I
said.
mean. This is what I mean. Hey, this is what I
Exactly.
mean by Malik is damned if he do and damned
if he don't.
If he,
You damn
if
right.
he comes out and wins 10, if he comes out and wins 10
Go
games,
put on those skates, Malik Aniers. Y'all wearing them
Malik
skates.
wins 8 games, bro. Malik wins 8
This
games,
is a narrative. This is Fred. You're 100% right. This is the narrative for those that want Quinn Ewers just like they wanted Skylar Thompson.
This
it's
is
the same movie
another
over and over.
example
Part 2.
of Dolphin fans being hyperbolic on a new quarterback in town that you guys barked like a chihuahua and y'all weren't never going to bite an ankle. This is an evaluation problem when it comes to Dolphin fans. And the
It's an evaluation problem for you, my brother. An evaluation for you.
Let's talk about.
Hafley saw him in practice. He has to be
You
that guy.
you never get it, Pete. You just never do, bro.
And walking
You're
back
always on the wrong side, my brother. You just don't get it, bro.
I'm sorry.
You just don't understand.
But I gotta. It's your fault. You guys are the ones that open your mouth.
You just don't understand, bro. You just want Quinn Ewers the same way you wanted Skylar Thompson, and you'll be wrong again.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I made a stream.
The same movie, part 2. Hot Shots, part 2.
I said, oh, this man went to the Marlins Stadium. He pitched, and it was
Here we go.
This is the
Oh my
beginning.
God! Here we go. Here we go, bro.
Here we go.
That's gonna throw inaccurate passes.
Hey, listen, and if my Pete, if my aunt had a dick, she'd be my uncle, bro.
No, and I told you guys, the man can't pitch
thing.
a baseball.
You know what I'm saying?
Good football. Now, I wanted you guys, hold on, Mr. Paul, please. Now, what are we seeing, right? Mr. Paul, give me a second.
Yep, I hear you, Mr. Paul.
Now, these Buccaneers in their feelings, they don't want me to speak. You see what's going on, right? So now, on 7-on-7, the offense has an advantage. Y'all want to listen to who y'all want to listen to, that's y'all opinion. But this was
That's my opinion,
when
bro.
it comes to 7 versus 7, the offense has an advantage. The offense has an advantage. Now, I'm going to show you guys who's struggling in the 7-on-7s, and you guys can go hear it for yourself out of Coach Hafley's mouth. 7-on-7 in Miami. What are they trying to?
It doesn't matter. It's 7-on-7, bro.
Here's another.
You don't get it, bro.
Hold on. Here's another thing.
Don't get it, bro. It's not a system in year 4, bro. Everything is new, bro. New players, new coaches, new schemes. You just don't get it, bro.
Another thing that you can think about, because I know you guys.
You just want to sit here with your little Quinn Ewers narrative like you did with Skylar Thompson.
Quinn Ewers.
You don't learn,
Calm down
brother.
a second. Calm down a second, Quinn Ewers. Listen, I'm about to give you something else to think about and consider. I'm gonna give you something else to think about and consider, right? What if Jeff Hafley right now?
Also.
Hold up. Go ahead, man. What did Jeff Hafley? What, man?
What if right now, with these OTAs and these practices, what if Jeff Hafley right now is the one calling this offense and trying to get his feet wet and trying to figure out offense? And the reason the offense isn't coming right now is because
we need to confirm if they had 11-on-11s or 7-on-7s.
But even if it's 11-on-11, my brother, it shouldn't matter right now. We're in June 2nd, dude.
It matters because the offense is not popping off.
Come on, man. Pete, stop trying to shit on Malik, bro. Cut it out, bro. Cut it out.
Bro,
stop trying to shit on Malik, man.
Why y'all trying to defend this man so bad? So he's throwing back. If Tua was throwing these interceptions, Fred, you'll be up here killing that man, bro.
That important to
hey, Pete. Hold on, Pete. You just went back to him throwing a baseball over the catcher's head. Bro, I seen starters throw pitches in the dirt.
Yeah, I saw Joe Burrow. There's a clip of Joe Burrow throwing a baseball, and it went horribly.
And he's a pro baseball player.
No, Patrick Mahomes throws.
Okay, did they have
but he's got one. He's got one where it hit the dirt.
Okay,
Nah,
but
bro. I'm trying to tell y'all on 7
It
on
doesn't
7,
matter
no,
if it's
Malik
7 on
Willis
7 or
is
11
a
on 11.
timing
The
offense.
fact of the
And when it
matter
comes to
is,
getting
it's
out
6
the ball
practices
in
in, bro,
time, he's
on
a
Yeah,
everything
specialist,
new,
bro.
bro.
but all
Malik
right,
Like,
Willis
all
you
is
right.
do it
So
to
you want
specialized
yourself,
at the
bro.
ball.
so you
You
want
do
to
it to
And
you
yourself,
want to
bro.
keep
accurate.
bringing up that it's 6
And
practices
accurate.
in. Hold on, Pete. How come we're not seeing any progress? How come we're not seeing any progress
Facts,
after
Cat.
6
Facts,
practices?
Cat.
We're not seeing progress.
Yup.
We're
Yup.
not running the
Not
ball either.
whatsoever.
Hey, you're acting like they just
Yeah,
You know
learned
we
how
what?
to
are.
play
Yeah,
Wait
football.
a
we
minute,
are.
man. You
That's
said we're
another
not
lie that
seeing
Fred said. Oh, we don't
we're
run the
not
ball.
seeing any
Today,
we're not
Ollie
seeing any
Gordon was
progress,
trending
This
it
is
with
man.
the
so
and
Eagles.
Hafley,
sad,
Let
bro.
us
and
know.
Hafley spoke on
This
that.
is just
Ollie
sad, bro.
Gordon
Man,
was
you
trending it
gotta
with the
Y'all
believe
Eagles.
that.
realize y'all
This is
realize in
sad.
a 7-on-7, there's like only
This
one
is
offensive lineman that's used. That's the
this
center,
is
right?
real
The center,
sad. This
yeah.
is real
Hey, he
Yeah.
sad,
talked
bro. This is
about
real
Hafley talked
sad.
about that. That's why some of y'all need to go back and look at some of his
Make
stuff.
make
Because
big deal out of a
hold up, Fred.
7-on-7, bro.
Exactly, Fred. Because he spoke on the offense. He was talking about how they move players around. That he has Proctor at left guard. He Bruin center. Jonah at right guard.
There's no lineman in this.
And
And
Mr.
he
Park,
There's no
don't get me
lineman in
wrong, man. And Mr.
7-on-7. There's
Park,
only the center.
Mr. Park,
That's
don't
what
get
I'm
me
trying to
wrong.
Hey,
say.
Joe,
Are
let
we
me
sure it
finish.
was
Mr.
the
Park,
7-on-7 or was it
look,
11
look,
on
look, look,
11?
look,
Well,
look,
I
Mr. Park.
asked Pete earlier. They
Shout out
said
to
you
you,
guys
Ghost.
haven't ran
Top
any
fan of the month
11
of
on
May, all
11s.
right?
Man,
Check
hold on,
throughout the
Nick.
Top
league,
fan
bro.
of the month of
Let me
May. Shout
finish,
out to
Nick.
the Ghost
Let me
100.
finish.
Hey,
He
Mr. Park,
spoke about. Hold on,
and
Fred.
I'm not
Hold on,
giving
Fred.
Malik, I'm
Fred,
not
hold on.
giving Malik any excuses. I'm not making any excuses for
Batman.
Malik. I don't give.
Right,
I
but
didn't do it for
okay,
Tua, and I'm not going to do it for
and
Malik.
I'm not
But
making
in
no.
this case right here, Mr. Park, Malik's
Uh-huh.
not familiar with anybody.
Mhm.
It's 7-on-7.
talking?
Like I said,
Yeah.
DBs are sitting on the routes, bro.
Bro,
You know
was
what
it
I'm
seven
saying?
on
So
seven
He
or
modded
11
up.
on
you
11
He
today,
modded up.
Batman?
No, it's
RTC.
7 on
Appreciate
7
you.
because Hafley spoke
come
on
on,
that.
man.
It's 7 on
The
7,
man said
and
only 7 on 7 is
that's why he
crazy.
Yeah,
said that he's not
making a
taking it.
big deal
He's
out of
not
that. Come
taking it
on,
too
man.
serious. Don't make a big issue out of it. He
Nah.
talked about
Please.
moving. He
Nah.
talked about the offensive line and how they made changes on the offensive
You know
line.
what?
He said
And you
that
know what,
moving
Fred? You're
forward,
right. I
that
am
Now
making
you
it
know
a
what,
big
Pete? Hey,
deal
stop.
than
Pete.
what
You
you
know
guys
what?
want to
You
make
know
it.
what,
No,
Pete?
you're
It should
right,
have
Fred.
been.
I am
You
making
know
it a
what?
big deal than
Man,
I'm
what you
reading
guys
an
yeah,
want to
article,
make
man,
it.
it's a
But it's
big
AP,
deal,
because
man.
Cat.
It's no
it's
big deal.
because of
I'm re-
y'all, Fred. It ain't
I'm
because
reading
I
an
want
article
to
that came
or
out
because
6
I got
days
some
ago that
hate
says you
towards
guys
Malik.
have
What's
done
the
11 on
what?
11s.
No,
It ain't
But
none of
Nick,
that,
ain't
my
Nick,
guy.
no 11 on
listen.
11,
Hold
bro.
up,
It
hold up,
ain't
Because
Fred.
no.
between
Hold
me
up,
and
Fred.
y'all,
Fred.
I
Hold up,
keep it
Fred.
100. It
I'm
don't
gonna say
matter
it
who the
again,
name is.
Nick. I
If
got
Quinn Ewers
respect
was
for
up
you,
here throwing
but
picks, I'll
I'm
be
telling
going
you what
ham on
Hafley
him.
said
But
today.
he ain't.
Hafley said that we are doing 7 on 7. That's
Yeah,
what he just said
Yep.
today. Okay, that's
Yep.
what coming.
7 on
It came
7.
out of his mouth today. 7 on 7. So I don't know where you're getting that information from. I'm not
No,
putting
I'm
it down,
saying I see an
but I'm
article
saying
from 6. So from what
okay.
I'm
But I'm
looking
telling
at,
you what
6
I hear
days.
coaches saying.
I understand that. I'm not disputing what you're saying. What I'm saying is I see an article from 6 days ago that says you guys did 11 on 11s. I'm not disputing what Hafley may have said yesterday or today or whatever. All
we
I'm
just
saying is Pete and Kat said that you guys have ran no 11 on 11s, and I see that you guys have. To me, this indicates that the offense is looking sluggish because if you guys did run an 11 on 11s and you're only doing 7 on 7s now, if Hafley's saying that, then that to me is a red
Okay,
flag on
the
the
chat
offense.
the
That means the
chat
Well,
is
offense
saying,
looks.
okay,
hold
so
That
on,
means
hold
the
the
on, hold
chat
offense
is
on.
looks
saying,
What
horrible.
Starting
offense that
offense.
That
the
means the
chat,
offense
the
looks
It's
chat
a
is
horrible,
But
dude.
starting
saying,
because
offense, Nick.
Hafley
look at the chat,
did
It's a
look
say
at the chat,
starting
today,
bro.
offense.
Look at the
because
chat, look at the
Hafley did
Willis
chat.
and
say
his
today
reps that are
that
doing bad, bro.
What's the chat saying, bro? What's the chat
Hold
saying,
on,
so
man?
so
Let's do some
Hafley
let
said
chat,
Cat,
man.
today in
Let's
let
do
his
Cat,
some chat.
presser that
let
they've been
Cat
running the
Saying,
installs, right, Nick? So he said
they
that
said that we're
he said
Come on,
that
man.
they've been
Read some
going
chats,
through
bro.
installs, and he said that they recently just restarted the installs. So that could be part of how the
What's
installs
the
work.
word? Do some
Maybe we
chats,
did
man. Do
get
some
up to the
chats.
11 on 11s, and then now we're back to 7 on 7s because they're redoing all of the installs over again.
not
Okay.
good.
Let's hear what's this in the chat.
Okay,
And what
and
you
when
they
it comes
saying what?
and let me tell you
no,
something,
Cat is right,
Cat.
because that's
On
what
seven on
Delphin did.
sevens, on 7-on-7s, it ain't much of that you have. You just got to run basic routes. The defense is
Yeah,
just
it's
playing
timing.
man, and it's basic stuff. That's for Malik Willis, right? This is what I've been trying to explain to you guys. For all of you that keep saying, "Oh, Pete, you just want to hate on Malik." No, Malik should be cooking right now.
No,
This
he
is when it's
shouldn't
the
be.
easiest.
I
No
do want to
rush.
point out.
He
I
has
do want to
listen.
point
He
out.
has no
Pete,
rush, and it's basic routes. You're running, and you
Bro,
just got to throw it
Well,
on
Pete,
hey, bro,
time.
I do
Malik
want to
Willis
point
is
out
you
what
know what?
showing
Hafley.
signs that he
Look,
is going to
Pete,
struggle with
cause
timing and
100%
Man,
on the
accuracy.
same page as
you know
He's
Pete.
what,
going
man?
to
Hey,
struggle
listen,
with
Agree.
I ain't hearing
timing
that,
and
man. You know what?
accuracy.
If the other teams are doing
But
7 and
but
7 on 7 other teams, you said, right? How many of those other teams are implementing a new quarterback, bro? And a
Why
new
are we
system.
why are
And
we
the team
acting
that's
like
doing
this?
it,
7-on-7s
one,
are common in
has
OTAs.
they
7-on-7s are very
been there
common in
already.
It
and
OTAs.
doesn't it
And it's
doesn't
but
been
matter
there
if
hey,
it's
Pete,
already.
new or
I
so.
Everyone
want
runs
you.
7-on-7s during OTAs.
Fred, this is the
Every
Hold on,
team
tour.
does
This
it.
is the
hold
tour,
on,
Fred.
guys, because
I told you,
Pete's
Fred.
forgetting to say one more important thing that Jeff Hafley said during his interview that really affects Quinn Ewers. Because when he was asked about Malik Willis and he was talking about Malik Willis, he was saying that Malik
Quinn Ewers
Willis
also.
has a unique tool available to him, and he was talking about his ability to be able to get out of the pocket and use like the A gaps and the B gaps to create space and affect the defenders in a different way. And
And
he said that
7-on-7s
was
limit
unique.
that.
He
Well,
said that was unique
that's
to
good.
Malik Willis.
Truth and
So
fan. Look at that.
that's a
Can I
shot
interrupt?
towards Quinn Ewers.
Can
So we
I
got a running
interrupt for
back.
a second? Can I interrupt for a second and give at least some opinion here? Kat,
I
what
think
you
I need
just
to come
said,
out and come back in.
what you just said, I had totally forgot about, and you're right. He said, because they're doing new installments in each one of the 6 practices, right? But on Friday, he specifically said Malik looked his best because they went back to the first installment, which is repetition, right? So what he's basically telling you, word for word, verbatim, is he's learning something new every day. And the moment that we took him back to one of the things he was familiar with, he shined, and that's when he looked his best.
Why
So
are we acting like this guy's never played football before? These guys are
A
professionals. They've been
4-year
playing their
starter,
entire
Joe.
freaking
No,
life.
no,
Thank
no,
you,
no, no,
Joe.
no, 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 no. Yeah, but it's a different. Is he playing for the Packers? Is he playing for the Packers? Is he playing for Tennessee? And is he playing for the same coaches?
You're
So
acting
that in
like this.
itself
Well,
You're
they
acting
is
gave
like
a
him
he's
credit.
learning
statement,
out
It's
of
a
but it
similar
makes no
school.
sense.
No,
Similar
but
offense. Maybe he just doesn't have the players. Like I pointed out, the
Is he
Packers
playing?
had Pro Bowlers.
I get the
His first
comment
throw
that you
today was
said.
an
Why are
interception.
we acting like he's never played before? Great comment. But the fact is, he's never played for the Dolphins and Jeff Hafley before. Has he?
Exactly, and that's what Hafley mentioned in the press conference.
Okay, so in 7-on-7, he rolls out there today and he throws an interception. His very first play. That we're gonna chalk that up to he doesn't know the system. His timing is not good.
Exactly. And on 7-on-7 OTAs, basic stuff
Okay, so
where
then in
the
your argument,
offense has the advantage.
I hear your
offense,
point,
Joe.
Joe, that's a great point. I'm not going to argue with that because that is actually a very good point. However, in that theory, then, do we just throw out the notion that, a new offense doesn't count? Hey, look, the timing wasn't there. The receivers that he's working with, he's never worked with before. On a new installment, there's a lot. I'm not saying you're wrong, brother. I'm just saying that there's a lot that we need to look at just besides the fact that he looked terrible. This is horrible. You know what I'm saying?
I agree, bro.
Okay,
If
agree
the
100%.
elbows are pointing at
Hold on,
Malik,
let's-
true
no,
fin
no, no.
fan, then that means the other
let's not
receivers, they're
forget.
in their spot. If the pass is
No,
inaccurate
well,
and
I-
thrown
no,
behind
I
the
got news
receiver
for you, Pete.
and Chris
I got
Johnson
news
gets
for
an
you, Pete.
interception, that's not the receiver's
I
fault,
got
my
news
guy.
for you,
Go
Pete.
ahead, Mr.
There are
Paul.
2 receivers
Talk to
in
me.
the tight end that are in sync with Malik also. So I'm not saying that Quinn Ewers is bad or anything. There are 2 receivers in the tight end that are in sync with Malik Willis as of right now because Hafley mentioned that. Now he also mentioned Quinn Ewers. He said Quinn Ewers is having connection with other receivers on the team.
Someone's got some
He
feedback.
said he's happy with the quarterback room. He even mentioned Cam.
I keep
Williams.
losing, Mr. Paul.
He
I don't know if
mentioned
it's
Cam
just me.
Williams also. No, each time somebody go in
True
and out.
fin fan,
If you don't
Batman,
have
you guys that are having
a
issues,
green yard,
you have to download the StreamYard app. Download the
exactly.
StreamYard app.
No,
And
hold
when
up,
you
Pete.
download
No,
the
hold
app,
up,
you're
Pete.
not going to have these problems no more. I'm sorry,
Hold
Mr.
up, Pete.
Paul.
Is it me? Am I getting an echo?
No.
Hold up, Cat.
No,
Hold up,
it's
Cat.
not that.
No,
It's that
let me
they
explain the right way to do it.
stopped. They
'Cause
If
I
you
don't
got
have the app downloaded.
Okay, if you have the old StreamYard, delete it and then go and get the new StreamYard. That's what I did, and it will clear everything up. If you run
Yep,
on the
yep.
old one, take it off of your computer or your tablet and reinstall the new one.
Ooh,
It will
you know
clear it
what?
up.
I'm okay.
I use
Good. If
I
they
use
having
the
problems,
Chrome
they could come
version.
down and come back up. Hold on, because I got some material right now that's gonna eat all you Malik Willineers up.
I'm not Malik
Today,
Willineer.
Okay,
no,
no,
no, no, no,
okay.
no, no. Wait. Y'all listen to me. Today, Drake May and AJ Brown had their very first practice on 7-on-7s. Today was their first practice. Guess what happened? AJ Brown was cooking on 7-on-7s. Touchdowns
Because
left
it's
and right.
AJ
And it
Brown.
was his first
That's like a
practice.
top
It's not
6
his
receiver
AJ
in the
Brown.
Okay,
league.
But Nick,
You
so
could
I'm
put
hearing.
fucking
Nick, he
Brock
doesn't know the
Osweiler out there
playbook
with
yet.
AJ Brown.
He
He's
doesn't
gonna
Okay,
know the
eat.
playbook
There's not a
yet, though,
receiver
Nick.
on our
You know what I'm saying?
roster
I'm just
Wait.
that
pointing
is
out the
in the
fact that
same
this
league
is
with
basic stuff going
Bro, we
on
could
in
throw to AJ
OTAs on
Brown and we'll look
7-on-7.
good.
Exactly.
Okay, so I
No, he's
heard.
not.
Look, okay, so I
So now
heard
we're
that he
gonna
threw
blame our
off a pick.
receivers now.
Okay,
Wow.
so Malik threw off a pick, but then after he threw the pick, I heard that he was connecting with everybody, and Malik Washington was the standout guy.
He had a
Yeah,
better day after the interception.
Yeah, from what I'm reading, it says Malik Washington's been
but
he's
no
pretty
guy.
good. He's Malik's main, he's
And
Malik Melissa's main
and
wide receiver
to cap
target.
for like
Yeah,
I'm reading Malik Washington
I
and
was talking
Dolchich
about
look
that yesterday.
nice,
Yeah.
don't fall for
No,
that.
especially
Don't fall for
Dolchich.
that.
no.
Don't
All
fall
right,
for that.
so
Don't fall
let's
for
not
that.
get construed.
Malik
Dolchich has
Willis
been.
is checking it down to Malik Washington. That's complete check downs on 7-on-7s. Malik Washington is not making downfield catches, by the way. So don't buy into this hype. Listen to what I'm telling y'all. It's complete check downs, crossers, and quick little things that are happening. He is not an outside receiver. He's only in the slot and catching check downs. Don't buy the hype on Malik Washington. That's all I'm pointing out.
I hope that's not our offense this year, man. The stupid screen passes the entire time. We remember how much we raged at McDaniel for that.
Joe, I'm gonna tell you something, Joe. I'm gonna say it like this: this new regime got to wait and see what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
Only thing I can say is this: seems like to me they're moving in a different direction as compared to the last regime and what have you. But we just gotta wait and see what's going to happen. And what I was about to say, as far as our quarterback room goes, I'm gonna tell you something. We can sit here and argue about Malik, Quinn Ewers, and Cam Miller, whatever his name is. But I'm gonna tell you something. That next draft
We're
come
not.
up.
Y'all arguing. Y'all arguing, Mr. Pop.
Hold up, Pete. Let me finish. If y'all think that they're not gonna get a quarterback out of that roster, regardless of if Malik turns it up or Quinn Ewers turns it up, if you think they're not gonna get a quarterback in the next draft, you sadly mistaken. They're gonna get a quarterback. They're gonna go and get.
I highly doubt that. I highly doubt a 10-win team ain't.
I think they will.
I agree with
chances
Mr.
are
Pope.
we trade our first rounder and continue building
Pete, I
through
don't
the
care.
draft.
I don't care what they're gonna find a way to go and get their quarterback. I'm willing to bet you right now. No, I'm not gonna say bet. I'm willing to say that they right now have an idea who they want in that next draft. So we can
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. You're loud and wrong.
I think
I disagree with that. But shout out to Batman. Batman, this is what I'm
I would-
talking about. While these Willineers are mad. You heard Mr. Park right now, right?
That's right.
Y'all
They're not
arguing.
gonna
It ain't
put
us
all the eggs
arguing.
in
We're
one
coming with the
basket
facts. I'm
for
coming over.
Malik.
I would like
I'm
to
coming
add
up here
though
with
that
the
Greg
facts.
Dolchich
Inaccurate throws.
so
Hold on,
far.
fellas. Inaccurate throws.
quarterback
Malik
roster
Willis
is
looking bad
unproven.
in obvious, easy, clean pockets. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, the whole quarterback roster is unproven. So that's why I'm saying that they're gonna go and get their quarterback in the next draft. We can sit here and boost up either one of these three quarterbacks. They're going to get their quarterback in the next roster. They said that they're going to keep drafting until they hit the right one. We don't have the right one in the room right now. So they're going to go and get you. They're going to go get another one. They're going to go get one in the draft. Plain and simple.
I agree. I think our next QB is going to be playing on Saturdays this year.
Yep.
The real March for Arch. Y'all need to march for Arch.
I don't know if it needs to be Arch though.
Yeah,
No,
it
it
needs
don't
to
have
be
to be
Arch.
Arch.
He's the one.
Cleveland just got
We'll see.
Capitals.
Cleveland might be all right in a couple years, low key. If they get that right quarterback,
agree.
they got. I
Yeah,
know they may have traded Garrett, but that defense is still young and
They got
fierce
a
as
they
fuck.
got
I mean, they got a haul for Garrett though. They got Jared Verse plus
Yeah.
3 picks.
They
got
just
a
drafted
haul.
their front seven's still solid. Like you add Verse to Mason Graham, that's a nice core on your front four, and then you drafted Schwessinger, who's looking
they-
like a fucking stud.
They have
And
the
then you still got
2024.
Denzel Ward, and you drafted Emil McNeil Warren. Like that's a nice young defense, dude.
It's incredible. And then on receiver, they got Boston and Concepcion.
And
They
Concepcion,
got a
and then they
great
drafted Fannin last year.
Yeah.
And they drafted
Hey,
Judkins last
fan.
year. Like Cleveland could be cooking in a couple years, low key.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah,
going
they
on,
have the
Mr. Paul?
2024 and 2025 Defensive Rookie of the Years.
Hey, true fan. What I was saying is this: that with our quarterback roster that we have right now, I'm quite sure that our GM and our head coach already have their eye on the quarterback coming up in the next draft. And I
Is he on an airplane?
Go and get that quarterback. I'm not gonna say who it is because I don't really know, but I'm quite sure they got their eye on somebody in that draft.
As well they should be.
Exactly.
They're doing their job and their due diligence. They're taking a chance on Malik Willis, right? The key word here is chance. They don't know the same way that we don't know. They saw him play. They know a whole lot more than him that we do. But for them to say that they're 100% positive that this is the guy moving forward, they would have signed him to a 2-year contract, would they? They would have signed him to a 2-year contract that would have gotten them, that could get them out after this season, would they? No, they would have signed him to a 4-year contract with all the money in the back end and saved a whole lot more money. The fact that they said, let's see what happens in 2 years. They are eyeballing somebody in college? Absolutely. They'd be stupid not to.
And also, Quinn, let me ask you this, Quinn. Out of the 3 quarterbacks that Hafley named today, he named Willis, he named Ewers, and he named Cam Miller. Which one of those quarterbacks is proven?
So I'm sorry I had to answer that phone call.
None.
Is Batman still here?
None. Exactly. So that's the reason why I said they're gonna go and get somebody in the draft.
Wait, he didn't talk about Gronowski?
Now I will say this, Mr. Paul. I will say this, Mr. Paul. The one thing that all us fans hope for is that someone in that quarterback room surprises the shit out of us and ends up being our franchise quarterback. I'd rather that route.
Oh yeah, it could be Malik,
whoever, Malik, Ewers,
it could be Cam Miller. Whichever one of them would have blow up.
I just want one.
There wasn't that much hope. There wasn't that much hope on Quinn a few weeks ago. I love how they trying to swim in now. There wasn't that much love a few weeks ago.
In, you fool. I'm talking about what I want to happen for the good of my team.
I've been
man, we lost Batman. We lost Batman. Who is this Miller guy? Hold on one second, guys. If I get porn bodied, I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't know who this Miller guy.
You don't know who I am? Yeah, you do.
Miller, what's up, Miller?
What's up, man? I catch you
Oh, what's up, Miller? I'm glad you're a real one. Oh, okay. First time up, right? It's the thing, Miller. Shout out to you. Appreciate you being up.
I know Pete's talking because I can see.
Thank you, Miller.
But I can't see anything. I can't hear anything.
Now I don't even know what to call you, bro. True Fin Fan. Download the StreamYard app on your phone. And that's all you have to do. You're not going to have this communication issue no more. All of you, Batman, download the app. Download the app. He didn't hear me. He didn't hear me.
No. Say it right, Pete. Remove the old app and then
Pete, what you think about Juju?
Juju Brent, I like 2 streams ago, Miller. Like 2 streams ago, I was saying, I think we have a starting corner with Juju. When Mr. Park was on board with it, he said, yeah, as long as he can stay healthy. And I was like, as long as this man is healthy, he is a solid starting cornerback. And I love that he's healthy right now. I
got a Alibaba Juju Brent jersey last year when we did the alternative colorways. I went and ordered me a Alibaba custom Juju
You
Brace
can
jersey.
get them on Alibaba.
I might have to get me the real thing this year if he shows out.
Oh,
He's from my
don't get
alma
Joe
mater.
started.
That's why I asked.
Please don't get Joe started.
Does any panelist up here want to inform Joel, Acel, 8322, how Coach Hafley was just throwing flowers all over Quinn Ewers' name today? Did you guys watch it? Did you guys see?
I mean, hold on. Flowers. We'll say he was throwing flowers, but it was more like the flowers that you get from the people on the side of the street. You know, he didn't go to the store and get the nice flowers. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Kat. Your wife will never find out where you got those flowers from. Flowers are flowers.
Yeah, I mean, in fact,
my wife ain't never tell me. I know you
that
got
ain't
that
true.
from the guy at 73rd Street corner.
I know some
He ain't
females who
never
know their
touching the
flowers. They're gonna be like, "You got this shit at a local supermarket."
Pete, you're getting it confused.
You got this
though.
shit for 15,
Last
20
year we
bucks.
saw Quinn Ewers
Flowers
getting
are
chased down in the
flowers.
backfield.
It's about finding the woman who
don't have
don't
the
care and
mobility to
appreciate
play
it.
this
You heard?
offensive tempo and style.
Hold on.
I
Shout
think
out to
that's
Miller.
trade.
Miller, what were you saying? And Gunner, I hear you, my guy. Appreciate you coming up. What were you saying, Miller?
I think
One second,
you getting it misconstrued. I think this Quinn Ewers hype is trade bait because he doesn't match the offense and the tempo. He doesn't have the mobility or speed. He gets chased down in the backfield in the pocket. There just isn't.
Let me.
It's two different.
Let me
schemes.
warn you
That's
right
a hot
now,
take.
Miller.
That's a hot take.
Miller. Let me warn you, Miller. No, y'all.
Seventh round
I
pick.
just slapped you in the face. I just slapped you in the face, Miller. That is your opinion. Did y'all just hear what Miller just said?
That's a hot take, bro.
He thinks that he's not a fit for the system. Did you not hear what Coach
His
Hafley
trade
said
value is an
today,
eighth
Miller?
round pick.
I did. That's why I'm saying this trade bait. He's saying those things to hype him up so people come get him.
In fact, it is the Miller. It is the complete opposite. This is actually, I can't believe you said that.
Goodness.
Quinn Ewers is more of a system guy right now than Malik Willis is. This is what's going on. This is why this Malik Willis stuff is starting to look bad.
I will say that
because Coach just
Jeff
came out
Hafley
today and said that Willis needs to work on his timing. And this is what 7-on-7 is for, the timing. And when you're looking at the passes, they're inaccurate. They're out of place. They're bad, boneheaded mistakes.
Could we get a hot take?
Hence why they're probably getting intercepted.
What up, Cat? Salute, man.
This isn't training camp, my guy. There's no pads on. There's no threat of.
And this is what I'm trying
Bro,
to.
if
Miller,
Proctor and Paul were out there,
this is why it's worse.
So, Cap, they were probably running 7-on-7 running drills for that.
Listen,
yeah, right.
Miller,
But
if it was training camp right now on 11-on-11s, competing and actually trying to implement the offense, because they're not doing that right now on 7-on-7. It's just basic football. That doesn't start until training camp. They're not going to do the system. They're not going to run their plays that they're trying to. That's all for training camp.
But
that's why it's
Pete,
sad
hold on,
that on 7-on-7s, just regular football, go line up and beat your guy. You got these three options.
I will say that Jeff Hafley about Quinn Ewers. Hold on, Pete. Jeff Hafley about Quinn Ewers did say that he had the system down better. Like out of the quarterbacks, he did say that Quinn Ewers has the system down.
And you think I'm shocked by him saying that? I literally said that. That was one of my reasons when I told
Quinn Ewers.
I said, I know you feel confident that Quinn is not going to start. Exactly. That's why I'm confident that he's going to be the starter.
My thing, y'all got
easy $100. Y'all thought I was gonna lose that.
But at the end of the day, we are going to see more motion, more and more motion.
Quinn Ewers, Miller, Malik Willis is not allowed to lose to the Raiders week 1. If he loses to the Raiders week 1, I say you bench him. Right there, you bench him.
Nah, that's too early, Pete. That's too early, Pete. You gotta wait till at least. You gotta wait till at least week 9 and see what the record is.
We're winning week 1, bro.
Rumble. That's the worst team we play on the schedule. If he loses to the Raiders, we're on schedule to go 0-17. Think about it.
We played the Jets
Now-
twice, my guy. They're not the worst team.
The Jets are better
The
than
Raiders
us.
are the
Nah,
worst
Jets
team.
are way better.
Yeah.
The Jets have
100%.
Aaron Glenn. He is not a good coach.
Gino
I'm
ain't no
not scared of the Jets.
Gino ain't no scrub.
I mean,
bro.
I
Gino
mean,
not-
but
Gino got
to be fair, how much better of a coach do we have? We don't know.
yeah, Justin Fields.
At least our coach
he
hasn't
tried,
went
bro.
3-15.
Because he hasn't had
only
the
coach
opportunity
that
to go
has
3-15.
back
He's a
from a
rookie
season
coach.
is
Listen,
Jimmy
I love our
Johnson.
coach. I love our coach, and I think he's going to be a great coach. But we don't have any kind of sample size to go off of unless we
That's
want to go
fair.
back to Boston
I'm gonna
College
tell you right
when
now,
he was
Cat.
head coaching
I'm gonna tell you
there.
right now.
That's
There you
fair.
go.
Cat in the hat.
That's
Cat in the
right,
hat. You
Cat.
really want to hear a
That's
hot take?
fair.
I think
that's
our
fair.
coach is on the hot seat right now. If you ask me.
Yeah, he felt
Yeah,
the
that's
draft.
definitely
He's on
a
the
hot take,
seat
Pete.
right now.
Cat,
Mhm.
this
He's
what I
already
wanted to
on
ask
the
you,
hot
Cat
seat.
and
He
Pete. To
messed
me, he
up.
felt.
I can barely hear you, shotgunner.
Oh, my fault. To me, you hear me now?
You're
Hold on, let me roll my window up.
You kind of
quiet in
sound low.
general.
Now, this is what I want to ask y'all. Y'all hear me? I want
Yeah,
to
we
know
can.
basically. I think he felt the draft, bro. I mean, the way what Bain doing and Lemon doing in the training camp. It's an early sample size. Don't get me wrong. Pass not on, but he felt the draft to me already.
In my opinion,
I agree.
I'm not far off on that. After
told you,
looking
Bain
back
gonna
and
get you
going
out of
through,
status.
seeing some of the OTAs, I've had time to let this draft kind of sink in, do a little bit of research on it. And I wouldn't necessarily say he failed the draft as a whole, but there's definitely areas where he failed the draft, right? Like the third round, he definitely flunked out of the third round. Like the picks that we got in the third round, that's definitely a F minus as low as you can go, right? Because we reached far for Caleb Douglas. We went and got Kazmarek, who mainly is a blocking tight end. So, I mean, you can get one of those later in the
He
round.
caught a touchdown
Chris
from
Bell,
Quinn Ewers, though.
Hold
But go
on.
ahead.
Chris Bell he's injured, so he's coming into the league injured. So we probably could have waited a little bit. So we definitely flunked out of the third round. I think the second round we did okay. Jacob Rodriguez was available to us,
No,
and he
bad-
probably
bad
should have been gone. So that was a good hit there. The Caleb Proctor and the Chris Johnson round one, I mean, that's just time is going to have to tell with those two guys. As it seems right now, yeah, that's probably a fail.
Drafted
But
a midget
How
like
do
that.
you know? What
they
have
could
they
come out.
played
Hold
on
on,
Sunday?
Pete. They could
Are
come
they in
out.
season
They could
three?
come out this year, and they could be good players,
Spanish,
and it
bro.
could turn into a good draft. But
Right, but see,
Right.
that's why I say I don't see our team getting
Man,
maybe
you gotta
five-
listen. You
five
gotta
wins.
listen,
I
guys.
can only see 5 wins.
The fact that we went and signed Jalen Rager is not good news for our
No.
wide receivers.
I already put a short out about that. We have 7 wide receiver threes on our team right now.
Yeah, I don't really
That
understand
means
what he's
they
doing.
messed up
Like
with the wide.
instead of
They
not
messed up in
drafting
the
a
draft with
lemon,
wide
I don't
receivers.
understand. Like
Could have had
that was
Downs.
so
Could have had
building-
Zane.
They're trying
Yeah,
to
but
I'm
build
we're
telling
not
a
gonna.
team
You
from
see,
the
this
inside
is not.
out.
This is not a
My
wide receiver.
goodness, bro.
Hello, y'all moving the goalpost now. This is not a wide
They're
receiver.
building from the
I'm about
inside
to
out.
I'm about to
The
I'm about to
accuracy
reel him
of the
in, Pete.
quarterback is the problem.
Oh,
I'm about to
we
reel.
got
I'm about to reel him. I'm about to reel him in, Pete. Because don't forget, I've been saying this all off season. Bobby Slowick has been in this exact same position before and had success with a bunch of nobodies. He's had success with a rookie head coach. He's had success with a rookie quarterback. He had success with a team. He's had success with a team better or with a team full of nobodies is what I'm trying to say. So, like,
Malik will be okay, guys. Y'all tripping.
Honestly, this.
All I'm
No,
saying
I'm
is,
not.
can
No,
you
I'm
guys
not.
just
I
watch
think Malik
and
is
assess
gonna end up being the laughing stock.
later?
Think about what Malik.
give you
Malik
my
has
reasons,
to be
Pete.
accurate in
I
a
agree
Let me
system.
tell you why.
And if he can't be accurate, this is gonna be bad. Quinn
we don't
Ewers
need
is
Malik to be
easier, the
great,
better
though.
passer.
He
We don't
will
need Malik
That's
to be
what
great,
you don't,
though.
You're failing to understand. Malik will be great because, one, he is mobile. We haven't had mobility in Miami as a quarterback since, I guess, rookie Tua, because he was running a little bit. I mean, even before then, who was the mobile quarterback? We haven't had mobility in 20 years, my guy. Ryan Tannehill, I guess, ran, but he was more of a north and south runner. He wasn't able to actually scurry away. And then you turn around and you have Devon A-Chain, one of the top 5 running backs in the
I'm
league.
glad you brought up
The
his
fact
name,
that
Miller.
he is
Go ahead.
threatening to run, the play action pass is going to be open 80% of the time. You have to like give the run its credence. And you
Man,
can't
Miller,
cover
I'm sorry I got to
these wide
interrupt you,
receivers for
but you
4
just
seconds.
mentioned
We
his
have an
name.
improved offensive
Miller,
line.
Miller, I got you, but I'm
A-Chain
sorry you
and
can't
Malik.
finish all of that. But
4
I'm going to warn you
threes.
guys right now. Mr. Park and Cat in the Hat, call me a flip-flopper all you want. That doesn't bother me. But what the Miami Dolphins did, pay A-Chain. I know I was high on it now, but I didn't have the information I'm going to lay out to you guys now. That now, with the new information, I completely disagree. I was loud and wrong with 2,000 yards. A-Chain is going to get hurt. We paid this man a massive contract with a banged up shoulder. Think about that. He is a small speedster who now, with a bad shoulder, is probably going to have fumble issues for the rest of his career. Jeff Hafley and
that's an
Sully,
overstatement.
when I said they cooked, what they cooked was a bad meal that I didn't realize until the next day I had to use the restroom.
I
Okay?
agree with you,
This
but that
is
was
what
funny,
happened.
though.
Now, this was probably one of the worst signings and extensions I have seen the Dolphins do, and I was blinded by the player not realizing he was coming off of an injury. And now I am hurt. I am hurt that we had an ability to use him on the last year of his contract to prove his health, and we paid him because he held out. What type of message does that show to Coach Hafley and this general manager? He ain't nothing but another
look.
Chris Greer. You will
I'm
fold under
When you
pressure.
want
They
clarification, let me know. I'll chime in.
Bro,
Nah,
now I'm
man,
confused because
look,
now I'm
shoulder, bro.
look, I'm confused, bro.
We're cooked, bro. We're cooked.
I'm watching.
Drafted #1 overall.
Hey,
I am over
I'm watching
And on
everybody
top of
starting
that,
to like.
we went and picked Jacob Rodriguez in the second, despite having the leading
Hey, I'm
tackler
lost, bro.
in
Hold
last
on,
year.
hold on, y'all. Listen,
I hope we
that
trade
Cap
Hey.
A-Chain to the Packers.
Hey, I'm lost, bro, because I'm looking now. I'm looking at I'm looking at all the content creators coming out with the same headers, talking about that Malik shine and the offensive line shine.
Josh Jacobs
I
ain't
need-
in no legal trouble though, so I ain't worried about that.
I need to figure out
Yeah,
if we
but
had look.
that Josh, it ain't going nowhere.
Hold up, Cap. Let Cap finish, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out
I mean,
because all the
Alvin Kamara
content
is
creators are coming
too.
out saying that Malik looks sharp today. So I need to figure out what's going on here.
For a
Because
fraction.
I heard the same thing.
it's because they're all. It's like
And if
North
the O
Korea.
line, if the
How
O
come
line was
those
out there,
content creators, Cap for Life, how come those content creators you're talking about who are watching
sheep.
this show right now in the clouds, hiding right now under their bed, guess what? How come they don't come up and click the link and let me debunk all of that? Because all
Because they
I
don't want-
see
they
is
don't wanna hurt
errant
your
pass
feelings,
after errant pass.
It's a
I'm sorry,
facade.
they don't have the material to provide that information. This
no,
is
but I'm just
hyperbolic,
saying, like,
and they're doing it again.
I
What's up,
get it,
Tuco?
but they're all
So,
saying the
Travis-
same thing, though.
Well, that's because they all read Travis Wingfield's
Cap for
article
life.
that gave it a pretty good breakdown of what happened. He was talking about the O-line. He was talking about how the O-line on the left side with Proctor and Patrick Paul gave Ollie Gordon a running lane of 3 yards before he even met any defenders. He talked about how Malik Willis came out, very first play was intercepted. But then from there, he shined. That was his exact wording. He said his very first play was intercepted.
His
and from
exact
there,
word was sharp.
Sharp. He was sharp. So they're basically, they read Travis Wingfield's report, and now they're just kind of regurgitating it.
So I'm hearing what Sabadell looked. Sabadell looked good on
Isn't that what everybody does? Isn't that what everybody does? Does anybody? Do you know anybody who has any contact with the building?
Give me a second.
Go ahead,
True fan fan. Cap, he said the quarterback was sharp after the first interception. Those were Travis Winfield's word for word. Malik Willis, after the first interception, was sharp afterwards. You know who retweeted that tweet and said Sharp is exaggerating, Cap for Life? His very own colleague, Omar Kelly, bro. So who the heck should we believe when Omar Kelly is retweeting the fact that Travis Winfield is exaggerating that Malik Willis looks sharp? after the first interception.
That's a great
Omar
point, Pete.
literally
Hey, Pete,
said
can I
his
hop in here real
favorite
quick?
and lock
Hey,
for the
Pete, and
tight
if you
end
don't mind me
position was
cutting
that
in, Pete,
Cat
and
we
that's my
literally
point.
let go of like
Pete,
2
that's
days
my
later.
point. At the
You
end of the
can't hang
day,
on Omar's
all of
words.
these.
Hold
At
up,
the end of
Miller.
the day,
Hold up, Miller.
at the end of the day, my point is
Omar
this:
don't know ball.
we could
Don't
all
believe the
conversate,
hype.
we could all opinionate, and we could all talk about it. That's the beauty about what we're
Omar is a
doing here
public
today.
mouthpiece for the
However,
Miami
none of these
Dolphins.
content
He
creators,
literally tells it
none
to his
Miller,
have
face.
Hold up,
insight
He
or
Miller.
puts
talk to
out
anybody in the
false
building.
narratives
Zero.
just
can I-
Nobody
because
talks to
he
anybody in the
franchise
building.
wants him
They
to.
read it. Imagine
No,
this.
that's
Imagine
not
this.
true.
Hey, can I
Imagine
hop in
this.
here real
That's
quick?
Okay, Kat, so who do you talk to in the building? Kat,
Well,
who do you
for
talk to in the
one,
building?
for one, me, I'm not a content creator with that type
But
of
you're
access. But
missing my point.
hold on. I have
But
talked to
no,
players.
no.
But
You
hold on, I
interrupted me
have.
and you
Hold
said
on,
that I
though.
was wrong.
Hold on, I'm about to defend. I'm about to defend some of these other content creators that you're talking about because I, for one, have seen them conversating with guys like Malik Willis, Patrick Paul, Kenneth Grant.
Name
I know
them,
that
though.
they.
Name
Hold
them.
on, I
Name
know
them so
for a
that I
fact
know they're
that they have
reputable.
their. I know for a fact that they have their phone numbers. I know for a fact that they're inside the locker room
Name
and they
them.
talk to
Hey,
these
Pete, when
players.
this conversation is
Right?
over, I'd
I
like to
can
bring
give
up a
you.
different
I can give you an
topic
example
of
where
what
I
I'm
talked to
feeling
Tyreek Hill,
like with
and
the,
I
what's
was
going on
able
at
to
the
get.
moment.
I was able to get info out of Tyreek Hill that no other content creator had. I was the one that broke the news. I was the one that broke the news about Jalen Ramsey smacking the shit out of Mike McDaniel because I spoke with Tyreek Hill.
But
how did I do that?
hey,
I
Cat in the Hat.
tuned into his Twitch stream and asked him a question.
Hey,
It's
Kat,
as
when you're
easy as
done,
that.
Okay.
Kat, when you're done, I would like to talk about something real quick.
No,
Okay,
let
but my
him-
point is
let-
this.
You gotta hit. You
My
gotta
point
hit me
is
because
this.
I'm about to
Okay,
be on my
it's a
last
simple point,
account,
and I'm
so you
pretty
gotta
sure I
hit me
got cut
now.
off again. But my point is this: we cannot sit here and
barely hear any of
criticize
y'all talking.
what these content creators are talking about because the majority of them. Let's say that you do have those contacts.
It's for
let's
clicks
say.
and views. We
But
get
the
it.
majority of these content creators, guess what? They're doing the same thing that we are, which is
It's clicks
opinionating.
and views.
Number two, if you got people who work on reporting on the team, they're paid by the team, and they themselves are disagreeing, how do we know, bro? That's all I'm saying.
Well,
I'm gonna get off the
Omar
you
Kelly,
guys
you can't
because I keep
trust
getting
Omar
kicked out of
Kelly.
the stream.
Well, you guys
Okay,
will
my
get
point.
you guys will get a real reporter as soon as the public is allowed. As soon as the public's allowed to go to the training camps, I'll be there, and y'all will get some
But
real
can I ask
reporters.
y'all? Let me ask
I want to hear what
everybody on
True
the
Talk's
panel a
got to
question real quick. So I looked further into the Devin Achane contract, right? It's not as good as a contract as everybody thinks it is. If I'm being real, like, it could definitely backfire on the Dolphins and everybody. He's a small running back, right? He gets injured. He's been in the league 3 years. He's been injured 2 of them. I just don't think it was the smartest contract.
He's getting traded this year, man.
What are you talking
Hey,
about?
hey, don't mean to
We
cut
won't
you
have
off,
to
but
trade him.
Youngblood, I actually cleaned the fish tank for Bruce Beal, just so you know.
For Achane?
Bruce Beal.
Bradley Beal?
Bruce Beal. He was a part owner of the Dolphins until the Tom Brady stuff happened.
Was he there when the Achane contract happened or no?
No, he hasn't been there for the last 3 years.
So he has no idea
Let's
about the
talk
Achane
about
contract.
True Talk. That
the
contract's not going to bite
A-chain
us.
shoulder injury is probably more concerning
Hold up. Let's
than
let Joe
I don't know
talk,
what
please.
injury right now, bro.
Hey, what Joe said. Let Joe talk.
That contract's not going to bite us because we're going to trade him before it ends up getting too heavy.
Man, they're not gonna trade him. That's the thing. If
Yes,
he
they
gets,
will.
listen, Joe. If he gets hurt, that's it. It's done. That's what I'm worried about. He's
Who
a
said
small running
anything
back.
about him getting hurt? He doesn't.
I'm with
if he doesn't
Joe.
get hurt,
He's gonna
I'm
get
with
hurt,
Joe.
Joe. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about Achane getting hurt, and next thing you know, we're stuck paying this
I
guy
am too. I
$17
wouldn't
million
have
a
given him
year.
the bag, but that bag's not going to hurt us because we're going to trade him before it actually hits our.
If he gets hurt, though, Joe, there's no trade value anymore.
But to his
I
point,
agree.
everybody-
Exactly.
That's what I'm worried about. I'm
I
worried about
think,
him
you know
getting
what?
injured.
True talk. He never had trade value, and his injury was the reason we were probably forced to trade Waddle out of here.
And I think
Because
you're
it was
right.
between Waddle and A-Chain.
I
And
wanted
they
to trade
got
him before the
upset
draft.
that nobody wanted broke bum
No, what you
shoulder
said, Joe?
A-Chain, and
Well,
were
remember,
forced to get something from Waddle.
I've been telling y'all all off season we're gonna use him. We're gonna use him early and have him as trade bait come trade deadline. That's still on the table.
And Pete, I
Yeah.
think you're right about that because at the end, if you really look at it, right, they were saying Achane can be taken for a first-round pick. Nobody offered them a first-round pick, so they said, "Screw it, let's just re-sign him, give him an extension."
Right,
value
right.
of-
And then
but
you
the
bring
bid
him out
between
here.
the
You
both
bring him
players.
out here for the first half of the season. You utilize him. You make him look good as a wide
trade him at the
receiver. You make
deadline.
him look good as a running back, especially on the left side, running behind
Preheat
big
him.
bodies of Patrick Paul and
And
Caden
if that's
Proctor,
the case,
where they're going to
and
create
if
some
that's the
lanes, make
case,
him look good, and then you can get a first rounder because guess what? Josh Jacobs, his freaking arrest comes
Right.
through, and now he's going to be out for the rest of the season. Green Bay needs a running
Listen,
back,
I hope
or
you
maybe
guys are
Kenneth
right.
Walker goes down,
and
and Kansas City
and I
needs a
hope you
running
guys are
back.
aware. What you guys are talking about right now can very well be the factor. And if it is, by any case, what happens when the future, we open our eyes in the future and see all of this that you guys are talking about, bringing it up, these moves will be considered worse than Chris Greer.
No, if we
Think
could trade
about that.
Achan for a first round pick,
Think
Pete,
about
that's pretty good.
that.
Yeah, I agree.
If we
No,
get a
if
first round
I mean,
pick,
that depends, though. That
Trade
depends.
Achan
That
for a
depends. Like,
first-round
are
pick?
we gonna are we gonna have to eat any of this contract? Because if there's any of the contract that we eat, then it kind of devalues the first
No,
round
yeah,
pick.
for a first round pick, I'll eat that entire contract for a first round pick.
And a player like that, no, you have to give up
Give
more
me-
compensation.
Give
than
me a
that.
Green Bay Packers first round pick in 2027. They're going to be a top 15
So that's
team.
gonna
They're not
be-
making the playoffs. The Packers ain't making the
Nah,
playoffs
bro,
this year.
that's gonna be like a bottom. That's gonna be a pick from maybe
The Packers
17
ain't making the
to
playoffs.
30.
Well, no, all
17
this
to
is
30.
unrealistic though, because think about it.
The
One of
Packers
the
aren't
best
making
players-
the playoffs. I don't see how
One
you
of the
see
best
that.
players. in
Yeah,
the
they don't
NFL,
have to make the playoffs to still have a good record and be a high seed, though.
But he's not going for a first round pick, guys. We all know that he's not.
If he has a good start to the
value of
season, he
running
could very
back.
well go
but
for a
hold
first
on.
round pick.
Everything is circumstance. Everything is under circumstance, right? Given the right
I don't get
circumstance,
why
any
we paid
player
Achane if nobody
can pull a
offered us
first
a
round
first,
pick.
bro.
Like I said, if the Kansas City Chiefs actually come out and they look like they're back and they're ready to fight for the Super Bowl, and Kenneth Walker goes down before the trade deadline,
I wouldn't trade him to the Chiefs because that's a 32nd overall pick.
have power. Okay, give us
You
your
trade
first
Achane
round this
wherever
year.
you get an
30
offer
second
from.
is good value.
I'm
true
trading
talk.
him to the
He's
Packers.
Not, he
a
is.
second is
Bro,
a value.
you
We're
ever
not
try to
getting a
play
first.
with broken Legos?
Yeah.
You can't clip them together, bro. When they become too like loose, you can't clip them together, dude. This man is a broken Lego. And
but I'm trading.
One of the worst things.
I will.
I'm sorry.
He looks
One
like
of the
a
worst
Lego.
injuries you can carry. One of the worst injuries you can carry as a running back to me are two: an ankle problem as a running back or a shoulder problem. And right now, he has probably both. Think about it. He missed the beginning with an ankle issue, and now it's the shoulder. He is breaking down. If we didn't know about this shoulder injury, I'd still be high on Achane like I was 2.5 weeks ago. With this new information, I'm starting to realize even other moves that we did that I called good are looking bad now. They're looking bad because now it's starting to pan out as desperate moves. Desperation.
Okay,
Let's get
this is what I'm look. This is what I heard. This is what I heard so far about the deal. It's originally we heard it was 4 for the Achane deal, right? It was 4 years, right? Now I'm hearing that there's an out clause on his first year, so they can trade him possibly after year 1. That's why the deal was so sweet.
Yeah,
because
tradable contract.
But I'm not trading him to the Chiefs and getting a 32nd overall pick.
So it's basically a 1-year deal.
Good value for a running back. 30
It's
seconds.
basically a 1-year deal for $20 million.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, and I'm gonna tell you guys right now, if that didn't make you guys overly concerned now, how concerned I am, and you guys think, oh, Peter's over exaggerating. The contract what Cap for Life just brought up speaks for itself. Not even our own organization, Brandon Shore, trusts that Achane's shoulder will hold up that long. So he pretty much did him a favor. Let's give you a little raise right now this upcoming year, and let's hope that your shoulder can stay apart. I think Tampa.
I'm gonna say this, Pete. I am concerned too because of the injury with Achane, because it sounded like me he was already injured and we gave him that contract. Then here's another thing that got me concerned. When we went and got Jalen Reagor, a wide receiver, Jalen Reagor.
Today, we got that today.
I said, exactly, that was today. That was just a few hours ago. I said, wait a minute. There's something going on. These guys are not too sure about what they're doing. There's something going on that has me concerned. I'm not saying that.
We drafted a bunch of bums.
But
not only that, do you guys?
No, it's
not. Were you guys suspicious though
to not get Makai?
Look, listen. I think the Jalen Reagor signing, Mr. Pug, so you guys could understand, and it's not that big of a deal, but then it
Nah,
is a
that
big
big,
deal. It is a big deal because
No,
to
it's
me
concerning
it's a
because
Chris
it's a
Bell
question
thing.
about
It's a Chris Bell. It's a Chris Bell
Yeah,
thing.
it's Chris Bell
They
not being ready. That's what
misjudged
it
his
is.
injury.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Chris
they
Bell not being
probably
ready.
thought Chris
That could
Bell
be true.
would be ready in the first quarter of the season,
I don't
but
think it's just
now
Chris
they're
Bell.
probably
I
thinking
think
like
it's
he
also
might have to go on
I think it's
IR.
also Caleb. I think it's also Caleb too. I think it's
No, that's
also
your opinion.
Caleb.
Well,
I don't
Caleb
think it has
has
anything to
sucked.
do with Caleb.
Apparently, Caleb has sucked in training camp so far. He sucks
Yeah,
so far.
good.
Apparently.
Oh, who would have been surprised about that?
He hasn't caught a ball. I heard.
Thank
I
you,
heard he's
Joe.
been
Joe
dropping
did
every ball
say
that's
that.
come to him.
Joe did
That's
say
the
that.
issue.
Who's catching?
Listen.
Who's
Yeah,
catching
Shaw, you're
Malik
spot
Willis'
on.
balls?
Shaw, you're spot on. This draft was
It's
an
only
F.
been the tight
I
end.
told
this man
you.
is that inaccurate.
But
no receivers making catches.
But did y'all not find it weird? Did y'all not find it weird when A-Chan went
It's
up
the
on
quarterback throwing bad passes. That's what's
A-Chan went
weird.
up on
And
who?
you guys
Teron
want to blame the
Armstead's
receivers
podcast.
now.
Keep
Went
it
on the
real. I
podcast
said,
of Armstead
passing up
and
on
said
Bane,
he hasn't even met
Makai
Malik
Lemon,
Willis
Downs,
yet.
somebody's getting fired.
You see
I'm
the
telling
trickle effect on how. Listen to this. This is a prime example. Look, and shout out to you, Fred. You know I love you, but Fred is one of them. He does not want me to talk negative on Malik Willis because he thinks I'm hating on Malik. But look what y'all doing now. I'm pointing out Malik Willis's flaws on the inaccurate placement of his balls in 7-on-7 drills. And
But we're
now
hearing the complete
y'all
opposite,
making
though,
it seem like
No, we're not.
they're making it seem like
We're
the
hearing about
receivers
Caleb
are
Douglas.
bad,
Not he
but
can't
yet
catch a ball.
it starts with the quarterback getting the
I'm
pass
hearing Malik
there. So if the
Washington is
quarterback
catching
can't get it,
everything.
he's catching everything at the line of scrimmage, cap for life.
Well, I heard Caleb
get
Douglas
that.
can't catch, is what I heard.
But Pete, if he all, it don't matter what, if he's still the standout
Bro,
receiver, that's still
if
concerning.
we sign 7
You know what I'm saying? That's
receivers,
still concerning.
look, how many snaps has Douglas really had though, man? Like, we need to have like content put into this stuff, man, because I get it. He dropped passes during OTAs, but they had a shitload of receivers, and they just signed another receiver. Like, the snaps are going to be limited.
He's
Like,
not making the team though, Cap.
That's
He
another
might not
thing.
even make the team,
And that's
Cap.
another thing. Let's say,
No, but what I'm
let's
saying
say
is,
he'd
how many
rather
snaps
easy
did
slant. This is the
Cap,
problem.
here's the thing,
I don't see it, Cap. You're right. I don't
Take
see it.
Drew
So
Talk.
guess what? It could be an easy slant on 7-on-7s, right? No rush, no pressure. Caleb Douglas runs a quick slant. And you know what happens? Malik Willis, since he's trying to show off his strong arm, he's just gunning the ball so damn hard where the receivers are dropping simple routes. They're just getting there too fast. Like, as soon as they turn their eyes, the ball's there.
But let me debunk that real quick,
Flew
Pete.
by
Yeah, no,
like
but
a
to
missile. And
Cat's
Hold on,
point,
Cap. Let me
Ewers is
debunk
in,
what he's about
he
to.
throws
Let me debunk what he
catchable
just
passes.
said.
We don't hear those
But
reports with Quinn
Pete,
Ewers.
you don't hear that about any other
How come
receiver.
it's
You
not
only hear that
that?
about Caleb
In
Douglas,
fact,
though. That's the issue.
But true talk. But that's a starting receiver. We're not hearing misplacement and bad errant catches by Theo
But
Beats,
Pete, I'm hearing
AJ
Makai
Henning,
Lemon though,
all those
and
other
KC,
receivers that
and
are
All
back
I'm
up
saying-
with Quinn
Lemon
Ewers.
and KC is
How
killing
come
it.
that's
in
not
training
yeah,
happening?
but we just heard the tight end caught catches too. I mean, like, if they're catching passes, I mean,
But Cap,
I'm
there
already
has to be
doubting my
limited
Caleb
snaps.
Douglas. I'm already doubting my
Cap,
Caleb
also
Douglas
too-
love that I
also
gave him
too,
a
they
couple
said
weeks ago. I'm already
Makai
doubting
Lemon.
it. I mean, what I've heard from
That's
him
a
so far is
quarterback problem.
awful.
True
That's
talk.
not Caleb Douglas.
Hold on, bro.
Randy
listen,
Moss
But
struggled
Pete, how
with a
is it a
bad quarterback.
quarterback problem if he's the only one dropping balls? How is that a
Yeah, I don't
QB
think
Bro,
problem?
okay, how many balls did he drop? Let's get technical.
He
Today,
drops
how
a
many
ball every
balls did
day.
he drop?
He drops at least 3
Today,
balls
no,
every day.
today.
Cap.
No, today. Be
3. He probably
specific.
dropped like
Today.
3.
Today?
I mean, dropping balls with no pads.
drops
on is
a ball
terrible.
every day.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
Yeah, he's a
kinda
bum
He can't catch.
receiver. We should have known that from the
Exactly.
That's
draft.
not good. I mean, with no pads on,
No,
no,
listen,
like
listen,
that's not good.
Listen,
Hey Pete, let me ask you a question.
Thank you, Gunner.
Hold up,
No
Quinn.
pads
Hold
on,
up,
bro.
Quinn. Let me say
No
something.
rush,
that's
no
concerning.
pressure.
That's
Just
concerning.
throw the ball on
For
time.
them,
And he's throwing
them.
inaccurate throws, bro. That is huge concern.
That
No,
but the
no,
receivers too.
It's
though.
Caleb Douglas. He can't catch, Pete.
That's what it is.
But
It's not that he
Pete,
can't catch.
But Pete, also to your
It's not
point though,
only
they
Caleb
Makai Lemon, they said Makai Lemon and Casey is killing it in their drafts. So that's concerning to me. Like us not.
In
Isn't
Philly?
the definition of hating when you're only saying negative things about somebody? Can
Gunner,
you say something positive?
Gunner,
Gunner,
I
I haven't
promise
heard
you,
you say anything
the
positive yet,
Dolphins.
Pete.
Gunner,
No, I just said passing on the
I
first
promise
draft.
you,
I just
Gunner,
said passing on them two was not a good idea.
The Dolphins are the only social media
It's the
team
sewer hate
that
all over
hasn't
again.
been able to.
For the
Hold
guys
on,
that hate.
Gunner, the Dolphins are the only
your
social
opinion.
media team
It's just the
in the
same
league
thing.
that
That's all it
hasn't
is.
been able to post OTA
Nothing
highlights,
but pure
bro.
hate.
Every other
Okay,
team in the
True
league
Fan, I
You're not
gotta
has
ask you a
explaining my
question.
multiple
hate. You just
I
touchdowns.
saying it.
got that, True me the question.
I'm trying to
They
ignore him,
all
but
haters. They all haters up here. They all haters up
All
here.
I'm saying is, I said
That's
a
what it
couple
is,
weeks
Fred.
ago. Hold
ain't
on.
nobody
So,
being
Pete, I said a
haters,
couple
bro.
weeks ago, right, that Caleb Douglas has the frame where he could be the next Megatron. I said that a couple weeks ago. I'm already falling back on that. I don't think he could be the next Megatron. He can't catch a ball. If he was able to
Because
catch,
of
I could
what?
think he is. He can't catch.
Okay. All right. Okay.
That take that I said was a horrible take. He
can't
can't catch the football.
He can't catch those inaccurate,
That's
hard
not a horrible take, True Talk.
But
because
every other
if
receiver can catch
he's
it, though,
dropping the
Pete.
balls, then he's dropping the balls. My
Every
point
receiver
is,
can catch it, though,
my
Pete.
point
That's
is,
the
now
issue.
can he turn it around? That's why I say we gotta wait and see.
He didn't
No,
say
I'm
that.
already
All
off
he's
of
doing is
Caleb. I'm already
judging
off
on the
Caleb
moment.
Douglas.
He's going to be sponsored by Butterfingers.
That's hate because he's judging on the moment, which is accurate.
I'm already
He's
off
dropping
Caleb
the damn
Douglas. I don't
ball.
want him on the team. I don't
He's
think he should
dropping
make
the
the
ball.
team. Based on what I heard, he shouldn't make the team.
I like
This
that
is what I
take.
disagree with Pete
Yeah,
about.
like what
Pete
you
is
not
trying to say that
understanding?
the errors
He's
that
not
these
saying he
wide
can't get
receivers are
better. What's
making
going
are
on? He's dropping the ball.
on Malik.
He just drops the ball. That's the issue. He's got Butterfingers.
That's what I'm saying. The man he's dropping the ball.
Yeah,
They
that's an
don't.
issue.
It's his
That's not
fault.
hate.
They don't
That's
know
not
his
hate.
ball
Just dropping the
placement,
ball.
Mr. Puck.
But Pete, he had the highest percentage.
Whoa, what are we talking about here? What's this with the ball
He had the
placement? They
highest
don't know his
percentage of
balls.
drop balls in the
We're
NCAA
So
last
we're
year,
talking
Pete.
Yes.
we're talking
going on?
about Caleb Douglas
go,
dropping
T-Top.
passes,
We're
but then
talking
we're
about
saying that
balls
Malik.
dropping. What's going on here?
But I mean, it's either the receivers are dropping passes or Malik is bad. It has to be one or the other.
The receivers are. It's Caleb Douglas is the only one dropping passes. It's got to be Caleb Douglas.
He's picked up right where he left off in college. He dropped the ball.
He had the most drops in college last year. Like we
Yeah.
should have seen this
Hey.
coming.
I didn't want to
He's a
bring
bum.
that up, but everybody
No,
knows
I've seen
football
it
and called
coming.
me a hater.
Because
You know
I
what I'm
was
saying?
surprised
Like
that we
if
picked
people
him
know
up.
football, I got called a hater, and he had
Nah,
the most
man.
drops in college.
No, I wasn't talking to you, Gunnar. I wasn't talking to you about the hate comment, by the way. I don't know if you took it from me, but I was not implying you at all, bro.
Nah, all right, my bad. Because I'm just like, nah, I ain't hating. I'm
Nah,
just concerned
nah,
about
not
his
you, not
drops,
you, not you.
bro.
No.
It's concerning to
Listen,
me.
Gunner, I'm concerned about the drops too. Because we went and got this man in what? This is the first quarter.
Nah,
the first
I think
wide
Gunn is
receiver we got
concerned
in
more
the
about
draft.
quarterback than the receivers.
I mean, y'all already know who I want with somebody rebuilding, but I ain't gonna bring up that topic.
No, I'm not
You know
gonna
what I'm
listen,
saying?
Pete. You can keep talking about the quarterback situation. I'm gonna say it again.
Hey, with the Browns
I
rebuilding,
think Gunner,
I think
Gunner was
we should never
referring
fire
to.
Say
Mike
it again.
McDaniels. I think
Let
we
me
should
say
never
it
fire
again.
Mike McDaniels with the
Right
Browns
now,
I think-
rebuilding. Hey, that's
I
my
think
opinion.
Hafley is
Gronkowski.
starting to
we
look
jumped the gun.
suspect.
I think
Hafley looks
Gronkowski is going to be our
suspect.
starting.
I
Our
think we
starting
jumped the
tight
gun
end.
on firing Mike McDaniels.
That's what I
but
think.
I
I
ain't want to
think
bring that up.
the Gronkowski guy,
Yep.
the fourth string quarterback right now, he's going to be our tight end. He's Josh Allen. He's like a Josh Allen type.
What the hell are you? What?
Gronkowski, the fourth string the quarterback, the fourth string
The
quarterback.
fourth string quarterback is going to be our tight end. That's what you just said.
Goddamn.
Look at his measurables. Look at his height. Look at his
Are
weight.
you kidding me?
Pete, we passed up on
Chuck, I know you didn't
I
say
mean,
that.
what's the guy name? The tight end?
Go look at. Listen. Go look at his height. Look at his weight. Look at his 40 time. He's either Josh Allen or he's our next starting tight end. There's
Kaczmarek
no
is
in
bigger
between
than him,
that.
bro.
Oh my
Hey, yo,
goodness.
Pete, what's that?
Nah, we're not getting rid of him.
What's that good tight end you put me on?
Why we not?
Morgan that we passed
I don't
on
think we
that's
should get
killing
rid of
it in
him.
the
That guy has
Jets
serious
training camp?
potential. Gronkowski.
Oh, Kenyon Sadiq.
Oh,
He's
man,
like
they said he's
Taysom Hill.
killing it in the Jets camp.
He's like my Taysom Hill. I feel like he could be this.
That's another thing. Gino is throwing
Oh, I
highlights.
forgot.
left
I forgot the
and
Jets
right.
got Sadiq, bro.
Hey, Gunner.
Yep.
You know what these people don't want to understand?
He passed up on a lot of stars on the first round. That's all I'm saying.
We got
And it's not only
we
that,
got
this
Krispy
fan
Kreme
base
though.
doesn't realize it might
Hey,
be
but
funny, but look, I'm a
some
Tua
stars,
hater.
that's some
But
stars.
the fact that Tua is in
And a
Atlanta
Malik hater.
throwing
And a Malik
highlight
hater.
reels, and he's killing it in Atlanta with a new
And an
coach,
A-Chain hater.
new
Forgot that one.
offense, and our quarterback and our coach, the one that they chose to pick over Tua, regardless if I like Tua or not, you were supposed to show us a better quarterback than Tua. And at the moment, Tua doesn't have interceptions in OTAs. He has a lot of
Tua had
touchdown
6
highlights.
seasons with the same
But our
system.
quarterback
What are you
does not.
talking about?
But Kevin
He's in-
Stefanski
Tua had 6
system with
seasons
Daniel
with
and
the
Gilbert,
same system.
He's in a different system
It
this
doesn't
year. What are you
matter.
talking about?
Tua
Tua's
is in a
lighting it
new
up in
system
Atlanta
in
right now,
Atlanta.
though, guys.
He's
Tua's lighting it
lighting
up
it
right
up,
now.
bro.
in Atlanta.
In a new coach, new system. And our quarterback, this
But
coach
Tua
that
always
picked,
been
supposed to
accurate.
have a
He's
better
been a
quarterback.
starter for 6
So we
years.
cut him
Pete.
for
Tua
no
always been
reason.
accurate.
We
Listen,
cut
Tua
Tua for
always
no
been
reason.
accurate quarterback.
Truth is,
But
what
with
Oh
Pete is
pressure,
doing,
we gotta
Pete
see
is
Tua
moving
still
his
with
head
You know
pressure.
why?
over.
Malik
And he
Willis
playing
probably
in a
doesn't beat
division
up
with Miles
Tua in
Garrett
open
coming at him.
competition, bro.
Like, what are you gonna do with Miles
This is
Garrett
probably what it is.
Malik Willis is the new Tua to Pete. That's what's going on.
Malik Willis is not doing better than what Tua would be doing in Miami.
He's not supposed to. He's not supposed to.
I think he's
He's
supposed
not. He's not being asked to be the starter of a team. He's competing to see if he's the starter of a team. One. And number two, he's on a better team than Malik is.
At the moment, this is what you got to realize, True.
I just don't understand how AJ gets off of this scot-free, bro.
Currently, where we sit at, as of today, we did a terrible move based on how Malik has looked and how Tua has looked. And this is why I wanted Batman up here to pop off.
Tua is going into year number 7, Pete. He's a 6-year starter. He had the benefit of having a system. He had the benefit of having a system built around him.
I don't trust Kevin.
What are you saying that for? You're saying that like I don't know that. But are you aware he's in a new team? He's with a new coach, a new OC. He has to learn everything, but he's throwing touchdowns left and right.
Right, because he's a 6-year starter.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because Pete, we seen Kevin Stefanski with Dalen Gabriel, and I think it's the same thing.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that Tua's going to be better than Malik, though. Tua's just a 6-year starter.
As of today, Tua is elite compared to Malik.
It's
crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy, bro. You're crazy, bro. You're crazy, bro.
Yeah, that's a crazy stretch.
I'm gonna let y'all have it. I'm gonna get home and eat, and I'm gonna enjoy the rest of the show because it is funny though. You gotta give me that.
It's crazy to me.
So our OTAs and our mini camp.
That's a real fact.
Our OTAs and our mini camps are so bad that the Atlanta Falcons are looking like playoff contenders right now.
Right? Yeah, that's crazy.
Correct. Offensively, Cap.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Tua on his last strike, he has no chance but to look good, Pete. He has no choice but to try to be accurate. He has no choice. You know what I'm saying? He has no choice. You know what I'm saying? And I think the sample size is with what you get with Dalen Gabriel. I mean, I really don't see him lighting it up like that in Atlanta. I don't see Kyle Pitts getting better. I don't see Drake getting better. Like,
it's funny you named those names, and those are the guys scoring touchdowns on the Twitter highlights for the Falcons. It's those guys.
Oh my goodness! Here
Drake
we go.
London, Kyle Pitts. They're
yada.
And listen to me. Their cornerbacks in Atlanta are better than ours. They got the Terrell brothers. Their defense, the J.C. Bates, he almost led the league in picks last year. Think about it. So Tua is going against a harder defense in the new system, and he's still lighting it up.
You smart. But you still, what you do with Myles Garrett and possibly Aaron Donald come out of retirement and coming at you? You get a little dangerous. Because Aaron Donald is working out.
Well, Myles Garrett is in the NFC. I'm happy he's in the
Aaron
NFC
Donald's
right
on steroids.
Yeah, he's coming. Oh, yeah, I don't know, but he's working out.
TRT's legal though.
He's obviously gonna come back. So that's
probably on TRT.
Tua, I don't see them. I don't even see them making the playoffs, man. They better off starting Michael Penix. And I ain't hating on Tua, but I just think.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Look, I'm glad that he's doing what he's doing right now with all the stuff with the propaganda. But if it's 7-on-7 with us, I can say the same thing about Atlanta. It's just 7-on-7 over there.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I agree with that.
There you go.
Because I don't trust Tua with pads on, and us being Miami Dolphins fan, I just seen how he is.
I need to see something different.
Now, this is what gets me upset. Cap for life and Gunner. Cap for life and Gunner. When I hear, Tua does it.
Hopefully.
But Gunner, hear me out, fellas. This is what makes no sense. He probably can't hear me. Gunner probably can't hear me.
He is not a Miami.
No, but he. First of all, I don't care about none of that. He is a Miami Dolphin. Aren't we paying him this year, Mr. Pop? He's on our payroll.
Technically, yeah. Technically.
Miss me with all of that.
Yeah.
He is on our payroll.
Technically,
I'm not stop talking about Tua because you don't like it, Mr. Pop. I'm not gonna stop talking about Tua. He's still messing my team up, even though he's gone. And now that he's gone, he's messing it up even more. Y'all just don't want to open your eyes because of the Tua is gone satisfaction that you Tua haters have. But guess what?
You're doing is you moving your hate for Tua to Malik. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not. I'm
yes,
just
you are.
comparing
You don't
the
even
situation.
know that you are.
If Tua, If Tua was no,
Yes,
I'm
you are.
not. I'm just
And
pointing out the fact
you are,
that
Pete.
you
Because
guys are
Pete, I
saying,
already
"Oh
told
yeah,
you, Pete.
this
Pete,
is not an
I already
excuse,
mentioned to you.
Mr. Polk, Mr. Polk, but this is not an excuse. Oh, Tua does that in basketball shorts in a bikini every summer, but when the pads come on, Tua becomes a worm. Okay, so why in a bikini can't Malik Willis look like a star as well? If it's easy
Here
to
we
look
go.
like a star in shorts, why isn't Malik looking like a star in shorts?
Why can't the
That's
defense look
my
good?
problem.
I mean,
That's
why
my
can't the
problem.
defense look
Because
good though?
Atlanta has a better defense than us.
That's very
Atlanta
true.
has a better
We
defense.
don't know
Okay.
that. All these guys are brand new.
But
So don't tell me,
y'all know
oh,
I'm
Tua
here for
does
the
that in
content.
shorts every
Here's the
year.
thing.
Our guy
Y'all know I'm
can't
here
do
for
it in shorts, and y'all not concerned? The man ain't
Mr.
even
Polk.
wearing pads, and he's throwing
I'm
errant
Bro,
passes.
okay, look.
Think
Look,
about that.
all I saw, look, I saw a couple of passes from Tua. Yeah, he hit with Drake London. Great. I also saw him underthrow to Bijan Robinson, where Bijan had to stop and come back and get the ball. Like,
But did he not score the
we've seen
touchdown,
this
Cap?
before.
Did he not? But
But
did
imagine
Bijan
with some
score or
defense
not?
there though.
It was an
Pete,
underthrow. It was an
Pete, you're
underthrow,
not
Cap.
wrong for
But
what you're
did
saying.
Bijan score the touchdown? Yes or no?
Yes, Pete, but underthrowing is not good. He hasn't
Exactly.
improved.
Our guy ain't underthrowing and getting touchdowns. That's the difference.
But we
That's
don't
the
have a
difference.
BJ Robinson though.
Y'all
either,
trying to
though,
point a
Pete.
flaw in Tua's arm when our
No,
guy can't even
we
get a
actually
lucky throw.
do. We actually have a Bijan, and right now that we haven't been throwing the Bijan, it's making Malik look bad. Once we get A-Chain out there and throws the same amount of passes that we're seeing to the Bijan, then we can have a true comparison. But we're not even throwing it to our star
And
running
mind you,
back because he's not even playing.
mind
Yeah,
you,
that's
fellas,
true.
Tua has more pressure on his shoulders than Malik Willis does. Malik Willis is
Oh, of
given the
course. He knows he's
QB1
done.
spot
He
right
knows
now.
if he doesn't do this in
disagree.
Atlanta, he
Has
knows
to
he's done.
compete for
disagree
his
with that.
job. And
It was
Tua
like that
doesn't
though,
even
Pete.
let that pressure get to him.
But
He's out there
Pete, can I
just
rebuttal to that? No, Pete,
like flick of the
reason
wrist.
why I disagree, Pete, because it was because until our schedule came out. With that schedule, Malik Willis is in hot water, bro.
No,
This
yeah.
is the
I'm
perfect
not going
schedule.
to argue that.
Hold up.
I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to argue that. I mean, my thing is,
not just Malik.
Go ahead, sorry, go
Play
ahead.
who you play.
It's not just
I don't
Malik.
think we
Nah,
have a
that's
tough schedule.
Quarterback problem.
I disagree.
Because I'm gonna say it
I
again.
disagree. I don't think we got a tough schedule.
Nah, we got tough schedule, Pete.
I think that Hafley is gonna go in that draft and get the quarterback that he wants. He right now, I don't think he think it's Malik. I don't think he think it's Quinn Ewers. I don't think he think it's Cam.
You know what?
Miller. So
But
he's gonna
Pope,
go and get.
I'm gonna predict it. I'm gonna predict it right now. I'm gonna predict it right now. I'm gonna
Do my
predict it right
prediction.
now. Next year, it's gonna be Quinn Ewers starting with John Gruden as our head coach.
Here we go.
It's gonna be
Here
John
we go.
Gruden as head coach with Quinn Ewers as the starter. Watch.
Nah, John's going to Cleveland.
Watch. That's what's gonna happen.
He going
Because
to
by
Cleveland.
mid-season, when Malik blows a toe, guess what? Quinn Ewers is gonna come in and make that offense roll.
Yeah, he gonna blow it too.
But here go the wild take though.
You wish
But here
injury
go
on
the
that
wild.
man already.
But here go my wild take, y'all.
Come on, that's how
Y'all
they're gonna
know-
take that guy out, Mr. Park. They're not gonna sit here and admit, oh, you know what? We screwed up. Quinn Ewers is better than Malik. They're not gonna do that. They're gonna play the injury game. Oh, Malik has a bad toe. Malik got a bad hammy.
That's true.
Let
That's
Quinn
true.
go in.
They are not
That's
gonna
let
mess up
Quinn go in.
draft a quarterback in the next draft. Quinn
They're gonna
Ewers
lie to us.
or Malik
They're gonna
Willis
lie to
or
us.
Or Cam Miller. They're
This
gonna
coach
go get the
staff is
quarterback
going
they
to lie
want,
to us.
regardless of who's on the roster right now. Because all three of these quarterbacks are not proven. They are not proven. Malik is
Mr.
not
Pope.
proven. Quinn Ewers not proven. Cam Miller's not
Yup.
proven.
Say it
So
again.
they're gonna
That's
go
true.
And
and
I'm
get
glad
another
you
quarterback
and Mr.
after-
Park.
out
You
the
know what
draft
I love?
next
You know what I
season.
love, Mr. Park? You said that with your chin up and your chest high, and I love it. Malik is not proven. So tell me why the hell all of y'all were acting around here, pom-poms in the air like he was proven. I've been trying to tell y'all for the longest.
Because
I've been
this
trying to tell y'all for the
Sunday,
longest.
Pete,
This
I
is
can
a
answer that.
competition. Y'all been telling me it's no competition. He's the QB. Now look, bad pass after bad pass with no rush in his face.
Hold up, Joe.
I can tell you that, Pete.
No, hold up, Joe. Let me say this.
Talk to me, Joe.
I did
Yeah, I'm
not
gonna go
say
after
that.
you, Joe.
I
I'm
did
gonna go
not say
after
that,
you.
Pete. I said that Sully and Hafley are on Malik being the starting quarterback. I didn't say that was my choice. I already told you what my choice is. Right now,
That's
I
cool.
think they're
We heard that.
no. I'm gonna say it again because make sure everybody get. They're looking at somebody in that next draft to go and get, and they're gonna go get him regardless of Quinn Ewers,
Nah.
regardless of
Hey,
Malik,
this
regardless
is
of Cam
this
Miller.
is the
They're gonna
goal.
go
This is
get
the
their quarterback.
goalpost moving right now.
I agree.
This is the
I agree.
goalpost moving right now. Want me to tell you why that's goalpost moving, Gunner? Because if Malik right now was killing it in OTA the way that Tua was doing it right now in Atlanta,
Oh my
we would not be
goodness.
having this thought process right now. Oh, we're looking for a quarterback. You're only looking for a quarterback next season because it's looking bad today. That's
Hey,
why.
No,
And it's
Pete.
starting
No,
to hit.
Pete.
Yo, Pete,
That's
we
what
don't
it
even gotta
is.
Let me
do
tell you
that.
something,
We
Pete.
would
Hey,
not be talking.
go ahead,
If
Mr.
we
Pope.
got Malik Willis throwing touchdown to Doches, to Malik Washington, oh, he's lighting it up in OTAs. Nobody on this panel will be talking about, oh,
Hey,
we're preparing for a quarterback in 2027. Miss
hey,
me with
Pete,
that.
we ain't even gotta do that. We ain't even gotta do that. We can offer the Browns a 4th-round pick for you know who.
Are you still going on about Shedeur?
And I'm down for that. And
They're
I'm down for
rebuilding.
that. And I'm
They're
down
trading
for that.
Shedeur. They're trading. I
I'm
told you
down
they're
for
trading.
that.
I told y'all they used him
Mr.
for ticket sales. Didn't I
17.7
say
million.
Mr. Pope?
Mr.
Mr. Pope.
17. Hey,
Mr. Pope.
Gunner,
With them, hold
he's
on, hold on.
Mr. 17 point. Hey, Gunner, remember
Let me
what I
land. Let
told
me
y'all?
land.
If
Let
we
me land.
drop
Hold on. Let me
Shadir,
land,
if we
Pete.
drop
Let me
Shadir,
land.
that guy will bench Tua fast.
Pete,
And I was right. Go ahead.
Pete, with them trading their best player away, right, for 1st-round pick, right? So didn't I say they was using Shedeur for ticket sales and ratings? Didn't I? And people say no.
Yep.
Didn't I say?
And I was there with you. 100%. Jersey
They
sales,
wanted
all of
Arch
that.
Manning the whole sale because they're gonna flip Shedeur. Shedeur not gonna play in Cleveland. We all know that. They're gonna start Watson. They whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I told y'all. I'm not saying he could necessarily be a Dolphin, but I said they use that man for ticket sales and for ratings, bro. They was never gonna plan on playing him. And that's what I said, bro. It wasn't about his athlete. It wasn't about his ability. With them trading their #1 player yet for a 1st-round pick, that's a guarantee to run for Arch. They're tanking for Arch, bro. That's obvious, man. Come on, man. I told
Ghost
y'all,
100. I've been like
I
Gunner
don't
just
think
said.
they're
I
tanking,
told
but
y'all.
they're definitely
I'm gonna steal
preparing
that
for
line
the
from
next
Gunner.
guy.
I told y'all there was quarterback competition in Miami. These guys just wanted to argue with me. No, it's Malik. They pay him this much money.
Yeah, Pete, you know why they argue
It's
with
a
you?
$5 million cap hit. Me with that. Why?
It's Pat.
They showed their
Pete,
evaluation. I'll tell you that, Joe. But tell us why.
it's because the fans that believed automatically that Ewers is going to come in here and be a superstar, they're the same fans that looked at our draft and started clapping like seals. They're the same fans that still believe in Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and the Tooth Fairy. They live in a
You better
fantasy.
believe that, Joe. I'm one of those fans. I love it. I believe in Santa Claus. And for whoever doesn't believe in Santa Claus, fools on you.
But Pete, like I'm not
Hey,
not
Saint
even
Nick is
on
legit,
high
bro.
Ponder like that. I'm not on Ponder
I'm
like
telling
that
you.
hard, bro. But
Those are all gods.
he look
We
all
get
right.
blessed.
But
Never forget.
how Bane looking, man. Like I think that, like, and I'm not stuck on him.
We
He's
fucked
not
up not drafting Bane.
Downs, Bane,
100%, Joe.
Casey.
100%.
Somebody should get fired for that.
And I wasn't on
said
board.
I told
But
y'all
you know why I know?
y'all. We didn't need
Gunner
a lineman.
and
We
Joe,
got a
you know why I
lineman in the
know we
second
messed
round,
up passing
bro.
on Bane?
That was a terrible draft.
You know how I know we messed up passing on Bane? It's a fact now. Chop Robinson spoke today. Chop Robinson spoke today and says he needs to do what he's good at and work on his weaknesses. He admitted he has a lot of weaknesses in his game. They're talking about having him as a rotational player, only on obvious passing downs.
We'll start calling him Chop
sad.
us.
If he's on the chopping block, Joe. You're right. You're right. He is on the chopping block.
Yeah, and
you know what? I wouldn't be shocked if we cut him on 53.
But with him mentoring with a Hall of Famer like Taylor mentoring him, like, bro, he gonna take that very, you know how personal he's gonna take that hometown kid that could have been playing in his hometown.
Why take that salary cap hit if there's an out in his contract? Why is he even worth a 5th-year option discussion? Let's go. Let's act right now.
Who, Bane?
This was year 4 for him. You know,
He's talking about
Chop Robinson.
Now, yeah,
Chop.
that's why
Are we putting Chop Robinson on his 5th-year option?
Hell
His
no.
agent is on the phone right now. His agent is on the phone with you right now, Gunner. Hey, my client wants the money and the bag. He might hold out. What you gonna say?
I'm gonna be upset because I'm gonna be like, you haven't produced anything on the field to show you an elite pass rusher. Like clearly, like you know what I'm
Exactly.
saying.
But he
Like
has no
you haven't
leverage.
really,
He better
you haven't
play.
really.
I think Chop benefited from that Penn State defense he was on.
Yeah, he's starting to not look good, and he got the keys to be the number one rusher. So that's why if he makes a
And let's
comment
not
like that, I
forget,
didn't
he
even
was
know that.
drafted by Chris Greer, an analytical guy. This is where mistakes are made. Why do you care about how fast Chop Robinson can get to the pass? Oh, he gets to the quarterback with tons of pressure. He always puts pressures. Pressure doesn't mean it was a good play. I see quarterbacks under pressure all the time complete a pass. All the time. So, because you got pressure? Oh, you pressured the quarterback. Okay, the quarterback threw it quick, checked it down to A-chain completion. A-chain goes for 12, first down. What did the pressure cause? The pressure caused the quarterback to throw it fast, complete a check down, and that was a bad because the defense wasn't ready. So that was bad pressure. That was bad pressure. See what I'm saying? What you got to get paid for the sacks. That's the difference. We need guys, and that was my issue.
Yes,
Joe.
bro. I've been saying this since last season, bro. Like pressures are overrated,
Joe,
bro.
to some extent, because Ruben Bain, he showed up when it mattered most in the playoffs. But Ruben Bain wasn't getting sacks in the regular season, Joe.
Oh, remember we lost
man,
the game last year because our player couldn't finish the sack on Herbert. Remember that one?
Yeah, he got $100 million contract with the Carolina Panthers. That's another team now. That's another team, Joe. It's funny, but it's true. The Panthers are paying Jalen Phillips based on his pass rush.
They're the kings of overpaying former Dolphins. Remember that the guard that we didn't retain? Yeah, they reset the guard market with him.
That's why that was a terrible move. You don't pay a guard that much money.
They pick up their scraps.
Terrible. So and here's another thing. I hear a lot of Dolphin fans. Oh crap! The Patriots got AJ Brown. You know what? I'm actually clapping it up. I'm happy that the Patriots got AJ Brown.
Wrong shit.
They're about to be in cap hell soon. They're gonna have to pay Christian Gonzalez. They're already gonna probably have to give him another contract. AJ Brown. Drake May is gonna ask for a big bag soon. That's gonna cripple their team.
I don't think it's a good fit for them. I mean, the best thing they had going on with their offense last year was the fact that they were spreading the ball out, and it was hard to know where they were going. Now you've got AJ Brown. If you're not feeding him 40+% of the passes, he's going to be bitching on the sidelines, pretending to read books.
100%. And let me tell you something. Jalen Hurts, y'all might not like him or whatever, but he stands on his 10 toes. He's not a guy that AJ Brown is just gonna be able
Devonta
to
Smith is going to have
on.
an insane
You
year.
see that?
No, but you got to think about it
Devontae
too. Last
Smith,
season
by
for
the
them
way.
was
That's
what?
a fact,
It was
though, right?
Kayshon Boutte and who? Stephon Diggs, right?
Yeah.
Now they have
Kayshon
AJ Brown
Boutte,
and they got Romeo Dobbs.
They had Kyle Williams. It's like what Joe said, and this is what I love about Joe's take. The Patriots last year, he was spreading it out to everyone. You never knew who was getting the ball. This upcoming season, we don't know how Drake May is going to turn out to be because honestly, Drake May doesn't have that same alpha male factor, in my opinion, that Jalen Hurts carries. I think once AJ Brown doesn't get the ball thrown and he starts becoming a diva, Drake May is going to fold to that. He doesn't look like that alpha male like that, and he's going to force passes to AJ, and those are going to be errant bad plays that is going to go the other way, and this is going to be the beginning of a downfall for the Patriots. Don't let the name fool you guys. I think it was a bad trade, and honestly, the Eagles and the NFC won. It really did. This is a locker room. If we would have got AJ Brown, y'all would have been saying he's a locker room problem. Yeah, no, you think the Patriots are going to be able to hold? Oh no, Pete, it's Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel drafted him in Tennessee. Yeah, wasn't it Mike Vrabel that traded him out of Tennessee too? Don't give me that. There's a lot. I don't think the Patriots are going to this division. They're going to beat each other up. They're going to beat each other up. This division winner this year, I do believe, is going to be a 10-win team. 10-win team is going to take this division. Fred, you there, Fred? Quinn Ewers has Coach Hafley speaking as no-look passes. He has beautiful arm angles, different throwing motions. And these are some of the things I told this fan base about what I love about Quinn Ewers. So when coaches speak and it aligns with what Pete was saying, it's just a beautiful feeling, It's not like these other things. I speak from what I see, and then the coaches say it, and now it brings a smile. And Quinn Ewers is bringing a smile to Coach Hafley, which honestly, it's inevitable now. He actually confirmed there is quarterback competition.
I have put Quinn Ewers QB1 as my tag here because I really do think we might see this guy start this year. Maybe not week 1, but I think we'll see Quinn starting games. They have to look at it as not just a tryout in the preseason, but a tryout through the regular season too.
Joe, it's at this point, it's inevitable. Now, fans, when they get to watch the training camp practices, they're going to be able to say, oh, Malik didn't throw accurate passes. They're going to see it for themselves shortly. All that arm strength crap is going to go out the door when they realize, oh, this is a check down. Like, where's his arm? Remember, we loved Tannehill in the beginning, but when did the Tannehill start acting up? When we started realizing, man, we got Mike Wallace. You're not throwing the ball deep. You got a strong arm. Get it out there. Throw it. And that was concerning because when you know a quarterback has a strong arm and they're not throwing it deep, then you start getting upset. The same way when you know a weak arm quarterback doesn't have a deep arm, and you fans start paying attention to the deep routes that are open, and it gets them upset because this quarterback has a weak arm. It goes both ways. So when the fans start seeing Quinn Ewers, like I told, this is why I love my takes, because they come alive. I literally said Quinn Ewers might get in trouble, Joe, because what he's going to do to win his quarterback battle this year is he's going to float that ball deep downfield because he knows the areas of weaknesses Malik Willis can carry, which is downfield accuracy throws. Don't matter how strong your arm is. Are you accurate with those throws?
Right.
The way Quinn Ewers is going to shine is by completing wild passes downfield that Malik Willis isn't. Because ain't nobody going to say, wow, A-Chain caught a little screen. Wow, Malik Willis caught a screen and shook 3 cornerbacks and got 12 yards. That credit is going to go to Malik Washington. Not that Malik Willis threw a screen to Malik Washington. You see my point?
Well, that's my biggest fear about this offense is I don't want it to be gimmicky. We need to have it all around. Like he's got to be able to throw like an actual quarterback and not just be, tossing it to the side or running it every play. Because those gimmicks only get you so far.
100%. And I think we're going to probably show and prove that we got the best quarterback of last year's draft. That's what I think is going to end up happening. Think about it.
Right, who else was in there?
Tyler Shuck, Cam Ward, Shadir Sanders. Wasn't it Nussmeier or whoever they wanted?
Who was the second? That wasn't Jackson Dart, was it? No, that was the year before.
Jackson. Yeah, it was Jackson Dart.
Yeah, it was.
Jackson Dart.
So it's Cam Ward and Jackson Dart. And
Jackson Dart already lost his locker room with that Trump speech thing.
Oh gosh.
That yeah. I mean, I know I don't want to talk about it, but don't you feel that that's what happened, Joe? He went to the Trump thing, opened up. Abdul Carter tweeted, and apologies had to be made. That locker room is broken right now. They do not like that guy because he supported Trump. That's what it is. So this is what's going to happen, Joe. The defense makes a play. If the offense doesn't make a play, they're blaming and arguing in that locker room. Nah, you threw the interception. We lost because of you, Jackson Dart, Trump supporter. Yeah, it was you. You know?
That was a MAGA interception.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem with political differences because they already brought politics in that building. You don't never want to bring politics in the building And right now, Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart are two
Well,
high
Abdul
draft
Carter
picks
brought
for
it
the
into the
Giants.
building, but yeah, it's not good.
It's just I don't think the Giants have a shot. Forget about it.
Hopefully, the Giants are all laughing about it, saying none of us actually care. But I would hate to
think
see
about
a
what
lot.
the Giants are doing. They just signed Odell Beckham. They brought back TikTok leader Juju Smith-Schuster.
I think Neighbors is
And Berrios, Braxton Berrios.
Braxton
Neighbors plays?
Berrios.
Well, Neighbors is fucked.
No,
Neighbors is
in
never going to
trouble.
be the same.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I think they signed all these guys because I think he might not be back to like mid-season.
That's very unfortunate about Neighbors. Even if he does return, he's not going to be the same.
And they were showing actually highlights yesterday on Twitter on receivers that did nasty routes to get the separation. And Neighbors was on that list a few times where he just completely on route just had hit the cornerback fall. Pop, 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 like just wide open off just nasty route tree. And it sucks because you're right, Joe. He's those type of receivers that distance themselves based on route. They don't come back when their knee is like that.
Yeah, that's why
some of the receivers like a DK like if a DK Metcalf tears an ACL like that and his MCL, he's a downhill runner and he uses his size. He'll be able to make it up from that.
Right.
But those other shifty guys, nah.
That's why I think people were still saying, no, Tyreek, even if he's not the same, he's still going to be better than everyone. No, it's just not true. Like if Tyreek comes back from that injury, he's not going to be anywhere close to the same.
Not as a number one, but if he goes to a team, let's say like the Patriots, he will be a good number 2 to 3 option because he's still going to have his abilities, just not as a elite number 1 overall player. You get what I'm saying? But he can still produce and be a very good, solid receiver.
Doesn't even have
I
height
trust him over Diggs because he would still be faster than Diggs coming off of a return. He's going to lose speed, but he would still be faster than other receivers.
I don't know.
Like he's going to be faster than Devontae Adams.
This brings him to like a 4.4, mid 4.4 speed, in my opinion, with that kind of an injury.
You know, that's the thing. Like we signed Jalen Reagor. Like
doesn't have the height.
Tyreek Hill is out there. Why aren't we having to sign Tyreek Hill? Why haven't we brought him in the building?
I don't think this new regime wants him. Not to mention,
they said we cut him because he failed the physical. When he passes a physical, if he can pass a physical, I think that's when the Dolphins might he knows I want to be a Dolphin. I think he wants to be a Dolphin with Malik Willis. I really do.
If everyone's out of the building, what does he care about being a Dolphin anymore?
Yeah, I think
because
he's going to take his time to think right now. I think
remember they call. I think that quitting thing. I think he wants when they labeled him a quitter, all the Tuaneers. I think he wants to spit back in their face as a Dolphin, come back, show off with Malik Willis, and try to at least get a 2-year extension. Because if he comes in the second half of the season, Joe, and we look good offensively with Tyreek Hill finally back and up and running, he can earn himself a 2-year extension with the Dolphins because we'll have a lot of salary cap, and him and Malik can groom and grow the young receivers on the roster.
Or wasn't Tyreek the one saying that he wanted to play with Baker Mayfield like a year or two ago? I figured
that's how bad it was with Tua, Joe. He said he wanted to
play with Herbert too. He said a whole bunch of shit, man.
All of that was like all ammo for dissing Tua. If you guys really open up your eyes,
yes.
He picked every quarterback over Tua, pretty much.
I guess. I just don't see how he could possibly have any ties to this team still.
Yeah, me either. I think they've done sailed its course already down here.
Brandon Shore.
I mean,
he has now.
How much is he interacting with that guy?
They just elevated him, and he has say now. What do you guys feel about that? Those promotions that they did.
I think Brandon Shore was one of the guys that said don't pay him last season. He said don't pay a lot of guys last season, from what I understand.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Of course, they're going to make up these narratives now.
I mean, his name was on some of those awful contracts, and yet he gets promoted with this new regime.
That's what I'm saying, Joe. And you heard what Cap for Life just said, right? Now people are saying he wasn't on board with the Tua contract. He wasn't on board. Listen, with the Bradley Chubb. He wasn't on board with all those bad
That's how I'd be
contracts people
painting it
called
if that
out.
was him. I'd be saying, yeah, that
That's
was
a
all real
lie.
the whole way.
Exactly. That's all a lie, bro. That's all
Yeah,
a lie.
right.
Because if they got rid of this would and it almost falls into a racist category if you ask me. If they got rid of Brian Flores for not being collaborative and communicative, and you're gonna tell me they let Brandon Shore get away with not being collaborative and communicative, what the hell is that then? What the hell is that then? Because you're telling me now, Brandon Shore, oh, he was against everything. Oh, he was against everything? Well, so was Flores. And they let Flores, they kicked him out of here. But they didn't kick Brandon Shore. What made them keep Brandon Shore that was against everything, but not keep Brian Flores? Huh? Huh? Answer that. Make no sense, bro. Bob Brandon Shore was he's a Diglett. You know, the three-head Pokemon, he's going along with everything that went along. That's what it is. That's what it is. And now they're trying to make up these wild allegations. Now, who spoke to him? Did y'all hear that come out of Brandon Shore's mouth? Who's making these allegations? I never heard Brandon Shore say, "No, I was against the Tua extension." Nah, Brandon Shore was popping champagne with Chris Greer that day when they extended Tua. They popped that cork together.
Brandon Shore said, "I ain't in it. I ain't got nothing to do about it. With it. I ain't in that shit."
After, huh?
Wasn't
He didn't shake Chris Greer's hand, huh? He wasn't invited to the party. He wasn't invited to the Tua extension party, huh? That's what you saying, Fred?
Yeah, he probably was invited, bro. He probably just wasn't dealing with that shit, bro. Fuck that.
Oh, he didn't have a drink. He went, but he didn't have a drink. I get it. He went. He just ain't have a drink and he ain't locked eyes with nobody.
Yeah, that's why they gave Tua that contract, because they was all drunk, bro. They had to be.
Trying to give that Cap for Life. They trying to give that guy. That's what I be talking about. This regime is starting to look bad. It's starting to look really, really bad. And Quinn Ewers is going to be the equalizer to that. Because people are going to realize Malik Willis. Think about this, Fred. Because look, Austin Jackson, we didn't draft the right tackle. Austin Jackson is hurt. They said they were evaluating this roster. How good did they evaluate it if our right tackle, who has injury concerns, you didn't find a replacement for that? You didn't find a plan B for that. Matter of fact, you already came out and said you're not putting Proctor on the right side.
We found a replacement for that. That was Caden Proctor, bro.
They ain't moving him to the right side, they said.
They did find a replacement for Austin Jackson. It's Caden Proctor.
Nah.
The next
And check this out, Fred. And they're falling for the fake weak. This is another Tua, but y'all don't want to admit it. It's another Tua move. A-Chain said, pay up or shut up, and our regime folded. Understand that, Fred? Our regime folded?
It's not nowhere near the same case, bro. Nowhere near the same case.
Oh, no? Small? Being small?
I'm going to tell you why. Because you remember when Tua said, the market is the market? You do realize
that's pretty much what A-Chain said. The market is the market.
You know, he had the attitude is where, I know I'm not good, but what the market says is I'm supposed to get paid. That's what I got out of that, bro. When he said that, that was the impression I got.
Look. I'm telling you right now, Black Jane Green, have a blessed day. But I'm glad you put LOL in front of that text. You know why? You don't believe it yourself. If Malik Willis only wins 5 games, that man, he's a Krabby Patty. He will be dust out of here. He probably won't even be on the roster next year. He won't. He's not allowed to lose. And I'm being real. And you know what? Just so y'all don't think I'm hating on Malik Willis,
that also aligns with Quinn Ewers. If Quinn Ewers beats out Malik, like I believe will happen, he has to come in and win. Not no 4-win crap. If he starts week 1 and Quinn Ewers only wins 4, he's out of here. He
They
is
need to win
cooked.
at least 10 games. They need to win.
That's a fact. I say 7. 7 is the floor, and 3
I
losses.
think 10 with
have
their
to
schedule.
be, 3 losses have to be excusable. True talk. A
That's
missed
why this
field
is a
goal.
quarterback
You
competition.
know what I'm saying? A bad call went against us on another game.
I have them at 14 and 3
Okay,
right now.
so he's out of
special
here if he
teams
wins 7
blunder.
games, Pete. So he's out of here if he wins 7 games too.
If Malik or Quinn Ewers start all year and they win 7 games,
See, this is what I mean.
They will be the starting quarterback next year, Fred.
Cut it
and
out,
we
bro.
will
Cut it
not
out.
be drafting
This
a
is what I
quarterback
mean.
in
This
the
is
first
what I
round.
mean.
They will
I
be
This is
drafting
what
a
I mean.
quarterback.
This is what
They're
I
gonna
mean
draft a
by
quarterback
whether you
whether
Malik is
promise
he
you
damned
that,
if
Fred.
he do. This is what I mean by Malik's damned if he do and damned if he don't.
Yeah,
If
because
he
they're gonna
does
go and
win
get their
8 games,
quarterback.
if
They're
he
gonna get the
does
Fred.
win
quarterback that
8
they want,
games,
regardless. Or Quinn Ewers or Malik Willis or Cam Miller. These 3 quarterbacks are
Oh,
not
Gronkowski, stop! You guys keep calling out this Gronkowski guy. You guys keep acting like he's not on the
You
roster.
guys are not
I didn't say
realizing
Gronkowski.
only because look,
You the
and
one
this is
said
another thing.
Gronkowski.
A-Chain spoke. You see, I'm so happy A-Chain spoke while you guys keep making up this whole the Miami Dolphins are under a rebuild narrative. That just continues to prove to show that I was right and a lot of you guys are media
No, it's no rebuild. It's no rebuild.
A-Chain even admitted it. This is not a rebuild. He
It's not a
doesn't have
rebuild
time
to
for a
him.
rebuild.
He's
Okay?
saying that to him.
This
It's no
is a
I
rebuild.
saw
The
it in
team.
team is not a
the
This
rebuild.
is a
He was
team.
saying that
This
to
is
him.
not. They've
To
been
him.
It's
loud and
not a
wrong.
rebuild.
They've been loud and
Yes,
wrong on
it
this
is a
whole rebuild
rebuild.
crap every time they
Nah,
mention
Yes,
that.
it
I
is a
don't see it
rebuild.
as a rebuild. This team can win 14 games
Well,
if
then
everything
that's your
goes right.
opinion. I see it as a rebuild. And you're not gonna
So
say
what do
my
you?
mouth
And
How
you're
many
either.
seeing
wins?
it
This is a
wrong.
rebuild.
So
And
how
you're
many wins do you
seeing
have us
it
at?
wrong. That's all I'm
This is a
pointing out.
rebuild.
Whoever sees it as a rebuild, understand you're wrong. But the
It's
good
not a
thing
rebuild.
about it
They're
is,
right.
let me tell you something.
They're
Let me
right.
tell you
Because
something about you rebuild thinking fans.
we just
Let me tell you
actually
something about you rebuild thinking
went
fans.
and got
When we
a
do
trim
win the
and
7 games,
and
or
conditioned
if we're in the
stat. We
playoff
just went and got another stat.
conversations
We also
with
got new
10 wins, like I
got some
think,
new people in the front
you
office.
guys are going
This
to
is
be
a rebuild.
so happy that I'm going to be
You
proud.
just
I'm
don't want
going
to
to be
admit it.
jealous that I know you guys are happier than
Hey,
me because I saw us as a 10 win and you guys didn't foreshadow it.
hey, Pete, but did you see Tua already getting his receivers paid? Did you see that Drake London?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Tua's already getting his receivers paid.
No, he's not. He didn't get London paid.
Yeah, Joe, the
Now
GM and all that are there at training camp.
Now we're pushing it a little bit too over the limit right now.
come on, bro. Come on,
He's
man.
there at training camp. They see the potential with Tua at quarterback.
$100 million
Oh
guaranteed.
my
They were gonna pay him anyway.
$100 million
But
guaranteed.
okay, Joe, they might have paid him anyway. But what I'm saying is they confirmed that they were going to pay him right now because of what they saw with Tua as his quarterback. Clearly, Tua's doing something right in training camp to get people paid.
You know what? And you know what, True Talk, these people might not like that take. True Talk,
It's true.
many people might not like that
Something's
take.
going on.
But True Talk, many people might not like that take, but that's a good point because it shows Drake London can flourish with any quarterback. With Kirk Cousins, with Michael Penix, with Tua. It don't matter the quarterback.
And Pete, you don't know, maybe Tua's making him look the best in his career right now. We don't know what goes on in OTAs right now, guys. Drake London might be looking like the best he's ever been in his career.
We'll see if London feels that way when Tua throws in the medicine ball, bro.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Tua's in MVP conversations again this year with what I'm seeing on Atlanta social media, and he's getting people paid. I wouldn't be surprised if he's an MVP candidate.
True Talk. And if that's happening, and those fans like Mr. Polk who just checked out, they're not going to like coming around here no more. Because I'm not going to stop talking about Tua because Mr. Polk keeps saying, don't talk about Tua. He's not on the team.
Oh, no, I'm going to talk about Tua all year.
If Tua is balling out in Atlanta, I'm going to talk about Tua even more especially if our quarterback is
Pete,
not
and
playing
not
up
Pete,
to
let's
par.
talk about something real quick. So people are saying right now the Rams are the best team in the league, right? Everyone's saying the Rams are by far the best team in the league. Have any of you guys looked at the Falcons roster? I think the Falcons have a better roster than the Rams have right now.
They don't have a
Over the Bucks.
I think the Falcons have the best roster in the NFL. They're above the Rams in my opinion. When you look,
In their division.
Yes, I think the Falcons are the best. I think the Falcons are the best overall roster in the NFL.
Carolina's worst. They still beat the Falcons, bro.
True talk.
Carolina's worst.
Go look at the
True talk.
roster.
Did you watch any Atlanta games last year? You saw how they used both Algier and Bijan. They
Algier's
don't
not
have
there
Algier
anymore.
Exactly.
They don't have. But if you look at it, you have Bijan. You have Bijan, the top 3 running back. You have a top wide receiver room in Drake London. You have Kyle Pitts still, and you have who's on the other side?
Exactly. Exactly. True talk.
You still have an elite defense.
It's not a wide receiver room. It's a wide receiver.
Zachary Branch. Yep, Zachariah Branch.
What are we talking about? A third or fourth round rookie?
Hey, if anybody knows, it's Joe. Joe had what? In fantasy, you had Bijan and you
I
had
watched
Drake.
a lot of Atlanta games last year, and that.
If you look at their weapons,
Once Drake went down, that was it. Once Drake went down,
but they have Tua now though, Cap.
until like week 16.
Cap, they have Tua now. They had Penix last year. They have an upgraded
What does that mean?
Penix.
They did not.
They have an upgraded Penix. Tua is getting people paid.
Bro,
cut that out, bro. Oh my goodness. I don't believe it.
You guys, listen. You guys are still. You guys don't want to see the truth.
They got a wide receiver.
Listen. You guys don't want to see the truth because you guys are still mad about the Tua, all that stuff.
I'm not
The
mad
truth
about
is, Tua is balling out.
OTAs on 7-on-7.
Tua is balling out and he's getting people paid. That's the truth. If you look, Cap, if you look at the roster, this is Tua's best
I
roster.
get that, but he had a better roster here, and that's all we heard during OTAs. Oh, he's sharp. He's sharp. Nobody likes sharp, but he.
But true talk, let's not get it misconstrued either. The only Dolphin fans panicking right now are those Malik Willis guys, because Quinn Ewers. Think about the good news we're getting out of Quinn Ewers on why some Dolphin fans, including myself, are super hyped up about the season. Quinn Ewers is getting rave reviews by Coach Hafley, and he admitted today exactly what these Malik Willineers were discrediting when I was bringing it up, that Quinn Ewers has an open quarterback competition. These guys were saying it's not a competition. Hafley confirmed today it's a competition. You know why Hafley had to confirm today on that podium that there is an open quarterback competition? Let me tell you guys why.
That's a lie.
Number one, because Malik Willis, his sugar is
That's a lie.
right now in practice.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
why. And
What part's the
Quinn
lie?
Ewers, he's shining bright
That's
like
a
a
lie.
star at night. That's what's
What part's the lie?
So if he would have discredited the quarterback
That's a lie.
he would have been lit like a match. He would have been.
Well, I would love
lit
to
like
hear
a
how that's
match.
a. I would love to hear how that's a lie. What's the lie that?
Okay, do you want me to explain it? As soon as Pete finishes his rant, I'll explain it to you.
Is when the turntable.
Because I didn't hear the press conference.
When Ewers takeover.
Okay,
it's starting.
I'm gonna give you. Or better yet. Maybe let me rephrase my comment. Okay, I believe it's a lie. Does that make sense?
Did he say there's a quarterback competition or not? That's
what
the
he
thing.
said. Yes.
Okay, it's a competition.
No, you're wrong, because so you're saying a coach has never lied? What is he supposed to say about his backup QB?
Malik Willis is our starting quarterback. That's what he's supposed to say.
I do agree. I don't know who's saying that. Who's the faded logo there? Who is that? Is that
That's
true?
me. True, yeah.
Yeah, I agree that in preseason, coaches and GMs go up there and say the most political shit they possibly can.
Right.
Okay, if Tom Brady is on your roster, you're not going to say it's a quarterback competition.
Do we have Tom Brady on our roster?
Obviously,
you don't know. You don't know how Malik Willis.
I know we don't have True. I know. I can tell you right now, we do not have Tom
How
Brady.
do you
on
know
our
you
roster.
don't have a Tom Brady?
You're talking about. You're talking about
Willis.
the 7-time Super Bowl winner, 9-time. Are we serious here?
How do you
every
not know?
statistical record in the history? You think we have that?
This
How
is
do you
par for the course for
listen?
the first time
True
with a
Fin
new
fan,
starting
how do
QB.
you not know that Malik Willis is not the next Michael Vick, and how do you not know Quinn Ewers is not the next Tom Brady?
Because he hasn't played with us yet.
How do you know that? You don't. None of us know that. They could be. We could have Michael Vick and Tom Brady on our team.
I'm gonna tell you right now, True Talk. I'm gonna tell you right now, True Talk. Quinn Ewers is closer to being Dan Marino 2.0 than Malik Willis is to being Michael Vick 2.0. I promise you.
Well, I'm just saying you don't know. None of us know. We could have Michael Vick and Tom Brady right now on the same team.
That's why they make those comments though about it being a competition.
We got some breaking news. We got some breaking news.
Exactly, a competition means there's no thing.
The Miami Dolphins. Oh, we only signed. Hold on, we got to figure out who are the unsigned guys now. Let's start digging in. Listen to the
So
names.
Krispy Kreme wasn't signed.
10 draft picks. We have signed 10 draft picks. We finally paid them. Wide receiver Chris Bell. Wow, shocking. A guard DJ Campbell. Receiver Kevin Coleman Jr. Caleb Douglas. Will Cack.
Oh, we signed Douglas.
Max Llewellyn. Inside linebacker Cal Lewis got paid already. Edge and inside linebacker Trey Moore. Was Trey Moore an undrafted guy? He got paid?
Yeah, he's a no, 4th round pick or something.
Inside linebacker Jacob Rodriguez got paid, and safety Michael Taft got paid.
So no Krispy Kreme, no Krispy Kreme, no Chris Johnson.
No Chris Johnson, no Proctor.
Pay, Proctor and donuts.
Yeah, Krispy Kreme.
Wow.
That's it. Those are the only two.
Haven't got paid? No, we're missing one more. We had 13 draft picks.
Well, keep in mind there's also the UDFAs that have already got paid.
Oh yeah, we're missing. Who was our 3rd round pick? We got. Who do we get in the 3rd round? So we got Rodriguez in the 2nd.
Kazmarek, Douglas, and
all of our 3rd round picks got paid.
The tight end's not
Caleb
paid.
Douglas, the tight end did get paid. Tight end Will Cack-Marek got paid.
Oh no, the other guy, the guy from England or whatever it is, Traore. Traore.
Caleb Douglas and Will Cack-Marek.
Traore didn't get paid.
Yeah, he's not going to make the team.
Is he on the list, Traore? Because we drafted him.
If he doesn't make the team, we get a free compensation pick.
Yeah, that's who it is. That's the 3. Traore and Chris Johnson and Caden Proctor.
You know what that could tell me though? Does that mean that Krispy Kreme's not looking good in OTAs? Is that what that could mean?
No, it's bad. The 1st round picks is purely natural. This always happens.
Chris Johnson's getting beat a lot. Johnson's getting beat a lot. That's all I know.
You got to see who signs first. Like,
and you know what, if he's not looking good in OTAs,
you trade him.
It just means where he's not looking good at is like conditioning. He's not able to keep up with the running, the program. If he's looking slow and bent out of shape, that's probably why he won't get paid.
And that's
not
good.
They're trying to get him. No, that's not good. It's concerning. I don't know why Chris Johnson wouldn't get paid. Maybe he's waiting on a number. You know, hey, I don't want to sign that contract.
That's what they're waiting for. You got a number.
Well, it's interesting that Jacob Rodriguez got paid, but the other 2 didn't want to get paid. So I don't know. I mean, I just feel like I was way higher until OTA started. Now that OTA started, I mean, Caleb Douglas looks awful. So that's an issue.
So I did get a report. And shout out to Joe Riss for bringing up this concern. But I got a report on 2 of the guys I was high on. They called them short arm tacklers. So if you know what that means, you know what that
alligator
means.
Arms.
But Jacob Rodriguez and Michael Taft, I was told, are short arming their tackles.
Yes,
So
that was his criticism in
that for
college.
what it's worth.
This guy missed. I mean, he also over pursues his tackle. I think he's going to be a good player, but for when people say he's the next Zach Thomas, I try to slow them down because this guy missed 1 in 6 tackles in college.
Well, I think we have the best linebacker in the NFL. So
he improved his tackling rate in his most recent season, but in his college career, he missed 1 out of every 6 tackle attempts. That's bad.
The excuse could be though, Joe, on both of these guys, but more so Jacob Rodriguez is, since they're not wearing pads and stuff. He's struggling basically, Joe.
That's going to make his own shoulder.
To wrap up and stop the ball carrier because they're not wearing shoulder pads. So what you do as a defense, you just wrap the players up. He's more short arming it and pulling jersey.
His call to fame is the punch out, right? And that's also a big, because if you go for the punch, you don't get the punch, you're missing the tackle.
Yeah, but
one of our biggest weaknesses last year was the run defense.
Yeah.
That thing is gonna get, if we're getting picked on early on in the year, there's no excuse. Oh,
It's also why we have to keep Brooks. We can't trade Brooks yet until we know if Rodriguez can handle
No,
this.
we have the best. Listen, we don't mess with our
Thank
linebacker
you.
room. We have the best
This is what
linebacker
I
room in
was
the
saying.
NFL. I mean,
It
I
would be
wouldn't
insane
mess
to
with that
trade
room.
Brooks.
I wouldn't mess with that room. So, I mean, I would keep that room the way it is.
I don't think we can declare it the best linebacking room yet based on our.
Well, what's better? Who has a better room?
I don't know every single linebacker room though, but you're basing it based on one season of Brooks having the highest number of tackles, which is
and Rodriguez.
Meaningless stat.
I'll tell you, look, the way that the
And
Dolphins
Kyle
were talking
Lewis.
with the Cowboys,
Kyle Lewis is a
talking to
safety.
the Cowboys
He's too
during
small
the
to play
draft.
linebacker.
You guys saw when they were talking with the Cowboys during the draft, like they were doing the live, like, you know, the play-by-play of what happened.
Oh yeah. When we traded up for the Proctor and Caleb Downs pick.
Something tells me the way they were talking is they were talking like too nonchalant, like if they haven't like if they talked before. Something tells me they're still in conversations because the way they talked was like too comfortable.
Yeah. You know why? That I felt the same way, Cap, because in that clip we got, it was like pretty quick.
It wasn't like, hey, this
just
is such
add
and
another
such from the
fifth.
Cowboys. Nice to meet
it
you.
was, the clip was
It was
like, just add a fifth. Just add a fifth. That means they had prior discussions. They have multiple trades on the table for sure.
Yeah, I think Dallas was waiting to see if Downs would make it that far, and then they probably told Miami and maybe some other teams that they're looking to move up.
We're not gonna go, Joe, the team that looked at as, oh, everyone is getting traded. Remember, everyone is on the table. Everyone. Even though Coach Hafley said, oh, we're not trading HA no more. If I'm wrong and this thing is falling apart early, other teams are gonna get injuries. And other teams are gonna look to call the Dolphins once the season is falling apart here and offer a deal. Hey, my defensive tackle went out. Let's call Miami for Zach Sealer. Hey, my star running back went down. You know, my running back went down. Let's call Miami for AJ.
Josh Jacobs.
Hey, my backup receiver went down. Let's call Miami. Maybe we can get Tolbert or Tutu off of them. Like, nobody's safe.
I agree with that, Pete. I don't think anybody's safe. Even Malik Willis isn't safe.
Miller earlier said, oh, bro, one of these quarterbacks around the league gets hurt, they might call us and trade for Quinn Ewers. Or even Malik Willis. If Quinn Ewers wins the battle, teams might call for Malik Willis.
Well, we'll cut Malik Willis. We would cut Malik Willis.
The Cardinals are being Jacoby Brissett has a strong hold on them, asking for more money. They're stuck with Carson Beck. Hey,
Carson Beck's not a bad quarterback. Carson Beck is a better NFL quarterback than he is a college quarterback. From the tape that I watched from him, I mean, I feel like he could be a pretty good quarterback. Hey, he could win a couple playoff games.
He had full command of that Miami offense. You saw that. He would call audibles,
he led them
check it down.
to the championship.
I saw that man. That man was like an NFL quarterback last year with the Hurricanes. Literally, like.
And they have Jeremiah Love there now too, so he has a top running back. I'm high on Carson Beck.
By the way, watch out for the Raiders linebacker room this year with Nakobe Dean and Quay Walker.
I think our linebacker room is better. I mean, I think we have the best in the NFL.
You're basing that on one guy, though. One guy.
We have a room.
Joe, I'm gonna tell you right now, Joe. We cannot lose to the Raiders week 1. I don't want to hear that they got good linebackers. There's no way. I know they're actually favored. You know that?
They're a vastly different
favored
team.
to win.
They're a vastly different team with better coaching. I think Pete Carroll is in decline. I think bringing in that Kubiak was the best possible coaching hire they could make. They've improved at QB with both QBs that they brought in. Their offensive line.
You think so? Over Geno Smith? I don't know about that.
Yeah, Geno Smith is the tank master. What are you talking about? The dude looked like he Forgot how to throw a football.
Listen, I think Fernando
That's
Mendoza's
messed up what
ceiling.
they
Watch
did
Geno
to
Smith
Geno,
play at all
bro.
last year?
I think Mendoza's ceiling is Geno Smith. So I mean,
That's
I wouldn't.
I think Geno could have won the Super Bowl with the Seahawks last year too.
That's wild. Did you guys watch him play last year?
I did.
With the Raiders,
He had
I
no
think
weapons.
every
Who did he
quarterback would
have?
have looked bad. Did you
He had
not see
Brock
that
Bowers.
offensive line, Joe?
He got hurt.
Brock Bowers and
He
a
got
bunch
hurt.
of basically 2 receivers.
Well, Bowers got hurt.
You're
So
going to blame the guy throwing the ball directly to defenders on the wide receivers? You're out of your fucking
Myers
mind.
got traded to Jacksonville.
it
Let's
could
go-
be a
let's
coaching
go-
issue.
Let's go.
It was a coaching issue, Joe.
Mr. Generational, when you put an arm on him, he ain't breaking tackles.
You bring in Geno Smith to tank.
He got slower, Pete.
That man was getting, every time you put a hand on him, he fell down.
Genty got slower, and that's not talk. And Joe, I don't understand because you just said, Pete Carroll's in the decline. Well, and then now you want to blame Geno for everything. Maybe Pete Carroll didn't call the right job.
I'm saying everything about the Raiders was bad last year. It's not one or the other. It's not.
I don't think the quarterback play was that bad. I think the quarterback was actually pretty good.
It was absolutely
I think
terrible.
it was with the card he was dealt. It was pretty
19
good.
touchdowns, 17 interceptions. What are we
With
talking
what
about?
receivers? With what receivers, Joe?
They never
Are you talking about
you know what
receivers when it
happened,
comes to
Joe?
interception?
Joe, what happened was,
So blaming the receivers for his interceptions?
what they should have done was, it was the play calling, bro. They knew they
It was.
didn't have
That's
an
what I'm
offensive
saying.
line, and
I've
they
been
would
saying that.
consistently call.
The only
They would
reason the Jets
consistently
went out
call
and got
deep
Geno
drop.
Smith is that they
Deep
are
drop,
going to get
deep
the first
drop.
overall pick.
They
I
would
don't
call
think-
passing plays, Joe, like if they had an elite offensive line. It was the worst.
I think
play calling
Geno
I've
could have
seen
had
in a
12 wins
long
last
time.
year if
It
Bowers.
was like an
If
obvious
Bowers
thing.
stayed healthy.
Absurd.
If
absurd.
listen, if Bowers stayed healthy and had Kubiak as his head coach last year, Geno could have won 12 games.
Are we talking? Wait, True Talk. Are you talking
Oh,
the Raiders?
wasn't it? Yeah, matter of
Yeah.
fact.
We're talking about
His
Geno on the
anger was
Raiders.
on, Joe.
Hold on,
You don't
hold on.
remember last year?
The
Max
Raiders could have had
Crosby
12
mad.
wins
He had a
Max Crosby
QB rating
was
of
mad.
34.
Yes, I do think if
Max
if
Crosby
Kubiak was the
mad,
coach,
they would have let
Joe,
him
let me ask
play.
you this question. True Talk, real like no bullshit. Real talk. Do you really think that the Raiders last year could have had 12 wins?
if Bowers never got hurt and Kubiak was his head coach last year, the quarterback whisperer, yes, Geno could have had 12 wins.
That's absurd, dude.
A lot of people don't.
The guy
like
had a
Geno, but go
34
look at what
QBR.
did.
He threw 17
With
interceptions.
no weapons, Joe.
Touchdowns.
He had no weapons.
So what does that have to do with interceptions?
He was throwing them where they were supposed
in a
to be,
new
and the
offense
receivers
that
weren't
didn't
there.
fit
How's
the
that his
offensive
fault?
line.
He's throwing it to where Pete Carroll told him to throw the
Joe.
football. It's not his fault the receivers aren't sitting there.
That's absurd. That is absolutely absurd.
Joe,
I mean, by
they're
all
calling
measures,
deep
by all
drops
measures, Geno
with
had
a terrible offensive
bad
line.
season. However, did he have? I mean, I could see both parts. What I can't see is the 12.
If you're going
wins.
to talk about his sack numbers and blame the O-line, I'll take that. But if you're going
You
to
can blame it all, Joe. You can blame it all.
interceptions because he has bad receivers, come on.
He was throwing where the receivers were supposed to be, where Pete Carroll told him to throw the football. That is what happened.
You
He led
watched
the league in
every game?
interceptions.
True Talk.
What
You
are we
watched
talking
every
about?
game.
I watched the highlights from last year because the Jets got him, so I watched Geno Smith highlights
He had a
from
Tua
last
season.
year.
Actually, Tua had a better season than him.
Highlights and
Tua did not have a better season last year than Geno Smith. That is not true.
Statistically, I'm looking at it right now. He had a better season.
But those are stats, Joe. I watched the game, so I see what really happens.
You
I mean,
watched
Geno
Raiders
Smith.
games?
Yeah, that's.
I
my
watched
point.
highlights.
You watched the Raiders game to compare.
I
the
watched
Dolphins
I
game.
watched highlights of it. Yes, I did.
highlights
the
and
recap,
watching
all
the
that.
game are different things. True Talk. You
You
can't.
watch the recap. You could watch the recap. It's like a 10-minute recap of every game.
I'm gonna stay out of this one a little bit because I cannot say that I watched a single game from the Raiders. But if I'm going on stats, yeah, Geno,
I watched the tape of every quarterback.
It looked like he was losing
And
on
that's
purpose.
what gets a lot of fans. That's what gets a lot of fans in trouble and into arguments. When fans didn't watch the game, but they go off stats.
right? Right. That's why I'm saying I'm going to
And
stay out of it. Because
if you watch the Raiders highlights, you see a bunch of interceptions thrown
Okay,
by Geno Smith that
Tua,
But
Geno
tell
was
me,
better than Tua
tell
last
me
year,
if you've
Joe. We
seen a
win the.
Geno Smith interception,
there were
Joe,
several
in a
occasions
clean
last year where I was
pocket
watching the
with
end
a
of a
lot of
Raiders
time.
game, and I'm
This is
convinced
my
that they're
thing.
losing.
Joe, we
But
make the playoffs with Geno as our starting quarterback.
you
The
got
Dolphins
to.
make the
So
playoffs
you
with
have,
Geno as
look,
our starting
Geno
quarterback.
was Joe. Geno in the fourth quarter threw a lot of interceptions. He was forced to have to throw the ball. He had to make a play. It was
And he
it was
didn't.
a lot of pressure in his face. It was a lot
And
of
he wasn't
that
making the
going on
plays. That's
because
my
the
point.
team was losing. The team was losing.
I'm reading the chat right now, bro. They light up True Talk all the time. I feel bad for him. Today I feel bad for him. Usually I'm on his ass, but today I actually feel bad for him, bro.
Sometimes he has a good, but he does go, he tries to hit home runs with every take, and sometimes they're just foul balls.
Well, he's
And the
young.
chat goes
If
off
he had
on
said
him.
that,
20 years old, also, Pete. He's
if
a
he
lot
had said
younger than
Geno
me.
Smith had a bad season because they were tanking and they wanted him to, I would buy into that. But saying that this guy threw 17 interceptions because he has mind-blowing.
I think
Yeah,
the play call.
I don't think
and
with Pete Carroll and Pete Carroll wanting him there. Pete Carroll brought him there for a reason. I don't think the reason would be tanking. So that's why I think the tanking argument is out the window.
I think it was tanking. I think it was all a deploy. It was all a 1-year gig. Get the top pick. Tom Brady. Tom Brady's a cheater, bro. Tom Brady's a cheater. And to cheat, you got to sell it to look good. Let's hire the oldest coach in the NFL. Nobody's going to suspect him of, all right?
And that's what the Jets are doing this year.
And the funny thing is, Pete Carroll's so old, he didn't know what they were doing behind his back. This is what I'm saying.
That's what the Jets
was doing in Seattle.
Look, Max Crosby, hey, True Fit fan. Max Crosby was in the locker room with reporters mad that they wouldn't let him play. He's going against the rules of the Raiders. Like, the Raiders are saying I'm hurt and I can't play, but I'm healthy and I want to play. Like, that's not an obvious sign of tanking. And then the worst of the worst is the play calls. You have one of the worst offensive line in the league, and you're not Mike McDaniel-ing this thing. You're not trying to let Geno Smith get the ball out quick. You're not trying to get the defense off time by throwing quick screens and stuff. No, it's always a deep drop.
Let me ask you something, Pete. Let me ask you something, Pete and Joe, because I do not. I saw zero. I don't even remember watching highlights of them. Do you think that if they were tanking, do you think the tank was at the beginning of this from the jump? If it is,
from the jump.
I think so.
100%. With that play calling, Geno Smith is better. Go look at what Geno did with Seattle, and I get it, Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, whatever the case is, but it's just the play calling in general. You have to adapt to what your team weaknesses are, and it clearly showed. Think about it. Genty, he went top 5 in the draft, generational running back. He couldn't average nothing with the Raiders. The offensive line was bad.
They also could have switched to what's his name, Aiden O'Connell, halfway through the season when they knew they weren't going to be shit, just to see what they got with him. But they stuck with Geno because they knew they were getting the L's.
No, they did. Aiden O'Connell. No, Joe. Aiden O'Connell did go in, I believe, and he got hurt, and Geno came back.
No, he wasn't hurt for the season though. I don't think
hurt for a few games, and Geno came back.
I remember that, but I don't think O'Connell was out for the season or anything. So they could have tried to test him out, but at this point, they were set on the first overall.
I think that had a lot. My opinion would be that Tom Brady had a lot to do with that, in the sense where, hey, this is the best quarterback in college. Mendoza had one of the better college seasons for a quarterback that we've seen in a while. So maybe they were enamored with the kid, and they said, hey, let's make sure that we could get this kid with our first overall pick.
I think we're going to see a few teams do this for this year's QB draft class, including the Jets. Look at the Jets kept Glenn around, and they brought in the tank doctor himself to be their QB.
The tank doctor. Yeah. The surgeon.
That's what they replaced Fields with.
It's starting to feel. Let me tell you guys something. You guys it might could be crazy now, but it's starting to feel like where we're kind of tanking as well. And I'm gonna give you a look. Watch A-Chain. I hope I'm wrong, but A-Chain might go out early, and you know what that's gonna cause? That's gonna be the goalpost mover. That's gonna be the excuse maker. Oh yeah, we suck because our star player is hurt. Malik Willis is gonna, like I said, he's not gonna blow a toe. That man's gonna be walking off cameras very good, but when it comes to walking in the facility, his toe is blown. And this is why the season is going bad, because we're getting injuries at positions, and this is what they're going to do. I do believe we're tanking now.
Well, last year I remember we were having this conversation on the panel, and I remember we were going back and forth about, you know, how you want A-Chain used, and how we were probably, I think we were at odds at this, but regardless, it doesn't matter now. I know that one of the things that I was afraid of was A-Chain being overused and injured. And one of the things I do remember Hafley either said yesterday or day before, I was watching one of these clips, you guys might know better than me, but that he was saying one of the things he admired from A-Chain is that he hurt his shoulder last year and he decided to finish the season. So that means that if he wanted to, he could have opted out to have the surgery last year and said, no, man, I'm not good enough to go. I like that from him. But the fact is he barely finished the season as a running back. And if you're going to put that into consideration, we've had him for how many seasons, and how many seasons has he been injured? So that's
A-Chain hurt his shoulder in the Week 17 game versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh, was that late?
His first home.
It was that late? Okay.
It was that game. That's why he missed Week 18 versus the Patriots.
I plead ignorance. I had no idea this guy was hurt. I see, the thing is that I don't have enough.
That's the thing. That's the thing, True Fan. It was almost like a hidden injury. We didn't find out. We knew he got injured, right? Oh, he missed Week 18.
I didn't.
And nobody made it a big deal. You know why? It was the end of the season. You know, everybody thought, yeah, we're just resting him. We don't want to risk further injury. Now, OTA start. We start hearing whispers. Oh, shoulder surgery? What? On your shoulder?
Yeah,
now,
that's
that
not
wasn't
a good
just
sign either.
That's not. So now that he's still holding out, and it's what, 6 months later, this is a bad sign.
Yeah, so it makes me wonder how bad was the shoulder and how big was the surgery, right? Because I'm old enough to remember. I don't know if any of you guys here on the panel or in the chat remember. I remember, and he wasn't all that, but he was a good player. There was a guy called Brian Bosworth. His career ended because of his shoulders.
And he's a small back, and HN is a small back. Let me tell you something, True Fan. All this is telling me, so people can realize how big of a deal this shoulder injury is. Let's say that injury would have happened Week 2 last year and not Week 17. A-Chain would have missed the whole season. The whole season.
Yeah, he doesn't make it. Yeah. And if we remember, it shouldn't be that surprising, because what I do remember from last year is our offense was Devon A-Chain. I mean, he was just the best player on the team, on the field, and he was using him like a coach that was knowing, hey, man, I got to do whatever I got to do here to survive and pray for the best, because I might not be here anyways next year to suffer the consequences. And look, he's not. He's somewhere else. I'm talking about McDaniel, and we're left now with a running back who got a deal. Well, I'm happy we got him, though. I'm not going to say I am happy. I really do think that A-Chain is a special player, but how you use a player like A-Chain will determine how effective he will be for us and how long. You get me? Like the fact that he is a small
that's back. The problem. True Fan. Before this shoulder injury that I was aware of, I was on board. We better not let A-Chain go. You pay him $20 million a year. Why? Because I was saying this is the type of player right now in the prime of his career, based on the roster we have. You run this guy to the ground. He is your offense, receiver, running back. Every play, he is the latest CMC. He is the latest McCaffrey in this league, but even more explosive. Guess what? Now with this shoulder surgery and this shoulder injury, you can't do it no more. Yeah. So now you have to be cautious with his touches. Like Mr. Park was saying,
no, we need more running backs. And I would argue against that. You got to run A-Chain now. You start
Oh yeah, I
saving and
remember that.
wearing
That
his
was where I was
tires.
arguing with you
Yeah,
too. Yeah,
I started, and I was saying, you start saving him once you're able to build the team around A-Chain. But as of right now, A-Chain's all you got. You burn him to the ground. We can't even do that without having a star receiver, a star tight end. We don't know who the quarterback is. And now we got to limit A-Chain touches because he's injury prone with a bum shoulder. That's a bad extension.
I
It's
don't know, man.
bad.
I don't
It's
know.
bad.
I don't know because when I told you guys that I was leaving because I couldn't get on whatever, and I actually looked up his contract. His cap hits, they are not big cap hits. They are 3 million 1 year. I think the most is now at 3.7. Somebody could look it up, and I looked at it actually on ChatGPT because I have no idea about it. And it was 3.7 million 1 year, and then it goes lower and lower and lower. So trading him or releasing whatever it may be, it's not going to hit us on the books like, let's say, a Tyreek, let's say a Tua, so
But it's also, it would have been also safer to just leave him on that regular third round, which was cheap, and see if you can at least win games utilizing his skill set and trusting that his shoulder can last. If his shoulder would have popped mid-season, now you don't have to worry about that contract. You got the out on, but it's still 8 cap. It still took salary that you could have used on getting a more better receiver than Jalen Rieger. You could have got a Keenan Allen and got Keenan Allen has more to show to these wide receivers that are young than Jalen Rieger can. But the truth is, you can't afford Keenan Allen because for his teaching, it's gonna you got to pay. You got to pay. See what I'm saying? Jalen Rieger, a guy that's been known to drop passes in every team, he's gonna
one
want to
thing. Another thing that just came up to mind because his salary cap hit wouldn't be so big, and the fact that you're gonna have so much money under the cap next year. Now that I look about it, no, I don't think the signing is that bad because the guaranteed money doesn't hurt the cap. It's actually 30 million of it was guaranteed. So that's out of the owner's pocket. You get me? So
you know what could have been better if you were not under contract, period, right? And he blew his shoulder and you let him walk. And if another team wants to overpay, you get a compensatory pick for him. That could have been the route.
You
or
remember
if he really balled out and he didn't get hurt, well, guess what? Running back hasn't caught up yet. Let me slap that franchise tag on
I remember
A-Chain.
now we were talking now. I remember me and you were talking about this. We were going back and forth about A-Chain and his contract. And I remember my words now. I said,
think about this.
I
got you. Before I let you go, I just want you to understand where I'm coming from. Imagine we're 8-5 in the season in playoff conversation also in division title conversations because we're hugged up all against each other. And guess what? A-Chain shoulder blows again. Is that excusable?
No.
Of a contract now?
No.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, if A-Chain goes in weeks 15, 16 with a shoulder injury, and we were right there for the playoff taking and division taking, you know what that's going to do to our soul? That's going to break us. No chance we can get the division now. See what I'm saying? But go ahead. Keep saying what you were saying.
So one of the things I remember we were talking about was, I remember I said specifically, I love Devon A-Chain. I want him on our team. But if we're going to go all in on this rebuild and go young, which we are, you could go all up and down the roster, which we actually are. I would have not, like, knowing what I know now, right? I would have liked to have seen them say, no, let's get some more capital off him. We're not going to get a first rounder for him, maybe a second, maybe a third. But yeah, I would have liked to have gone that route. Now, regardless, what's done is done. I love the player, but with that, we don't know And I don't know if you think
And
that
you know what? Us not knowing is also a bad look on the coaching staff.
that's my point.
Because
That's what I was just gonna say.
and-
Because
and-
we don't know how tore up that shoulder is. We don't know, right? Like,
Yep.
remember these running backs, they're leading with their shoulders. They're getting hit on those shoulders. He's small, so how do we know that this might not be a chronic injury? We don't know. The fact is, we signed them. See, this is another thing. As I'm talking to you, I'm thinking about all of these things. Right now, we don't know. We signed the guy. What is he? Is he a top 5 paid running back right now in the league? Did he
100% top 3? I think he's top 3.
So we just paid him like if he's the 3rd best running back in the league, whether we think he's 1st or 9th. We just paid him, and we paid him knowing he's injured. That to me is risky, bro. Maybe that's
He's
why
up
now
there with Barkley, Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
And now McCaffrey has gone through his injuries in recent years, but now A-Chain is more injury prone than McCaffrey because McCaffrey has pretty much been as durable.
And think about this. This is
Make
another
more money than Derrick Henry.
And think about this. We don't know, okay? We don't know if this is going to be chronic, right? And we're paying. I don't know. I don't know what to think right now. Maybe I'm just overthinking, which is something I don't like to do. But
when A-Chain fumbles, I'm going to think his shoulder injury is hurt. That shoulder injury is serious.
Well, I don't.
For a running back, like if he was like Joe Rich just said, Derrick, he's getting paid more than Derrick Henry. If I'm told Derrick Henry had a shoulder injury and he's recovering, I'm thinking, okay, Derrick Henry, it'll affect him, but look at his size. He can fight off smaller tacklers.
Could that be
smaller
why
tacklers? Now, a cornerback can pop A-Chain.
Could that be the reason why they didn't get the compensation that they would have liked? Could it be that the rest of the league knew he's hurt?
That's what I said earlier. That's what I said earlier. Because it went from everyone is tradable until we traded Waddle. Once we traded Waddle, oh no, A-Chain is not tradable. So when you really think about it, they were looking to see who they can get the best capital for. Who is it? Waddles are giving me a 1st and a 4th. A-Chain, they're only offering me a 2nd. So we'll keep A-Chain because we get the most for Waddle.
Yeah,
A-Chain was never valued that high. And I think a lot of it had to do because of that shoulder injury and his size.
We shafted, and I'm a Waddle guy. Don't get me wrong, I'm a Waddle guy, but I think we shafted Denver. I really do. That amount?
I agree. I agree. And I'm not a Waddle guy.
Yeah,
I agree.
We'll see.
Denver's gonna find out real bad when it gets cold in Denver because it snows in Denver. And he's trying to do those arm catches. And Bo Nix, that dude, he throws rockets. He throws rockets.
He's got a nice arm.
Troy Franklin. He played in college with Troy Franklin, and Troy Franklin with the Broncos with Bo Nix was still having drop issues with Bo Nix. Waddle's gonna definitely have drop issues.
Yeah, those
with
hard
Bo Nix.
throws are which is why coaches a lot of times tell them, hey, you don't have to throw 100 miles an hour every time because it's hard to catch those, bro.
Denver has yet to post a Waddle highlight, by the way.
I'm not even sure Waddle's worth $20 million a year, and he's at $28 million.
And did you hear Jalen Waddle talk crap about us?
15.
No, I didn't hear
him.
He's at 28.
Yeah, Jalen Waddle. You know Jalen Waddle. You know what Jalen Waddle said? Jalen Waddle said, when the Dolphins play the Broncos, no receiver is going to get over 20 yards on Patrick Surtain. That's how bad that receiver room is in Miami, he said.
Two Dolphin names, by the way. That's crazy. Patrick Surtain Sr. and now Jalen Waddle. But would you be surprised? Because Patrick Surtain is a stud, bro. Kid's a stud.
Yeah, but 20 yards, bro?
I don't think 20. Yeah, I think that's him just, I don't think he wanted to leave Miami. Think about it. Like it's are there players that want to leave Miami? Yes, but they usually tend to be veterans that came and saw this shit show and they're like, no, I want no part of this. But when you're young, a millionaire, and you get to live in Miami, it leaves a sour taste in your mouth because you're a kid. You want to be in Miami. Miami's Miami, you know. So
valet parking everywhere you go, of course.
hell yeah, the views, the weather, the women, they don't want to leave here. But I get it. You know, you got dealt from here, and I don't know. I'm a Waddle guy, but again, for the sake of my team, I'm looking for the betterment of my team. And if we got that draft capital, if we could get that for A-Chain, we could get that for whoever. Shit, build, baby, because they're cheap in the beginning. You know,
Damn.
the key is will our quarterback. Our keys are that's
that
the
Malik.
key.
This is another. This is why I'm starting to think the Malik Willis contract was bad. You could have went after a quarterback in the draft. And some of that Malik Willis money that you laid out, you could have at least had a plan B at right tackle. We do not have that. If anything, the way the plan B might go is going to turn out to be, Proctor, go to left tackle.
Exactly.
Patrick Paul, move to right tackle. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now we're just shuffling players all around, and we all because we didn't address that position, which was an injury-prone position of a player to trust to stay healthy. And in OTAs, the coaches don't even know what Austin Jackson is. He's not doing the runs. He ain't doing none.
I don't know
That's
why
his
that
spot.
guy is still here. I really don't know why that guy. I mean, I'll give him this. When he plays, he's very good at right tackle. Yes, but the question is when he plays. You know, how much is this guy going to continue to miss? He's injured right now, Pete.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. And we have no backup plan.
And you have no backup plan.
We didn't draft nobody. One of those third rounders should have been up there. Instead of Chris Bell, it should have been a right tackle. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should have drafted.
I'm going to look at who was available there.
By the way, I see Gary Williams in the chat, and Colorado isn't nice. It's freaking beautiful. Okay? Colorado is a beautiful, beautiful state.
Depends where you go.
Well, I used to transport cars, so that's why the places that I've gone
like
to.
The eastern part of the state is kind of nothing. There's nothing going on there.
Vail is the skiing place, right? Vail.
Yeah. You're talking about like the western portion of Colorado.
Right. That's as far as I went. Yeah.
Yeah. The eastern one is kind of just part of it's just kind of like Nebraska. It's just
really
like fields. Yeah, the mountains start like halfway through Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you right now, Waddle's not going to have fun in downtown Colorado when he compares to downtown Miami.
Have to adjust to.
Especially
it sounds like downtown Colorado turns off at 10
p.m. Remember, he's where is he? He's Alabama, Miami. When that winter hits,
low elevation guy. He's from Texas. He's from Houston.
Some people just wake up at 10 p.m. in Miami to go.
Look, Joe, Blue Talk just said Colorado's the most beautiful place in the world, especially Breckenridge.
Yeah, that's in the western part, or like central, kind of near Denver.
Yeah,
yeah, ski resorts areas are beautiful.
Wow, I have friends that move. I actually have 3 friends from high school. They were best friends together. They moved up there one after the other with their wives. They've been there since 99, 2000, and they said they're not leaving.
You remember that Hurricane Irma?
Yeah.
Like there was tons of traffic during and after the evacuations. I got stuck in Denver for like 3 extra days during that.
Oh no shit!
Yeah, I was pretty happy.
yeah.
All those, I'm glad something happened. Yeah, you guys have been talking beautiful weather in Colorado. I get it. But what was funny to me, all these days I've been missing. Appreciate all of you guys coming. I've been missing. I'm tuning in to all these other shows and channels, and I hear the same thing going on. It doesn't matter if it's in the chat or by the podcaster himself. Oh no, the defense is always ahead. Like that, this is all bogus. They're making it seem like we're in training camp, 11 on 11. They're making it seem like full pads are on, and we're actually practicing the plays. We're actually practicing the scheme. Then if that's going on, yes, that take holds weight. But right now, there's no weight on that bar that you're benching right now on 7-on-7s because the offense is the one that should be ahead. It's not the defense is always ahead. It's quicker for the defense and all that crap. That's BS. Not on 7-on-7s. So they've been floating that take, even though that take is right? Oh, offense is always ahead of the defense. That is true, but at some point it isn't. And the offense isn't ahead of the defense in OTAs because the 7-on-7 is tailored to favor the offense. It doesn't matter if you got Champ Bailey and Deion Sanders at cornerback. It's still favored for the offense because the receivers know their route and the corners only got one assignment.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I'm not going to argue that with you. I know what I've heard throughout the years, and I mean,
especially
years.
the quarterback. True fan.
I mean,
you don't know offensive line in front of you. You don't have to worry about
exactly.
Everything is easier.
Right, but what I think the part that I've always heard of, and maybe somebody could, give me more insight on this, is that what they work on offense is a lot more complicated and takes longer to learn than what the defense is working on, in particular to the 7-on-7s. That's what I've always heard, but I've never done it. I've never played it. I've never coached it, so I can't say it is. But that's one thing I've always heard. Unless you have, a system in there where they're going into their fifth OTAs, their fifth 7-on-7 with the same running back. That changes.
Who's playing in the 7-on-7s though? Is it 7 DBs? Is it 6 DBs and a linebacker? Is it 2 linebackers and 4 DBs? Like, what is it?
I heard that they were playing. Actually, somebody said it earlier today. It might have been Kat. He just got on here. I heard that they played, or Nick, that they only had, for example, today they had one offensive lineman. Just one.
Right. Well, I'm saying on defense though. Like, is it straight? Is it like our whole defensive back room out there? Because those guys are supposed to be trash, right? And if they're like actually stepping it up, that's great.
Yeah,
I think they've been mixing it up, Joe. Because I've seen safeties, I've seen linebackers, cornerbacks, all of it. So it's I think they've been mixing it up, and it's also too if you think about it, with the whole defense and the offense having the advantage, it's really a perspective thing. Because if you think about it, if you're on the defensive side of the ball and you're sitting here running 7-on-7s, there's one thing that's going to be happening, right? They're going to be passing the ball to somebody. So your job literally is made easy because you know that he's going to be passing the ball. So your whole focus is on the quarterback and where his attention's at. So in my opinion, if you're a safety or a cornerback, your job is a little bit easier because you know he's going to be passing it. So you just got to kind of wait, and then you can jump and you can bite the bullet when it happens because
at the same time, this practice they're working on throws. Go ahead, Joe. My bad.
At the same time, though, with no pressure, then the QB gets the opportunity to deliver a pass every time. So it's you have more plays that could be successes for offense than typical because there's no rush, there's no pressure.
Right, let me go into what you were asking about. It kind of depends on what the formations on defense are looking like, right? So let's imagine he's looking at 4 cornerbacks, 1 linebacker, 2 safeties. So it's you got everybody out in coverage and one person there for the pass rush, when typically it wouldn't look like that in real game time. So it kind of makes how the defense is lined up compared to the offense is going to make a difference. Because if it's just corners and safeties out there, I expect the field to be crowded.
Would you say it favors the offense or the defense in that scenario?
That scenario would favor the defense because you're basically crowding the field with defensive backs to stop the pass. Mm-hmm. To whereas typically you would probably only have
you've got man and
corners. You would have man zone, things like that, and you'd have more of the guys up close to come in for pass rush and et cetera. So it all depends on how they're all lining up.
Right. Great points, man.
Yeah, it kind of becomes flag football in 7-on-7.
Pretty much. That's a great. Yeah, pretty much flag football.
You don't. And that maybe that's why Tua's doing so well with the Falcons right now.
I
No, I already told y'all. I already told y'all why Tua is looking good, and I'm doing air quotes while I say that because if you remember when he was with us, right, he was overthrowing Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle all the time. Well, now his receivers are 6 inches taller, so their catch radius is higher. So he's still throwing those bad errant throws. It's just that his receivers can catch him now because they can reach it. They can reach that high.
That's why Waller worked out so well in those couple games.
Exactly, because I remember Waller had to jump, bro, for that one pass into the back of the end zone, bro. He had to jump to his highest.
Yeah.
Anyone else, that would have been an overthrow.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what they do with Kyle Lewis because I was saying it before where True Talk was including him in the linebacker room. I really see him as more of a safety, if anything. He's going to be like roaming the field, and I want to see how they use him. I don't know how that fits in 7-on-7 either.
I'm still doing some research on the past 6 years of how like the Green Bay Packers have ran their third round. No, have ran basically their third round picks and beyond. So like they have a system of how they like work their rookies in. So it's like first year, typically they kind of your special teams, you know, your backups, you don't really get a whole lot of starts unless you come out and you're like a superstar.
Yeah.
Or if you're drafted in the first or the second round, those guys usually get starts. But Green Bay, I've noticed like those guys don't typically get start. They get like a trickle effect that happens to them to where they get sprinkled in. Zane Anderson is a perfect example of that. Ben Sims, the same thing. But that's what I'm paying attention to, like to see how far back like these, because that'll tell us like is Kyle Lewis might not even get the starts because he was drafted in the fifth round. You know what I mean? He might just be a depth guy or special teams.
This is what I think. If Kyle Lewis isn't a starting safety, I still think there'll be a role for him in those nickel obvious passing down situations. Where he'll probably replace Tyrell Dotson at linebacker in a nickel package, and he's the linebacker as speed, trying to cover the tight end, maybe blitz, get back there faster. I think he'll be held into like the same thing they said about Chop Robinson, which is concerning. They'll put him in the situations you're good at, meaning Chop Robinson will be a rotational player, but when it's obvious passing downs,
well, that's Hafley said that he wants Chop Robinson to be an every down player.
Pete, that's real bold to assume we'll have teams in an obvious passing down. It's gonna be rare this year.
But at the same time too, so it's like Kyle Lewis can still earn a starting job depending on how he does in training camp and everything. But like it's really hard to gauge right now because he's working with the twos, so he's going against the twos. So on and so forth.
Yeah,
but I do believe
you got to make plays, no matter who you're playing with. 1, 2s, or 3s. If you're making plays, you're doing a good job.
Yeah, I mean it's intriguing. It's intriguing that he's working with the 2s and not the 3s, right?
Yeah. But I agree with that take too. Wherever you're at, you know, make plays. That's what they're looking for. If you make plays with the third string, you're going to go to second, you're going to go to first. Make plays, you know?
Yeah. That's Malik Washington.
Hafley did say that. Hey, Liz, welcome up. How you been, Liz? Craig, welcome up.
Hi, Pete. How you doing, buddy?
Been okay.
Good. Finally had some time to chill with you guys. I'm glad I'm live.
How about y'all? We'll have three receivers with 850 yards this year.
I don't think so. You think so?
I don't know. That's a bold prediction.
I mean, that's let's say
one of them will be a tight end, but the other two will be receivers.
Or Achane.
Or Achane. Nah, I don't think he'll get 850 in the receiving game. But that's just kind of showing you where my head's at with what this team's going to look like next year. They're gonna spread the ball out. We're not gonna have any one receiver is gonna have like a super big number. It's gonna be like everybody's going to have a low number, somewhere between 500 and 800 yards
That I
receiving.
agree with. That number between 5 and 800 spread out. Yeah, I could see A-Chain. How much? I don't even remember how much did he receiving yards did he have last year? They were up there, weren't they?
Well, it also depends on how frequently our quarterback passes. Because if Malik is running a lot,
Yeah.
either way.
Yeah, I do feel like A-Chain's production is going to get cut down slightly this year. Like it seems like he's going to be used more, but his production itself is going to get cut down slightly. I feel like because they are going to load the box on him. Like the way that teams are looking at us, especially for the first 6 games, the way teams are going to be looking at us is like they're just going to load the box on A-Chain. They're going to try and shut down A-Chain. So that's going to hinder his production early on. But it's also going to allow those receivers on the outside to kind of look good and then maybe alleviate some pressure off of A-Chain, and then he'll be able to start cooking.
I think they're going to force us to pass, personally.
I don't think the reason why I don't agree
with
with that take, Cat in the Hat, is because A-Chain doesn't scare defenses.
You don't
he might
think he
get
does,
yards.
Pete?
Oh yes, he does.
Well, I know he's electric, but hear me out. I don't think he scares defenses where they have to crowd the line of scrimmage to stop him. All they want to do is, as long as you get to him and you put an arm on him, I feel like defenses are comfortable with tackling him, bringing him down. Just get to that spot, bring him down.
Well, that's the thing, though. He's already shown that he can break a tackle, and if he breaks a tackle and you don't have a guy behind it to finish the tackle, he's gone, man.
He's gone.
It's a 60-yard touchdown.
Yep.
And other teams have seen that, and like that, they are scared of that, Pete.
And one of the things,
Yeah, but he was still doing that last year, putting up the best rushing numbers, Cat, and teams weren't afraid. They weren't doing
one of the
stacking
many
box.
things that makes
He's not a running back you want to stack the box on.
Yeah, but one of the things that makes A-Chain so scary for defenses is his vision. When that guy's able to see a hole develop before it develops, he's decisive and he's fast. I disagree. I think that defenses this year are going to be worried, or I agree with Kat. I think that the defenses this year are going to say, okay, the wide receiver, there's no Waddle, Tyreek Hill there anymore. Their bread and butter is going to be Malik and A-Chain. We stop them, we beat them. I think that's the mentality. And when that happens, I do agree with Kat that they're going to start loading the. If you beat us with the pass, great. It is what it is. But we're not going to allow you to do what you do best. And I think this 2026, 2027 Dolphin team, they're I might be wrong. Somebody could emerge. But for what I'm seeing right now, it looks like it's going to be, what is our bread and butter on offense? The very small bread and butter that we have. It's going to be A-Chain and Willis.
Do you think maybe Ollie Gordon or Wright will get more carries this year?
I do. I think they'd be dumb. It has to be that they're fumbling too much, that they're not as productive, that they say, it is.
I was just wondering what you thought of maybe that.
I do think that you're going to
They
see.
didn't fit in the McDaniel offense.
But I mean, they have to use Ollie Gordon correctly, though, right? If they want him to have any type of success, they can't use him like Mike McDaniel used him last year, to where he pretty much gave it away coming in on a 3rd and short or a 3rd and goal. You know what I mean? You have to sprinkle him in on some 1st and 2nd downs too. Like you can't.
A lot of those short. I think Malik is going to help with a lot of those 3rd and short.
That's what I'm saying. So I do believe we'll see a little more of Ollie Gordon and Jalen Wright, and I think specifically Jalen Wright earlier on, because he's the guy that I'm looking at as trade bait and trade value come the trade deadline, because he's the oldest running back we got. Can't get a high value, but if we can get a 4th or a 5th round pick for him at trade deadline, like, we're not losing anything.
Whatever happened to the kid that got hurt last preseason? Remember?
Madison?
Yeah,
Alexander Madison?
Yeah,
I don't know. He broke his neck and fell off.
I think he retired. I believe he retired.
Did he retire?
I believe he retired. Yes,
because he was looking like our best running back.
No, he definitely looked really good. He was definitely going to be the number 2 running back behind A-Chain until he broke his neck.
Yeah. No, he retired. I believe he was forced. I think he was forced to retire because of that broken neck.
Damn, man, I feel bad for that kid.
Yeah. Now I may be wrong, but I'm almost 100%. You know what I mean? That he did retire.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm looking forward to seeing how they use Ollie Gordon more than Jalen Wright. I don't know why.
Jalen Wright is a mixture of speed and power,
Mm-hmm.
but nowhere near as powerful as Ollie Gordon. Now, can Ollie Gordon get it done? I mean, listen, guys. Well, one of the things we haven't talked about, the possibility, because I've also heard reports, and again, anybody who's more into this than I am because of work, I've also heard, like, think about it. If Paul and Proctor can produce, Brewer, you know what he could do. If by any chance Savanea could turn it around and now that he's finally in his comfort zone, you're gonna have a pretty decent offensive line. Not saying great, not saying good, but I think you're gonna be able. Now, are they gonna be better at run block at the running game than the passing game? I don't know, but let's pray that this works out, because if by any chance you get a guy like Austin Jackson finally not be healthy, which I don't see it, you might have yourself a nice little young offensive line. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know how much our offensive line weighs?
It has to be something crazy. Like average is what, like 330, 320?
It's like 1,600 pounds.
That's crazy, bro.
Yep. Well,
we got 700. We got 700 on the left side.
The only thing that worries
what's going on? Like Cap for Life came up here earlier and said, "Oh, TD is live." Now I check, TD is live, and his title is like saying the opposite of some of the reports we got. And his title, he says, Malik Willis elite practice today, and finally we have an elite offensive line.
With
like,
all due
how do we have an
respect,
elite
I don't
offensive
listen to
line when
anything
it's
that guy
7-on-7?
Well, no, because like you got to think though, like some of the 7-on-7s can be running plays, right? So now you're running 7 out there. You're running the opposite 7 from your passing play. So now you have your offensive line and your running backs, and on the other side you got your defensive line and some linebackers, right? So you can still run the 7-on-7. So that's what he's referring to, and obviously he's referring to Travis Wingold's remarks about Proctor and Paul creating such space for Ollie Gordon having like a rushing lane. And that's where the offensive line is having success is coming from.
I'll be back, Pete.
All right, Liz. I read that report. Yeah, that Ollie Gordon had like no contact 3 yards deep into the defense on 7-on-7s on that left side with Proctor and Paul.
Hey, if that happens a lot, that's a good thing too.
I mean,
Craig, especially with Ollie Gordon untouched. You know what that means, Craig?
Olive Garden, man, he be serving all you can eat hit sticks, man. Make sure y'all check into the Olive Garden.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
but
I want him.
Who do
go
we
ahead.
have?
Go ahead.
Go ahead after this, Greg. I'm sorry. Who do we have setting the edges on defense, though? It's not like this offensive line is going to go against, we're going to go against studs.
I personally think we're going to pick somebody up after somebody's released. I don't think it's set in stone yet. You know what I mean?
It should have been. It should have been damn
that's a good
Keenan Allen
question,
instead of Jalen Reagor.
Because whoever the defensive ends and defensive tackle were, maybe Sealer and who else is going to be on that left side going against Proctor and Paul, they were the ones that got mauled.
Right.
3 yards deep backwards.
And that's a good
that
sign.
Means the defensive
that's
line,
actually a good sign, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because
I think we're going to be fine at edge.
Sealer's no scrub. We know he might
not
be
really.
Go ahead.
Because there's no pass. The defense should be able to get through that block easier. And then it's like and it's the same saying as the 7-on-7. Oh, the defense knows there's a pass. The same thing goes when they substitute for 7-on-7 to run the ball. It's a substitute, so even the defense know, because now the D line's in there. Everybody knows it's an obvious run, so there's no confusion. You just got to do fundamentals and technique. That's what they're trying to get to. Meaning the offensive line had their fundamentals and technique down pat on that play that Winfield brought up that said Proctor and Paul mauled for 3 yards, and Ollie Gordon was untouched.
Hey,
That
you
means the
know,
defense on that side just
you know
got
what
mauled, and they didn't
you
have no
know,
fundamental and technique.
you know what I credit to the offensive line's success, Pete? I credit the fact that they're now blocking to the right side, not the left side.
So
And
I
you know,
believe
this is what I brought up. This is what remember. And again, you guys might not think I like Malik, but I do like Malik. And this is the area I think, as an offensive coordinator, like you got to think like Mike McDaniel outside the box. What are defenses going to think? Man, look at that size on that side. So now you got to work against that. Now we got to do a lot of play action bootlegs. You know, where we're play action A chain to run a fake stretch to the left, bootleg Malik Willis. He's right-handed, so now he can be on the move, running right. This is some of the stuff I was telling you guys not too long ago that I want to take out of Sean Payton's playbook, is having Malik or whoever that quarterback is. If the offensive line is sketchy, you can still do play actions and have the quarterback not just sit back there. You can have him on the move,
No,
cut the
and I've
field in
already,
half, and get an easy passing lane.
and I've already told you, Pete. Like that's what I expect this offense to look like a lot this year. I expect us to see a lot of that motion and a lot of that play action. Like I've already seen some of it in practice, so that just assures me that that's what's going to happen, and that's kind of how we have to run this offense if you think about it, because like we don't have a bunch of big name guys, right? So we got to figure out how to make these guys work, how to make these guys better than what they are. Like they're not going to go out there and they're not going to get separation on some of these DBs and corners and safeties out there. So we got to figure out ways to scheme it into existence so that we can stack up these wins or at least be efficient. And I didn't get to talk about Malik Willis earlier. Someone was talking about Malik Willis is going to be great. It's like we don't need him to be great. We just need him to be efficient. We just need him to not turn the ball over, move the sticks.
Yep.
Be like have a good completion percentage. Keep trending up. Eat clock. Run the ball when we can, so we don't have to pass the ball when we need to or have to. You know what I mean? To eat the clock, keep control of the game. Let this defense be stingy, because this defense, I'm telling you, is going to be stingy this year. We might lead the league. We might lead the league in turnovers. I'm serious. We might lead the league in turnovers, even if that is the best metric we have. But that's going to turnovers is going to lead to offensive possessions, which is going to eventually lead to wins or the advantage to be able to win. Now, we do have a young team. We do have a inexperienced team. So like there might be hiccups down the road. And that's why we lose some of the games we lose, because they're just not experienced enough to like that a veteran player would make the right decision there, to where a rookie is going to end up making a mistake that could end up costing us the game. PI,
I think every game is going to be competitive. I really mean it.
No, I'm with you there, 100%.
The way that we paid this team, everybody makes fun of, oh, they're under rebuild because they paid 43 players on 1-year contract. No, Aaron Brewer just came out and said it. This is why I love our players. My takes are starting to come out to life in real life. Brewer admitted having these 43 players on 1-year deals just makes them hungrier. And I told you guys this. This is what's going to bring the competition in the building. This ain't no rebuild. This means players are not going to be able to sit back and miss the meetings and be late to meetings. Why? Because their contract is not guaranteed. This is how you take full control of a roster. All because, oh, it's a 1-year deal. No, it's a 1-year deal because if you think you're going to be late to a meeting, we are cutting you week 7, buddy. We're not waiting to the offseason. We will make an example out of you in week 7. This is what it is.
And Devon A-Chain backed that up too when he was on the set and talking to Teron Armstead. He had asked him what's his opinion on this year and the whole rebuild aspect. And like Devon A-Chain said flat out, he's like, I ain't got no time for a damn another rebuild. Right. We trying to win. Like we have a goal this year. The goal this year is to win the division and then go win the playoffs, et cetera, et cetera. Like they have a goal, you know, and he was talking about how they're going to stack the box against him. He already knows. He said it. He's like, look, they're going to stack the box against me because they know that like they look at this team and they don't see a bunch of big name receivers. And the way that he explained it, he's like, well, yeah, we don't have a bunch of big name receivers, but we have a bunch of guys out there making plays. So it's going to be hard for defenses to key in on any one guy. And then Zach Sealer was kind of asked the same question when he was in a presser too, and he fucking laid it out like a preacher. But he basically was telling them the same thing. He's like, oh, that's just a number, because the way that they worded the question to Zach Sealer was like, oh, Dolphins are underdogs in 16 of the 17 games, yada, yada. And he was like, oh, that's just a number. And he went on talking about how football is like a chess match between coaches and players, and it's like all about execution. It's like you can have bad players that make a good play and make the difference, or you can have a bad call and end up making a good play, or a good call and make a bad play. So it's like he was kind of hinting at the fact that like they don't like the team seems in the mindset that none of them believe it's a rebuild, right? So with that mindset, you can go out there and you can win. You can win. You can surprise people. You could do some things but the question is, how sustainable is it going to be throughout the season? Because we saw this happen in 2023, right? We came out, nobody thought the Dolphins were going to do anything. We came out, we shocked the world, and then all of a sudden everybody keyed in and it was over from there. Injuries happened as well. So we can't blame it all on like no adjustments mid-season to keep winning. But I mean, who's to say we don't do the same thing? Come out and shock the world in the first 6-7 weeks. Yeah. But the question is, can you sustain that? Can you keep the defenses guessing? And that's why I like Bobby Slowick, right? Because he coached on the defensive side of the ball. So he understands how defense works. He understands how defenses line up. He worked with Jeff Hafley on the defensive side of the ball.
Oh, did he? Where at? Boston College?
At San Francisco.
Oh, at San Francisco. Okay, I thought maybe it was at Boston College.
No, it was when they were in San Francisco. So he worked with Jeff Hafley on the defensive side of the ball. So he understands how defenses work. So this should give him an advantage as an offensive coordinator and as far as play calling goes, and understanding how defenses are going to line up and try and he has the ability to always be one step ahead of defenses, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. It does. I mean, I said to a couple people I know, I said, I think like a guy like Malik can throw 20 to 25 touchdowns and then mix in another 5-6 running touchdowns. And I said, I think either Gordon or Wright, one of them will be a nice reliever, like on a 3rd and inches, 4th and 1, when we're pushing them back, get one of those guys in. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And just keep pushing them. Push. Win that. Not like, and he won't be like McDaniel. Like we're dominating the run. Oh, we're gonna pass. No. If you're dominating the run, you keep pounding that ball, and especially when it's down in Miami early in the year. You get it when it's 90 degrees, and they're like, oh God, they just went. And in their offense, they went 3 and out. Now the defense has got to be back on the field. That's all mental stuff right there.
Absolutely, and I think one of the things that I see, looking at this, and I've analyzed this, and listen to me carefully because I don't want anybody to mistaken what I'm saying or misunderstand what I'm saying. There is a huge difference between a guy like Mike McDaniel and a guy like Jeff Hafley. The difference between these two men, and I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but when it comes to the game of football, you got a guy who's a specialist, an innovator, a so-called innovator, a guy who likes to pull off little gadget plays. Then you got another guy that at least the part of being a football coach, a football guy, he plays it very well. What it will be on the field and on Sundays pertaining to wins and losses, that's the part that we have yet to see because nobody could predict it.
But I do want to chime in on the Mike McDaniel innovator comment because, like, I do believe it's gotten to a point, like, especially since we've seen him on this team for 3 or 4 years. Like, I can't give him the innovator tag anymore because in the beginning he was an innovator, but an innovator also makes adjustments and keeps innovating and creating and bringing out new things. And he got stagnant. He was the type of guy. He created an offense that worked. but he didn't.
But
He
then
didn't make
people
adjustments.
figured
He
it
didn't
out.
make advancements.
People figured it out.
He didn't do anything to make it better or make it work again.
Absolutely. I think what I'm trying to say is his mentality. You get me? Now I'm not saying what he's able to accomplish. I'm saying more of his mentality. A Mike McDaniel mentality is more of the finesse, gadgetry, surprise, never seen this before, as to where a guy like Jeff Hafley seems like the kind of guy that wants to punch you in the mouth, old school football, do it the right way.
Yeah, you worry about the technique and the fundamentals. All the small details that people think don't matter is what matters the most, because it's the small technique, fundamental details that win you games. You know, you don't mess up on stupid plays, like trying to be gadgety. You know what I mean? All them. How many times did the gadget plays cost us yardage? You know what I mean? Getting flags called on us and things like that. So whether it's a false start or a delay a game, like it all came down to the fact that we were being so gadgety.
Yeah. And how many times did we have big plays and they'd be called back for a holding?
Yeah.
False start. Yeah, like you just said.
And downfield, that's coaching.
It's coaching. It's 100% coaching, and that's that's what I've been paying attention to mostly in the OTAs that we've had so far, because I'm not there in person, so I can't see the things with my own eyes. So I have to watch regurgitated videos of whatever they feel like they want to record at the time, and that's what I've been paying attention to, because that's really what matters right now is the coaching. Watching the coaching and how they're coaching these players and like talking to these players and stuff like that. And that's what I've been paying attention to.
Yeah.
Me too, Kat. One thing that I've and again, I could be misreading. One thing that I have looked at and felt, this guy doesn't look like the kind of guy that's worried about being a player's coach. I don't think he cares about none of that shit.
No, he's gonna be a player's coach. It's just he's gonna do it the right way. You know what I mean? He's not gonna like bribe them into being a player's coach. He's gonna earn it.
Yeah. And, people forget, and I know college and pro are two totally different, but I said he did a pretty decent job at Boston College, and people are like, well, he didn't win a national title again. I said, listen, you're talking about Boston College, and I'm not trying to ditch on Boston College, but Boston College isn't a national power, but he did pretty good. Got him to 3 bowl games and...
And I'm going to back up your statement there, Craig, because before Hafley got to Boston College, the defense was allowing 289 yards per game passing. After he got to Boston College, they were allowing 210 yards per game. He had turned immediately from an immediate impact his first year all the way through. He turned Boston College into a top 10 defense in all metrics. Same thing with Green Bay when he went to Green Bay. Before he got to Green Bay, their defense in all metrics, they were a bottom 15 team. He went there, they immediately were a top 10 team. And this was before Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
People forget, they just want to think of the 8 games that he had with Micah Parsons and think of the last couple games of the season last year when they ended up losing in the fourth quarter to the Chicago Bears. But people forget, the Chicago Bears did that to 7 other teams that same year. In the fourth quarter,
coming back
and I can go and I can make an argument and say, well, why couldn't the offense just put up 3 points and they would have won, and this wouldn't be an argument right now?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like people want to sit here and cherry pick on little things. Well, that's why y'all need to tune into the AFC Easty boys, because I do some deep diving, bro, and I find you the facts and I find you the details that you overlook.
Yeah, I think they're going to be like somebody said about the defense. I think we're going to be better. We're not. If I were to pick maybe 6, 7 wins, and some people will say, "Oh, we're mediocre." I said, "Yeah, but with what we did, with the salary cap we had and stuff like that," and then I said, and then look next year.
I think that's a great point, because
next year we're going to get like how many millions of
$148 million.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. And that's a great point, Craig, that you just said. Remember, because people look at 7 wins as a bad thing. Do we not remember 2020?
Yeah.
When we won what did we win? 7 games, 8 games?
Something like that.
And everybody was what? We were so excited for the future.
Yep.
We were so excited because we knew that we outperformed our talent. Why? Because we had the coaching, things went right, whatever it
Yeah.
may be. If
Yep.
this team is able to win the 6 or 7 games that you're talking about, that is
Yeah.
exactly what I'm going to feel about the future, because I know that this team isn't supposed to win that many games.
All
I
right,
know.
but how the fan base is going to feel about that is going to be it's going to be 50-50, and I'll explain why, right? Because of the whole quarterback and the drafting situation. If we go and we get 7 wins, you're going to have fans in the fan base playing that narrative like, oh, we lost a chance on our quarterback. So for everyone to be happy, I think it really depends on how that 7 wins looks, right? So if we go out there and Malik Willis turns out to be a guy, right? Because he's still young enough to be a franchise guy. If he goes out there, turns out to be a guy, and he's throwing 250 yards a game, getting at least a touchdown or 2 every game, not having a lot of turnovers, getting rushing yards, and actually really commanding this offense and looking like a guy, then I think the fan base will be happy with the 7 wins, right?
Yeah,
because it's like, we don't need a high draft pick. We don't need to go get that quarterback because we got our guy. But if it's the other way around and we get 7 wins because it's Quinn Ewers coming in at the end of the year, Pete, shout out to Pete for that, because Malik Willis was just looking like trash, and Quinn Ewers comes in at the end of the year and Rouse gets us to 4 wins after like Malik Willis went 3-6, right? And then Quinn finishes out the year 4-5. That leaves us with a bad draft spot and no answer at quarterback.
Right.
Yeah.
So now you're going to have the fan base pissed off.
Yep. But I'm telling you, I've liked what we've said. Like I said, it's only talk. You have to back it up. I like what Sully's done. I like what Hafley's done, and what caught my eye when he said, "I will not tolerate guys being late for meetings," stuff like that.
Bingo.
It's my team. You do what I say, or you'll be out the door. And I love that.
Dave Ronstadt was at practice today.
Yeah, I
was
read
he?
that. Yeah.
Oh, was he?
And Marino and some others.
Yeah.
See, I liked Ronstadt as a coach. He wasn't that bad. But
he's a mentor for Hafley, apparently.
Yeah.
What's screwed?
Did y'all see that interview that Ronstadt had, where he was talking about Hafley when Hafley first got hired? I made a couple clips about it.
I did. Was that when he was in Boston College?
No, it was before Boston College. It was when Hafley first entered into the league in Pittsburgh. That's when he was sleeping under his desk. Yeah, that's when he was sleeping under the desk and stuff.
Yes, I saw that one.
Yeah.
Was it Pittsburgh or Chicago?
It was Pittsburgh.
It was Pittsburgh, yeah. But I mean, I just like the mentality. And
Wani was the head coach of what, right? Wasn't Wanstead that? Why am I so confused, dude? Was Wanstead the head coach of the Pitt?
No, he was head. He was. I think he was involved with Pitt. I know he was under Jimmy Johnson when we had him, and then he was our head coach. Or maybe he did go to Pitt. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he did. But the thing I wanted to say is, I always thought they screwed him over. And especially when Ricky got suspended, and definitely, for the marijuana, they had so many choices at running backs, and they didn't want to pay the money.
Well, what Ricky did to us is criminal. We put us in a bind. And I think what happened with Wanstead is Mr. Castile. His defense. There was something, I don't recall it now. Maybe somebody could refresh my memory with Wanstead, but I know that the ending of Wanstead
I'll be in the chat.
Was basically the team just quit on him.
Yeah.
I know that the defense at first, because remember Jimmy Johnson, he was with Jimmy Johnson. If I'm not mistaken, I know he was with him in Dallas. I just don't remember now if he was with him in the University of Miami as well.
I don't know.
I know that then he brought him to the Dolphins, and after year 2, Jimmy was already thinking about retiring. His mother had died, and all of that stuff that went on with him, and he had already been thinking about retiring, and he was setting Wanstead up as the guy because he was loyal to him. Then when Wanstead came in, Wanstead was a guy that was basically playing. The defense is the one that gave up on him first because he was playing defense and running the ball. And if you could get a field goal out of it, that was great. Hey, don't mess up. We're in field goal range. Instead of saying, hey, go for the touchdown. I know that these things, they ring a bell in me now. It's just been so long. But I know that that's basically Jason Taylor, Zach Thomas were not happy with him at the end. And at the end of his tenure here, these were our two main studs. So Tan was there, Madison was there, and they were just like, okay, we're done here. I'm especially Jason Taylor. He was really not happy with him at all.
Yeah. Oh, it hurt my heart so much today. I had to do. So I'm doing the countdown. Mr. Polk, we were talking about this shit. Oh, he's not up here. But we're doing the countdown, man, and day 99 until NFL kicks off. But I had to do Aaron Darnold because Jason Taylor is no longer the greatest to wear number 99. How does that make us feel?
Yeah, it's definitely I think Darnold. I don't know if there's many that are better than him. Warren Sapp comes to mind. So I know Warren Sapp was an animal. But noses like that, I don't know. I'm trying to think of. Yeah, so the first ones that come to mind is Warren Sapp and Aaron Donald.
What to wear?
So you would put Warren Sapp over Jason Taylor?
JJ Watt was 99, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watt was 99. So was Sapp.
I don't know how to answer that, Kat. Would you? Because I really don't know how to answer that.
I mean, it's definitely tough. You got all four of them right there at the top. Darnold, I think takes the cake.
I do agree with that one. Number one, I would put him, but Warren Sapp. Would you take Warren Sapp? Wow.
It's pretty close, all three of them.
Huh?
It's pretty close, all three of them.
It is.
Warren Sapp had a shorter one. Well, actually, how long was his career? 12 years.
Jason Taylor's?
No, Jason Taylor had a longer career than Sapp, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, and that's where I think you would draw the line, right? Consider the career length and the impact that they had. So it's like if you look at Aaron Darnold, he only played 10 seasons, and he put up numbers like that. So if let's say Jason Taylor played 17 seasons to put up the numbers he did, but Warren Sapp only played 12, and they have the same numbers, I guess Warren Sapp would be the better pick there.
Yeah, did Warren Sapp win Defensive Player of the Year or did Jason Taylor? I do not remember now. Why do I think that Jason Taylor won one?
I'm pretty sure he won his rookie year. He won
a Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, I think he did win the Defensive Player of the Year, and I'm not sure if Sapp did, but I know that Sapp. Look, Young 3K is saying that he did. Jason Taylor did.
2006,
yeah. So I don't. Now the thing is that Warren Sapp was one of these unstoppable forces, but then again, so was Jason Taylor at his prime.
Yeah. But didn't it suck when you saw Jason Taylor for 1 year in a Jets uniform?
You want me to tell you something, Craig? You're going to criticize me, and I'll take the criticism.
No.
Look, Lenny said he did. What's up, Lenny? Jason Taylor won Defensive Player of the Year in 2006.
Yeah.
When Jason Taylor, it's blasphemous. When Jason Taylor went to the Jets, I grabbed my jersey and I threw it away.
Oh, I understand. I mean, hey, I'll take it one further. Look at LeBron when he left Cleveland. They burned his jerseys.
Yeah.
You remember that?
I felt the same way about Zach Thomas and Jason Taylor. Who the hell do these old uncles think they are to go play for another team?
Uncles.
Could have just retired. Yeah. They were at grandpa stages, bro. And they wanted to just play for another team instead of retiring.
Yeah, man. But what hurt me most with Jason Taylor is the hatred that he actually had for the Jets. You get me? Because he hated the Jets. He was. I mean, verbally, when he was in New York playing over, he hated the Jets. That was the team he hated the most. And then for you to go over there, I get it.
Yeah.
You hadn't done anything here. You thought that because they were a good team. The Jets were. Let's not forget the Jets in those 2 AFC title games. They could have very easily been in a Super Bowl had they not run into Indy and Pittsburgh. And in Pittsburgh, let's not forget, they were winning something like 24-3 at the half. So it was, but I think that that bothered me. I still have a jersey of his that I've had for probably another, I don't know. I had more than one jersey anyways. I have jerseys here that are over 30, probably 30, 98, 99. I have them both. They're worn out. I can show them to you guys. But that bothered me the most because I hate the Buffalo Bills now more than any team. And I've been like that for many years. But when I was a young kid, a teenager, remember it was the Marino era, Don Shula era, and the Patriots, they beat us in an AFC championship game to go to a back-to-back Super Bowl against the Bears, but we dominated that division. And it was more of it wasn't just the hatred between the teams, but the fan base between the New York Jets and the Miami Dolphins. We've never liked each other. Yeah. We don't like each other. Like, we're not, like, I have a friend of mine, a great friend of mine who's a New York Jets fan. We don't talk about football because it's going to get heated. I'm that kind of a dumbass fan when it comes to my team. So now
I got you. I understand.
Yeah. Now it's more of the Bills because they kicking our ass.
Yeah, but true Fin fan, every fan of their team can say, except the Buffalo Bills fans, can say their team dominated an era.
Oh, for sure.
The Bills were flashy, but they never won the Super Bowl.
They've never won the Super Bowl. Only team in the division. That's right. That's what whenever I see a Bills fan coming up talking shit, they could say whatever they want. We haven't won one in 50 years, whatever. They are absolutely right. But the fact is, we got 2 more than you, dude. The Jets have more.
What's funny about the Bills right now is they're living the Dan Marino era. You guys already lived it. That's it. They're gonna have Josh Allen for 13 seasons and 13 winless, ringless seasons.
17. Marino played 17. Yeah, it's looking like that.
Well, the difference is Marino made it though, right? To the game. Allen hasn't
but
even
you
made
gotta
it.
also remember, fellas, Marino made it for 17 years because he was gifted at not getting hit. Josh Allen is not gonna make it 17. Now with the punishment he's taking and all the hits he's doing.
That's a great point. His style of football is totally different than Marino's. Marino was that field general that had that probably the best pocket presence I ever seen.
And quick release. Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, when I read a Dolphins book in like high school or something, and when they told me
you couldn't read
Marino, when I read that Dan Marino went a full season of not getting sacked once, I couldn't believe what I just read.
To be fair, I'll one-up you on that. He went a season and a half. He still holds the record for longest snaps without getting sacked. That guy,
that's what I read. The record.
My grandmother's faster than him. Yeah, that guy was insane. It would have. I don't know if you got to see it, Pete. How much you got to see him? I'm pretty sure you probably got to see the old beatdown Marino.
That's what I saw. Jacksonville get swept out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you saw was a guy that you were probably like, get this old man out of here with every right. But the Marino that some of us saw that are older, that we've never seen, and I mean this, and I'm not being a homer because I'm a huge Elway fan. I'm a huge Manning fan. But what we saw Marino do, particularly in the 80s, until the Achilles injury against Cleveland, that Marino is something that to this day we haven't seen. And that sucks because going back to the analogy that you're saying about the Bills, what you're seeing with the Bills is almost a carbon copy, which is if you take Josh Allen out of Buffalo, they'll be lucky to win 5 games.
Yep. Yeah. 100%. Yep.
Yeah, they'll be lucky to win 5 games. The reason why they are perennial 10 win, 9 win, 11 win, 12 is because of Josh Allen. Make no mistake about it. That guy is a Hall of Famer, and when it's all said and done, even if he doesn't win, the one thing you're not going to be able to say about Josh Allen is it was all his fault. It wasn't.
No.
Well, that's not true too, because like you're going to be able to point to a bunch of situations, especially in the playoffs, where it was his fault that they didn't win.
The Cincinnati one comes to
I mean,
mind.
hell, as soon as last year, Denver, he lost that game for them against Denver.
Yeah, he does make. You're right. He does make a lot more boneheaded plays than a prime Marino. Marino wouldn't make those boneheaded plays, and if he did, let's say Marino threw two interceptions, he'd give you 4 touchdowns. Like that was Marino.
Yep.
This guy,
Yeah.
this guy tends. You're right, Kat. He tends to, when he's bad, he's bad.
And another thing with Josh Allen too is like he's one injury away of not being the same player. The one thing that he's had for him is he has been pretty sturdy throughout his career and stayed relatively healthy. He hasn't had a real injury yet. As soon as he gets a real injury,
and you know what's funny? If Khalil Shakir was a Dolphin, every Dolphin fan will be saying he's not good. But since he's a Bill and Josh Allen buys time and allows Khalil Shakir to get open late in downs, he makes plays. Everybody thinks Khalil Shakir is like some big receiver. The Bills don't have no weapons. DJ Moore is another aging receiver. So if Josh Allen does go down, their season is cooked. DJ Moore, he's about to hit 30. He's about to hit 30.
Is he?
But honestly, DJ Moore is going to make Josh Allen look good this year. DJ
He
Moore
came in the same draft as Josh Allen, by the way. He's in the 2018 draft.
DJ Moore's got good hands, especially on those 50-50 balls, like those deep passes down the sideline. Like he wins a lot of those. DJ Moore definitely has good hands and a big catch radius, so he's going to make Josh Allen look pretty good this year because Josh Allen's going to be able to air out. And that's why we haven't seen Josh Allen airing it out, because he's really not a good deep ball thrower. He's not. That's where most of his interceptions come from, is when he tries to sling it down the field, and they haven't had a guy that is sure-handed. So like their coach, who's the coach? Josh Brady or Joe Brady. Joe Brady. When he came in for them 2 years ago as offensive coordinator, he kind of toned down Josh Allen's deep throws, and that's what kind of fixed Josh Allen's turnover ratio. Because before Joe Brady got a hold of him, like he was just airing it out and interceptions were flying.
Or running too much and getting all banged up by the end of the season.
Yeah, I remember when Josh Allen came out, because back then I was still very much into college and all of that shit. I remember one of the things that I forgot who said it, but it was on live TV, and I was like, "Damn, that's messed up." They said he could throw it through a barn, but he can't hit a barn. And I remember saying, "Wait a minute. Okay, so you're saying that he has the arms, he has a cannon, but he's not accurate." And if you remember Josh Allen's first year, he did not look good at all.
No.
Josh Allen to me is one of the biggest surprises
Yeah.
that I've seen in the quarterback position. You know, Steve Young comes to mind, and Geno Smith recently, Sam Darnold, another great example. But Josh Allen was never predicted to be this. Because if you look at it, where would you rank Josh Allen in the top tier of QBs? He has to be 1 or 2, right?
I mean, it depends. It depends on like how you want to rank it, right? If you want to rank it on accomplishments, then no, he's like not even top 10. But if you want to rank it on like effectiveness, like how he impacts the team, then yeah, he would be up in that top 3 range.
Yeah, I that's why I'm asking more, because accomplishments, I think, is in the game of football, because you have 32 other players that the quarterback has to count on, 11 on defense, 11 on special teams, and the 10 other guys you have on offense. It's a much more complex sport to be. You know, I think, that's one thing. Quarterbacks too many times get the glory, and they also too many times get the
blame portal.
You know, because we just saw a guy in Jalen Hurts win a Super Bowl. Are you gonna tell me that Josh Allen, that Hurts is a better quarterback than Hurts, than Marino, Warren Moon?
Yeah.
No. Are you gonna tell me? That the Elway that went to 4 Super Bowls and lost them all in his prime was better than the beatdown Elway that won back-to-back? No. Why? Because teams and coaching is listen to me. The most important position on a franchise believe it or not, is the general manager. The general manager, when you got the right general manager, this guy's going to make more right moves than wrong, and he's going to find the players to win.
Yeah.
You have the general manager. You could have a great coach. You could have a great quarterback. We saw it. There's a reason why Shula didn't win once his guys left and went to New York. All right, in the 80s. We never won again. And this is the all-time winningest head coach in all of football.
Yeah.
With probably, we could argue whether he's the greatest or not, but definitely the greatest passer the game's ever seen. And then what did they win? Nothing. Marino's playoff record, not good. Marino's playoff statistics, not good. You know why?
He's like 8 and 10, I think, in the playoffs.
You know, general manager is everything. If you don't hit on that, you're shit.
But part of the problem with Marino is they never really gave him a running game or a good defense.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm a big Marino fan, but one of the biggest things that I dislike about Marino is that he also never allowed the team to have the capital to do that. Like he wasn't one of those quarterbacks like a Patrick Mahomes that'll take a cheaper contract so that he could put the tools around
you're right
him.
on that. You're right.
You know,
you're right.
he was kind of selfish when it came to that aspect, and like that's why I have a respect for Josh Allen slightly, because he did that this year. Like he gave the team back some money. Lamar Jackson, Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, like and all of these guys are all winners, right? Winners. And
I'm looking at Jose M123, and he's saying, and this is another great quarterback that we don't talk or give him enough flowers. John Elway. I mean, John Elway. Come on, what didn't that guy have? He could run.
Yeah.
He could throw it as hard or harder than Josh Allen.
Yep.
And this guy took through what he said. He went to 3 straight. I know that he went to 3 Super Bowls, and this guy took teams to the Super Bowl that had no business being there. I mean, Craig, you remember that one? You know what I'm saying? So,
especially against the 49ers. Yeah, oh God.
I mean,
hey, do you guys see who's backstage?
No, we can't see backstage.
Well, if you look at the private chat, he's messaging fiending to get up. But I know I am not allowing the president, Donald Trump, on my panel. I will not allow you up on my panel.
Oh, you hater, you! You hater! Oh, messing
Jackson Dart is not here.
I want to let you up, my guy, but you're like almost like a troll that might porn bot. So I'm sorry, my guy.
Yep.
We got Abdul Carter here in the background, so you might want to watch out.
If he's gonna do the voice and he's good at it, then I think that might work.
But no, I'm excited. I think for the first time in a long time, I'm excited about the Dolphins. Not saying they're gonna go out and win a Super Bowl this year or maybe even next, but I'm excited about the future. You know what I mean? That I like what we did in the draft. Now, are all of them going to hit? Well, no, they're not. It's hard, but I like some of the guys we got. Like I said, like Proctor and who was the linebacker we drafted from Texas Tech?
Oh, Gonzalez.
Rodriguez.
I think that kid's going to be a monster.
Yeah.
And then my favorite. No, hang on a second. I'm sorry. My favorite guy we got was the tight end from Ohio State.
Oh God!
So fun fact with Jacob Rodriguez is he played quarterback. He played quarterback in high school, and he did also have running plays designed for him last year at Texas Tech. Actually lined up at quarterback and ran in a QB sneak for a touchdown.
Yeah.
And then that Lewis kid, I think he's going to be like a missile out of the secondary for us.
Bunch of special teamers.
I think what I'm most excited for is
who? What are you talking about? Hang on. What do you mean a bunch of special teamers?
Almost all of our draft picks, including Chris Johnson.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about a little bit earlier, Craig. Like that's kind of how how Green Bay develops their players. Is like a lot of their later, especially their later round draft picks, don't typically come out and get a lot of starts to right off the jump unless they just wow in training camp and stuff. They usually like to sprinkle them in start him on special teams, then you progress through, you figure out the technique and the fundamentals, and then like over time you will get reps in as starting. But
somebody's ditching on somebody's ditching on Chris Johnson. That kid was a 4-year starter at San Diego State.
And he played a lot of special teams.
But to be the devil's advocate for that, be the devil's advocate for that, we have so many question marks on this team that a lot of these rookies could actually be starters, because some of the 1-year guys that we came in, like they could end up being busts and they could not end up getting the start. So like it's really hit or miss. And the thing with Chris Johnson is like I wasn't really high on Chris Johnson to begin with when I first saw his welcoming interview press conference that he did the night he got drafted. Because he was asked why he chose to stay at the college that he was at for all 4 years instead of moving into the Big 12. And his response to me was very concerning, because the way he responded that night, he said, I'm comfortable here with the guys that I'm playing with. I don't know what I'm going to be playing against going into the Big 12, or even if I'm going to get playing time. So to me, like when he responded and answered that question, it sounded like he was really scared of real competition. So it's like the sample size that we have of him from college is against a bunch of B-list players. It's not real talent. So and Joe, you were there when we were going over the tape, right? Where we were talking about how he gets burnt early on, right? He gets burnt in coverage early on, but he has good recovery skills. Well, in college, that works because the quarterbacks aren't that great, right? So the receiver might have to stop in order to catch the ball. Well, that's not going to work in the NFL. They're going to get their receiver in stride, and there's going to be no hesitation on the receiver's end, giving Chris Johnson a chance to recover. And that's why he looked so good, because he was able to recover because the receivers were needing to stop, turn around, catch the ball, and then get going again. Well, in the NFL, it's not going to be like that.
Do you think maybe they'll start him off at nickel?
They're going to hit their receivers in stride.
I do, actually. I think he's going to be a nickel.
They'll start him off at nickel maybe, and then work his. Hey, we got to see what we have.
Hafley uses a lot of them, right? So I'm basically almost an every down starter. But I think he'll get used in the nickel, especially if Juju Brents will lock down one of those outside positions.
Yeah, I hope he can stay healthy, because when he's healthy, he's a pretty good player.
I don't know who would play the opposite corner.
I don't know.
One of those guys from last year that was drafted.
Alex Austin.
Who was it?
I don't even know who that is.
He's the guy that came over here from
Wasn't he at New England?
Yeah, he's the guy that came over here from the Patriots.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know.
Yeah, these are all speculations we're making. Like, we don't actually know. Like,
no.
And that's what's so exciting about the Miami Dolphins offseason this year, right? Is because there is so many questions. We actually have stuff to watch and be excited and pay attention to, because it's like we do have competition everywhere. It's like who's going to get the starting roles, like who's going to come out and be the breakout wide receiver. Like, is Malik Willis actually going to turn out to be a guy, or is he going to lose the job to Quinn Ewers? Like, it's exciting, man.
Every position group has questions.
I'm not trying to be a jerk either. Now, when Austin Jackson does go down, I don't wish it, but we all pretty much know it. What do you think replaces him?
Well, I think they slide Proctor over at that point to one of the tackle positions, and then they guard in, like Sawyer or.
Okay, I was just wondering. I don't know. Because the way Hafley and Sully talk, that they're going to keep him there no matter what at guard.
Who, Proctor?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's a different scenario if Jackson's down, though. Because who's going to play right tackle behind?
You know what's fucked up?
Him?
You know what's fucked up? Every time I hear the name Proctor, and this is, I'm going to date myself here. Nobody's going to get it. I keep thinking of Police Academy, bro. Proctor! Can't get that out of
Oh
my
yeah. I know who you mean. Yeah, that's a great movie. Those movies. Yeah.
They're awesome.
Yep.
But yeah, man, Dan Fouts. That's another one. Dan Fouts was a good one. I'm looking at the chat. Yep, Dan Fouts was good.
Yeah. That's when I'm telling you. That's when football, the 70s through most of the 80s. That's when football was football.
Oh yeah.
Nowadays, no, seriously, there is no more loyalty to
Like the classic old head comment.
No, but it's true, man.
No, I'm going to be 60 this coming August, and that's okay.
You're still young, Craig. It's got a lot of life in you. But
Back when they used to hit each other.
Yeah.
But no, and Craig, I totally get what you're saying too about the whole loyalty thing. And I was actually I was talking about this sometime last year, like when Cam Scatterbo went out on his injury and started doing like the streaming and stuff. Especially with NIL money now coming out and being a thing, like we might see it change towards the future to where players can make the money they need to make to survive and be able to play for teams they want to play for instead of having to play for paychecks.
Yep.
Hey, listen, I got to see a guy who broke the tip of his pinky finger and have it amputated and came back that same game. All right, Ronnie Lott.
Yeah, Ronnie Lott. I remember that.
Ronnie Lott broke his pinky. They told him, "Yep, you got to come out." And he said, "Well, can you cut it off and I could come back in?" They're like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Cut it off." They went into the locker.
He said the trainers looked at him like, "Are you crazy?"
Yeah. Again, kids nowadays, and I'm not knocking kids because I believe the future. I believe the children are the future. But
oh God, here we go. Stevie Wonder, here we go.
That's from Coming to America. Remember, sexual chocolate. I believe. Yeah. But yeah, it was different, man.
Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, you got what was that guy that played for the Raiders? Gene Upshaw, clotheslining people to kill them, like Steve Atwater, California. That's a wow.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
You know, I remember Steve Atwater's hit on Christian Okoye. They used to call him the Nigerian Nightmare.
Yep.
I mean, he was 3 times his size, and he got his ass backwards. Like I miss those football, man. I do that. Yeah. I do miss. I hate to see quarterbacks nowadays, and they all do it. When if there's a quarterback around them, they fall. It's kind of like the NBA flopping, and they look right back at the referee.
Yeah,
you're like
flopping.
Yeah, man. Like this isn't it, bro. You know.
Yeah, they do flop, and then they want a 15-yard penalty for roughing the passer. And they're like, "Oh, he got hit." And then you look at him, it's like, "Oh, come on, he barely touched him."
Why do you think quarterbacks back in the days when they were already in year 12, 13, you were already wondering, okay, how much do they got left? Now, quarterbacks are in year 20, and you're like, yeah, they still got it. They could still play.
It changed with Brady.
Brady, yeah.
It started to realize the value that the QB brought to the viewership and started changing penalties around the guy. And
I will tell you this, that is something that I do not disagree with, because if we remember the Brady injury that gave us the last AFC East title, that hit on his knee, that was as dirty as they come. That was a dirty hit. And you have to do that because a lot of times the defensive players were doing that. Look what happened to Carson Palmer against the Steelers in the playoff game. First pass of the game, blows out his knee, was never the same. So for that, in that aspect, yes, protect them when it comes to that. But there's certain plays that I'm like, this is football.
Oh, damn, we sold that thing?
Damn,
nice.
Derek Thomas. Whew, that's another guy people don't talk about. Rest in peace. Derek Thomas was a monster. That was as close to LT as I've seen him. I don't know if anybody remembers. I'm probably talking too much old stuff right now. Everybody.
No. This is great because tomorrow's day 98. So let me get y'all's opinions, right? Who do y'all rank as the best player ever to wear the number 98?
You got to name some names.
You got to give me some names right now because I'm.
Yeah, that's why I was asking because I haven't looked up names yet either.
Look them up and see what they tell you.
Marcus Lawrence might be.
Well, recently you got Max Crosby.
You're gonna make me grab my phone now and look that.
Robert Mathis.
Let me get my phone.
With the remember the Colts guy on the Colts, Robert Mathis, played on the same D line as. That was when I think that was when Manning was there, right?
Mr. President, Donald J. Trump. How is everybody doing tonight? Oh, we have so many people here. We have Craig here, quite frankly. We have True Fin Fan. That's wonderful. We've got Joe. Joe, that's wonderful, Joe. Absolutely. And I notice we're talking about foosball, gentlemen. I love foosball. One of my favorite sports. I'd like to see the big going on here.
There's got to be AI, bro.
Let me ask you.
There's got to be AI.
My bad, guys.
There's got to be AI.
You gotta leave that guy on for a while, Pete.
Yeah, I was about to start cooking with it, yo.
Hey, Donald, you're back, Donald. They like you, Donald.
It's very much the AI, quite frankly.
Hey,
so.
hey, Mr. President, let me ask you, do you still endorse Tua?
What is Tua? I don't know anything about Tua. Are you talking about Hawk Tua? I don't want to talk about Hawk Tua. Listen, it was one night in a Motel 6, okay, and things went a little bit shady. Any other questions, folks?
What do you, Don? What do you think? Like, what do you think about when they're painting your face? What color tones do you appreciate? And you think that make you better at making your decisions?
Oh, thank you so much for that question. Wonderful question, as a matter of fact. By the way, they don't paint my face. As a matter of fact, they lightly powder it like I'm an old Victorian woman back in the 1800s. And I use a wonderful Sephora Shade 81. Okay, it blends perfectly and naturally with my skin. Okay, wonderful orange tone, like I've been baking in the New York sun all day. It's wonderful, and it smells like rosemary.
Oh, what are you gonna do with Cuba? Are you gonna go in? What's the deal with that? What
I wish Cuba was taken care of like 60 years ago. It's a burden on me. I don't know why we still have to talk about Cuba. We have True Fin Fan and Craig and Getting the Head and all these people saying, oh, let's talk about Cuba. Quite frankly, I don't even think Cuba should exist. As a matter of fact, tomorrow I'm going to start war with Cuba. Thank you so much for bringing that up. This is all your fault, by the way. Whoever recommended that, if it was True Fin Fan or Craig, I don't really know which one it was. This is completely your fault. When you see what happens with Cuba tomorrow in the news, just remember it's entirely your fault.
I apologize for any inconvenience that might have brought you today.
No, it's no inconvenience for me. It's an inconvenience for the 88 million American people that you've just sent to war to Cuba.
Forget Cuba. I want to turn Iran into a parking lot.
I've been trying to do that for 8 years, my friend. Get in line, quite frankly. That's something that we've been working on for many, many years. It's very difficult to do.
How do you feel about Stormy Daniels? What do you think about her?
Stormy Daniels. That sounds like someone I had intercourse with one time, quite frankly. And now I'm remembering. Absolutely. Massive breasts. What should we do with her? Is she still alive? Yes or no?
Yes.
I don't know.
Oh, she is alive. Well, maybe we should send her to the White House, and she can become a maid or something like that.
A maid. Oh, okay.
The porn industry, very bad these days, very distasteful. She needs a new industry, and we're very good friends. I was inside of her. She can work at the White House.
Oh God, I was inside of her.
Hey, man.
Mentally and spiritually, of course, we're keeping it TOS friendly, folks.
I'd like to say thank you for, as an Iranian American, thank you for freeing my people, or attempting to. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'd love to free your people. I'd love to free all the different people. Whatever makes everyone love me. Absolutely, I agree with you guys. And keep on voting for anything that I do. It's
What
just
about-
wonderful.
Hey, so let me ask you, what do you?
What about the $500 that you? I'm still waiting. I was wondering, do I hold my breath on that? What's the deal?
Yeah, I need my money.
Wait, hold on a second. Did I talk to you on another stream and promise you $500?
Yes. Yes, you did.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I've been drinking a lot of Red Bull lately, and I've been doing that on a lot of different panels. I've been promising people $500, $1,000, a new gold toilet, all of these different things. Quite frankly, I can't do it. I promised thousands and thousands of people this.
This is AI.
It's not AI, and stop calling me AI. That's very disrespectful.
I've
been working on this voice for many years.
So Donald Trump, when are you gonna fix the schooling system and start paying these teachers some real money so we can get some quality teachers in here teaching children of the future? Because what we got going on right now is not working. We're looking at a bunch of dumb children getting trained by a bunch of
dumb and obese.
I'm sorry, guys. What have I missed?
Well, what you've
missed? Donald, important questions.
You've missed a great conversation with the President of the United States. He is answering everything.
We're getting valuable insight from the President.
Listen, I don't know if I can catch you up with what you've missed, but I can catch you up with the current question, and that is, what are we going to do with these terrible fat retard children that are in the schools these days? And the answer is, I'm going to send them all to an island, preferably Puerto Rico, when I'm done with that shithole. And we're going to take them all over, and they're going to breed, and they're going to populate like a pack of gorillas, quite frankly, until they don't exist anymore. We're going to wipe Generation Alpha off the map, quite frankly.
But you don't think that's a little racist to the Puerto Rican people, Mr. President?
Listen, I installed Tony Hinchcliffe 4 years ago to make racism cool, so I'm not worried about that anymore.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions about how I'm going to deport people?
Yeah, how about what are your plans? What would be your final goal when it comes to the deportations of
Okay, here's what I want to do when it comes to deportations, and thank you for asking that totally unprompted question. What I would like to do with deportation is send everybody race by race to a different part of the world, and then all of a sudden, okay, they're going to hear this massive announcement on a loudspeaker, and it's going to say, "Welcome to Trump's Hunger Games. You've all been divided by your race, quite frankly, and now you're going to compete for survival." And then it breaks to a commercial, and it plays a little bit of an advertisement for the new episode of The Apprentice, which I think I might also bring back. But back to this TV show we're working on. We're going to get all the races against each other, and they're going to fight to the death, and we're going to see which one's the best. The ratings are going to be huge. They're going to be massive ratings, some of the best.
For ratings, though? You don't think that's a little cold-hearted, Mr. President?
No, it's not cold-hearted. Look at what you guys were talking about, the NFL. This is a sport where a bunch of grown men go around beating each other up until they get concussions. How inhumane is that? I say finish the job. Let's split them up by race and let everyone kill each other.
Damn. Damn.
Damn is right, my friend. I mean, it's a hard knock life. That's what I tell everybody.
I don't know what. I don't really have any more questions. I think you're I think you're scaring us right now. I just don't.
I apologize. A lot of people say that to me these days. They say, Trump, in your old timid age, you're getting very hostile, quite frankly.
I agree. I think you're very hostile. I think you're very angry. I don't.
Every day I just want to wake up and start war with a new country. It's terrible. It's like a mental disease that's infested my mind.
You're probably thinking about war right now, aren't you?
I am thinking about war right now. Quite frankly, I'm thinking about war with many, many people. I'm thinking about war with the servers at the White House McDonald's who didn't put cheese on my hamburgers earlier this evening. I'm thinking about war with Dick Cheney, quite frankly, for making the Republicans look so bad many years ago. I'm thinking about war with Cuba because someone on this panel recommended I blow them to smithereens earlier.
No. I don't think I recommended you to blow them to smithereens. I'm talking more of a freedom type of thing. But I think you got, because of your obsession with war, and I think you might have misinterpreted what I was trying to say. But that's okay, Mr. President. You know, you're getting old.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Are you folks going to be joining me at the UFC event that I'm hosting on the White House lawn?
I won't.
You're not going to be joining. Is it because of the false propaganda that the fake news media has been putting out about all these shootings happening around the White House, making it unsafe?
I think
it's not unsafe. It's the most safe place for a UFC event, and it's got a lot of airflow. You can smoke cigarettes outside. You can enjoy yourself. You can smoke a cigar and watch the fight, quite frankly.
No, I think I'm more worried about you. I think I'm more worried about being around you, actually.
No, it's okay. I'm going to be encapsulated in a bulletproof glass case, kind of like the Pope Mobile, but it's going to be stationary.
It's still going to be a hard pass, but thank you for the invite. I don't know if anybody else has questions.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, you know what? I completely understand. Bullets be flying, my friend. You don't want to be in the crossfire. Any questions about J.D. Vance and why his cheeks are so pudgy and why he looks like a gay boy?
I don't think that's politically correct, sir. You just called.
Well, quite frankly, I am politics right now, and I said it's correct. So he's a giant gay boy, quite frankly.
Oh, God.
One time I was down in Florida, and I was visiting JD and his wonderful family, and he whispered in my ear when we were alone in the kitchen, "I don't love my wife. I love you, Donald. Please come into the bathroom with me.
Oh, God.
Let's do things we can't talk about ever again." And I looked in his eyes, his beautiful blue eyes, and I said, JD, I'm going to fire you if you don't. Take that back immediately. And he said, Donald, and he put his finger right up against my lips. He said, be quiet, Donald. Just let it happen. Wow. And we had the most wonderful night of my life, and what it proved to me is that J.D. Vance is a homosexual.
But he put his finger on your... Make sure that's where he put his finger. Was it on your lips?
At first it was on my lips, but afterwards it went many, many other places. Stainless Ninja! I know Stainless Ninja. Welcome in, Stainless Ninja. As someone that follows me, that follows you. What a small world. What a small world. LCF stands for Little Content Farm. That's my channel on YouTube, quite frankly. Stainless Ninja, good to see you. Good to see you in there. Why can I only hear myself right now?
Hey, I'm sorry.
Oh, there you are. Hello.
I'm sorry, dude. I missed your whole show, Donald Trump, and I don't want to let you know. I'm going to go back and listen to it.
I don't know what's going on. Again, I'm back now.
Welcome back. I was just talking about how J.D. Vance is a homosexual.
Wow.
So, President Trump, you think we should deport people like Pete and
Sorry about that, Kat and Sharif. If you guys were in the back, man, I'm sorry. My other device.
I don't know who Pete is, but quite frankly, if Pete is a Puerto Rican, I think he needs to be deported immediately.
Oh my
if I'm a
God.
Puerto Rican, but, oh my God, I'm actually Cuban.
He is a Puerto Rican. Wonderful.
I was born in Miami, but my parents are Cuban. They came in 1980, bro, in that big boat. How about that? It's called the Maria. How you feel about that, Donald Trump?
I feel like the Maria was a disgrace to our country, and I'm going to be contacting ICE immediately.
But Donald, that was 46 years ago. What do you? I mean, I don't.
It was 46 years ago, and it was a complete sham. They told us they were sending over a boatload of MLB players, baseball players like we've never seen before, and they sent us a bunch of beggars, quite frankly, a bunch of people that want to party in Miami.
Oh my God!
Not gonna lie, they made the nightlife in Miami very hip, very, very hipster. I liked it. It was very cool. But no good baseball players. We got a couple Ortiz folks out of it, and that's about it.
All right, Donald Trump. It was nice having you up, my guy.
Okay, I'll talk to you guys later. I gotta go beat the shit out of Barron until he grows taller. Gonna turn him into a good NBA player because, quite frankly, I'm deporting all of the good NBA players, so I need Barron to become a good one. Talk to you all later. Wonderful having you.
Oh my God.
Thank you for your time.
This is not real. Oh my God.
Oh my
Well,
God.
guys, I
That
do
was so
apologize.
wrong in
Again,
so
I am
many
on the
ways,
phone.
Pete.
That was definitely so wrong in so many ways, bro.
How do you guys talk about it? Because I missed everything.
comedy-
This is one of those times where
that's
when
what
we
comedy
finish
is,
the
bro.
live, I'm gonna have to go back, listen to all of that.
No.
But see, that's what's wrong. That's what's wrong with America nowadays. It's like, bro, like when you're doing it for a comedic aspect and like it's just meant to be comedy and funny, like why do you have to hate on it so much? You know what I mean? Like it you could tell that he was being comedic. He probably
no,
doesn't
I'm not
mean
hating
half of
on
the
it.
things that
I
he was
thought it was
saying.
funny. I'm just
saying
saying.
for Pete, I know. I thought it was pretty funny too. And like, I'm typically a nice guy who like cares about other people's feelings, and I watch what I say because I don't want to offend anybody.
Yeah.
You know. So
Yeah.
for a guy like me to think that was funny, I don't see anything wrong with half of the stuff he was saying because I know it was for the comedic aspect. And it.
I have the feeling that he actually is a guy who. This seems like somebody who's making fun of Donald Trump. That's how I was taking it. Like, you know,
100%.
Yeah, like he's not. He's basically. I don't know how to explain myself. He seemed like a guy from the jump to me that was making fun of him, and just talking the stuff like he did. So that's why I was like, okay, as long as he didn't say, even though he said the gay thing, which I could understand how it could be taken the wrong way. But at the same time, he didn't say anything racial. I mean, that could be considered racial, but I'm with you, Kat, too. I'm not gonna be now. What did you say? Oh my God! Like that's not me. It's just I enjoyed messing with whoever that was, and that's it.
Let me make sure I slap the blue on the screen and let people be aware that.
Yeah.
You know.
There you go.
I don't know what's happened, but I will go back.
Nah, he didn't say anything
I
crazy.
believe you guys.
He didn't
That
say
reminded
anything
me of
crazy.
that guy that joined last time, not the porn bots, but there was a guy that was talking about like looks maxing and stuff. It reminded me exactly of him.
Oh, the guy that went on camera? He was
And he had like,
I remember.
he was from Vegas, and he was just saying all kinds of crazy stuff, and it was the same. It happened the same way.
At least that guy I respect a little bit more because he did show face on camera with everything he was saying. You know?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Pete, and this is before your time. My two favorite comedians of all time are George Carlin and Richard Pryor.
Yeah, but George Carlin and Richard Pryor, especially Richard Pryor, you're talking about two GOATs, especially Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor has to be probably the greatest of all time, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I love George
Killing
Carlin.
the old head comments tonight.
Yeah.
We're dating ourselves. I know. I'm 48, bro, so I can't.
Well, like I said, I'm gonna be 60, and I'm damn lucky that I'm gonna be 60.
Oh yeah, that's the beauty of it. We got to see a lot of things, and we get to bear witness to a lot of things that some just haven't lived yet.
Yeah.
I'm not going to apologize for that either. I'm just
Yeah.
not. Everybody's
Well,
gonna
no, I meant because I know a bunch of you guys know I almost died of sepsis back in February. So I mean, I'm lucky to be here.
And that's why it's kind of troubling that society's gone the way it's gone, because it's like that type of comedy that you guys grew up with, like, and that you guys are used to, like, that's never going to be really seen again, because they would never get anywhere. They'd get too much hate and too much backlash from people being so sensitive about a comedic, like look at the Drewski one when he made fun of Erica Kirk or whatever. He got like so much backlash because he was just trying to be funny.
Yeah,
I think that's the best comedy.
Well,
that triggers people.
I'll tell you what show wouldn't make it today because it'd be canceled.
I agree, Joe. That's the point of comedy, is to try to break someone.
Yeah.
All in the Family would not make it in today's world.
There's a lot of comedy shows, even Chappelle's show.
Yeah,
the Chappelle show.
In Living Color. In Living Color for me I used to love that show called The Living Color. That was my favorite. And they did not that they were doing then. You can't get away with that now.
And some of the original South Parks, man, like South Park had to like change how they were doing things too. You know what I mean? Like they used to be way worse than they are now.
Yes. Oh my goodness, they were horrible. I'll still never forget. And this is when the Queen of England was coming over, and they did a show about her taking back the United States, and it was like the old British ships, and then we destroyed them. And their captain or admiral of the Navy, and she said, "Did you accomplish what you want to do?" And he said, "No, we failed." And at the ending of the show, they have her shooting herself. I'm like, oh God,
right? You wouldn't do that now.
No.
Man, guys, I'm starting to think we might have the worst running back room in the league if A-Chain's shoulder is as bad as I think.
Oh, so yeah, we never really got to get back into that because we knew about the shoulder injury before the contract got signed, right? Because there was a little tweet that came out talking about Devon A-Chain, because one of the practices he wasn't there for, they said that he was nursing an injury. They didn't disclose what type of injury it was until obviously after the contract got signed and everything. But, like, it was disclosed that he had an injury. It just was held from us the extent of the injury, and like that is kind of concerning.
So where are these guys that have sources, that so-called have so good sources inside the building? How come none of them ever brought up that A-Chain's shoulder is holding him back? Because you can remember, they started saying A-Chain is holding out for the bag.
They would have been criticized if they gave him that contract while everyone openly knowing about that injury.
Exactly. So
how bad is that?
They had to keep the extent of it under wraps until after the contract came out, and then it's like it's already done. Like,
but that doesn't bother you guys? Like, don't you guys feel like, man, I got lied to? Like, y'all played us. Don't you,
really? I mean, I don't think it's as bad as what some people are thinking of, Pete. And maybe I'm wrong.
About the draft.
Hey, this is the reason, but it's the way they did it, Craig, that makes me at least think it's worse than what it is. Because if it wasn't a big deal, they would have came out a long time ago with it. A-Chain, the shoulder injury, we're not concerned about it. We're still gonna pay him. This and that. They hid everything from us. And then after the fact, he got paid. Yes, we found out he held out of OTAs.
we thought it was the bag, but in reality, even if he would have got paid like he got paid, he's still holding out because of the injury. So
Yeah.
it's like we got played, we got lied to.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to go back and find that presser where Jeff Hafley was talking about it, because there was a presser where Jeff Hafley was talking about the injury with A-Chain and how like he's not rushing him back into practice because they want to make sure that he heals up. So I'm gonna have to go look for that presser, and I'll share it in my
Yeah, but
Discord.
the problem with that presser, and I get it, Cat, but guess what? It happened after the payment. An important presser would be one that
No,
came before the payment.
I'm pretty sure this one happened before the payment.
Okay.
Like I said,
Okay,
I'm gonna
that's
have to find it. I'm gonna have to find it, and I'll get you the
Put his
timestamp
shoulder
to
carrying the
know for
bag.
sure. Yeah, there you go. Oh, and I wanted to let you know too, because I remember, Pete, you had said after he got the payment, after he got the bag, you had said something about a clip of him showing off his grill, right? And you were like, "Oh, he's not at practice because he's out eating too much food. Like he got paid now, he's out getting a grill. He had that grill last year."
No, I know, but he got a new grill. He also got a new grill. So he has.
I saw a video of him the other day that the Dolphins posted where his neck looked kind of thick. Like he looks like he's putting on weight.
The ones last year had like wires going sideways, the gold going sideways in the mouth, and now he has pure teeth, mosaic diamonds all in it. Like they're totally different. So he has a new pair with this contract now.
Oh, I ain't looking at his grill that hardcore, but I take it. I trust your judgment, bro.
That's why these guys pay for those grills, to make sure people see their teeth, and they're amazing.
That gives us inside information, not inside mouth information.
Yeah. I can't tell you what his grill looks like, but I can tell you what his workout looks like.
Is it good or bad?
No, it's good.
Is it? I think he'll be fine. But I'm just really impressed that and I've said this before, and I know you guys have agreed with me, that they're not rushing Chris Bell back.
That's probably why we signed Jalen Rieger today, because they realized Chris Bell can't be rushed back.
He's probably going to be
And why did we sign Jalen Rieger? We signed a guy to be a kick returner, to work on damn special teams. Why did we not go out and get Keenan Allen for a cheap veteran deal to come in here and be an automatic wide receiver one and be a guy that can train up these young receivers that we got?
Yeah, but
I think Keenan Allen would not be a number one,
now?
but he could be a good
in this offense. In this offense, Pete, he would be a number one.
That's sad. That's actually sad.
I mean, it's true though. It's true though. 100% true, but it's not a bad thing, Pete. It's not a bad thing, and like, because if they all do well enough, like we don't need any of these guys to be great, right? We just need them all to be efficient. We don't need any of them to be great or superstars. We just need them all to be efficient. You be efficient. You can produce. You can win games. You can grow.
Yeah.
You can progress as a team.
The Keenan Allen signing would have been great for our young wide receivers, especially.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, why did we bring in another wide receiver 3 to fight for a wide receiver 4 spot when we could have went out and got a Keenan Allen to come in here, be a clear wide receiver 1 while grooming the wide receivers of our future?
I can answer that, Cat. And I won't say no to it, but I won't say no to that. I won't say no to it, but when I listened to the first press conference of Sully, before he spoke to the season ticket holders, you remember that one? He said mercenaries.
I'm sorry, Sharif. I couldn't hear you, but I hear you now.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he said mercenaries, Cat and Pete. He said mercenaries. Mercenaries, I leave that up to every individual to figure out in their minds who's a mercenary that's going to come from another team for their own money, for their own way, just to hit free agency. Ooh, we've been burnt by that before, Cat. We can call a couple of receivers names who took $10 million from us. So what we do not want, I think, Sully because now as a fan, I'm trying to learn how Sully is, right? It's coming on to me, right? So this is
All
the
right,
way that I'm gonna be when I'm looking into free agency, right? So I
can
don't
I
think they want
interject?
mercenaries in.
Can I interject on that
Go ahead, Cat.
mercenary? Can I interject on the mercenaries real quick? Because if you go back and you look at Keenan Allen's career, right? He was with the Chargers his whole career, except for 1 year where they got rid of him thinking that he was the problem, right? The Chargers didn't do well. Last year they bring him back. He does well with them, and now he's a free agent again. I don't consider him a mercenary, right? Because he spent his whole career with one team. A mercenary with a 10-year career would have had 3 or 4, maybe even 5 different teams that he was on playing the contract. So go ahead.
Fair enough. But I mean, that's one of the reasons why I say they're not just gonna be like at the carnival looking to pick a prize in free agency. I just think that they would rather 75% of their heart would rather look forward to the next draft than to try and hit free agency for the next 3 years. I think a lot of Dolphins are trying to translate their emotion to the 140 million that would open up for us next season. You got to understand, don't get your heart broken because Sully does not like mercenaries. However,
Right.
you want to put it in your own mind, that's up to you and everybody in the
Right.
comments. I
Right,
take
but
it the way I took it. That's all I'm saying.
Right, but I look at this team, right, and I listen to the things that they've been saying, and I've been paying attention to the moves that have been made. Trust the process, building a team for the future. One thing that I'm noticing, right, is every room has at least a veteran in it, right? One veteran to help the young guys get a grasp of the game of football, get a grasp of the scheme. There's a veteran in every room we have except for wide receivers. We got Malik Washington in his 3rd year. He's our oldest wide receiver. I mean, I guess Jalen
I
Tolbert
think
or Tutu Atwell, right? They're in year 5 or year 6, but
right, because
they haven't
if
really.
I'm
None of these
coming in
guys
and
have really played. None of these guys have really been the number one guy. So how can they train? How can they
well,
train younger guys to be the
What
number
about
one guy
Jalen
if they've
Tolbert?
never been
I
What
the
was
about
guy?
just
Jalen
gonna tell
Tolbert?
you, if
But
I'm
what I'm
coming
saying
in,
though, he's
cat,
never been a
right,
number one guy.
cat, hold on. If I'm coming in right to the locker room, right, and I told you, hey kid, I got 7 touchdowns last season. You want me to show you a move I can do? You can put on someone at the 10-yard line. You think a rookie's gonna look back at me? The guy who's coming in with 7 touchdowns last year, I can teach a kid something. So that's just one example of where Tolbert can say, hey young man, I had 7 last year and I can show you how to get one.
Did
You
he
don't
have
even have
7
one.
last year though? I don't think he had
Yep.
7 touchdowns
It's
last year.
surprising. Hey, it surprised you. It would surprise you. Hey, cat, go look it up. What I'm not trying to knock your point. All I'm saying is we do have someone who can say, I have 7 touchdowns. Hey, let me show you how to get one. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
I just looked it up, Sharif. He had 1 touchdown last year.
Did you guys see the
In
interception?
2024, he had 7 touchdowns, right? And I do want to speak on the Jalen Tolbert thing because I'm not knocking Jalen Tolbert. I do think he's going to make the team, and I do think he's going to be beneficial for the team. Especially, he's going to be our deep ball guy. He's going to be our deep threat guy. And this is he had 7 touchdowns in 2024, and this is why I want Dolphin fans out there to understand you gotta dig a little bit deeper. You gotta stop looking at the immediate numbers, at the immediate actions, right? Because in 2024, George Pickens wasn't there. He got 7 touchdowns. That was Jalen Tolbert's biggest production year. 2025, you insert George Pickens into the offense, right? Obviously, Jalen Tolbert and George Pickens play the same role. Who are you going to use? Who are you going to use on your team? You're going to use Jalen Tolbert or are you going to use George Pickens?
If I'm Hafley, I'm telling, hey, I want the rookies, whoever the best guy. You know what he said today in the press conference, Cat? And I think Pete probably was googly eyed when he heard Hafley say it. He said, "I want Quinn Ewers to go out there and show me that he can learn the position, exceed, and win the position, and I want that for every room. And I don't want to shortchange the rookies and say, oh, Tolbert is the OG when darn Caleb Caleb Douglas could come here and break out. Malik Washington can break out and become a physical freak. I don't, but um I want to see true
Sharif, it was more
competition
than
again.
googly eyes, my friend. I got goosebumps when I heard Hafley say that today. I got goosebumps. I was talking about it all earlier in the live. If you go back, I
Listen,
couldn't believe that. You know why?
I think Quinn
It's like
has a
me patting
stronger
my own
arm.
back. Sharif, I was up
I
here
think
telling everyone this is an open quarterback competition. Quinn Ewers is going to make this a competition. Nah, it's Malik Willis's. There is no competition. Coach Hafley today
see
gave Quinn Ewers flowers, bro. He started talking more like you ever saw those detective shows, Sharif, and you get mad even though you're not supposed to be mad, but because you know the murderer murdered someone, you're actually
But
happy they're talking a lot, but then you're still thinking
hmm
about it in the back of your head like this is not what you're supposed to do. This is your lawyer's job. Stop saying you
listen,
hammered him 33 times and
right?
you said it all. You see what I'm saying? And Hafley
but
went out of
Sharif,
the
This
way
Sharif,
and
Pete,
spoke more than
go
what he
ahead,
had to
Cat.
say. I was giving you a second
but
to get
Sharif,
off camera
Jeff
first, but it looks
Hafley
like you
got those
wanted to show your
flowers
beautiful
off the
smile.
guys on the corner.
Telling you right now, Jeff Hafley, he started talking about Quinn Ewers, how he does no look passes, how he has different arm angles. Sharif, you heard all of that, right?
Yep, yep. That's credit to. It's refreshing because the last competition was Matt Moore and I think Henny and then we all knew, but I did never. I think the Dolphins ended up signing someone, and so we never got to see what Matt Moore could really get be. And so that was the last time you had a true competition. So I think like it's a fresh breeze just blowing through Dolphins organization, and everybody's being pushed. Cat said something. Everybody's being pushed in the room, every room,
Yep.
and they have
Yep.
a second guy at a similar position who's going to either push you or play slot nickel or push you and play slot receiver or push
Yep.
you right out of your position, bro. And they did
Yep.
that
Well,
strategically and they meant doing.
and
Yep.
Jeff Hafley had doubled down on that, right? Like when he had that interview with Richard Sherman, he was talking about he was talking about how the way this team is built is like if you don't do your job, we have a guy behind you that will do your job. So it's just competition breeds competition, and like that's one of the things they were talking about in the interview. They were talking about because he had coached Richard Sherman, and he was talking about how like they always created competition amongst themselves, and that's how they bred champions. But I also wanted to go back and talk about the Quinn Ewers with Jeff Hafley because I stepped away, but Jeff Hafley, yeah, he did give Quinn Ewers flowers today, right? He said that Quinn Ewers is definitely ahead of the game when it comes to understanding the scheme of the offense. But at the same time, too, when he was talking about Malik Willis, he actually went to the store and bought flowers for Malik Willis instead of getting the flowers off the side of the road for Quinn Ewers because he was saying that Malik Willis has a unique gift to him that he has available to where he can move around in the pocket. If the pocket collapses, he can get and move into the A gaps, and basically saying that like Malik Willis has the threat of the run, Quinn Ewers doesn't. So no matter how well Quinn Ewers gets a grasp of this scheme and this offense, like if he doesn't develop some type of running aspect to him throughout training camp, he's not going to win this starting role.
And guys, Cat said something so important. Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead. You
What
just
happened,
came in.
Fred?
But Quinn
Go
Ewers,
ahead, Fred.
Quinn Ewers can run though, man. He can.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, he can.
Well, he's going to have to prove it though. He's going to have to prove it in camp. He's going to have to show them that he can
Cat,
turn
what
on the
is so
jet.
important? What is so important? What you said, Cat, is what Tua tried to evolve into being from year 2 to year 3 when he lost all that weight and said, "I'm gonna learn how to throw with my hip again and get that thrust." And he sent all of those videos with Nick. I think his workout buddy Nick, and then we saw a quick Tua. We saw his hair. He had his hair out, and he knew that he had to evolve to that. And that's what every quarterback knows they have to evolve to. Yes, you can throw from the pocket. You can be an Isaiah Thomas or a Steve Nash from the pocket, but they're gonna sack you eventually. So Tua tried to evolve to the second part of his level, which is, hey, I'm gonna run around and then get my next hip thrown out. And then get another concussion. It didn't work out. But don't think that Tua was not trying to get to the second level, bro.
And
It just is unfortunate.
Since we hopped on the Tua train real quick, I got to give a shout out to Pete's Takes, because I remember I was on Pete's Takes earlier last off season, and we were talking about Tua and why he hasn't really been progressing. And I remember I had some crazy thought come across my mind. I don't know if you remember it or not, Pete, but I had mentioned that Tua is a new father, right? And it could be.
I remember that take. Go ahead. Yep.
It could be him, like he's a new dad. You know what I mean? It could be the fact that he's trying to be a dad and not a football player. And then we saw it last year when he had talked about, like, if it doesn't matter if I throw 4 touchdowns or 4 picks, I'm going to go home and watch Disney with my kids. And then
that's the reason why you started saying that, because we were having that debate. Like, this guy don't love football, and then you brought up that. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then it comes to find out, right? His last presser that he had with the Atlanta Falcons, he comes out and he says, like, he's a father first, and football's his part-time job.
I'm glad we don't. I'm glad we ain't got to hear that.
That take came into fruition. And I thank you for that.
Right, let's not forget.
Someone needs to train him to not say the stupid shit.
Yeah, it's true, but it's not something that you say at the podium.
Tua also said he would die on the field, bro.
Joe, if
but that was before he had his kids, though. That was before he had his kids, Fred.
No, he had his kids.
No, he had already had.
The part-time was bad verbiage, but his family first mentality.
At this
even
point,
if that's true, you don't really bring that up to the podium.
That is true, Joe. I agree. Even though Joe, that's a very good point, Joe. Because even though in most jobs, most people would respect that. Of course, you have to be a family dad first, and your job comes second. But the NFL is different, because the locker room is your family considered to football.
So
that's your.
So
family.
I have a question.
Listen.
So I got a question for you.
Millions of fucking dollars.
When Tua suffered his concussion, you think family told him he should consider retiring, bro?
What, his wife? Yeah.
I guess his wife, mom, dad, others, brother.
Yeah, his wife. He probably had everyone saying it.
Okay, so now he's a dad. Now he's thinking, because he's a dad. Now he's had kids when that happened, didn't he?
I don't remember actually.
I think his first kid, I think his oldest kid is 3 years old.
Yeah, he thinks he had his first one.
He's got 2 kids right now.
Okay.
So at this point, right? At every press conference, at this point, Fred, at every press conference, when Tua says something like that, it's so brazen. They should just have the "Fah!" right after he says it, like just right after he says it.
You said the
just,
"Fah!"
Man, I tell you, why say that to a fan base who's hoping for you to just hope for a couple of games from there? They're not hoping for a couple of games from Tua. They're hoping for Tua to have a comeback. Why would he say that to them? I mean, I'm so glad. I'm so glad I used
Because
dial.
Historically bad at PR.
no, because
At
Sharif,
PR training.
he doesn't really want to play football no more.
No, but the
I don't
hate
think he
that's
wants to play
he's
football.
gonna get the Atlanta hate now.
Yeah,
They're
he
not
is,
stupid.
because what he's doing is pretty
He's
much
playing it.
not being a leader. He's planting himself to already have
Bro,
an escape
the hate
excuse
he's gonna
route.
get from the Atlanta fan base for that, they're not
You know what he's gonna do,
stupid.
Sharif? You know what he's gonna do, Sharif? Oh, it wasn't that interception wasn't my fault. Drake London didn't get to his spot.
Or Pitts didn't get to
I'm gonna
his
tell
spot.
you right
Kyle
now.
Pitts
I'm gonna tell
was
you
his
right
issue.
now.
Kyle Pitts was miscommunication.
The
There was
the
miscommunication.
last person that it came to the media and it came to ESPN that was hit in the locker room. I think it was the quarterback Geno Smith when he was with the Jets. He was punched in the face by a defensive. The next, I'm guaranteeing you this right now. The next person, the time is just ticking because you don't want to. Anyway, I'm gonna save it. Y'all know what I'm about to say though. You can't be doing that, man. He gonna get socked right in his mouth.
No, but see, here's the thing, Sharif, you gotta understand. See, what some people don't understand is this: Tua has always had an ego, going way back to when he first became a Miami Dolphin. Because look what happened when Flores said something to him, tried to encourage him to be a better quarterback. Look what
Yep.
response he got. So
It was
what I'm
like a
saying,
baby through the food store aisle. Oh, I can't get my chip. I'ma stomp my
there you
feet
go.
and
Yeah,
I saw the
exactly.
replay in the Tennessee game. I saw the whole thing. And
And it
if you
got
display
worse.
that, I will spank you if you're my kid. I will spank you if you do that if you're my kid. I'm
So
sorry.
to add insult to injury to Tua Tagovailoa, when he did his original opening presser for the Atlanta Falcons, he was sitting on his back porch. He did it through a Zoom call to one person.
So he's picking the media already. Wow. Well, that means the beat writers ain't gonna have nothing good to say about you when you avoid them. They ain't gonna have nothing good to say about you. You picking one beat writer because you know he gonna talk good about you. You have to be able to take, and that's
Fin
why
Fam,
not to
Fin Fam
change,
around the
not to change
world.
the subject, not to change the subject, right? That's why I love Jalen Bronson and what he's become. And shout out to Rick Bronson, who was a backup to John Starks and the '94 playoff team against the Rockets. Jalen Bronson doesn't care about money. He doesn't care about. After the game, he says, "That's not enough. We got to finish it. We got more to go. We got more work to do." And that means, yes, the Knicks may not win, but a true champion is a guy like Jalen Bronson, and this is why I respect him so much, even though he's under 6'2" and probably about to sweep the Spurs because they're inexperienced and they're a bunch of rookies. But hey, you got to see who leaders are. And
If they haven't got swept yet, they're not getting swept.
Hey, Sharif, if you want to hear a good leader, go back and listen to the press conference that Zach Sealer gave, the last one he gave.
Oh yeah,
Oh man, that
we
man
all know. Listen,
preached.
man, he was a leader from 5 years ago. We don't even
Exactly.
have to go there with him. We
He
ain't
said
gonna question him.
he said he will do anything to retire a Miami Dolphin. His family wants to stay here. He said he'll do anything to retire a Miami Dolphin. So Zach Sealer, if you out there listening, I'm gonna remember you said that when it comes time for that next contract. So don't forget you said that.
We're gonna hold your feet to the fire, Zach.
Home team deal. But yeah, he also
And you
like
know,
he was also talking
what?
about also talking about the 2026 season in that presser, and he explained it really well, right? Because the way that the
Okay.
dude asked him the question, he was like, "Oh, Miami is the underdogs in 16 of 17 games this season. What do you think about that?" And he was like, "Oh, that's just a number." And he went on to talk about how football is a chess match between coaches and players and other teams with their coaches and players, and how like you can have a good call and a bad play, or a bad call and a good play. It just depends on like the unity of the locker room and the players and stuff. He gave a whole bunch of
Right.
proper term. I'm not doing him justice, honestly. I'm butchering what he said, so y'all got to go check it out for sure.
And you know, you know what I noticed real quick? Hafley and the coach for the New York Knicks, they have the similarities already just within 3 weeks of me watching them together, right? When you look at Mike Brown, the first thing he did is he gave props to his bench coach, who actually writes up the plays in every timeout for the game. And then he actually gave props to the defensive coach on his bench, meaning he admitted to the world that he just is there to motivate the guys through a timeout. He doesn't call a damn play. So he gave shout outs to the guys who actually did on his bench coaches. Now,
Hey, does
Hafley
anybody?
did the same thing about 3 times. Hafley does the same thing. He transfers shout outs to his coach, who executes things and does it the right way, the way he wants it done. And I think this is where you talk about the Patrick Graham, who is teaching the players about Flores' amoeba defense and how to do it, what is leverage, what is B gap, C gap, how to set the edge. Hafley said something today. Oh, I can just teach them that. Don't worry. I want to put them in the uncomfortable situations, whether you're a Mike or not a Mike. I'm going to put you in a situation where you're scared to see how you react, because I may need to play you in that position. This is what Patrick Graham did, my friend. This is why you have the standing 7 on 3rd down, and you don't know who's coming, and then all of a sudden zero blitz.
Are you
Sharif,
talking about when he was talking about Jordan Brooks?
You think Hafley's happy that the defense is balling out right now during OTAs? You
You're
think
going to
that
see
like
the zero blitz. What is your
I
question,
think he
Ken?
is happy. Yeah,
he's happy, right? He's
I
he's
think
not
he's happy.
concerned
Yeah.
I
like
think
some
he's
of
happy.
us are with the
You was
offense.
asking
I
a
think he's
question, Ken?
blind. I think
Someone was asking a question. I think it
I don't think
was.
it was. I don't think it was relevant.
Oh,
I
go
think it was
ahead, Pete.
me, but I forgot.
But
Yeah, because Hafley. Go ahead.
no, I was about to say, I think, when I listen to Hapley's press I think right now he's pretty much happy with. I think he kind of mentioned that he's kind of happy with the defense and the way they're moving and what have you. And I think he
He.
also mentioned that as
Mhm.
as you can see, the defense is ahead of the offense. But he mentioned that with the offense, there's some things that he's going to do so that they can start progressing as well. And then I think he
Yes.
mentioned normal for the defense to be ahead of offense. I said that on another platform because I've been saying that for years with the Dolphins and other teams, where the defense
Mhm.
gets ahead of the offense. It's not always the case, but that's what I've seen most of the time.
And that's
Right.
how we
And
found Eric Rowe. That's the reason
right.
we didn't know Eric Rowe could not fit as a starting safety. He couldn't. He fitted on the special teams, and then he got some snaps here and there, and then all of a
Let me
sudden he was a tight end stopper, all pro type tight end stopper. So
let
you
me
have to
speak on
put
that.
guys and keep switching and don't care. Hey, I'm switching you today. Oh no, I don't want to be there. Well, I'm gonna put you there. And you got to do that. This is how you find Eric Rose and how you find
All right.
guys.
All right. Well, let me answer your question now. Let me answer it. And like here's what I look at it and how I look at it, because yeah, I do believe that Jeff Hafley is happy that the defense is performing the way it should be. And I think the fans should be happy as well, because what that means is like Jeff Hafley already said that right now Sean Duggan is controlling the defense. Sean Duggan is a guy that's been with Hafley for a very long time, knows how Hafley works. So yes, Sean Hafley is happy that his coaching and his teaching has done enough that his guy that he's been teaching can run his defense the way that he wants it to be run. And we should be happy about that, because that's a proven that's already a sample size of his ability to coach and train people,
Man,
right?
that's a fresh breeze, cat. That's just a fresh breeze
sample
blowing, man.
size of his ability to coach and train people. That's 100% what
I
that
picked
is.
up on that. I picked up on that like 2 weeks ago because he couldn't do nothing when he was at the meetings in Indiana. Players that didn't come in yet. So, but now that you see, and he's like, I'm going to put in the second phases of installs. So they didn't catch up, but they're going to be sped up now. And some of them are already showing that they've caught on to the first installs. And so you can see the improvement. And I like that when a coach puts you in the molten, he puts you in the molten fire and then takes you out to see what you're made of. I like when a coach does that. And teaches you, hey, no, you are right. Just do it this way. And then but I see you could do it better this way and intercept that pass and take it to the house. You can do that. And this is what coaches do.
And that's the one thing that I've been looking for so far in the training, in the OTAs, because like 7-on-7s, it's cool and all, but I'm really looking at the coaching and how these coaches are interacting with the players and coaching the players. And that's what I've been paying attention to. And it's definitely been different from what we're used to, right? We used to always see Mike McDaniel kind of on the sideline, just kind of like goofing off and not really coaching anybody, just like making jokes and walking by, or like just standing on the sideline. And like what we're seeing with Jeff Hafley is like he's getting out there, he's going through all these different positions and checking how the coaches are coaching and checking how the players are playing and giving feedback and actually coaching these guys. So
and what are they building, Jack?
What's up with all these new coaches we're hiring now? Like, does that
I
not
wanted
show,
to talk
like,
to you.
there's a-
I wanted to talk to you about that.
Hold on. One more thing, Cat. Well, one more thing, Cat. What are we building, real quick? I remember when Corey Dillon. No, watch this. I remember when Corey Dillon and quarterback A was in the backfield, and they had a tower at the offensive line, right? And what happened? All you had to do was coach your defense, and you could allow the quarterback and Corey Dillon to carry the New England Patriots to championships. Why? Because you could just control your defense, and I'm controlling 50 other players, and the other 3 are damn near Pro Bowlers. One is a Hall of Fame. That's what Hafley is building. Go ahead.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, Sharif, because this is where I was going with when I was earlier. Hold on, Pete. Hold on. I'm cooking some steak right now. I'm cooking steak right now, bro.
Can you guys hear me? Sharif, you hear me?
Yeah.
That RPO, if it comes out clutch, shoot, man. If that RPO comes out clutch with A-Chain, it might be unstoppable with Malik Willis if he gets 1,000 yards.
And this is where I was going earlier with how our players only need to be efficient. We don't need them to be great. We don't need all of them to be great. We just need all of them to be good enough and efficient. Because this defense, if it's going to be stingy the way that it seems like it's going to be, the way that Hafley's built this team to be stingy with takeaways, we could be holding teams to 21 points or less. So you're not asking a whole lot from your offense, and one touchdown could be coming every once in a while. Could be coming from the defensive side of the ball.
But let me tell you something.
There could be a turnover in field goal range. You know what I'm saying? So like the defense is going to flip the field in favor of the offense.
If we're not scoring off the turnovers, like for example, we get an interception.
That's the key. That's the key.
If we don't get 30 yards for a field goal or a touchdown, like all of this is useless. The turnovers, because turnovers are good, but you got to be able to score off of them. So if we're gonna run the RPO, and Malik Willis is getting he's killing it on the ground. A-Chain is killing it on the ground, and we're one of the teams leading the league in turnovers. Cat in the hat. I'm not gonna lie. That is literally the receipt. That is the recipe to win. To go get
I just said Corey Dillon and quarterback A. He just had to worry about 50 guys. That's all he had to worry about, 50 guys. Because he knows 3 guys is going to score a couple of points.
Yep. If we could get 10 rushing touchdowns from Malik Willis, 10 from Devon A-Chain, that's 20 rushing touchdowns. And that's not even including the passing touchdowns that he's going to get. This could be a very dangerous offense with a very stingy defense based on what we have going on in OTAs right now. Because if we're going to speak about what we're seeing
the
right
teaching
now,
will scale
then
that.
our defense
Imagine
right
how
now
fast the
literally
teaching
the
is
best
scaling,
defense in the
Pete.
league. According to OTA
listen,
highlights, the
And if they're
Dolphins
truly
defense has
teaching,
created the
Pete,
most
this
turnovers.
is gonna scale. And if they're teaching how we think they are, like how we're excited now, watch how fast the teaching is gonna scale and the execution will be applied. That's why you saw Flores didn't use the zero blitz until about week 5, week 6. He installed the zero blitz during those first 5 weeks.
And let me tell you something, Sharif. When you have an offense that is almost like energized off the turnovers, it's almost like an energy factor. They're on the sideline and they're there waiting to get back in because they feel like the defense is about to get a turnover. So it's like it turns the offense up a notch too.
Yep. And listen, man, like I said, a lot of people like Big O like to rat on Flores, but he doesn't want to say, hey, remember those 24 games in a row that the Dolphins defense had a turnover? We were damn near a turnover chain team, just like the U. But nobody remembers
and the turnover,
that.
And
Nobody
because
remembers
of that. No, I remember that, Sharif. I remember that because I was always saying like those turnovers always made us a factor in each of those games, but the offense was never good enough to capitalize on it. And that's going to be the key. That's going to be the key is like, yes, like this defense may give us turnovers, but we got to be able to do something with it. It's got to turn into 3 or 7, nothing less. We can't waste these turnovers.
And also too, it's one thing we forgot about too. Even though they made some changes in the office, they also did something that to me that I like. They went and changed and Kat, you probably heard me say this before. The strength and conditioning staff.
We were talking about it yesterday, yeah, because we were live talking about all the news yesterday as it was happening because I was waiting on that AJ Brown move to hit, man. Yeah, so we were talking about it yesterday. We had a whole bunch of promotions and additions yesterday as far as front office and upper staff goes. No one really important. Brandon Shore got his promotion, but I mean the real important ones are the strength and conditioning coaches.
Yes.
So and I already told you I'm gonna do it. I'm going to do myself a deep dive on those guys. I'm going to go in. I'm going to look at the teams that they were on before, and I'm going to look at the injury history of the players that were on those teams, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to do some deep diving on these guys to find out if they're good or not, because like strength and conditioning is very, very important, especially down here in Miami where it's very hot, and you got to make sure that you're working out properly, you're training properly, you're on the right diet because the heat and all the work and excess strain on your body, it is very important to have good strength and conditioning coaches. So make sure y'all head over to the AFC Easty Boys and smash that subscribe.
There you go.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, Gary?
Go ahead, man.
What up, Gary?
Hey, man, let me just say this. I think that one of the problems, like with the Dolphin fans, are like we're counting on players to do things in the NFL that they've never done. Like we're counting on the secondary to do something that they've never done before. Like who in the secondary can you count on right now to get those turnovers? Do you know?
The same guys that are getting
What
those
is unique? What is unique about what we just talked about, Gary, is we talked about elite teaching. We talked about how Patrick Graham taught the guys. Nobody's 36 players off of the street. They were in consummation with a zero blitz that stopped Lamar Miller for 9 sacks, 5 turnovers. So we're teaching guys again, Gary. So we're not counting on guys who've never done nothing before. We're counting on coaches who are elite at teaching, Gary. If that answers your question.
Hold on, I'll answer. Hold on, let me put my 2 cents in it real quick too, because when we got all these free agents and when we got our draft picks, I went through and I did a pretty deep dive on every one of the players. One of the common things that I found on the defensive players that we brought in, that Hafley brought into this system, they all specialized in takeaways. They all specialized in turnovers and open field tackles. And over the last 2 years, that's one of the areas where the Miami Dolphins have struggled the most, is with turnovers and open field tackles. How many games have we lost because somebody missed an open field tackle and that running back went for 60 yards and a touchdown?
Many.
So takeaways.
I thought you'd never asked.
Yeah, takeaways is one of the very common things you will see in all of the defensive players that Hafley brought into this system this year.
What evidence do you have that Hafley's an elite teacher?
I'll send you a link, bro. I'll send you a link and you can watch the show. I did a deep dive, all the analysis, everything you can imagine about every player that's on this team.
I can give you one reference from a Pro Bowl a guy who's going to the Hall of Fame. Richard Sherman said when he went to San Francisco and he called Hafley and he said, "Man, it's things down here are not like how it was when I was, so I'm so glad that I'm back in San Fran with you guys, and I'm doing free agency thing is not for me." And so that told me that Richard Sherman was able to stay back, be the first one in, last person in. He talked about the stories of having a pillow at the offense, learning more, and bouncing things off, of making it comfortable for Richard Sherman to evolve in his game. So when I hear Richard Sherman say Hafley has taught him everything he knew, and he slept there and he slept everywhere just to learn more, that is an example of that. You want an elite coach, there you go.
So Hafley
Gary,
made
if you're
him
up
do
here
that,
to prove
you're
us
saying?
wrong, Gary, if you're
What
up
up,
here to
Tyler?
prove
Are
us
you
wrong,
saying
I'm going to
Hafley made
continue
him
to
do
show
that?
receipts.
Wait a minute.
Continue to show. I'm just going to continue to show receipts where he has. That's all I'm going to do.
I got a question, man. Was Hafley?
No, I don't mean you,
What's
Color.
up, guys?
Good night.
I got you. I was just wondering, was Hafley? Did Hafley know him when he was a teenager and raise him to have those attributes and that
That's
discipline?
a good one.
I don't.
That's a good one. That's a good one, Colin.
I mean, a man is a man. You know what I mean? A man's going to do all that because a man wants to succeed for himself. They got nothing to do with that.
Exactly. He pushed him.
You don't think?
He pushed him.
You don't think? Hold on. Richard Sherman is a. I don't know if he get a ring anywhere. I don't know, but he's a champion in my book.
Yeah,
right. And
they won a championship.
What I'm trying to say is, if Jeff Hafley did not happen to exist on this planet, Richard Sherman would have still been sleeping at the facility.
I just wanted to answer Gary's question. That's an example of where you see a Pro Bowler guy who's going to have a yellow jacket as a championship. Hafley, you taught me everything. I was like, I watched the podcast with him.
Maybe he did, but
he was like, man, I had things I didn't know. I was like, damn, you taught Richard. Okay.
I'm not saying the guy. I'm not saying that the guy didn't earn a friendship and respect. I'm just saying, I'm not saying the guy didn't earn Sherman's friendship and respect. I'm just saying that's why he's not going to go there and talk him down if he's got a friendship history with him. Come on, man.
Yeah, and that's why you also got to be careful too with what's said, because it's also
Richard Sherman is one of the most
recorded.
Richard Sherman and Matt Barnes are they're like the same person. Matt Barnes will rebuttal with you.
Kurt
We
Warner,
all know Richard Sherman
Super Bowl,
will rebuttal with
Super
you.
Bowl, Kurt
And if
Warner
you got a guy like Richard Sherman on your side,
okay. And a lot of good it did for Tua with Kurt Warner on his side. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but
No, I'm just saying,
but
if you want a guy,
KP,
who would
guys,
chop it up and talk
hopefully you
trash,
guys,
it's Richard Sherman.
because you guys know how KP is, right? He's gonna deny and he's gonna say, "I'm lying that Coach Hafley didn't say what I'm saying verbatim." And KP, before you get that far,
and what did he say?
For verbatim, he's not gonna say what I said verbatim. But what Coach Hafley clearly said, if you pay attention to his interview today, is he pretty much told everyone that there is open quarterback competition, despite everyone denying that there's quarterback competition. There is, and he basically
Did he say it like this? Hold on.
Yeah, and he basically
Hold
said
on, Pete. Did he say it
basically
like
by
this?
giving him
Hold on,
by
Pete.
giving
Did
Quinn
he say it
Ewers
like
all
this?
the
Did he
flowers.
say it like this? Did he say it like this? There's always a competition at with every team at every position. Is that something like what he said?
Yeah, but you know why it sounds better?
No, like this is the one time. Hold on. Let me help you, Pete.
By the laughs, I'll say my prediction is pretty close.
Color, you
By the
rain on this
laughter, I'll say
parade,
my
man.
prediction is pretty close.
No, your prediction is actually
Color, you rained on this parade, man.
But what you fail to leave out is all the details he said ahead of all of that before
You rained on this parade, Color.
He started saying Quinn Ewers has beautiful throwing angles.
You got Pete scrambling there.
Quinn Ewers. I mean, he says so much about Quinn Ewers, I can't even remember.
He does have good throwing angles. He does have good throwing angles when he wants to do it.
Hey, Pete, are you hearing what the beat writers are saying?
You know, those are the same beat writers that were saying
You caught Pete running his lunch tin for data for you. Pete running his lunch tin for data for you.
No. Hey, Gary, you're telling me, are you hear what those beat writers are saying? Go ahead, fulfill me in on what those beat writers
one of those beat writers openly admitted. One of those beat writers, hold on. One of those beat writers openly admitted to shilling for the Dolphins on Twitter. Let's not forget
100%.
that.
And Color, I don't know if you were paying attention today, right? I called it out earlier on the stream because I like to drop names all the time. I'm not afraid. Plus, Travis Wingfield already has.
And I actually respect the beat writer. I actually respect the beat writer that admitted to that publicly because we all know it, and he's bound by it to keep his job. He's just saying, "Look, motherfuckers, I'm making money, and this is what I got to do for the Dolphins. Take my words for whatever you want."
Yeah, but shout out to Omar.
That's what he said. I respect that. I respect the hell out of that.
But shout out to Omar Kelly, right? Because look what happened today. This is how the media can misconstrue information and have fans running with the information they put. Travis Winfield today, he went out and put Malik Willis on his first pass attempt. He threw an interception to Juju Brent. But after that interception, Malik Willis was sharp. And Omar Kelly retweeted Travis Winfield's tweet and said, "Sharp is exaggerating."
Oh, is that what Omar said?
Listen, listen. I don't know if you guys.
That tells me Malik Willis. That tells me Malik Willis was actually deadly.
Pete, one thing you gotta understand in the content business, even on ABC and NBC, Pete, even on any big one of the 6 networks, they have to have someone who's going to go against like the topic's green, right? That's content. And so you need Omar Kelly to say all he has is the past data that he's not going to use the future. He's not going to get fired up about what could be. Omar's stance is going to be, I'm going to worry about what I know in the past.
Can I poke a hole in your balloon?
Go ahead.
Can I poke a hole in your balloon, bro?
No,
you got to land,
that's
man.
What he said.
You got to land
that's what he said.
tonight, bro.
That's what he said. No, but you respect him for that.
Yo, is it possible though? Is it possible though? Because we've done a lot of house cleaning in parts of the organization that people really don't pay attention to, and I'm wondering if the marketing team is kind of understanding how little credibility they have with the fans now, And maybe it's, it is possible that Omar Kelly is a little bit has a loosened leash. You know what I mean, as far as telling a little more of what he actually believes, which is okay. I mean, I take it with a grain of salt. I just use my own eyes and my own football knowledge to see what I'm looking at. And I just want to point out, whoever said something about the open field tackling last year, absolutely, it was abysmal. And I knew it was going to be abysmal when I called a 2-9 record at the bye. And the reason being, yeah, I was wrong about that, but not by much. Okay. And the reason being of our problems with open field tackles, hopefully it's not going to be a problem this year because, I don't know about the guys we brought in, and I really don't. I believe in the pedigree of a Green Bay, former Green Bay, staff member.
I'll send the link. I'll send the link in the chat. I'll send the link in the chat, so you'll have to go check it out.
Right,
it's like 4.5 hours long, but it's worth it.
I will. But let me finish by saying that until we actually see how the tackling goes this year, that's when we'll make the assessment as to whether we've replaced the issue or not. And when I say replace the issue, the issue started with one man, and I've been saying it since he's been in the Dolphin. Okay? And every time he's out of the game, we have this fucking problem. And he was out of the game all year last year. So I predicted that stat line would look the way it did. And of course it did. And that man is no longer with us. We traded him or cut him or something. Okay? And so we still have to replace that caliber of open field tackling. And I'm just hoping that along with Hafley being knowing his stuff at coaching defense and fundamentals and all that, I'm hoping this gentleman that we traded, maybe he had a camp this offseason.
Well, you know what?
And maybe some of our guys were at it. And hold on. That man, everybody knows, is Kader Kohu, the best open field tackler that was on our team last year, who didn't play.
You know what else is great and encouraging though, Color? Jacob Rodriguez, he's like famous for his punch out. But he's got like a tackling ability, like where he punches it out, but he does
fine,
a
but
fist
that's
where
fine,
he focuses on. Hold on,
well,
hold on.
That's
hold
fine.
on. You wanted to finish. You wanted to land. So do I.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He has this ability to where he has a special punch out and he tackles at the same time. Well, there was a video that came out recently on the Dolphins Twitter where they were talking about how Jacob, he's been teaching the other linebackers like how to tackle like that. So Jeff Hafley isn't the only one coaching these players.
Here's the thing. I like that you made sure to mention. I like that you made sure to mention that he follows up with tackling. Okay, fine, because that would obviously be my first concern. But you have to also remember. And he has, I'm not doubting he will or won't. I'm just saying that any player coming into the league has to remember that the punch out is a lot different because these guys in the NFL, not only are they better coached and better trained and better at the job of carrying the football in a way that is really hard to get out, but they're also much, much stronger. They're stronger than his punch in a lot of cases. And he has to realize that in the NFL, hold on, that in the NFL, the tackle still always has to come first.
No, I get that. And 100%,
in my opinion,
I'm 100%, I'm with you. I want him to focus on tackling first. But at the same time, too, punching a ball out is really, it's math. It's mechanics. If you hit the ball in the right spot, with the right amount of force, it's going to come out 100% of the time because it's the way that they hold the ball, right?
Like the sweet spot. Like the sweet spot of a tennis racket. Right. Like the sweet spot. Right. Exactly. I got you. I know. It's just or a button that knocks somebody out. You know what I mean? I got you.
Exactly.
The smallest guy in the world can knock the biggest guy in the world out if he knows where to hit him. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, yeah. I'm with you on that. I'm just speaking out loud what a normal, logical person would make sure to be concerned about because we haven't seen one play of football yet. You know what I mean? At the same
Right.
time,
No,
I'm
it's
still
all opinions
comfortable.
and speculation,
Comfortable
but I
with
just,
we still have Dodson, right?
yeah.
Sleeping that long, we still got Dodson. Okay, yeah, I'm comfortable with Dodson's ability at the open field tackle. I'm high in like he's at Cater Co's level in my opinion. So we do have guys that are really skilled at open field tackling. It's just that on that corner, Cater Co just had that edge so locked down, man, that like nobody could do what you were talking about off tackle, where it's like all of a sudden we get gashed for
so many.
25 yards. You know what I mean?
So many missed tackles, bro.
Terrible.
I remember streaming the games, and that'd be like the biggest thing that would piss me off so much and send me over the edge. Is like I just watch a guy miss a tackle in the open field, and it's like, oh my gosh, they just gashed us for 20 yards.
Yeah, I'd like to have YouTube's version of Gemini like do a coded search on all my calls last year and pick out how many times I mentioned that we didn't have Cater Co, and it sucked because that's why we just got burned. It's like, God, I must have said that 10 times last year. Just wanted to say also, I heard you. Sounds like you're getting bit, man. So it's good to hear you're doing quote unquote deep dives. Because man, I'm tired of doing all the work.
I've always done deep dives, bro. I don't know, man. Football's my life, man.
You got yourself a good data science platform set up and all that for straight man and all that stuff too, man. You into all that?
Say that one more time.
If not, we got. I said, do you have yourself like an analytics platform, like data science, like scraping it, the web and all that? And you know all that too?
No. I do all that with myself, like paper, pen, like.
Well, we gotta talk,
I don't
bro.
use a website for that. I don't.
We gotta
I don't
talk, man.
trust the analytics that much. I'm not so much of an analytics guy. I'm more of a film guy.
The great thing,
and I use the stats to accentuate the film. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
so
well,
like,
again,
I'll break down a film
I'm with you.
and how a player plays, and I'll point you out. I'll point you out the areas where he messes up. Like, oh, he came off the ball a little too late there. He got beat on the turn.
Right, you're just like me. What you're saying is that you use stats the way they're supposed to be used, descriptively, not prescriptively.
Correct.
So in other words, you're using the stats to correlate what you actually see in real life to explain it instead of the other way around. Like, this is what's going to happen because of the stats.
Correct.
And I agree with that approach. But you can still use technology to make it quicker for you to do all that.
Yeah, no, I get that. It's just that would require me to learn a whole nother thing. And right now, I'm learning a lot of other things. Like I'm helping my daughter right now create a show. So like I'm learning how to 2D and 3D animate so I can help her with her show. And I'm also helping my son. So I'm like learning how to video edit and I also handle all of our streams.
Because of all that, you'll end up down the same line of what I'm talking about anyway. You'll naturally end up there, bro. Because of all that. I mean, it's all in the same it's all in the same sector, man. You know what I mean? But that being said, if you need help with any not graphics like graphical design or anything, but graphics as far as expressing certain ideas as to how to use your particular choice of statistics to describe things in a visual way, let me know, because I'm intermediate with the R Studio and all that, which allows you to transform a lot of this into graphs and stuff and pie charts and stuff like that. So just kind of, if you have an idea, the great thing about it is when you're doing it for yourself like that, you can choose which stats actually matter. And people might call that cherry picking, but it's not. What it is it's saying, I'm going to try to express what I saw with my eyes, and this particular stat actually correlates with what I'm seeing and trying to express. You see what I'm saying? That's not cherry picking.
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
and
so, but the point I'm trying to make is that
I think what you're talking about.
Well, the point. Yeah, I was just going to say when we're talking about is if you have a set of stats and an idea how in your mind of what it meant to you, and you needed a way to display that on like a chart or something, just hit me up, dude. It's like I could do this stuff in like a half hour, man. It's like really easy.
No, I might actually
you
do
just
that
code it a
because I
certain
could
way and it'll show
probably.
you the stuff.
I'm thinking more towards the line of fantasy football because I do a lot of fantasy football podcasts as well.
Oh yeah.
So like that
Same
would
thing.
really help.
All
with
those
some fantasy
analytics
football
come from the
stuff.
same place. I have to actually, because most people are using analytics for that. That's actually where a lot of those sites are where I have to scrape my data from because they're the ones that provide it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 100%.
Even though I'm not using it for fantasy myself, it's the same gig. You know what I mean? But the point, the other thing is that last year, the whole R Studio, when I kind of first started to learn it and get into it, and realized what I could do with the first couple little projects I did for myself, helped me find out, and people still disagree with me to this day, but because they'll pick at my stats and all that, but I still respect people disagreeing with me because it's a tough thing to take right now and to understand. But it helped me realize last year that Drake May actually was the best quarterback in football and was the reason his team was winning. Now, you could argue whether that's the case in the playoffs or, yeah, he didn't get the job all the way done. But the point I'm trying to make is that when it comes to how a quarterback affects their wins or losses and whether they contribute to their win, Drake May was so far on the northeastern part of the chart compared to everybody else, dude, that it wasn't even it wasn't even close, bro. It was so far a disparity that it allowed me to put my name on the line and make that take that I've made. And I challenge anybody to disprove it. It sucks to say because he's a New England Patriot, but it is what it is. You know, and that's because I didn't go to like other places and say, oh, these are the types of stats people throw in your face to make their point. No, I said, look, I'm trying to find out this, and I use, analytics and actually, help from even AI or large language models to say, hey, these are the stats that would actually point to what you're trying to find out when it comes to expected points per play and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, he really is the reason the Patriots won last year. By far more than any other of his competitors, of his peers. The next closest one, I think, was like Matt Stafford or somebody, or like a little far back. You know what I mean? Wasn't even close though, bro. I can email you the chart. I still have the chart from last year about. Yeah, I would say right around. It was probably around. It's probably around the 3/4 mark of the season that I did this study. You know what I mean?
I'll take a look at it, but you also got to kind of like send me like the types of metrics that you were looking at too, right? Because like I look at Drake May and I look at Matthew Stafford as two different types of quarterbacks, right? And they played two different types of football last year. But they were both the reason. They were both the reason that their team was winning, right? But it was different reasons. Matthew Stafford is a surgical. He's surgical in the pocket, right? Okay. I'm not trying to say that your take is wrong or anything like that. I'm looking at context because the Patriots, the way that the Patriots won.
You're misrepresenting my take. Hold on, you're misrepresenting my take, bro. Hold on. No. I never said he was the. Hold on. I never said that he was the only quarterback that was the reason their team was winning. I said he was the most reason his team was winning.
No, I get that, and like
So
I'm
don't
just looking.
misrepresent my position.
I'm not. I'm not, Color. I'm really not. I'm just trying. I'm trying to understand because it's like I look at those two teams as two different types of teams in the way that they're run, right?
When it
Because
comes to the metric, look, every quarterback helps their team win. Okay, when it comes to the metric of who did it the best, it was Drake May. And it's not even close.
But
So was their schedule.
Hold on, but was that a factor? Was that because of the factor that they had to spread the ball around to a bunch of different targets? Whereas Matthew Stafford
I
was
can
going,
show you.
Hold on. Matthew Stafford was going to two targets that
I'm
you
answering
knew
your
he was
question.
going to and was still able to get it there.
They also had the
That's
weakest
where I'm
schedule.
getting at.
Look,
It's
there's
context,
32
bro.
different.
It's context.
There are 32
Like, so if you
different
want my
teams.
opinion,
32. Okay, are you just gonna diarrhea mouth me, or are you gonna let me answer?
I mean, you've been cutting me off, so I'm just returning the favor.
They also had the weakest schedule in the
I'm trying
NFL.
to answer what you're saying. I'm trying to answer the questions that you're posing. Can't remember them all 10 minutes from now when you're finally done. Okay? Christ's sake already.
They also had the
I'm
weakest
not
schedule
cutting
in the
you
league.
off.
I'm sorry if I cut anybody off, but
it still wasn't our team that did it.
Color,
It was him.
Color, I'm sorry I cut you off, but I do want to let you guys know, Bob Buckley 007, the only reason we're still standing live right now is because of these gentlemen that you have here on your panel. So
No, I
shout
ain't
out
gonna
to
do dick for
Color.
your ass. Do it
Shout out
yourself.
to all of you
Figure
guys,
out how
man.
I
You
worked
guys
it
are
out
handling
yourself. Asshole.
What?
Hey, Pete.
Jesus.
Pete, real quick.
Why are you?
I was trying to be
I'm making my
kind
next
to you,
prediction
asshole.
of your next year's draft pick will be another offensive lineman in the first round. You guys will be drafting either a right tackle or a
Stupid
left
fucking
tackle.
people, man. God fucking Christ.
Color, you're so bipolar, bro. And I don't mean that. I don't mean that in any kind of in any kind of bad way. But you really are, bro. Like I didn't say anything wrong to you. I was just kind of trying to understand your process of how you put your sheet together, so that I can understand how to read it when you send it to me. Because the way that I look at those two teams, I look at those two teams differently currently as it stands. So I was trying to understand what you were thinking when you put your thing together. I wasn't trying to offend you in any way, bro. So like I don't know where this is coming from. Fins the fuck up. That's right.
Well, you don't seem to say the fact that we're bragging about Drake May. We're talking about Drake May being
another
so.
tackle next season.
Yeah, you're getting. It's going to be another tackle. I'm sorry to tell.
That just tells me we were a playoff team.
Jackson's gone. It's going to be another tackle. It's already, even if you guys are drafted in top 2, top 3, every insider, everybody that's reporting so far is it's going to be another tackle. I have not been wrong yet, but if I'm wrong for the first time,
Dolphins, JC, you're so far from the truth.
What? So Pete, have I been wrong? I've predicted the last 2 picks for the Miami Dolphins, and now I'm suddenly wrong? For the last how many years now?
Well, this is what happens, JC. Currently, right now, you do sound crazy. You do. But if it happens again, then it's not so crazy. But right now, at the moment,
who predicted the Caden Proctor pick?
It was
a year and a half ago.
I told you.
You didn't predict Caden Proctor.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And Pete has the film. Pete has it on film. Yes, I did. I predicted it a year and a half ago.
When people were saying Cat, nobody was talking about Caden Proctor. I literally reminded everybody that me and JC had like a 15, 20-minute argument up here because I went against drafting Caden Proctor like mid-season last season when he was saying that the Dolphins will be drafting Caden Proctor in the draft.
And I predicted it. And I said Kenneth Grant would be terrible.
And yeah, you did. And I was arguing I was even arguing the Kenneth Grant take against you. That's another. I was even arguing that on that same episode. But it did happen, and I did give you your flowers for predicting.
Yes, actually, Pete, I forgot about that. But no, it was super crazy. I'm like, wait, there's no way.
In order for that to be right, though, JC, that means that Malik Willis has to come out here and ball out and become the franchise
No, it
guy,
doesn't.
because then we won't have the need for quarterback.
That's what I was trying to say, Kat. And
it doesn't
that's
mean
why I
that.
said it will be a good thing. Now he's
Because
gonna
you
make
also
it seem
don't
like
have
it
to
don't mean that.
draft. You don't have to draft the guy in the first round, guys. The number one. Do you know how bad football has gotten? That we are considering. What's his name? I think it's like Drew Mestamaker, right, or whatever his name is. That he's going to Oklahoma State. The kid has never played quarterback until he got to college. He was a safety. He is considered the best quarterback prospect in the country, and he's not even considered a first round pick. How crazy is that?
But you do realize we already have our right tackle of the future, right?
It does. No. Austin. Austin. Well, it's either going to be a right or left. Austin Jackson's probably gone, most likely after this year.
Yeah, and Proctor's going to take his spot. They're not going to keep him at guard.
They'll get another lineman.
And what if we address the right tackle position in free agency? We are going to have a lot of money in
No, I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it up and see if I hit. But so far, I haven't been wrong yet.
That's 2 years in a row you have predicted it correct. I'm gonna give you that. But I mean, they were, as always, some real early predictions. There's
been crazier things that have Pete. We have literally in our lifetime seen a guy like Sebastian Ganikowski get drafted in the first round, a whole ass punter get drafted in the first round. You don't think anything crazy could happen?
Yeah, I mean, they could trade the left tackle.
He was the Raiders kicker.
No. He was like the Raiders guy. Yeah, but he wasn't even in a what's it called? Like he was a European. Like Sebastian Ganikowski is not even an American guy. Like he was like transitioned to a kicker, and then that's just how crazy Al Davis was back in the day. He didn't give a fuck what people said, but crazier things have happened. Michael Sam was drafted.
In the NFL, the best teams in the NFL should not care what people think.
They don't. And that's why, you know what? And look at the Rams, right? A great example. When was the last time they drafted somebody in the first round?
Yeah. But that's the thing. Not every team is built like the Rams right now. The Rams are an example of when you got that franchise quarterback and you can win. It's better to get real talent for your first round draft picks than it is to continue to bring in rookies.
Do you know who their last first round pick was? Jared Goff.
That's hard to believe, but I believe it.
And Jared Goff brought them a Super Bowl win. Not Jared Goff
towards
himself.
Trying to get Matthew Stafford.
Not Jared Goff himself.
This is also the first time
to get Matthew Stafford.
This is also the first time an offensive player of the year and a defensive MVP of the year have also played together, which is insane.
Nah, y'all might as well book Rams to the Super Bowl right now. It's happening.
If they don't win, is this the biggest flop of all time though? If they don't win,
here it is a big flop.
Especially if they get Aaron Darnold. If they get Aaron Darnold to come out of retirement for this year, oh my gosh.
That guy's not coming out of retirement.
He was talking about it. He was talking about it last year.
The NFL is not one on paper. Even though on paper the Rams look loaded, and they were what, 1 or 2 games away from the Super Bowl last year. You still got to play on Sundays, and you still got to stay healthy. So right now,
Pete, exactly. Pete, do you remember that one year when you remember that one year everybody was talking about Philadelphia on paper? This was back when they had they signed Vince Young, they got Nnamdi Asomugha, they had all these players that they got in free agency.
Oh yeah, Nnamdi Asomugha.
And then they were
Raiders,
horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. And everybody was like, this is the super team.
Yeah, but here's the thing, JC. We don't even got to leave the Dolphins realm right now. The 2023 Dolphins, when they went all in for Bradley Chubb and Jalen Ramsey and all of it, that was for Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And it backfired. It didn't work. Blame whatever excuses people want to blame. Injuries, quarterback, coach, GM. It doesn't matter.
50% of it is, dude, honestly, to win a Super Bowl, honestly, anybody look at the last year, like before the season started, anybody was thinking this, nobody thought Seattle was going to win. Half of it is luck. You have to be lucky.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then
And
you know what's
healthy.
funny, JC? Nobody predicted Seattle to even be in the playoff contentions.
No.
They didn't. It was
No.
either the 49ers and Rams, and that was it.
Yeah.
Then out of nowhere, Sam Darnold. Oh my God, yeah, this is the best team we've ever seen. Look at this team. The whole team is stacked. Yeah, that's now because they're showing you on Sundays how good of a team they are. But on paper, they weren't respected. You know why they weren't respected? They still had the same roster with Geno. It was the quarterback. It was
It's great.
questions.
Even when we look on paper,
Can Sam Darnold be the same Sam Darnold he was in Minnesota? Yeah,
when we look on
Minnesota, he won
paper,
14
and anybody can argue this with me, the best defense in the league by far should either be Houston or Denver, and it shouldn't even be close to even argue. But I don't think either one of those teams get out of the outside of divisional.
You know what? And you can't leave out the Rams. I think the Rams might have the best defense in the league.
I don't think they're better than Houston's defense.
No, the Rams aren't quite.
The Rams solidified their safety and their corner position again this year. And they added Myles Garrett. Plus the offense, I mean, that's just going to bounce and feed off of each other.
They do have a good
you got to go with the depth too, though. Like, they'll have like the 2 or 3 big names, but you have to look at that whole defense.
Yeah,
like, come on,
I don't
one of the
think they
biggest
have
deals.
the top defense, but they are up there. But not better than Houston or Denver.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Denver has a lockdown corner, bro.
And same thing with Stingley and Houston. And then you got to remember they got the guy who I wanted in the draft was Caden McDonald, even though but we switched our defense. But honestly, their defensive line should be like their defensive line right now looks like the Eagles when they won the Super Bowl.
Damn, you know what? I wanted Caden McDonald in this draft too, man.
Yeah.
Watch. If the Dolphins are, they're not so good at run defense, and the people are going to realize.
I will.
We don't get the Caden McDonalds. We don't get the Tavares Sweats of the drafts. The mean run stoppers that you need. These guys, the Dolphins always pass on them, knowing Week 18, the last time we saw this team in action, Ramondre Stevenson was doing whatever he wanted to do with every carry he got.
I will add though about the Rams defense. If Aaron Darnold does come out of retirement, they would have the best defense, hands down. And they'd be a scary freaking team for anybody.
Like, don't get me wrong,
Sunday.
we see his workout videos, right? Like, he's in great shape, but is he in football shape? You know, there's a difference
he's in football shape, bro. Like, come on, all you got to do is maul guys. You can do that. Like, he can still do that.
Yeah, but once you get out of the league,
it's gonna sound
it's not the same.
What I'm gonna say right now, but I'm not gonna lie. I really mean it. Did you guys see on Twitter today how the team posted up Dave Wanstead on the sideline? They're like, "Oh, Dave Wanstead is in the building and all." Like, since when have Dave Wanstead coming back to the building been a good thing? Last time I checked, we ran that guy out of town because he couldn't figure out an offense.
This is why.
About his defense.
This is why, Pete, and we were actually talking about it earlier, but I guess you weren't. It must have been a time when you weren't there. But Dave Wanstead, Jeff Hafley actually worked for Dave Wanstead. Dave Wanstead is the guy that gave Jeff Hafley the chance to coach in the first place. Dave Wanstead also had said in an interview that he's very close with Jeff Hafley still, and is coaching him and helping mentor him through the whole process. So that's kind of why, just showing that, like,
and that's why I'm saying, since when do we want to sit here and credit Dave Wanstead? Because I'm gonna tell you guys right now, I don't care if we have a good defense, and if our offense stinks, I'm not gonna be a happy fan. You know how boring those games are? Like, let's be honest, guys. Going to a defensive battle game, you go spend your hard-earned money. You go to a Dolphins game, and the final score is 13-10. Defensive battle. We lost. The offense sucked. Like, or we won. The offense sucked. That's still a boring game.
It's
Yeah,
like,
we
you
might
remember,
get
Pete,
satisfied.
Pete,
Like, we won 13-10. At least we won. But dude,
Pete, it's like the
this is
Jets of a couple of years ago. Remember when the Jets would win, when they'd finally get a win because they had all those solid defensive pieces, and their fan base would watch them win like 6-3 or 9-6 or 13-10. Like, nobody wants to watch that.
it was a few years ago when Kyler Murray was hot, right? And Jimmy
Yeah.
Garoppolo was on his 49er wagon, and 49ers and Cardinals were two hot teams in the NFC West like 3-4 years ago. And
Yeah.
I remember that game on a Thursday night. It was supposed to be one of the highest scoring games in prime time.
And they're flops, yeah.
And it flopped. That final score was 6-3, bro.
Yeah, no, everybody can say, "Oh yeah, we want to see a tight, close." No, that's why the NFL shifted. That's why the rules changed. It's not
100%.
exciting.
It's not. So this season, JC, if the Dolphins are, oh yeah, the Dolphins, they got an elite defense, and it's their offense holding them back. I'm not gonna be like, okay, Hafley, I like that. I like what you got going on. No, you done ruined it. And I'm gonna sit here and admit it. It's like when Herbert was coming out in 2020 draft, I kept telling this fan base, I'm getting a Ryan Tannehill vibe. I don't want Herbert.
Is Hafley
and
I'm trying to think, is Hafley the guy? And I'm thinking this or maybe I'm wrong. Was Hafley the coach for Boston College that left to become a coordinator, and then Billy O'Brien took that job, and he was terrible. I remember, he was actually horrible at BC, and he was probably going to get fired anyway. But then he took he ended up taking less money to go become a coordinator in the NFL, and Billy O'Brien took that job because he was like, oh, I think one of his kids got sick or something, and he wanted to be closer to like a good hot at like Boston College. But yeah, no, I don't remember him even being anything special.
His seat, Jeff Hafley's seat as a head coach at Boston College was really hot. He was on a hot seat by the end there, so he did make a business.
But the thing is like at the time, even Chip Kelly moved on. Remember Chip Kelly? He stepped down as UCLA's head coach, and he was like, "Oh, I'm going to go coach at Ohio State, be a coordinator." You know, instead of getting fired. Kind of similar.
I'm not gonna lie. Chip Kelly, that offense with the right quarterback, well, you need a really smart quarterback. Really, what I like about it is it keeps defenses on their toes. That hurry up, fast-paced offense, and you know what? And I just brought
it worked though. Do you remember? Remember that first year, him at Philly?
And that season, the Cardinals, that they were high-powered, right? With Kyler Murray. Go back to that season. They ran an air raid, fast-paced offense with Kyler Murray. And why did they get off of it? Because it was too complex. Kyler Murray couldn't hold it down like a full game and a full season. But I mean, he started off hot. He started off like in MVP conversations as well. So I kind of like that Chip Kelly fast-paced offense, but it is hard to get the whole offense behind it. Because
because you got to remember too, your linemen have to be able to deal with it too.
Yeah, you have to have your full offense have to stay healthy for that offense to work. Once you
do you remember Jason Kelsey talked about it? Jason Kelsey talked about like he had to get down like another 20 pounds, you know, like you got to get back to that. Like you can't be as heavy as you want to be, you know, you gotta keep going. And that's why a lot of players don't like it. There's no break.
Yeah, because what happens is these big guys, the defensive tackles, when they're there in the trenches and that fast-paced offense is on them, these guys like to lay on the linemen. They like to lay on them so it can delay these guys from getting to the huddle. That's what you see that a lot with that fast.
Did you ever see that one interview? Actually, Kelsey was talking about it like with his brother. He's like, my favorite time of the game is like, you know, it's just us laying on each other at the end of the game. You know, you don't want that fresh guy to get in the game and he's trying his ass off. No, we just want to show him lay on each other.
Especially
it's true though. No, anybody that's played sports, it gets like that.
Yeah, 100%. Especially if it happens in a critical time too, right before 2-minute warning or during that 2-minute drive. They put the wrong running back in. He ran it. Oh, they tackle him. They're not getting off of his body. You got to literally pick these defenders off because they want that running back to stay in that huddle.
Dude, imagine dealing with that and then playing in an atmosphere like Denver or anywhere that has, high altitude.
That's a good point you brought up. That's why I this Denver game, I want to go to a Denver game. I want to experience.
But now you got to remember too, they do these.
I want to know what that experience is like.
And now they're doing, the universal games. Mexico City is another one. I think even in Spain, I think they're higher altitude. There's a lot of places like that. Like you could be used to playing, where we're normal to, but then you go play 2-3 downs out there, and then you're out of breath. You're like, what is this?
Yeah. See. And Denver has always been known for that since forever. It's the mile high, but yet, we don't create domes. We don't have oxygen tanks floating around in the stadiums. So it's okay for them to have an advantage.
Yeah. But that's smart though. That's why these places I think it's kind of dumb, some of these like colder states, like even Cleveland and places like that are now building domes. Chicago wants to get a dome. Chicago's not even going to be playing in Chicago anymore. I don't know if you saw the news. Their new stadium's going to be out in like Indiana now.
Well, it's not confirmed. It's not
about that.
It's most likely going to happen. No, the city's not going to pay. The city's not going to pay for it. They're going to play. It'll be a suburb of Chicago, but it's not going to be in Chicago.
And you know what? And this is why I try to tell fans all the time, regardless how they feel about the owner of the Dolphins, Stephen Ross, that guy is a boss. That guy is a boss. Because the city didn't approve for any of this. The city never helped Stephen Ross build the stadium the first time he was going to build it just into a stadium.
When you guys got your Hard Rock.
Hold on. I know where you're going, bro.
Can I ask something really quick?
Now the city wants to get mad because he had to make smart investment on his land, bring in F1 racing, bring in the FIFA World Cup, like stuff like that, and build the stadium he had to so it can sell more venues. Now they're mad at him when the city didn't pay and help him just leave it only.
Yeah, did he charge PSLs when you open Hard Rock?
Right.
Did you guys did they charge the season ticket holders PSLs when they open Hard Rock or no? Or did he?
So the ticket prices definitely went up. Ticket prices definitely went up because of F1 racing. It also put a hinder on parking. A lot of orange parking wasn't available. Yeah. Everybody had to park in yellow parking. And I don't like it, Pete, because Miami has held 11 Super Bowls in Miami. We've had 11 Super Bowls in Miami, and now we're not going to get another one because of the F1 track, because of the tennis that's on it, because we had
the F1 track when they played the national championship.
Bro, I did a video on all of this. Like, yes, F1 makes one F1 race makes more than the Miami Dolphins make all season long. Mm-hmm. It makes more than a Super Bowl weekend or a Super Bowl week.
This is what I'm trying to explain.
It makes more than 2 weeks of Miami Open.
You know what they're doing? They're doing this, and this is what I call people, and I don't like these type of people, to be quite honest with you guys. Pocket watchers, right? So the NFL is pocket watching Stephen Ross's pockets right now, and pretty much what they're saying is, you got F1. You make more in a race than any other team does a full season of selling tickets. Therefore, you don't need a Super Bowl there. So we're not going to let you host a Super Bowl because you have F1 and you make a lot of money with F1.
No, but that's
so let the money flow around these other broke teams because you've already found a good gig that's working on in your land, and we're going to help these other teams post some money, and we're going to help. And you're in Miami. Miami ain't a city that needs money.
So we're also going to punish you for being in a high market area, and you can't host a Super Bowl there either.
But that's not
And
true
that's
though,
what I
Pete.
think is happening.
No, that's not true because the reason. Hold on, no, the reason because they said the reason that we're not getting any more Super Bowls, it's because we can't host the events that are required leading up to Super Bowl weekend. The last time the Super Bowl was here in Miami, I went down and I volunteered at the Super Bowl. I got access to the Super Bowl because I was volunteering. And the whole week up to it, they had all kinds of events that led up to it. They set up the whole stadium grounds with all kinds of other things. You have Radio Row and all of these things. But hold on.
Explain something
In
to you, bro.
F1, the way the F1 track works is it has to be maintained the way it is in order for it to work all year round. So you can't do all these special things that are required.
I'm telling you right now, bro. You are misinformed. You are misinformed. And you're falling for the whole we don't have room crap because of the fact that we have F1. You want me to tell you why you're misinformed? Dude, you are not going to find a FIFA World Cup ticket right now that's not overpriced, okay? And the World Cup, FIFA World Cup, statistically has way more fans than a Super Bowl can provide. And we're hosting a FIFA World Cup coming up soon.
So is MetLife, but there won't be another.
And a FIFA World Cup, you're telling me that has more fans, more people, more stuff coming to the stadium. If you don't think Stephen Ross is telling the rest of the NFL this is complete BS that saying that I can't host a Super Bowl, but yet I can host the biggest sport event on the planet here in my stadium, he's slapping the rest of the league in the face. And he's proving the rest of the league that he is being punished. And it could be valid, bro. Because at the end of the day, if he did what he did to Flores and all of that comes to light, then you know what? Then you know what? They have to do this under the table. And then we have to come into fruition that in a way, you guys might not like to hear what I'm about to say, but if that's what they're doing and they're punishing him in those light ways, because again, they don't make sense if you put what I said into effect. The FIFA is being hosted and he's not being punished over not being able to host that. Then what they're doing is, I'm going to say it, they're brushing the racist allegations off of his shoulders and they're just trying to clean it with PR stunts. I'm sorry.
And you know what, Pete, I agree with you on that because you know what? Have you noticed? From everybody, they're saying Flores is losing right now. He's not winning.
But that's the opposite of what I heard, JC.
No. He's not going to get everything he thought, and the fact that he's still in the league and going against the NFL.
Yeah, but the latest report that recently came out is that this is going to go to open trial now. It's going to be open to the people now. It's off of arbitrary. So now more people are going to see exactly. So with that statement alone that just recently came out from Flores' camp, that's showing a win on his side and an L on these.
And I think Flores should have a job. He should definitely have a head coach job. I don't think he gets another one. And he definitely should. He deserves it.
I disagree. I mean, I agree. He does deserve it, but I disagree when you say you don't think he's going to get one.
I could say right now, Flores should be the Raiders head coach over Kubiak.
In the next 2 seasons, he's going to be a head coach for a team.
Hold on, you could see him be a coach as early as this season because if the Minnesota Vikings come out and start struggling, don't be surprised if
they're not getting rid of Kevin. No, they're not getting rid of Kevin O'Connell. They're not. He's a part of that like McVay, Shanahan. Those guys are pretty much basically protected. He's going to be good.
What's winning Minnesota Vikings games right now? What's winning the games in Minnesota right now? The defense. The defense.
I think if he gets a chance at a job, it's going to get a job that gets him fired. It could be like a New York Jets job, or it's going to be an Arizona Cardinals job.
First of all, Flores did get head coaching jobs, interviews, by the way, this prior season. So let's get that out of the way. Brian Flores did get head coaching gigs. Brian Flores is at a point where he is a smart, and based on what he went off experience, he is not gonna pick any crappy organization again.
Yeah,
and
no,
set
exactly. Yeah,
himself
yeah,
up
no,
for
that's any
failure.
smart guy.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I can see someone like Brian Flores trying to put himself in position for when Andy Reid retires. When Andy Reid retires, he's taking over a Kansas City team.
You don't think Spags gets that job?
Spags deserves a head coaching job, but I think
And-
Brian Flores is worthy of a head coach job before Spags.
And I think that's the reason why McDermott, because who wouldn't hire like
disagree with that one.
and I'll say this as a guy from Buffalo. Like, there's no way the Steelers and McDermott is a local Pittsburgh guy. How does he not get that job? He literally took Buffalo from a laughing stock
JC,
to a what
if you
record,
want,
you know?
If you want my honest opinion, I think the Mike McCarthy pickup, getting that job had a little bit of something to do with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, it could be like a 1-year deal or a 2-year deal.
Yeah,
and then he's gone.
I think that was kind of tied to Aaron Rodgers.
That's another thing. This is Aaron Rodgers' final year. Pittsburgh is going to be in quarterback. The Steelers might be the team that gets Deshaun Watson next year. That's going to be an interesting situation. Right now, like I'm telling you guys right now, y'all laughing, but Deshaun Watson, think about what happened. He probably, like, all of this crap that happened to him now in the final year of this god-awful contract, supposedly, that everyone says, right? This god-awful contract. In his final year of his deal, he blows up. He wins the AFC North. They lose in the second round of the playoffs. The Browns do. Like, and Watson has a big year. This guy is going to be back as one of the top names in the quarterback and as a free agent. What are the Browns going to do? Repay him? Repay him? Are you the Browns? Do you repay that quarterback that just took you to the divisional round in the playoffs, won the division, but yet you have all this torn, bad history with him?
You know what's crazy, Pete, is the Browns should be
I don't
good.
think any other team does either because
if you look at their back-to-back drafts,
Pittsburgh next year will. I think a team like Pittsburgh.
Who's had better drafts than
Come
Cleveland?
on, man.
Who's had better drafts than Cleveland the past 2 years?
I mean,
nobody. Their organization altogether is bad, but if we actually go and look at it, like who's they haven't had bad drafts. I think one of their biggest moves was them getting rid, not giving their defensive coordinator, what's his name, Greg Williams, that's why he left. He wanted the head coaching job.
I was just about to say that. That's why he left.
Yeah, but if you look,
they
weren't so bad. Like they actually never draft that horrible.
They really don't.
It's just they're bad at the office level. You know,
all their draft picks. It was a young team when Baker took them to the playoffs and won that playoff team.
You remember even the Hard Knocks? I remember that kid Coleman that came out, that receiver.
Remember that young drafted Cleveland team with Baker Mayfield got Ben Roethlisberger out of there, and that whole veteran team.
And they were the first seed. Remember that what was it? What did that Pittsburgh team start? Wasn't it like 7-0, 8-0 or whatever before they lost the game? Yeah.
Yep. That was the final year of Ben Roethlisberger's season.
But then they rushed Baker back. Like, of course Baker's gonna look bad. You got him throwing with a half an arm. It's like the Jets back in the day when they ruined Pennington. You know, like Pennington was probably one of the best arms I've ever seen. And then, but he hurt his arm.
I believe I could be wrong, but I believe Baker Mayfield admitted that himself on Bussin' with the Boys on that podcast when he said, like, oh, passing from like week 8 and beyond that final year in Cleveland, every throw was painful to my shoulder.
Oh, he was throwing with a half an arm.
That's what I'm like. Yeah, every pass he made,
they treated him bad
like
in Cleveland.
pain.
It's like we look at Lamar. Like, some people downplay like how well Lamar actually even played, but you got to remember, like Lamar. When was the last time we've actually seen him fully healthy?
Oh, you know what? Shout out to Michael P in the chat.
JC, now that you're up here, you're a Buffalo guy. How do you feel about the Patriots trading for AJ Brown?
I don't think it's going to make much of a difference.
It
I
makes hell
agree,
of a
bro.
difference.
No, it don't.
Bro, that's
It's
all right.
actually,
Hold
No,
on.
I think it's
I
gonna
don't.
make
I
them
think
worse.
I think they get 8-9 wins this year.
I agree.
No, it's
I agree.
weird, right? Because you look at AJ Brown, and on the Philadelphia Eagles, he was hurting AJ Brown, but for the New England Patriots, he's going to be a savior for Drake May.
I think they made even a worse draft pick with Caleb Lomu than they did last year with T-Rex arms.
Yeah, they're
I don't want
pressing
my
on this
lineman
offensive
dancing
line.
like that in his introduction video. No, I don't see any dogs on that O-line.
That's what I'm saying. And since that team doesn't
Yeah,
have any dog,
people think it's a
JC, that's
little
what I
thing, but
JC,
this shit matters.
bro. But JC, it does matter, bro. I literally listen to what I said, and it's on this same live stream in the beginning of the show. I literally said the difference between Jalen Hurts and Drake May. Jalen Hurts is an alpha male type guy. He doesn't look like you can run over him. He stands on business. Jalen Hurts, when you see his demeanor,
He might
the
not
way
be
he
that
carries
talented.
himself,
Jalen Hurts isn't that
yeah,
talented, but he puts the right people behind him, and he has the right mindset for the league.
100%. And he's respected as a man. Drake May, he's a kid, bro. This man, AJ Brown, the first diva stunt, the first hissy fit, the first time he screams at Drake May and he tells him, "You better throw me the ball." Drake May is gonna crap his pants, bro. And he's gonna feel like he has to
People
force
forget how
feed
bad Drake.
AJ
Like,
Brown.
don't get me wrong. When you look at him as an athlete, yeah, he's a great athlete, right? How
He actually
bad did he look
surprised me.
even at the end at UNC? Why do you think he was the 4th overall pick? Why do you think the Chicago Bears are drafting a guy who
JC,
paints his nails over him?
JC, there was a reason why I had to admit to this fan base like 3 years ago that Josh Allen is the best quarterback in the NFL. There's one reason why, right? And the reason I tell you this is because of how you perform in the playoffs. That regular season crap don't matter. You could average 100 yards a game and the stats don't matter. How you play in the playoffs is what matters when it comes to a quarterback.
It's
And
playoff
Josh
wins.
Allen to me, performances rise. Some of the best performances I've ever seen playoff quarterbacks play. It was from
But
Josh Allen.
he also has some of the worst though too,
And,
Pete.
yeah, last year with Denver, falling, fumble, turnover, guy pops up. Yeah, but you
The
see,
shit happens. You can't control
yeah,
everything.
exactly. This is
I
playoff
mean,
football.
you can control how you're running with the
But
ball.
I tell you what,
but I
that year
say
before,
but I
right?
say that
Like,
I say that
in
to
a
say this, right? I say that to say this because earlier Color was on here and we all love Color, but he was glazing up. I mean, Krispy Kreme, warm, perfect temperature, glazed donut just came out when you hear Color talk about Drake May. Oh, how great he is and all this. But Drake May look like a bum in the playoffs. All the games. Not just
you
one.
know what the thing too,
All of
Pete, that
them.
nobody
So
realized,
I
and I wanted to
feel
actually say this
so
earlier, but
JC.
I didn't have the
So
time to jump in.
during the regular season, the Patriots with that crappy easy schedule, yeah, he looked easy. It looked good.
Do you know?
But
Do
in
you
the
know
playoffs, he
Indiana?
looked crap. Go ahead.
Indiana doesn't make it through to go to the Natty if the college rules weren't different from the NFL. Remember their season was saved by that Penn State win when that dude what's that Cooper that got drafted by the Jets caught that pass in the back of the end zone because you only need one single foot in college to catch a ball for a touchdown compared to the NFL where you need two. If that catch doesn't happen, they don't even win the Natty last year.
But
They don't even get in the play. They don't get voted in. Ain't nobody. There's not a single person that votes Indiana into the college football playoff if that play does not happen. We're not even talking about Fernando Mendoza though.
Everybody wants to give the credit to Kurt Signetti.
Don't get me wrong; he's a great coach. He's actually won at every single program he's been at. That team that he had, yeah, of course you should win that Natty. All your players are 24, 25 years old, and everybody else that you're playing is 18, 19. You know? Pete, even those Michigan team, the Michigan team with Harbaugh that won, their entire offensive linemen were all like 24, 25 years old. They're all fifth-year seniors. I'd hope you win.
Yeah.
You're playing against boys.
So I read a report. And it's getting bigger and bigger. The more listen to I want y'all to pay attention to what I'm about to say. There was a report that I heard of parents holding their college kids back, holding them back.
Oh, in high school. They do it in high school.
Yeah. Now it's shifted to high school when I got shocked. But the latest report that I read, JC, which is totally mind-blowing, and honestly, it's actually sad that the parents are holding their own kids back on grades, and the system is allowing it. Now, the 8th graders in middle school, some parents are deciding to hold them back in 8th grade again, which is a parent decision, holding them back in 8th grade. So basically, when us as kids, we made fun of the kids that failed grades. You flunked 8th grade, you got to do it all over again.
Daniel, do you know who Daniel Cormier is? Remember he was the UFC fighter?
No, I don't. But now,
he coaches wrestling.
Are being held back so they can
he coaches wrestling.
And Pete, I think this is a good parenting moment where we can be like, this is why it's important to get your kids into sports early on, so that they don't have to be held back, so that they're skilled when they get to that age. You know what I mean?
Pete,
that is true.
So Daniel Cormier,
he's
an Olympic wrestler.
Size, by the way, Cat.
I gotta update you on my son, Pete, bro. I've been getting him out there playing football with me, bro. I'm so excited he's getting into it. He won't admit it yet, but he is. I get him out there. I've had him running the ball, throwing the ball. We've ran some plays and stuff, but he won't catch it yet. He keeps saying, "I'm a good defender. I'm a good blocker." I'm like, all right, I guess it's going to be like a corner or a safety or something.
That's wild. I'll tell you what happened, and it happened during this live stream while we were live. I got a phone call.
But Pete, that's every sport now, though, too. It's not even just football. I had to answer it, Cat,
because I have a coach for a different Optimist team trying to get my son to play for his team. And there's so much, because he's a cool dude. I pretty much ran into him business. And I told him, yeah, my son plays football for this team. He's like, get him off of that team, put him on mine, this and that. And I told him at first, like 3 months ago, I told him, yeah, I'll talk to you about it later on. But it was more like I have my son at this other team for a reason, right? And next thing you know, he's calling me today trying to get him to get booked to be on his Optimist team. And he was like, oh, I spoke to coach on that team, and and he don't want him off the team. And these two coaches are calling me now, making sure, like the one that he's on the team with, he's like, hey, your son is playing on my team. You know that, right? And I'm like, yeah, I'm not taking him off. Yeah, but this coach is telling me, don't worry. And so during this live stream,
what's that NIL deal looking like?
Two coaches because
Pete, we need the NIL. We need the NIL info.
That's funny, bro.
We need to find out what the NIL is. What kind of package are we getting?
Those calls. I cannot wait till I'm getting those calls.
Hey, Pete, is this other team? Tell them to relocate your family.
My son just turned 7, and I'm gonna get him into spring ball and fall ball and stuff this year. Since I'm getting him into it, I'm tricking him into playing with me, and he's so.
Yo, Pete, hit him up. What's that NIL deal? Do I get a house? Do I get a swimming pool?
Dolphins in the future.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I hope so, man. That's what we probably need these guys to help us win our first Super Bowl.
That's what I'm saying. Our kids are gonna bring us our Super Bowl, man. They're gonna do it for us. They're gonna do us right.
The rest of the fan base, all we got to do is wait another 13, 15 more years. We could wait. We could wait. It ain't like that we're not going anywhere, especially now that Ross is with a F1, feeling good. That stadium, Dolphins ain't going anywhere. We're here for life now. They're gonna move probably the Jaguars.
Yeah, no, the Jaguars would be the team to move because the city of Jacksonville doesn't like the team there. Like they didn't even want I-95 going through their city. So,
well, aren't they getting a whole new stadium?
And that owner Khan, he's always like been one of the biggest supporters of having the most international games, and he's always exploring like trying to get the hell out of Jacksonville for some odd reason.
like, if you want my opinion on it, I don't necessarily think that they'll leave the brand Jacksonville, but like it might be out of Jacksonville. Like they're going to be playing in Orlando this year, like because they are building that new stadium, like JC just said. Which
yeah, but the only reason
yeah.
why I disagree with you saying Jacksonville, if they move it to a market like Orlando, Orlando would want to stomp all over that. They'll literally want it to say Orlando Jaguars. Like that would be part of the deal. Like you're not coming to Orlando and being called Jacksonville. It won't happen.
But you know what I think will happen? I think Khan will probably. I think he'd probably get rid of the Jags, and they're like, "Oh, hey, yeah, we're gonna do an EU expansion." I see that more happening.
What I think is more possible, because Cat in the Hat is spot on with that new Orlando stadium. I think what they would do if they were to move a team like Jacksonville, it won't be a city name in front of it when they move it to Orlando. They'll probably get turned into like the Florida Jaguars.
Yeah.
So like that is still a little bit of respect for both cities, Jacksonville and Orlando.
I think they should just expand, if anything.
You know what? And it's weird, but I don't like that I don't like that Florida has 3 NFL teams. I just don't like it. And
or like a place like California that doesn't even care about teams, right?
Well,
they'll have like 15 different major league teams across every sport.
Yeah, exactly.
Like LA
this is
has
why
a lot
I
of
was
teams.
like, dude, like we have 50 plus states. Every state, there should be 50 plus NFL teams.
And the
For every
expansions,
state,
the
there should at
expansions are
least be one.
coming, right? The expansions are coming. The international games are the start of that. But first, like they're focusing on expanding the schedule week for week for week. So in order to successfully bring in an expansion, right? Because what would an expansion look like? You'd have to add in at least 8 teams to keep the system going that you currently have, right? You have to add in some kind of whole new conference. You have to redo it, which means that there's going to need to be more games played throughout the year in order in order to suffice an expansion. So that's what they're doing right now. They're going through the process of integrating the more games in the system, slowly adding the international games, and like that's where the international.
I think you know what?
Hold on.
I don't know if you'll agree with me real quick. I just want to make this quick point. I just wanted to say, do you think because like there's like 1 or 2 maybe UK games out of the year? So that like they'll sell those games out, but imagine how many of those fans really care to go to like 8 or 9 games,
Right,
like
but
because it's a once in a
so here's where I was going with it. Here's where I was going with it, JC. So the international games are becoming a thing. So they're selling the NFL brand throughout the world, kind of like how soccer grew. Soccer started in one country and grew throughout the world. And how did that happen? Because those places got their own teams. So that's where your expansions are going to come in from. You're going to start seeing, you're going to get a team from the UK. You're going to get a team from Spain. You're going to get a team from Australia, et cetera, so on and so forth. All these places that we've been playing at will be your expansions. They'll be the teams that get added. And at that point, too, we're talking like 10, 15 years down the line. Roger Goodell has actually talked about all of this stuff in some interviews with different various people. Pat McAfee was one of them. But he was saying, yes, within 10 to 15 years, that's kind of what you're going to be looking at. Like they're slowly looking to add more games. So you're going to take away from preseason. You're going to just make it a longer actual season, more games, and from there you'll get the expansion, because in order to put the expansion in, you're going to have to play more games.
But they're going to have to water down the league so much.
But the way I could picture it happening, because that way is too crazy. I don't think there's going to be an Australia football team. But the way I think it can happen is the NFL through the inspection, whatever. I'm looking at this drink that I need to drink right now. But through this, I think they would collaborate with like the UFL, and they will adopt like those 12 teams there. And then they would actually shift those teams into their own market and state. So this is where I think other states will start now generating, football money that don't have a football team because they the NFL adopted the CFL, and now they're building those teams their own market. That's how I think it can easily happen.
Well, here's my thought on the UFL, because like the UFL plays during the off season of the NFL, and that's kind of the bread and butter for them. So like they're gonna naturally become a name themselves because they're football when football's not on. So I could see what you're saying. Like, yeah, I could see that being an easy like integration in order to making an expansion, but like that doesn't answer the question with these international teams. Like what JC was saying is like, why would a person in London want to go to 8 or 9 games a year to watch like 8 or 9 different teams? But if they had a team themselves to go root for those home games, then it's a different story.
But they had that. They had NFL Europe in the 90s,
Yeah, but NFL wasn't what it is
Yeah,
today.
but there's a reason.
You know what I mean?
A reason why the NFL Europe and in the America won't work.
Same reason XFL didn't survive when it did.
California.
But we also have to remember, with the UFL,
multiple road games.
So I think with the UFL, the way they work, I know they can save a couple of their starters every year to be on the same team. But every year, they redraft their teams, right?
I don't know how the UFL works.
Yeah,
honestly.
So they basically, I forget how it works, but I know they can keep so many of their starters or their captains. But other than that, they're redrafting their rosters. And then once you're done with the draft, you can't even they're not allowed to sign players that are already in the league. They have to be out of the league. But say somebody gets injured on your team, you have to get somebody out the streets. It's really unorganized. It's really bad. That's why people don't watch it.
But I mean, NFL was kind of like it was kind of unorganized. It was never always perfect.
It's the same with every startup.
Things evolved. Things evolve over time. It takes trial and error to learn from things, and you either evolve and get better, or you don't, and you die, and you like fade out like the XFL did. You know what I mean? Like it was cool when it first came out, but like it didn't survive for whatever reason,
And which was crazy because, they were paying better than the NFL. Do you remember, like Jim Kelly and all these guys, they all went to the UFL or whatever. Herschel Walker, they all got paid more.
USFL. But listen, here's the expansion playbook right here.
Yeah.
You add 2 games to the current schedule, 3 weeks in total. You go to a 20-week season, and you add a team in London, a team in Germany, put them in you reduce from 4 divisions on each conference to 3 divisions in each conference. That means 6 teams per conference, right? 2 games each against each team in your conference, and that equals 10. That equals half of your. That equals 10 of your 18 total games. You go from 32 teams again to 36. You go a 20-week season with 2 buys for each team. And mathematically, that allows you to add a London team, a German team, a Mexican team, and maybe a Brazilian team.
Hey,
and there's the international expansion right there.
KP, can you do me a favor? Because I know you're in my Discord. Can you chat that to my Discord so that I can map that out and like play around with it a little bit?
Yeah,
that sounded very accurate. So I just want to map it out myself and be able to play around with it.
Well, Cat in the Hat, man, all I do is drop jewels on this audience. But, you know,
Nah, I know you. I know you come in and you be cooking, man.
Shout out to KP. KP, did you go back and listen to Coach Half?
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I didn't hear this, Pete. What did he say about what was the? I see your titles about something about Quinn Ewers. I didn't hear.
Yeah, when I asked you that question, Pete, it was with no. I'm out of town, actually. I'm out of the country right now, so I don't really even know what was said. But I plan to go and listen to it at some point.
Pretty much JC and KP, what he said, he confirmed. Because Quinn Ewers is looking like a Dan Marino 2.0 out there. There is quarterback competition.
Okay.
There is actual quarterback competition.
That's what he said. Well,
hey, that man started. Hey, KP, that man coach was like, "Oh man, you should see. I love Quinn Ewers." He was like, "I love Quinn Ewers." Yeah, you should see his throwing angles. He throws the ball like this. He started talking about, man, Quinn Ewers does so much no look passes. I love it. I don't want him to get in trouble and feel too confident, but he's doing so many look passes. He started saying, "I love," because this is what Coach Half said. That's his nickname now. He's seeing the talent. So he's an earned Coach Half right now. He's a cool coach. He done turned around and said, yeah, most quarterbacks, they start with their eyes straight up ahead to move the safety and this and that. Quinn Ewers just has a special ability to have his eyes everywhere and just throw a no-look pass, pinpoint accuracy. He has the timing down packed, and, he's familiarized with the offense, and he's just getting better and better. Literally, that's what he said. Getting better and better.
If that is true, Pete, if your interpretation is true, then
when you hear it, you're going to take what I said and you're going to be like, okay, I see what he says.
But then that means props to Ewers for coming in and improving himself in the offseason and doing what he has to do to make this a real competition. Props to him. That can only make the team better. But we'll see how this all shakes out in the end,
Right. But he also gave kudos to Malik Willis as well. So he gave kudos to both players, and he even mentioned Cam Miller. So when he mentioned Cam Miller to me,
so you telling me he was being selective with his interpretation? Is that what you said, Mr. Pop?
Yeah,
he was asked about Quinn Ewers. I'm not being exuberant or anything like that, KP.
No,
Chris Perkins. You want me to tell you? You got to listen. Chris Perkins was the one that asked the question. And Chris Perkins asked him like this, KP. He said, I know, I got you, Mr. Punk, but I'm telling KP so he could understand the question I'm coming from when he spoke about Quinn Ewers. The reason he spoke about Quinn Ewers, KP, was because Chris Perkins asked him, and he asked him like this. He said, I know Malik Willis is presumably your number one quarterback, but can you talk to me about what you've seen and liked about Quinn Ewers? That's the question he was asked. It was about Quinn Ewers, and that's what he started answering, was the fact that Quinn Ewers just amazing arm talent, all this. You're going to hear it for yourself when you tune in, and you're going to see what I said and understand why I said it that way.
Right, and he did say those things, but he also talked about the qualities that Malik Willis has. So he talked about both of the quarterbacks, and then towards the end, he even mentioned Cam Miller and what have you. He didn't say much about Cam Miller, but when he mentioned Cam Miller, to me, it's like, okay, this is our third quarterback. So everybody who's doing all this talk about Gronowski and what have you, he looked like he's going to be the fourth quarterback, or he's going to be on the practice squad.
And let me expound on that too, because earlier, Pete was saying that Jeff Hafley was giving Quinn Ewers flowers. And the way that I like to explain it, right, is yes, he did give Quinn Ewers flowers, but he first stopped and got flowers at the flower store for Malik Willis and forgot the flowers for Quinn Ewers, so grabbed them off the guy on the corner for Quinn Ewers, because the things that he had to say about Malik Willis, yes, he did say some good things about Quinn Ewers. He said that Quinn Ewers had an upper hand as far as understanding the offense goes, but he said that Malik Willis has a unique ability like leaning towards his legs, saying that he has a unique ability to be able to put pressure on the defense and extend plays in other ways.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and then the other thing I want to add, and I mentioned this earlier on Pete's show before the power went out down here, is that they're going to go and get a quarterback out the draft anyway. Because regardless of what's going on with Malik or Quinn Ewers or Cam Miller,
Stop
they're going to
saying
go and
that.
get that
Stop
quarterback.
saying that. When you say that,
Because
Mr.
no,
Paul,
I'm
that's
saying
one
that
that
Pete,
you're
I'm
wrong.
saying that because
Well,
that's what
okay,
they've been saying ever
okay,
since
okay.
they came into the facility. They're going to go and
Oh,
get a quarterback each year until they get each season until they get each draft until they get it here. They've been saying that,
okay,
and I think they're going to do it,
but to
regardless of
be
what
okay.
happens with.
but to be fair, Mr.
They
Paul,
could
they,
say whatever they want.
didn't
If
get
we
one
win
this year.
games next year and Malik Willis takes us to the playoffs, they're not
No,
drafting a quarterback next
they
year.
didn't get one this year, but they did try go and grab Gronowski, who they brought
We
into the
did
building,
Yeah,
get
the
one this
facility.
year. I
yeah,
told
but
you guys we did get
grabbing
one this
But
year. How do you,
grabbing
Malik Willis
an
was our
undrafted
drafted
guy
what
quarterback.
doesn't
I'm
count.
saying,
But I tell you what, the best quarterback won't be drafted in the first round next year. He's not,
He's not.
and they're not going to take him because he's coming out of Oklahoma State, and before that he was at North Texas. That Mestamaker kid is probably the best QB prospect that we'll see this year, and the only reason he won't be drafted probably as a first rounder because he's literally transitioning from another position into he became a quarterback in college after a year.
So you sound like you sound like you're talking about the quarterback that
Mestamaker.
we had. No. I'm saying the way you describe him, JC, you sound like you're talking about what's the quarterback name who went from we had him. He went from a wide receiver to being a quarterback.
Oh yeah, it happens a lot. Even the kid from Miami, right? The Malachi Tony kid.
No, I'm talking about. Sound like you described the old Tannehill that we had.
Yeah. Tannehill, at A&M. Yeah, he was recruited as a
And if
receiver,
you
then transitioned.
and you know what? That's funny you said that, Mr. Paul. Go look at Musketeer, who he's talking about. He has a little Tannehill vibe in him.
Yeah, he's a winner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's at
No, he,
JC. You said he at Oklahoma State.
Yeah. He transferred because the coach transferred. The coach switched jobs over there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But North Texas, they're now a D1 school. They used to not be.
there's actually rumors that are going around saying that he might be the #1 overall pick next year at quarterback.
I don't know. They'll try to pull Arch Manning or Dante Moore, to be the first guy, just based off
I'm
name.
gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, JC, if Jaden Daniels has a big season this year, along with Dante Moore, because both of those quarterbacks are like kind of comparable. If Jaden Daniels has a big season and we go through the NFL season, like, oh, Jaden Daniels is a star, woo, 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 that's gonna bump Dante Moore up, I believe, and help him with his college. He has to have college success. He can't have that drop off he had last year, by the way. He has to have a comeback season.
Well, because Stroud is looking the same.
And I think that alone, that Jalen Daniels having a big year with Commanders, Dante Moore having a good bounce back, I think that like energy will push him over Arch Manning as the #1 overall pick.
And JC, that I'm going to ask you another question too. Are there any other quarterbacks that you see
Nothing that looks crazy. Like even when you look at Sam Levitt before he got hurt, like some people were saying he could have came out this year and been a first. The Notre Dame kid actually could be really good. CJ Carr. He's a grandson of the Michigan coach. Carr, back when they had like really good successful seasons in the 90s and stuff, but there's no real like crazy prospect. Like when I look at like a lot of the athletes coming out now, it's like we think it's good, but it's like, is mediocre really that great? Like look at the past drafts. Like who's the other than Jeremiah Smith next year, who are you really excited to see in the next year's draft?
Arch Manning. Like y'all stop doing that to Arch Manning Jr., bro. Like this guy is like a species. He's like 6'5", 230,
and he has a strong arm.
You know who's
And
a
let's be
who's a
honest,
real
he's
generational?
mobile.
Like we said
He's
it about
mobile as
Marvin
hell.
Harrison Jr. Everybody's like, "Oh,
Yeah,
Marvin Harrison's going to be so great. Look at him in the league." I could
look at
is
him.
he's not even better than Malik Neighbors.
No,
No,
honestly, I disagree.
but Pete, when I was asked JC what quarterback he think is ahead of Manning, I'm not putting Manning down. I'm just curious to what JC knows about college football. What quarterbacks do he think is ahead
No,
of
I
Manning?
know.
As far as
I
yeah,
got you. But I'm
that's
And
what
just
I think
saying,
it's the
like,
Mesta maker. I think he's gonna he could probably be the best. But you know, when you
So
watch
Pete,
that's
college
why I
is so
gave
hard
you.
to
That's why I gave you
evaluate,
the answer I gave you, Mr. Paul. In order for
Mister.
Dante Moore to go ahead of Arch Manning, who I think is going to have a crazy season this season, it's
uh,
going to have to take Dante Moore to have an explosive winning season, followed by Jaden Daniels having, and it might not make sense to a lot of people, but Jaden Daniels has to have a big, fantastic season as well. Like that, when they compare those two players, they're like, Dante Moore is another Jaden Daniels. And when that comparison starts happening in real time, that's what's going to elevate someone like Dante Moore. Even though Arch Manning probably had a great season, Dante Moore is more spectacular because he's faster. You know, he does more things with his legs. But to take away anything about Arch Manning and his mobility, that is like crazy because
no, I
Arch
would agree with
Manning
that.
is like a he's physically gifted. And the fact
Oh no,
that
he
he's
is.
a
Yeah, you know,
Manning,
he's an athlete. You can't
yeah,
compare him to
so
like
that
an
surprised me.
Eli or a Peyton
Yeah,
because they
you
never had
can't.
those legs.
So anybody that thought, oh, I watched growing Eli Manning and Peyton Manning growing
No,
up.
he's a different
No, if
player.
you
That's
no,
different, and it's different
you
era.
will start
Talking about
calling
different
Arch
era.
Manning the White Vic compared to Eli Manning, and he's the white Michael Vick coming out here. To be honest with you guys, it is
Yeah,
crazy
because
how
look like to
mobile he
me.
is and how big his body is. I actually want to say he could be the next Josh Allen, but I'm so tired of everyone being compared already to the next Josh Allen.
See,
Oh,
you
this
got
guy's
to
big. He's the next Josh. Drake May, he's big. He's strong. He's the next Josh Allen. Everybody that's big, strong arm, and that looks decent is the next Josh Allen. I'm tired of it.
Yeah, I hear a lot of that too.
But even then, they're different body size. Like we look at Anthony Richardson, right? His body shape is a lot different than Josh. Like he's a 6'5", 240-pound quarterback, but his body is
These
different from
two ears.
Allen.
Hey, JC. Hey, Mr. Paul. These two ears were so loud and wrong. You ever heard someone say, "This is the next Tua coming out of college. He must be drafted."
Oh
I'm
no,
over here
Pete,
getting mad
I've seen
because
some crazy
everybody's
2 and ear
comparing
videos.
the
Hey
next
Pete,
Josh
have you seen
Allen.
the new ones?
But I ain't never hear somebody say, "Yo, we want the next Tua though."
No, Pete.
Hey, Pete, have you seen the new 2 and ear videos? I don't know if you've seen them.
The Atlanta fans, I'm laughing
The
at them.
Atlanta ones, yeah, they
The
were like, look
Atlanta fans,
at
oh
Tua's
man.
accuracy, and the first clip I see is the receiver grabbing Tua catch at his feet, and I was laughing so hard.
No, but Pete, there is
I
one
saw
player
an
that
Atlanta
came out
fan that had a
that was
lot of
compared to
followers.
Tua.
He brought up Tua's stats and his win-loss record, and he said, "Yeah, this is why the Miami Dolphins will never be a winner. They let go of winners or something." And it had a lot of reaction to that tweet. He was a big-time follower. These Falcon fans, they really like. I'm starting to believe they're falling for it.
That's
They're
why I
really
saw.
in there.
Oh
They
yeah.
really
I saw
believe in
a
Tua right
stat.
now.
I saw a stat come out not long ago, and I had to retweet it because it was the stat where I guess
It's
Tua
all the
had
stats
won.
we
He went
debunked out here. That's the funny
32,
thing.
yeah, 32-0 when teams scored under
That
20
was the
points or
stat. So
some
you
shit.
saw the tweet,
And
Cat.
and
That
and
was
I
the stat.
retweeted. I retweeted something like, yeah, we're winning games 16-13 in overtime or 21-17 against teams that are rebuilding. Like, show me all the games that he lost for us or some shit. I don't remember, but it was like the games
That
were
was the
such
stat.
low scoring. It wasn't.
Tua is like 32-0 when the team allows like 20 points or less or something like that, right?
Yeah, well, I gotta find. Yeah, yes, that
Does
was
that
the
one
stat.
dude still come around, Pete? What was his name? Like Red Storm or something like that? The Falcons fan.
Red
You
Swarm.
remember?
Shout out to
Yeah,
Red Swarm.
yeah.
I was
But
listening to the
hey,
Panthers
Pete.
podcast not too long ago, and he was up there trying to convince them about Tua and stuff. Shout out to
But
Red
hey,
Swarm.
let
He's
me
still
change the subject with you, Pete, real quick. Because I know you're a fantasy football guy. I know you're a fantasy football guy, right?
Talk to me.
So last year I was running a show called Fantasy Tune Up Weekly where I basically just did some fantasy football talk, man. And I need a partner basically to talk stats and talk fantasy football with.
Oh, to talk fan. I don't do season. I'm not a fantasy guy like that. Cat in a hat. To be quite honest, actually, the way I first started on YouTube was me putting up lineups through FanDuel so people could get money because I realized, I want to I got such a good heart, Cat, that I realized what these people were doing on the internet, these content creators. You see some content creators, and everybody got their ways, and I respect everyone's hustle and the way everybody got to feed their family in a way. But one thing I won't respect is someone I feel is scamming people. And it's like a lot of these YouTube, because of gambling now, has people creating channels and then telling you, I got the best plays. But if you want my best plays, right, you got to pay to get my best plays. So I said, this is how people are going to play on the internet. Are they not aware I can just talk to my phone, post up a video, and give the plays that these so-called experts are trying to hide? So that's what I started doing. I started going against these scamming people, posting up lineups that I would tell people, it's a gamble. I never won. I would tell people I never won $1 million in fantasy football. But I'm telling you guys right now, based on the matchups, these are the core guys you want to start your lineups with. And I would give them like 2 or 3 quarterbacks, 2 or 3 running backs, 2 or 3 receivers. And I would tell them, start your lineups with a mix of these guys, and then you got to figure out the rest. Because honestly, if I knew the rest, then I would be a millionaire. But I know for a fact, if we start our lineups with these guys, at minimum, we're going to be at the money bar. So the fans I knew were not going to be mad at me. And at the end of the day, if my lineup busted, I knew the players that I'm giving out to the people that are on YouTube that are trying to win money and win money fantasy-wise, I knew these were the players that the experts were trying to hide from them based on some of the fans not paying to see their players. So I basically created a site where it was like, you guys are going to do this, and I'm going to just give those players away for free now. Because how are you guys going to try to guarantee someone you're going to win with the players you're given, but yet you guys aren't winning the $1 million fantasy lineup? So stop the scam. So that's how I started on YouTube, by the way, everybody. And then I got introduced, and just by doing that, people were commenting on my channel, man, thank you so much. You helped me make money. And a lot of that really felt good. And that's what kind of led me swimming on the internet in a way. Then I started finding dolphin content. Then I started finding like the K Flexins, the DDWs.
It sounds to me, Pete, like you want to get back to doing that type of thing, man. And this is what I'm giving you the opportunity to do, man. So you let me know. You got me in the Discord. I do it on Tuesday nights. You're obviously free on Tuesday nights because this is a Tuesday night. But it'll be I'll be starting it back up in a couple weeks. I'm definitely looking for another guy that can just come on and talk some football and give out some good advice, some good free advice to the fans watching about fantasy football and fantasy football lineups, weekly lineups, et cetera, et cetera.
And I'm not saying it's easy because there's been plenty of times my guys have busted the lineups as well. But
100%.
Fantasy football is all about matchups and volume. That's all it is. Matchup and volume. So if you know your guy is going to be you're getting a running back because you like what he did last week, then that's where a lot of fans. That's what I tell people.
That's
If
where
you
a
go
lot of
based on
fans go
last week,
wrong. Yep.
that's in BFS daily
Yep.
fantasy, for example.
Yep. You got to
know,
pay attention to the
and that's what.
defenses that you're playing, the schemes. Yeah, 100%. No, you're
Yep.
perfect. You're perfect, bro. We got to
Because what happens?
definitely hook up for
What
that.
happens?
The fans are
This
going
is
to
what
reap
this is.
some
Let me
money.
tell you what these sneaky content creators do on the internet. In case y'all didn't know, because I gamble, bro, and a lot of these guys know they don't like me. A lot of these gambling sites, they blocked me because I literally in the beginning started telling him a lot of stuff on the comments. But long story short, that's what they do. These content creators, just to make content, right, and be able to just create it and make it seem, so they'll take last week. Oh, Malik Whaler with Neighbors last week, 12 catches, 130 yards, 2 touchdowns. Oh, we're there. That's all they talk about. Malik Neighbors pretty much all week. But by Sunday, they're not playing Malik Neighbors on their lineup. That's the guy they faded. You know why they faded Malik Neighbors? Because they just hyped them up. This is what they did. All those channels that work together backdoor, they hyped this player up. Listen, they made him based on all the content and all the you must play this guy material that they fed out and gave all this media attention to. They made this guy be a high percentage owned player. So naturally, he would have been like 30%, 40% owned on your lineups. Now everybody has him like 70 something percent. And what these experts do, they create lineups and they avoid that. So they're not in the same swimming pool with all 70% of you. So when Malik Neighbors has a bad game this upcoming week because he's keyed on based on his last week's matchup, NFL team ain't going to let you get 12 catches 2 weeks in a row. It's not going to happen. The defensive coordinator is going to plug up on you and tell you, we're going to try to shut you down. Yeah, Puka, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, some of these guys ride it, but eventually it gets turned down. And they want to gamble that you're going to gamble on that. So the week that it busts, their lineups are not on that, and their lineups are swimming at the top. And then you're wondering, and you're mad, like, oh, man, I played this guy a week late, but maybe next week he'll pick it up. And then next week he does a little better. But you see, daily fantasy is so confusing because it's all about the salary cap, which is funny, right? It's all about the salary cap. So if you pick, I see you backstage, bro. I don't have time for this Alex Jones. Like, y'all trying to play with this political stuff. I don't have those games, my guys. So you can leave. I'm not going to let you up. You guys are lucky I let Donald Trump up. Shout out to that. But I'm not trying to play these political games. You guys, now somebody else wants to come in as Alex Jones, bro. Like, what's going on? You guys are bored at home? You guys don't understand this is a football show? You guys don't understand we're trying to talk about Dolphins and football and all this and that? And you guys don't want to sit back, create these little accounts. Now Alex Jones is in the back. You want to talk Alex Jones with his little raspy voice? Come on, man.
Tell him, Pete.
Is that the contact farm again?
You know what? I ain't got time for you guys, bro. Like honestly, somebody clip this idiot in the chat for me, please.
Add
You're not
me.
coming up, bro. Ain't nobody got time for none of that.
Yeah,
nonsense.
it's the same guy from
you
earlier.
guys laughing because you guys thought it was funny earlier with that Donald Trump guy. Shout out to him, but not on that. Look, trying to get clipped. Ain't nobody trying to clip right now. Nobody trying to clip. We're talking fantasy football, money making, and I'm calling these scammers out. That's what I'm doing. Because that's literally right. what got me to come on the internet. How people there's so many scams going on. And now you want to take people's money on the internet. You're going to try to convince them, yeah, I'll give you the lineup. You idiots believe these idiots? You think they're going to give you $1 million lineup? If they had that $1 million lineup, they would have put that $1 million in their pocket.
Yeah, they wouldn't need to be selling the services.
You know what?
Right.
I might be the only guy on the internet. I'm gonna start telling I might. If people like scammers, I'll turn into the biggest scammer in the world. I'll tell you. I promise you're gonna hit the lottery with these 5 numbers. I might just give y'all numbers from now on. Here, go play 36, 16, 17, 14, and 33. Play those numbers. I promise you win the Powerball. You know what I'm saying? Like people will fall into, oh man, I found this YouTube channel. He's promising people they're gonna win the Powerball. Like people need to wake up in this world. Wake up. Wake up. Nobody gives away nothing on this.
Is that a yes, Pete?
Man, nobody gives away nothing. Ain't no free game out here. It just takes some people to fight back and hold people accountable. Pete is pressed. Pete is a fake G. Yeah, okay. The person that doesn't even know who you are. The person that wants to come up and act like Alex Jones. You're upset. I'm not letting you up. You're upset. You're upset. I don't want to hear a fake Alex Jones. Seriously? Seriously? The little contact farm.
Yeah, that's the same. That's the same one from earlier.
Okay, somebody got him.
But
Yeah, Mudbone got him. Okay, very good, Mudbone.
But yeah, no, that sounds like the kind of energy we need over there, man, for sure. So let me know.
I'm on it, Cat. You go live. The thing is, I do have the Discord app, Cat, but that's on my device that I go live. This is my phone. I'm live. That's why I had so many communication issues right now. But on my app, on my iPad, I have the Discord. That's why I miss a lot of the action you guys are talking about. But I'll try to figure it out and stay in contact more with you guys.
Yeah, we'll get together and I'll walk you through how the Discord and shit works, man. You should make your own community and like use the Discord for your streams and stuff, and just put everybody on your community. That way you don't got to keep paying StreamYard.
That's another thing. You pay for StreamYard and then I'm bugging out. Everybody bugs out. Like StreamYard better get it together, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't pay for Discord, bro. Like, I can pay for it and like get extra features and stuff, but like I don't have to do what we're doing right here.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
And you get a community. You get to build a community to where you have like different sections. Like you've seen the Discord. Like I have different areas where you can post different things. You can have channels to where only certain people have access to. Like you can really personalize it and help and build your community.
Yeah, because I use this core with Cat and Hat, and also I use it with a guy who has like his own weather station where he gets on there and he talks about severe weather here and there. Because I'm into that also, severe weather and tornadoes and all that stuff. So he has Discord also. So it's nice. All I got to say is very nice.
That's what's up.
Yeah, but Pete, I think that's good what you're doing, bro. I think that's good. God gonna reward you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Pop. You know what I think was good? I gotta be honest. My phone started blowing up. It did not stop right now. For like the last 2.5 hours, my phone was just blowing up with phone calls. Boom, boom, boom. I've been answering it. This live would not have lasted this long if it wasn't for you guys. So for that, man, I appreciate each and every single last one of you that were up here on the panel talking while I was busy. Because honestly, at that point, when that first device died and I didn't have my charger on me, I was gonna have to end the show, But you guys kept it going, and you guys talked, and I got to go back and listen to all of that I missed, and a lot of that Donald Trump guy, all of that. But I mean, I appreciate you guys, man, because you guys made it happen this long. Truly, just got back. Who you want gone, Mudbone?
We appreciate you. No, Mudbone removed the guy that was down there.
Fans up. I see you day one.
Yeah, no, I just appreciate I just appreciate having a platform to talk on when I'm not available to go live myself, because I love talking football, and I love talking football with other people because you get so many different perspectives and you learn things. So it's like without conversating with other people, you don't get to see things in a different light.
That's a fact, Cat. Lenny Pena, guess what? You just realized why we're still live. That's why this show, to me, you guys are special. All of you, each and every single last one of you. That's why we were still standing, Bob Buckley. Shout out to these guys. Thing about Willis, Elizabeth said, thing about Willis, since practice has started, he's built, but he doesn't stand as tall as I thought he would. I know that we got a big line now, but he even looks shorter than the 6 feet guys.
Well, he's the same height as. Well, I hate to mention, but I'm gonna mention it. He's the same height as Tua. It just he has his body's built different from Tua. He's 6'1", just like Tua is.
See,
Now,
but the difference too is with Malik Willis, and if they move in this RPO and a lot of motion that we've been talking about, that's going to naturally move Malik Willis kind of away from having those big defenders directly in front of him. So he's going to be able to see his passing lanes.
And beyond the tape that he put up last season with Green Bay, the primary dimension that makes him exceptional is his lateral movement on those RPO style actions on the leg. When I've said this for a while regarding Willis, but when he gets outside of the pocket, he puts a unique level of big time pressure on ends, linebackers, and defensive backs. They have to make a decision on whether they're going to come up and tackle him or stick with their receivers.
100%.
This is a dimension of quarterback play that not every quarterback exhibits, but it's what like the Lamar Jacksons present, except that Willis's refined footwork and mechanics, his refined mechanics overall are what excited the possibilities with him.
And that's what Hafley was talking about today when he said Malik Willis has a unique ability about him.
But you know what? When because I was a short quarterback too. But let me tell you guys something. If you're able to drop back a lot, you can see over tall linemen. You really could.
Yeah, because you also got
the problem with Tua is he does a quick 3-step drop and he's ready to pop. It's always quick, on time, and then he does a lot of shotgun. So he's always in that same pocket where the backer you go, the more you can see of the field over the offensive line if you're a short quarterback. But the struggles with Tua is since he's immobile and he has to pass out of that pocket quick, that's why Tua struggles more with offensive line height issues than other quarterbacks. Because someone like Malik, that's 6'1", same height, he could snap the ball, do a 7-step drop back. Now the offensive line is not an issue.
Well,
really
you also got to think too, Pete. Like if the offensive line is doing their job properly, right? They're not going to be as tall as they naturally are. They're going to be down a couple inches because they're going to be using their arms and they're going to be putting their arms in the right placement. So the defenders also can't raise their arms up to try and like block the vision or block the pass that's coming up. So it's like if the offensive line is doing its job properly, like they're going to be 4 inches shorter than what they would be if they were standing straight up.
Not only is that a great point, to add to that, under Tua, the reason it was harder to pass protect for Tua was the sole reason some of this offensive line, what they had to do was open up passing lanes. So the offensive line had to shift and move the defensive line somewhere so there can be a voided space up front for Tua to have a clear window to throw to. Like that's not easy, bro. These defensive linemen, they get paid to get back there. And now you're telling me the offensive lineman, not only does he have to block the guy in front of him, but now you have to shift him to the side. You got to push this guy to the left. It ain't no longer just a battle up front and who can hold this stand and block the longest. No, now you're asked to block and move him to the side and try to get him to one side so there could be passing lanes for your short quarterback in the pocket. Like I've been telling these two and ears for so long, like stop making fun of the offensive line. Y'all don't even realize Tua gets rid of the ball in 2-3 seconds, and you can't even judge this offensive line because what they're asked to do is tough. It's not really like fair because of the limitations that Tua is carrying. They have to hold that weight as well. Most linemen, come on now, they'll go back to the huddle. go to their quarterback and be like, "Yo, I messed up on that block, man, but thank you for saving me. You jumped up, you avoided the sack. I'm gonna make up for it." They probably never had that chance with Tua. Probably like 2 or 3 times. The Ravens game, he delivered a little spin, but let's be honest. 4th down, sack king is Tua. That's the only quarterback I ever seen on multiple occasions get sacked on 4th down. 4th down on a must play.
And he's going to his knees.
4th down. You're getting sacked. And it's not like, oh, one game I get to make fun of him. No, it's like 5 games of film on that.
And
Like,
and that's a testament. That's a testament to why, no matter what the record is this year, like we're going to be excited because football's going to be better. Like, it can't possibly be that bad, even with a bunch of nobodies. Like, it can't possibly be as bad as football that we watched as Dolphin fans last year.
Like I
And
said,
if it is, oh my God, yes. All right, like, fire every fucking buddy.
that's why I said it's competition everywhere, and we have the staffing there to
the
that's
coach.
playing no nonsense. They want these guys to come in here with the aggressive attitude, with the right culture and everything, and with the coaching, you got to do the best you can to develop these guys and what have you. And who knows what can happen? I mean, anything is
I
possible.
hope, Mr. Park, I hope these coaches are aware that competition at every position also includes the head coach position. If you look back, Coach Half, and we're talking about picking top 3, I believe we're gonna dump this coach. I do believe it.
Well, I'm gonna say this, Pete. Like I said a little earlier, the thing that kind of concerned me today was when it got Jalen
Rieger.
Rieger. That to me kind of seemed has me concerned about the wide receiver room and what have you. And then when I say that applies to whoever calls going to be the quarterback of this team. If we have wide receiver issues, that's going to be hard on whether it be Quinn Ewers or Malik Willis. It's going to be difficult for them to do what they need to do as a quarterback.
I get what you're saying, but I mean, you got to make what you got in front of you work. You really do.
Yeah, and that's going to be a testament on how good these quarterbacks can be, also too. You know what I mean? Like, if you can utilize what we give you now, like, imagine what you can do with a Justin Jefferson who might be available next year.
Also, let's not overvalue this Jalen Rager signing. Rager is on his last chance. He's in last chance hotel. Former number 1 pick. But if it is like if they pick him up for any reason, it's probably because of a dissatisfaction or perceived dissatisfaction with our slot options, because that's where his skill set lies in terms of his size and his skills. The problem with Rager, though, has been got no hands.
He drops everything. You're spot on.
He's going to be a special teams guy at best. Like, I don't expect to see him get rotations into starting whatsoever.
Yeah,
I'll be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think he cracks the depth chart, and we might release him. But what I like about this signing is if these receivers weren't like working out hard right now and try to get it together, bringing in a former first rounder will get them to get their act right. I'll tell you that much. Lights a fire in the room, brings more competition and juice in there. So that's what I like. And I'm not gonna lie, when Rieger was coming out of TCU, I was one of the guys. I like Jalen Rieger,
who went 1 pick before Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, I remember that. He went right before Justin Jefferson. I do remember that.
From Jefferson.
He went to the Eagles, right?
He went to the Eagles. Here I am.
They messed up. They picked up Rieger over Justin Jefferson. Why? Because they saw the speed. They saw the everything. So It's not like he went number one before Justin Jefferson because it was he really did his thing at TCU. I don't know why it didn't work out in the NFL. Some players, when it comes to football, if you don't stay motivated, you lose it. When you lose that love for the game, a lot of it, to me, the only reason a lot of these football players lose the love of the game is because of the politics in the NFL and their bank account is full. So they don't have that fire in them anymore. So that's another reason people need to realize a lot of these players, they can still be great, but they don't have that fire no more because of the politics in these locker rooms.
Okay. Well, let me ask y'all, what do y'all think about this guy I'm starting to hear about, also named Kayshon Boutte?
Kayshon Boutte?
Did we pick him up? Did we pick him up?
No, that's the Patriots receiver.
I'm hearing talks about him because they're saying that because of the wide receiver roster that the Patriots have right now, that he might be out.
That makes a bit of sense, but Boutte is an average receiver, but he's a big body, strong guy, not very slow, and not actually tall, but he plays bigger than his size and his catch radius, and he has excellent hands. Makes the impossible catch.
He's about 5'10", right?
That's a fact, KP.
I don't think he's a game changer, though, what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Falk.
No, if anything, he's easily comparable to like Romeo Doubs.
Oh, okay.
I think Doubs a little more shifty, though.
And he might be a little bit more thicker, but they play almost the same role, KP. Similar role.
Right, but here's why it kind of makes sense why he could be a trade, like on the trade talks, right? Because you can use Jalen Tolbert as a planning center because Jalen Tolbert plays the same type of way as George Pickens. So you bring George Pickens into the mix. You don't need a guy like Jalen Tolbert. So Jason Rico is playing there. Now you have a AJ Brown and he comes in and plays that role.
Does he sound muffled?
Yeah. He sound real muffled.
That's all.
Your voice is not clear at all. It's like you have a.
Sound like you're talking through something. It's kind of muffling your voice.
And another, but based on what Kat was just breaking down, picking up Boutte makes sense because he comes from a division rival. You know what I'm saying? So, in terms of matching up against New England and getting an insider view on what they're doing. That would make sense, when you pick up a division rival and there's extra motivation in those 2 games that you're playing. So all I'm saying is that Boutte, I'm not going, Boutte's the next great thing. Yeah. He's a good receiver.
If he comes in here, like, I'm going to be honest with you, KP, based on the highlights that I've seen Boutte and I've seen Jalen Tolbert. I think Jalen Tolbert is a more explosive wide receiver, and he will give us more than a Boutte.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, much clearer.
Yeah.
All right, so basically what I was saying was, like, if we take Jalen Tolbert, for example, like, he was the same type of receiver that George Pickens was. So that would explain why there's a drop-off in Jalen Tolbert's production from 24 to 25, because you insert George Pickens into that role. And if you're the coach of the team, who are you going to play? You're going to play Jalen Tolbert, or are you going to play George Pickens? So now I'm looking at Kayshon Boutte, and I'm looking at their newest addition in AJ Brown, and they both play the similar role, right? So who are you going to play? You're going to play either AJ Brown or Kayshon Boutte.
No, they don't. They don't play a similar role. Boutte was moved on. You see, AJ Brown, he's gonna line outside all the time. This is what I've been trying to tell y'all for years. Like the AJ Brown type of receivers, when you have someone that can line outside all the time in the same spot and be able to win those matchups, that's dictating it. That's not, you know what I mean? Like AJ Brown, Boutte was moved around in that offense with Josh McDaniel everywhere. AJ Brown is not going to be used like that. He's just going to be an X receiver on the boundary all the time. So I do believe they're not going to move off of Boutte. They're not. He's on a rookie contract. He's really cheap, and they just upgraded their wide receiver room with a solidified X receiver. Now, I don't think it messes those two guys up at all. If you go back to last year, Cat in the Hat, and you watch the Patriots offense, you'll notice late in the season they started using Mac Hollins as an X receiver. That's who were the X receiver, lining them up outside. That's not bueno. That's not bueno.
You don't think that was a matter of them just trying to like keep their defenses on their toes and like using different receivers because the other receiver, like in my opinion, like if I were to go watch that game, like I'm thinking about it right now, like that's actually Mac Jones, or it's either Mac Jones making a good quarterback decision or Mike Vrabel making a good coaching decision as far as like understanding the defenses and the opponents and being able to make adjustments throughout the season to continue winning.
Oh, you mean
like,
Drake May?
Yeah, well, or Mike Vrabel. I didn't watch their season. I didn't watch every game, so it's like I don't really know who to credit the success to, because obviously, you know, if you go and you look at it, like they kind of spread the ball out, like what I'm expecting us to do
During
this
the
year.
regular season, I mean, Drake May was like almost, he played at an MVP rate, honestly. Think about it. During the regular season, that man hit. You give the credit, you know what? You give the credit for that offense to Josh McDaniels and Drake May. Because Drake May was a pivotal point of picking up a lot of first downs, running the ball by himself. That's one thing I'm going to give Drake May credit. He is a smart quarterback when it comes to keeping that drive alive and understanding just run and get a first down instead of trying to pass the ball. Like that's why the Patriots won a lot of games. It was because of Drake May's sneaky ability to pick up first downs through the ground. And teams like on defense, it felt like it took them too long to like try to stop that and key that he's a mobile quarterback and he's picking up all these first downs. But you saw in the playoffs, they a lot of that didn't even happen. He won that first playoff game with his legs. Who was it against? The Texans? I forgot who it was. He had to run for his life.
The Chargers.
Almost every play. The Chargers.
The Chargers.
Yep. Bad, horrible statistics passing, but you know what came in clutch? All those running first downs. That's what ended up winning that and being the difference maker. While you had Justin Herbert back there trying to complete every pass, Drake May was just extending drives with his legs. Well, I do give the credit to Josh McDaniels and Drake May. They did, even though they had an easy season, you still have to go out there and perform, bro. Because even though people will say, oh, yeah, they had an easy schedule and they took advantage of the easy schedule, let's not forget. And, you know, I'm not being biased here. The Patriots were one of the easy teams on everyone's schedule as well, because they were coming off a 4-win season. So when you were looking at, you know, what the Patriots were, and when the Bills had the Patriots on their schedule, oh, the Bills are going to beat the Patriots. The Bills are going to beat the Patriots. Oh, the Chiefs are going to beat the Patriots. Everybody was going to beat the Patriots because the Patriots were coming off a 4-win season, even though they were getting a little bit of respect because they paid a lot of money for free agency. So they loaded up. But regardless, I mean, it took a lot for Drake May to perform the way he did. So I give him credit and Josh McDaniel. But at the end of the day, it only counts when it matters. And even though this was his first rodeo in the playoffs and he won something, he didn't look good. So Drake May still has something to prove, despite the fact that the little Patriot fans will be like, at least we made it to the Super Bowl. We made it to the Super Bowl. Yeah, you made it to the Super Bowl, but it was a concerning run.
All right,
Plus, y'all played a Broncos team with no quarterback.
Pete, let me ask you a question from a fantasy standpoint. Would you rank him in your top 10?
You see, that's the thing.
For this upcoming season.
That's the thing, Kat. I'm more of a daily fantasy guy. So I don't know who I'm going to play that week, literally to like Friday when the injury report comes out. Because you're not going to know the highest volume guys. And the guys, you're going to know as soon as the schedule, like week 1, I could tell you names that I'm high on right now. But those names, by the time Friday comes around, might change because of the injuries and the volumes some other guys might look into getting based on the game and the matchup. You see my point? So I don't know. I'll have an idea of the guys I like, but I'm not gonna know who I'm gonna play actually on the lineup that I'm gonna put my money on until probably like Saturday night. Sometimes it even takes until Sunday to watch the morning show because you have a player in mind that you know is going to be a sneaky option. Nobody's playing, but you just got to confirm this other player is not playing. You got to confirm that this defensive end is going to miss, and you got to project that, you know, this is going to hurt this team in this factor. So it feels good when you get it right in daily fantasy, but then it burns your pocket when you get it wrong. And the key factor on winning big tournaments and winning big money in daily fantasy is getting the not the obvious plays right, because everybody knows who's going to be good, Cat. It's about getting the low-owned players that nobody is on that are going to perform. So you can hear these channels tell you every day, yeah, draft Jahmyr Gibbs, put him on your lineup, draft Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs might be the reason why you almost have a 0% chance of winning that tournament if you put him on your lineup. Based on his salary, how much he costs at the position, you know, based on there's many factors. So you can ask me fantasy questions, but I'm more in tune of a daily fantasy guy. I'm more of a weekly guy. Like season long, who do you think is going to have a best season long? I might always give you the wrong answer because the projection of what Lamar Jackson can do. If we're going to talk about season long, the first person in mind at quarterback should be Lamar Jackson in everybody's mind, automatically at number one. There's no other quarterback conversation. It's Lamar Jackson, then who? That's the reality. For season long, if you want to talk to somebody like me, that's how I see it.
Bro, you do
What up, Sosa?
you do the Lamar? You do Lamar over Caleb right now? Yo, what up? Yo,
What
Pete.
up?
Yo, Pete.
I'm here now. I couldn't hear you before. I saw your thing talking. What's up? How you
You
doing,
can
bro?
hear me now or what?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear now, Sosa. How you been?
I'm good. Y'all?
Man,
I'm
just
still tripping
hanging
how
in here. Season is alive, coming fast. Feeling
I'm
good,
still
man. How you
tripping
feeling?
how I'm good. I'm still trying to figure out how the Rams pull this shit off every year. Year after year. It's crazy. No, but for real, you'd rather take Lamar over like Caleb or Josh Allen right now for fantasy?
Like in a season long, yeah. And the reason being is Lamar Jackson, when you look at his weapons, he has less than everybody. So he might have to do more than everybody else.
Yeah, but he also has homeboy behind him, Henry.
Yeah. He has an aging Derrick Henry. This is what I'm
He's aging, but
saying. Like
that boy could still pull it.
he lost his tight end. He still has an old tight end. So now everybody's like, oh, Lamar Jackson is getting older. He needs to slow down running. It's almost like the opposite. It's like you got paid this big contract, Lamar. You're hurting the cap percentage this much on the cap. We don't have a team around you. You still need to be Lamar Jackson. Go out there and win games and be magnificent. And
You
I
know what they're
think he
gonna do?
still has that in him. I still
They're
believe
gonna
he
throw.
has that in him, where he can get 1,000 yards rushing, rush for like 15 rushing touchdowns, throw for another 28, and he could be like a fantasy magnet.
Hey, I'm gonna pull the Pete takes right now, and you know what they're gonna do with when that aging tight end gets out of there? They're throwing Derrick Henry at tight end and Diego Pavia at halfback, and they could run the Wildcat with that too.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here, Pete. Man, I appreciate you having me up here. I'll holler at you.
No problem, Cat. Have a good night,
Why is
bro.
there two
Thank you for
Pete's
coming up.
takes?
Because the other phone just died and I got on this other device. Now with this device, I'm not gonna have communication issues where I gotta come back
Hey,
in
Pete.
and out. Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear y'all.
Can you hear me, Mr. Paul?
You can hear me?
I can hear both of y'all.
Yeah, loud and clear, loud and clear.
Okay, well I seen two Pete's on there and I was like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, Sosa's the one that can't
Nah,
hear
I've been
me.
hopping on and off the stream since earlier, and I heard y'all talking about Ewers and all that. How Coach Hafley was talking him up and stuff. You really think he'll be a starter by week 3, Pete?
Can one of you guys tell him he can't hear me? But I mean, I wouldn't bet.
Are you muted?
I wouldn't bet my money, Sosa, if I didn't believe it. I'm not muted. You just need to back out and come back in. Please tell him that, Mr. Paul. Tell him I hear him loud and clear.
So you might go out and come back in because you've been cut off. So
All
go
right,
out
cool.
and come back in. Yeah, come on
All right.
back in.
Thank you, Mr. Paul.
No problem.
Yeah, man. I've been like I like a lot of people. You see that, Mr. Paul? Can you believe that, Mr. Paul? This man just came on the panel, right? And he said, Pete, you actually believe Quinn Ewers will be starting by week 3. Like, if I don't speak what I believe will happen to try to forecast these things. Y'all know that's how I rock. I try to predict the stuff for my favorite team based on what I see. And I literally laid it down easily for those. Oh, Pete, you're just trying to shock jock. You like to be a troll on the internet type. To those people that think I'm a troll, that's the reason why I get mad at you guys. And I stop hanging out with those people that think like that about me, because honestly, I just speak on what I believe is my truth. So I told y'all from the very beginning, what did Coach Hafley do? He kept offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick. Why is keeping Bobby Slowick, who does that benefit more, Malik Willis or Quinn Ewers? So I put the check mark on Quinn Ewers. He's more adapted to the offense. He's more in tune. So Quinn Ewers gets that. So now you're looking at what Coach said, right? Not only did he say he's going to bring back the same offense, similar to Mike McDaniel, but be more vertical. Now I'm scratching my head. Who was the quarterback that was throwing the ball vertical last year with no weapons? That was Quinn Ewers. We saw his aggressiveness. Boom. Quinn Ewers gets that check mark because he's going to work out in this vertical offense. Now I'm hearing the coach continue to speak. This is still going to be a timing, anticipatory throwing offense. There was my first red flag, major red flag for Malik Willis when it came to being the starting quarterback here in Miami with the quarterbacks that we have on the roster. Now I'm looking at that question, and who do I give the green check mark to? The most important part of the passing concepts of the offense. Clearly, Quinn Ewers has a huge advantage of that when it comes to passing on time and on the play. Malik Willis is a superhero. He will break the play, run around, and make a highlight-worthy play that only a handful of quarterbacks in the NFL can make. But again, this offense, that's not what they're asking for. They don't want a superhero. They're going to want a quarterback that does their game plan and passes it on time. And if you don't pass it on time, you're going to have the receiver say, I was wide open. During film review, he could have passed it to me. The ball wasn't passed. Now the quarterback gets a check that you're not passing on time. Now he's getting in trouble for not passing on time. You should have never got sacked. So now all the blame is on the quarterback. So now the quarterback got to say, you know what? He was not open. The window wasn't there. So now this is what the timing offense brings. A lot of this. So who does it favor? Quinn Ewers, because he's more adapted to that. He's going to let the ball go. He's going to see that window. Coach confirmed it today. And he's going to have that timing down where before the receiver makes that cut, he knows to throw that ball right there with perfect touch. It doesn't need to be a gun on a rope. The ball needs to be thrown with enough float so when the receiver turns and makes that break, he has time to make that catch and that ball's not whistling past his head.
You see what I'm saying? So all of that
Yeah.
is a factor in the timing of this offense. It's not about you got to have a strong arm. You have to have a strong arm if you're in Dante Culpepper, Randy Moss's offense, where you're going to drop back 7 steps and you're just going to launch it downfield every time to Randy Moss. We don't have that. When you don't have elite skill set wide receivers, this is the game plan, fellas. This is how you win. It's by spreading the ball out, being on time, and trusting that these receivers will get to those spots and the cornerbacks won't be watching the ball.
Okay, Pete, let me give you an alternative view.
No,
Okay.
hold up. I let him talk. I've been wanting to ask him this.
Mhm. But I want to address that. I want to give a countering narrative when you're done. But go ahead.
10-4.
Okay, so my thing is, with you saying all that, you listen, or me listening to what you think about Quinn Ewers, how he's going to be and stuff. So I look at him as a Drake May, the year he got to just fuck up and throw all the interceptions just to mess up and learn, like how TD said. So if he does do that this year and he totally fucks up, like whenever if he comes in, when he comes in, whatever, and he totally messes up and it's a shit show, everybody's downing him, are you still going to want to go after a quarterback next year, or are you going to ride with him and let him learn from them mistakes?
He gets judged by the same barometer that you judge.
No, and that question, Sosa, is already answered on this live stream. By the way, I literally
That's what I say. I've been in and out of it all day.
I got you, Sosa, but I literally said it earlier during this live stream. If Quinn Ewers is the starting quarterback, we still have to win a minimum of like at least 7 games. And the reason we're not in playoff contentions, and I would be okay with 7 wins, is if like those other losses, some of those came with like a late second blunder, a blocked field goal and we lost, a punt return touchdown at the worst time of the game, and that's why we lost. Yeah, something, a bad penalty on offense.
Yeah, breakdown on defense.
Something that hurt us, and it happened 3 times.
Roughing the punter by Zach Stadler.
Something that happened 3 times that was really just a dumb moment. That's the reason why we lost the game. It wasn't the defense fault. It wasn't Quinn Ewers' fault. Like, I'll give those 3 of those games. If that happens 3 times and we lose close games like that, but we only win 7, I'm okay with it. But Quinn Ewers, like, all I'm saying is, Sosa, Malik Willis or Quinn Ewers or Gronkowski or Cam Miller, I don't care who it is. None of these quarterbacks will be our franchise quarterback if we're selecting top 2, top 3 in the draft the same way everyone has us predicted to be. So if Vegas is right and we're selecting top 2, top 3, I don't even want to see none of these quarterbacks again next year that are on the roster. I don't even want to see the head coach or the GM, Sosa. I don't.
Hey, I'm going to tell you right now.
You need to overachieve in order to stay here in Miami. Because if you let these people guess you right, then you ain't never gonna be it. Sosa, think about it. If you let Vegas say you're a 3-win team, you're picking top 2 in the draft, and you are a 3-win team and you're picking top 2 in the draft, that is, to me, the biggest sign to fire everything and restart again, all over. Now start the rebuild.
Okay, Pete, you gave a fair assessment of your argument, you gave a fair argument for why you think Case Keenum is the guy. But you know what you did?
Not Case Keenum, Quinn Ewers.
oh, damn! I get him confused.
You called him a Case Keenum. I saw what you did there. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. Quinn Ewers will be on the next State Farm backup quarterback commercial. That's you basically described. And please don't take this wrong way, people who are listening, but a more vanilla Tua Tagovailoa. And we'd already seen that kind of quarterback. But let me finish my point. What you're missing in your analysis is that the tape Malik Willis put down, it suggests superstar quarterback ability. I'm not saying that that's who he is or that he will fulfill that potential. I'm not saying that. But you're misreading the film that he put down last season. If that film is anywhere close to what Willis can fulfill, Ewers doesn't stand a chance in hell. And
you know why?
I can't explain it any more simply than that.
I know what you're saying, and if you go just only on the film last year, you're absolutely right. But if you go based on how I've been predicting this, and if you go based on what's happening today, what he did last year on film for the Green Bay Packers, it doesn't even matter anymore because he is struggling bad in OTAs in shorts right now just to throw accurate passes with no offensive line in front of him, with no pass rush getting to him. He is throwing inaccurate throws where these quarterbacks in shorts on the combine, they all look like NFL starters when they're throwing in shorts. So the struggles are showing where the people that question, can he be consistent on what he did in Green Bay? And can what he did in Green Bay not be Green Bay lifted Malik Willis up? Was it Malik Willis being Malik Willis and just flourishing with that offense? Because if you're going to put Malik Willis on a lesser talented team, mind you, I don't agree with that because I like the talent we have on a team, but everyone claims it's a poor roster. So can Malik Willis elevate this poor roster? And my point, Sosa, to the point where you're going, because I know I told everyone Malik Willis, he's been giving the starting job. So what's going to happen, Sosa, if Quinn Ewers does beat out Malik Willis, the pressure on him to win is going to be even higher than Malik Willis's pressure ever was, because now he just beat out Malik Willis. So now Quinn Ewers doesn't have room for mistake because supposedly you should be great. They saw Malik Willis as this guy in practice and they paid him all this money and they thought he was going to be the guy. So if Quinn Ewers does win the quarterback job like I project, he needs to have some sort of Russell Wilson type season. It doesn't have to be Super Bowl, but he needs to have us in the playoff contentions. That's where it's at, Sosa. There is absolutely we don't have no receivers, man. There's no such thing as we got no receivers.
No,
if your wide receiver is not open, you check it down to a safety valve. And if you can't do that as a quarterback and you're taking a sack, well, guess what? Coach will tell you should have threw it out of bounds. Should have never took that sack. So there's no excuse. At the end of the day, it falls on the quarterback. You can't take a sack because you got no wide open receiver.
Okay, so all right, you saying that, I wasn't even going to talk about this. I have a couple other points that I wanted to make, but like when you say that, like you can't be like having no receivers. That takes me back to the Tom Brady era where he made Deion Branch an MVP of the Super Bowl. That fool goes wherever else he went, and he didn't do shit, right?
Yeah, but Deion Branch, he had some skills in him. Let's not act like Deion Branch wasn't a good receiver. But now when you start bringing up names like Chris Hogan, who Brady had to play with for a while, you start bringing up Rex Burkhead, that had to be his running back for a while. Like,
still made him shine. Yeah,
exactly.
No,
but there was no excuse. I mean, Wes Welker, Danny Amendola's, like all of these guys,
Wes Welker was a star
they
already.
Didn't have physical traits that blew people out the door. These weren't. If we can do a redraft, we're getting Wes Welker in the first round. If we can do a redraft, Julian Edelman is going top 10 as a wide receiver. That's still, you don't hear those conversations. You know why?
Oh, hell no.
Because it was the brain of the operation, Tom Brady. That's what it is. Because if a team overloads on the left side and the quarterback understands that there's about to be an overload blitz on the left side, the quarterback has, a game manager, the same label that they like to throw around as any quarterback can be a game manager. No. A real game manager can pick up that left side overload blitz, call an audible like Brady used to do, check his receiver from doing an out route. Wes Welker, you were doing an out route, but right now I need you to pinch that in because they're playing overload blitz. I see what's happening, and you're going to be open right there at that hash mark. Get to that hash mark. And he's literally telling him, get to that hash mark by telling him 3 letters out of that, checking them out. 3 letters and checking them out and making them go to a pin and getting them open in the open zone right there quick. You think it took a lot of talent, an elite level of talent of Wes Welker to get to that hash mark? Bro, any receiver could do that. We could get you off the couch, Sosa. If Brady checks you out and he knows what the defense is doing because he can see it.
Than Tom Brady.
Nah, bro, I would let Tom Brady down right now. I'll tell you that.
Ewers is more Keenum than Brady.
No, but what I was gonna say is I got a cousin.
I understand what you're saying, KP, but when you're doing the comparisons, you can put them both because Case Keenum was still a good anticipatory thrower. He was a good timing thrower. Let's not forget Case Keenum. Yeah, he was a pure backup, but that's still a skill. Is a lot of quarterbacks struggle to get that skill set, and Brady mastered it. Timing of the throw, checking it down quick, eating people alive. 3 yard slant, 3 yard slant, 5 yard hitch, eating people alive with quick timing passes. And Quinn Ewers does that.
The mistake you're making is comparing Ewers to the best to ever play that style.
No,
but that style,
I wasn't doing that.
But I gave you an example. Like Case Keenum was good at timing and anticipatory throwing, but the master at it was Brady because he won the most. I get it, but it doesn't matter. That's just a style of a quarterback. There's multiple style quarterbacks, right?
Exactly.
There's timing quarterbacks that can win a Super Bowl with the right timing roster and everything goes well. And there's playmakers, where Malik Willis should fall into, right, KP? He has all the abilities to be.
Out. He was already that, but again, you're missing the point that the tape he put up showed that he could be more than just a glorified running back. And that's, the part that you're missing. The refined mechanics he put on tape are why he got the job he's gotten.
But KP, the thing is,
him credit for that.
But KP, like when we like I'm telling you, and it's funny because you were up here one day upset. I guess you think I'm a Malik Willis hater. You called me a liar, and you said I didn't watch the Packers games. But again, I'll give you a clear play that is right on my mind. Christian Watson lines up on the right side. I remember this play because we just watched it not too long ago. Malik Willis, play action. Boom. Clean pocket, KP. I mean, that man, no pressure, no rush, absolutely nothing. This is him with Green Bay, right? And this is one of, it's on his, KP. This play is on his highlight reel. Like, this is one of his highlight plays.
But you're missing the context.
This is one of his highlight plays, KP.
Into the game.
Listen, KP.
You know about coming into the game cold, right? You know that concept, right?
Yeah, but this was, I think this was the Bears game.
Right.
This happened in the Bears game. Or this happened regardless of that cold. I don't want to hear that right now, KP. You know why I don't want to hear that excuse? Because of the fact that it was such a clean pocket. And Christian Watson was screaming down the middle. Right now, wide open. He still hit Watson, and Watson still cut it up and got a lot of yards. But guess what?
Bigger play.
That ball placement was bad. And if that ball placement would have happened that way with pressure in his face, him getting hit, then it would be like not, that highlight, I would have been like, okay, now I see why you could put that on the highlight. But when I seen that on the highlight reel, there was more questions of, damn, he threw that inaccurate throw in that clean pocket, no rush, no pressure. Accuracy. He got lucky. Watson caught that.
Accuracy for the season.
It was accuracy questions. So my point is,
out of 100 passes.
Listen, so when you look at him statistically, right, KP? Oh, he only threw 5 incompletions, Pete. You're not watching. But even some of his highlights that are completed, you can question it, like, why was there that much of a ball placement accuracy issue?
Again, I think you're the one privileging accuracy as some sort of advantage for Ewers. I didn't bring up accuracy. I talked about Willis's refined mechanics that allow him to be accurate when he wants, and then he has the plus dimension of the supreme athleticism. He looks like a Steve Young. That is the accurate comparison. Although, again, he has nowhere near the record of being productive as Steve Young became. He's more like the initial version of Steve Young. The Steve Young, I think that was at Tampa. that guy, many people gave up on that guy because he wasn't refined. He wasn't ready. But then once he sat behind Montana, refined Steve Young's technique, he became the most devastating quarterback in the league for about a good 3 to 4 year window. And he could kill you with his legs, and he could kill you with the accuracy, and he could kill you with the deep ball. And his arm was not the strongest, but it was strong enough.
That's why that Steve Young comparison, that's why it dies right there. Steve Young was more of a timing and he didn't have a strong arm. Malik Willis has a really strong arm, and that's what he credit himself off of. That's why that's what he likes. He likes to throw the ball hard and fast. He likes to show off that he has a strong gun, and that's what affects his accuracy. That's what affects his accuracy.
Accuracy.
That's what affects. So if could he become a Steve Young? Shoot, with his abilities, he probably could become better than Steve Young ever was, if you really want to be factual. But can he get those mechanics that you're claiming? Can he get those down consistently? Can he play like that with pressure on the line?
I agree with you there. That remains to be seen if he can sustain that level of performance consistently over a season.
Remember, I understand Steve Young was mobile. I remember seeing him run like how he ran, and it was shocking when I did see it. Another guy that was mobile, nobody talks about, KP. Even though I didn't watch it, I had to watch them, to the film and stuff, was Joe Montana. Nobody never talks about how mobile Joe Montana and how much he ran. But that's something when you watch him, Montana used to run a lot. He used to run a lot, though.
No, I'm not Montana. You're confusing him with Elway.
No, Montana. Go look at Joe Montana, bro. I'm trying to. That's you see.
I think you're wrong about that.
No, go look at Joe Montana. That guy used to run a lot. He was fast too. That's the shocking part, and nobody talks about that. That's the it factor that nobody talks about when it comes to Joe Montana.
I was a young guy when Montana played, so I didn't. Was definitely not as football knowledge full as I am now. That's for fact.
You know why both of those guys shocked me?
Montana.
They ran in an era where quarterbacks really weren't running.
Yeah.
And everybody was high praising Montana and Steve Young, and I had to go out and see these guys for myself to see why they glorify these guys as legends so much. And one thing I never heard, but I'm talking about Super Bowl winners. Like they always glorify Montana, and then they always say the story that Steve Young.
2 Super Bowls? Did Elway get 2? I think he got 1 at least.
Elway, I think he has 2. I do believe Elway.
2 as well. I got to go check, but Elway.
You know what? He might only have 1 as a player and 1 as a GM, but I'm not sure. I know he got that '98 Super Bowl, right? The Broncos won it. It's Terrell Davis.
That's what I was getting ready to mention. Davis. Yeah. But man, San Francisco had a nice little quarterback thing going with them because let me see, they had, if I'm not mistaken, Joe Montana, Steve Young, and then behind Steve Young, you had Jeff. Well, I shouldn't say Jeff Garcia, but Jeff Garcia didn't look too bad himself what little time he played.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to 305 Boston. He goes, Quinn for the win. You know I'm sipping gin.
Quinn Keenum Ewers. Middle name Keenum. Got to keep that Texas connection strong.
You make sure you keep that same Case Keenum energy when Quinn Ewers takes that field with that 14 floating on the field.
We'll see.
Telling you.
We'll see.
And you know what's crazy, KP? I think it's gonna be if Quinn Ewers wins it, then I already know what type of season we're gonna have. We will be in the playoffs. I feel like if Quinn Ewers wins that job outright in open quarterback competition, during training camp, we keep hearing more of it. Because I even predicted that. Right now, you guys are media driven. For example, I said right now you guys are media driven. But if Quinn Ewers is who I think he is, then this quarterback battle should open up by training camp alone. And during preseason, I said during preseason, he's going to win it based on his game.
I am not media driven with my take on Willis. I was arguing for Willis before we got him, when we got him, arguing against all comers. I got called a racist on Twitter. So even
I was gonna
before
say,
that
did
was
I miss that part?
this
But it
was
happened on Twitter. I wouldn't be shocked if it happens on Twitter.
yeah. I don't want to call out any names, but you know how they try to gang up on you on Twitter sometimes. So I had and I don't back down from that. We can go
You
pugilism.
know what? The sad thing is, KP,
Yeah.
to be real with you, a lot of these people on the internet, right? I'm this, and I could be wrong. I don't know. Lecture me. Maybe I don't know too much or anything.
I don't let
This is why this is an open panel, and I would always allow anybody, because if I'm spreading misinformation, anybody smarter than me could always come in and correct me and teach me something, right? Because I'm here to learn as well.
We disagree, but I disrespected you.
No, not at all.
In
So
fact,
I hope I don't.
gave a good argument for why you like yours. I just happen to disagree.
No, but what I'm saying is, you said you got canceled out on the internet,
No,
and they started
okay,
saying that you were race baiting.
Yeah.
Exactly. So they try to cancel you with this race crap, and that's what I'm trying to get to. Like, what people do nowadays is that's how they gang up on people, KP, and it's actually sad to use a serious topic, right, as race, to come around and tell people they're racist as a following quote, to then cancel someone on the internet. You get my point?
Yeah.
To now,
but the problem
KP is racist. I don't want him. So all my followers, don't mess with KP. If I see you messing with KP, you're not part of my group anymore. So
Right.
now, why we can't mess with KP no more? Well, I'll tell you, because he's racist. Oh yeah, he's racist. They don't even want to ask what happened, because the cult guy said KP is racist. That's it. Nobody. That's it. You're canceled out.
They try to say that. But listen, but here's the thing. The problem though, and this is why I get called racist, is because you cannot remove race from an analysis of anything in American society. It is in the fabric. It's in everything we learn and do. And a lot of people have a problem acknowledging that. They want to say it doesn't matter, but hey, all the psychological tests suggest that it does. And it happens both consciously and unconsciously. And when I say that, some people perceive me saying that as the racism. And that is the problem. That is the problem. And when I say that, I'm not saying only so-called white people can be racist. Sorry. Let me reframe that. I messed up there. I'm not saying that all so-called white people can practice anti-blackness. I'm saying that black people can practice anti-blackness. Hispanic people can practice anti-blackness. All of us practice anti-blackness because the creation of blackness and whiteness are American inventions, social inventions. It affects me. Exactly. It affects you. It affects everybody. But and if we want to get rid of it, we have to acknowledge it, and we got to deal with it. And when we talk about this thing called football, it affects the kind of qualities we see in players at all positions. But in particular, it becomes more obvious on certain positions, like quarterback, for instance, like head coach, for instance. If you follow the Supreme Court and its reputation on how it makes decisions, it should shock the hell out of everybody that they have not dismissed Brian Flores' lawsuit. And I'll just leave it there. Anyway, I got to get out of here. It's getting late. But peace to everybody on the panel. I only came in late, so I really didn't know what was going on. Again, I've been working out of the country a little bit, so I'll chime back in when I have more time, but appreciate the time, Pete.
Hey, no problem, KP. Appreciate you as always. Go back, listen to Coach Hafley, and listen to Chris Perkins, and listen to it for yourself, big dog. Have a good night, man.
Yeah, good night.
Take it easy, KP.
Y'all notice KP want to run off the panel, right? As soon as 305 Boston, someone in the chat put, Quinn's calm as hell in the pocket and actually pushes the ball downfield instead of living off check down. Dude looks like a cold-blooded killer back there, just ready to rip explosive. I love that take. I love that take, Boston. That's exactly who he is.
I gotta mention this too. I was mad last season with our coaching staff because when we started seeing uh Tua go down, we should have put Quinn Ewers in earlier. So that always stays on my mind, and that's why I tell you, Pete, I don't have nothing against Quinn Ewers because I'm upset with the last regime because they should have put him in earlier instead of the last 3 games
Exactly.
because
Exactly.
That's the
he
thing about
started.
me.
Who's that? That's Sosa.
Viewers
I saw they sound like breaking up.
offense.
Yeah, you're in the blender. You're kind of like breaking up.
Am I
But
right now?
oh, now you sound good. Now it sound like you okay.
Yeah. No, I
I
mean
just
like I wanted to see yours and Mike McDaniel's offense. You
Yeah,
know, that would have been
I,
cool
I
to
want
see.
to. I want to see more games for him because because I'm gonna be straight and and like I said I'm not flip flop Pete, but I like what I seen with Quinn Ewers. I like when we went and got Quinn Ewers because I looked at film was on him and I said, you know what, he has the potential to be a good or decent quarterback with our team or even more if he's coached up right.
Mr. Pop, you can't be considered a flip flopper with the quarterbacks because you're neutral on both. My whole gig against you is me trying to get you to pick one, which I know you're never gonna pick one, and you're gonna stay neutral. That's why I mess with you, Mr. Pop. But you can't be a flip flopper because you've already supported Quinn and you supported Malik. You're down for both. So I get you, Mr. Pog. You stand neutral. But my thing is, I gotta call you out sometimes because it's just part of the game right now. You talk high on Malik, I'm gonna make sure Quinn Ewers is getting his praises too.
Mhm.
At the end of the day, we're it's a good argument to have. There's 2 quarterbacks on the team we love, but
Exactly.
most people take it as like if you're talking Malik and I bring up Quinn Ewers, that's like disrespect to the house. Who disrespect me? I talk Malik, so I'm gonna talk. It's funny. It's funny sometimes. Supporting your team and the players on the team, it gets you in trouble with the fan base at times. That to me is
Hey
fun.
Pete.
But again, I give my reasons. Then my reasons come to fruition coming out of the coach's mouth when I kept telling y'all Quinn Ewers this, Quinn Ewers that. Now we're hearing Quinn Ewers a lot more now that the season is coming back alive. It's kind of weird it's happening, right? But guess who's not shocked? Me. But guess who is shocked? All the other guys that didn't believe that that Quinn Ewers would be in this position right now. But we'll find out week 1 if Malik Willis is the starter. I'm going to hope and pray he balls out and we beat the Raiders. But if he loses to the Raiders, shoot, to be honest with you, Quinn Ewers is not even allowed to lose to the Raiders. If Quinn Ewers starts week 1 and if the offense looks bad and we struggle offensively with Quinn Ewers, I'm banging the table to see what we got in Malik Willis the very next week. So it's really no difference. Like, it's just, to me, can these coaches finally pick the quarterback I believe is the best for the system you guys are trying to run? And are you guys ever going to make the right decision? Because it feels like Mike McDaniel, like you said, Mr. Paul, he made that decision, but it took him too long to make that decision. That's why now I'm kind of happy. At first, I wanted him to stay, but I'm happy he's gone. Because sometimes some people, it takes them very long to realize their mistakes. And I don't want somebody that's going to always be late and to know what their mistakes were at positions. You know, like
Right.
this whole coming
That
late to, like, all these players coming late to meetings. Did you realize who was that player? I forgot who it was, but one of the players that were on the team last year, the year prior, they said, "Oh, coming late to the meetings wasn't a problem when we were winning. It only became a problem. Coming late to the meetings only became a problem for McDaniel when the team started losing." Can you believe that? But that's the coach. That's the coach I was caping up for, and I totally forgot that part. Like, this
Hey
guy's
Pete.
two-faced, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's like, all right, you can play the video game at night as long as you're going to school in the morning.
Hey Pete.
Come on, man. You putting these baby rules on these players. What's up, Sosa?
Nah, I was trying to tell you earlier. I got a cousin. He's a Buffalo Bills fan and a big Longhorns fan, and he was real upset when we got Ewers because he said he's really a gamer. And
The potential is there. I see the
yeah,
potential. I see the potential there.
With this guy 305 Boston in the chat, I don't think this guy's trolling whatsoever. You know why I don't think he's trolling? Because I see what he said in the chat. I've seen exactly that in Quinn Ewers. He's calm as hell in the pocket. Think about that.
He is.
When you saw Quinn Ewers last year in that terrible offensive line, he was throwing the ball. He was looking calm, and he was taking hits.
In fact, Pete, let me say it like this too. I'm gonna do a little comparison. When we had the other court, what's his name? Dog on it. The other one,
Zach Wilson.
No, not Zach Wilson. The one that went to Pittsburgh.
Skylar Thompson.
Skylar Thompson. Now I watched some games with Skylar Thompson. He panicked.
Yep. You ain't lying.
He panicked. Now, when they put Quinn Ewers in last season, I said, okay, please don't let him be like Skylar Thompson and panic. But he was calm, and he was learning the game. Even though he like I said, these 3 games, each game he was progressing. So that's why I say to you, you know, when it comes down to Quinn Ewers, hey, I like him. I like him also.
Yeah. And KP, KP, sorry, Mr. Paul. To be quite honest with you, Skylar Thompson, that timing, anticipatory throwing offense does not fit his style. Want me to tell you why? And it's almost comparable to Malik Willis. Skylar Thompson and Malik Willis, they're gonna struggle in a timing offense, but they have all the abilities in the world. Skylar Thompson was mobile; he could run. He wasn't as fast as Malik, but he was mobile. He could run.
Yep.
He needed a pro-style offense, traditional drop back, scan the field, and let his eyes win. That's the type of quarterback Malik has to be. These quarterbacks, they're looking at the field, they're processing. The rush is coming. They can evade pressure, still keep their eyes downfield, and make a throw. These are the playmakers of that fans easily fall in love with, you know. But at the same time, if you're not accurate, then you're not going to be consistently making big plays. And you're going to hit few here and there, but a lot of them are going to be. So that's where Malik Willis kind of like falls into. Like, he's in that Skylar Thompson territory where I love all the ability and I love all the traits, and he could be what he could be, a star. But at the end of the day, what they're doing here in Miami, guess what? To me, guess what? And you know, these fans will not call it out because it's like putting Shaq to shoot 3-pointers. It's not a fitting offense. So we went out to pay Malik Willis all this money, and we're not going to give him an offense that really fits his mold. Now we're going to gamble and hope, because remember, he was a backup. Defenses against when they faced Malik, they didn't game plan. They just played basic defenses because he's a backup. Jordan Love was hurt. They had to see what was going to happen. So he just was able to eat it. But what happens when they get film on you and they know that this is what you have to consistently do? He's going to get caught up.
You could ask the same thing for Ewers too, when they got film on them.
And then what are we going to do? Argue that the offense at that point, we need to fire the offensive coordinator. No, y'all just weren't paying attention. The team has been telling you what the offense is from the beginning. Y'all should have been fighting with me right now while I do this, because this is what I'm doing, right? I'm not against Malik. I'm just not with Malik, because what Malik has to do to come into this team and perform the scheme, it seems like that's what he struggles at. That's his weakness. We're not going to put Chop Robinson on rundowns, Coach Hafley said. So why are we putting Malik Willis in a timing anticipatory, quick timing offense? That's not what favors him. So from the beginning, a lot of you are not realizing that Malik Willis is coming into a situation that doesn't favor his scheme. It just doesn't. You hear from the coaches, he still needs development. He needs to get better at timing. We're coaching him up. Like, no, y'all didn't pay him for that. Y'all paid him because y'all knew what he was. So now let's give him what he does best. Can we hear an RPO offense, please? Tell us we're running an RPO heavy based offense. Tell us where
That'll be
we can
scary.
run something that exactly. But even, and you know what's crazy, Sosa? A lot of fans have come up. Yeah, the RPO is going to be scary. Yeah, he's going to favor that. Him and A-Chain. It's cool to fantasize, Sosa. But when we watch games on Sunday, let's not get mad and scream at, oh, Bobby Slowick sucks. No, it's time to do that right now because we're not hearing the coaches talk about RPO now, which would benefit and make Malik Willis's job a lot easier. No, they're telling you it's a quick timing passing offense. West Coast style, which he's going to struggle with if he doesn't pick it up. Quinn Ewers adapts to that easier. That's his memo of play. Like, think about it. It's just like, what? The Malikineers? Are you guys going to cry week 8 when he looks bad? That's what y'all waiting for him to look bad? For them to start blaming the offensive coordinator? Oh, he's not calling good plays and he's not doing the scheme that fits him. Don't do that in week 8 when it looks bad. They're telling you right now they're going to do what Bobby Slowick and Mike McDaniel did last year, and now you put it in your brain. Can Malik Willis get under center, do all this motion crap, and get rid of the ball quick and accurate the way Tua was doing? Can he do that?
I don't know. We don't need to take that long and fucking huddle and then call out all that shit and have the motion. Maybe quicker
So
than
what's
that.
gonna happen? Malik Willis is gonna say hike, right? Hike. The first read is not there. He was late on the progression. He was late on the throw. Now, what is he gonna do? He gonna try to tuck it and run it every time?
No,
It's not gonna work.
no,
That's not gonna work.
no. You got somebody that can read a defense better than Tua could, so it's not going to the first read. So you don't got to fucking pick apart the defense pre-snap, and you could just
But this is not a
huddle.
progression-based
Do the motion.
offense, Sosa. That's the thing. You're talking what you're saying. Okay,
Okay,
you're
then
right.
tuck and run. He could tuck and run.
But what you're saying, okay, you're absolutely right. But it doesn't
Yeah.
make sense in this offense for Miami under Bobby Slowick and this Mike McDaniel thing because we know what this scheme is. It's an outside zone stretch, run first, play action base. Then it's a 1-2 read. That's all it is, a quick 1-2 read. It's either the Z and the X or the Y and the Z right there next to the slot, right next to each other. It's quick.
So do you
Because
think
the other receivers have route stat. You're not dropping back and analyzing,
No, like
processing. That's not what this offense asks you to do. It tells
okay,
you to
so
do well. It actually does ask you to process the defense, but not much post snap. It's really you got to get it all mental pre snap, so you can get your 1-2 read correct before the snap, and when you snap, you have to have that 1-2 read correct. So you got first read, second read ain't there. Now throw it away. That's what they told Tua. First, second, throw it away. Because he couldn't run. The good thing about Malik, if he gets this down pack and he can do it, first read, second read not there, late on the throw, whatever, maybe he can run and get us something where Tua couldn't.
hey, but so are you saying Malik is dumber than CJ Stroud? Or
CJ
what are you trying
Stroud
to say
is a
right
lot
here?
more. CJ Stroud, comparing CJ Stroud to Malik, that's unfair to CJ, bro. He's more proven in this league. Malik has not proven
No,
anything
because
in this league.
he did it 1 year under Slowick. But what has he done since then?
He's still been doing his thing. That's the thing.
What
You know
thing?
what? I mean, he's still
What
been winning games
he
and
crept
doing.
into the
He just won
playoffs
a
in the
playoff
fucking
game.
AFC South?
Yeah,
AFC
he won a
South?
playoff game. He won a playoff game.
Into the AFC South?
What
Bro,
are
if
you
Herbert
saying
was in
by
the
that?
AFC South, he would have fucking done the same thing.
Yeah, well, you could only talk about what I mean. You could anticipate, you could act, but he's still doing
And
it.
that's what you talk about all the time. Well, this could have happened if they put in Ewers. This could happen if they put in Skyler.
Yeah,
We
but
don't
you're
know.
talking about
We don't
you're
know.
punishing Stroud because of the division he plays. That's not fair. That's not fair.
You're punishing Skyler because he couldn't beat out Tua in the regular season. You know
No,
what I
I'm
mean?
not
Like
punishing
it's
Skyler.
all what it.
I'm
It's
not
like
punishing. In fact, that's how I know you weren't paying attention. I was actually punishing Mike McDaniel because Mike McDaniel is not adjusting to what his quarterbacks can do best. And then I went on to saying that Malik Willis is not being coached to what he does best. He's being strained to the Hafley and Bobby Slowick, Mike McDaniel offense. So that is something to be concerned about. So that's the same route Skylar Thompson went. Even though Skylar had all the attributes, he had the arm, he was actually pretty accurate with his balls. We've seen that. He was mobile. This coach did not do what Skylar did best. He still stuck him into this Tua offense. And I think Bobby Slowick is going to do the same. What's wrong with that?
And I'm not even hating on the fact about Skylar Thompson, because I really wanted to see him in the Mike McDaniel offense, because I seen what he did in that playoff game against the Bills, and if it wasn't for Gesicki dropping that, like, you know, who knows? But I'm just saying, you know, it's always these what ifs, you know, like, what if my aunt had balls? She'd be my uncle, like, you know, like.
Oh my goodness.
Sosa, it is Pride Month, so shout out to Pride Month. And in this new generation, your aunt could be your uncle. So that joke that you guys keep bringing around, that's an old school joke with the old school ways. In today's days, your aunt could be your uncle, and your uncle could be your aunt, because all they got to do is see a doctor.
Okay, so what if Malik Willis just identifies as Quinn Ewers and just goes in there and balls out? Is that going to make you happy?
This is the thing, though, right?
You know,
if Malik, yes, but this is the thing.
Right? I identify,
because this is where I throw shade at a lot of the people, right? Especially the ones that I called out. You guys are the fakest Dolphin fans in the community. This is who I think are the fakest Dolphin fans in the community. The ones that are hyperbolic.
What?
No. This is the ones that are saying, yeah, Malik Willis is the starter. He's going to be good. He's going to be great. He's way better than Tua. But after that same oxygen breath that they just exhaled on, guess what? They're still predicting us to pick top 2 or top 3. And they're talking, we're going to be in the quarterback market in 27. First of all, if you believe in Malik Willis and you think
you just reminded me of my 2 points.
You're not talking 2027 quarterback. Because I never knew, and I never ran into a Tua-neer on the internet that started talking quarterback to draft when they believed in little old Tua. So why are they fake pumping on the internet like there's some good, I'm a good Dolphin fan. You know, that's what's funny to me. Some of these guys want to be, no, I'm a better fan than you because I'm supporting Malik Willis. I like him as my starting quarterback. But in 2027, around this time next year, I hope we draft Arch Manning. You fake Tua-neer. We see right through that fake heart. They got the fake love. This is some of y'all favorite podcasters, by the way. This is some of y'all favorite Dolphin podcasters y'all listen to. But shout out to those guys. You hear it all through their tapes. Oh, yeah, I like Malik Willis. How come that same podcaster, when I like the left arm of God, how come the left arm of God conversation never came up when it was backup quarterback? In fact, some of these left arm of God guys were hating on our backup quarterback. They were mad at Skylar Thompson for playing good in the game.
I like that shit.
It's so fake sometimes, and people don't catch it on the internet, and it's weird. It's weird that people can't realize like the BS that goes behind some of this. And you know what else is funny? Oh, I'm a better fan. I'm a better fan than. There's no such as a better fan. There's no better fan than anybody. There's no what how do you fan better than somebody? How do you fan better than somebody, guys? Can you explain it? How do you fan better than somebody?
I don't know. Ask them LeBron fans. I don't know.
But they just say things. It's crazy to me. They try to seem like I'm
That's
the
what
better
I'm saying.
fan.
LeBron fans just say some crazy shit. Like, it don't make no damn sense. I get what you're saying.
The internet has created people to be something that's weird to me. Sometimes when it comes to some like especially this football stuff. You know what's weird to me as well? Check this out. Check this out. Some of the and I never treat none of y'all like this, by the way. And I'm not saying I'm better than anybody or anything. I'm smarter. I'm not doing that. What I'm trying to explain to you guys is, imagine this. Some of the podcasts y'all listen to, right? They make it seem like y'all go over there to learn football, bro. Hey, Pete. Some of these guys really think y'all in the chat, y'all don't even know football. Some of these people really think they're teaching y'all. They go out about their little podcast. They go out their way to teach y'all and make it seem like the ones on the internet and in the chat that have, because, you know, I run the show different, right? Anybody could come around. Not everybody's like this. You know, they wouldn't dare because a lot of people would get clicked on and shot down. So in order to protect themselves, they got to, you know, upload videos. They can't do live and have people come up on the panel, you know? But at the end of the day, these shows, they turn around and make it seem like y'all don't even have football knowledge, bro. That's funny to me.
Hey, Pete.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, I had a couple of points to make, you know, and you just remind me of the other two, but with you saying what you just said, you know, right now.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, when you used to be on Wild Out Wednesdays and getting timed out all the time, bro, you got on my fucking nerves, you know, like, because I was like, who the fuck is this for? This for talking nonsense, you know, like, you know, I ain't never timed you out or anything like that, but like, it was just funny how you ruffle everybody's feathers, you know, and like, you know, you would get to me, but I ain't gonna fucking go out there and just spend money to time you out. Like, I work at a barbershop. I can take some shit talking, you know. but you know, like, it's just funny that like now you come on your lives and I get on here and I still hear you talk nonsense. I don't agree with everything you say, but it's just funny, man, because it's crazy because like how you really did you used to get on my nerves, man, but now like I listen to you and I'm like, I know what you do now because you're pro Ewers one stream, you're pro Wilkins the next stream, you know, like, and I get what you do, and it's funny because I'm the same way though. Like I look at the glass half empty, half full. You got to, you know, like being a Dolphin fan, like fuck, you want to win, so you know, you gotta just weigh your options. Like, damn, like is this the best thing for the team or is this the best thing? Like, I don't know. We're not gonna know until the
think
season
about
happens.
what you just said, right? Think about. I want you to, because if you actually, and shout out to Miami Sports Music. Whatever happened, I don't know. I'm happy not to know because then, you know, when people know information about what happened, you might get heartbroken. Because I still like all those guys that were part of it. Shout out to Stephen D. Like they try to, like they did some big thing to Stephen D. and they made it seem like he started, and I didn't want to hear none of that. So I tried not to follow that so much, so I don't like.
Well, I don't want to hear nothing negative about Stephen D. To be honest.
Yeah, I mean there was a lot, and this is the reason why we don't see him around no more. It's kind of like he ran from what the internet has created on him, and even when he tried to debunk it, they didn't believe him, right? Because he did something to a female. But long story short, that's none of my business. So I tend to like still respect all these people as humans and the way they did, because I have no idea what money issue they had or deal they had going on. So I stay away from that. Long story short, if you go back, right, and I'm not trying to pat my own back here or anything, because this was what you said, so I'm only responding based on what you said. You said back in the days with those Stephen D timeout sessions, right? You got mad at me, right? And I get it. I understand why.
Like I didn't get mad. I didn't get mad at you, but you just talk nonsense.
It was like annoying, I guess, and it was funny, and it was like crazy.
Yeah.
This guy, right? And I
get outlandish.
Trust me, I get it. But if you go back, and they're still up there on Miami Sports Music, they are still up there. I want y'all to tell me, when was I wrong? Point out now that we're here where we're at now, all of those people that spend money to not hear what I thought about the team, and they started hating, because think about it. I had people time me out before I would even get up there and say, put Pete on timeout, don't let him up today.
Yeah, I
all
know.
he's going to do is hate on Tua. And that's really what the majority of the situation was just a lot of
He's in the
Tua. And it wasn't because Sosa. The crazy thing is,
I remember.
Pete's up, he's going to talk bad about
I remember
Tua.
a couple of them.
No, and this is the thing, Sosa, because the internet tried to make it like they trying to turn it out to be something, right? And it's crazy to me, right? Because the name Pete automatically got stuck with, oh, he's coming up here to dog Tua, to hate on Tua. And that really, yes, okay, I'm gonna give it to you, Sosa. I had to, though. You understand what I'm telling you? Because of what was being said positively about Tua that I didn't believe. I'm talking about guys going up on their YouTube channel, Sosa, bringing up clips and debunking that I'm stupid because what Pete said right now, that Tua has a weak arm. Mind you, this is their arguments. This is what you will hear. Me saying, man, Tua has a weak arm. And all of these guys timing me out, fighting, and bringing up clips. Oh, look at this clip. He threw a 50-yard pass to Jakeem Grant. Jakeem Grant dropped that. And they're using these little one-offs of Tua that needed everything and perfect for him to get the ball off with a rainbow shot up in the air. But yet they're not realizing the arm strength that I'm talking about. They just want to ignore that. Now I'm timed out, I can't retaliate no more and shut them down. So now I'm a joke. Now I'm a troll, right? And now they get to laugh and throw up clips and say what Pete is saying is loud and wrong. He's dumb. Don't pay attention to him. He's a troll. Ha, ha, ha. Ignore that. They're not ignoring me no more, Sosa. Because if you go back and you listen to everything, I've done it. I'm like, let me see if I said something crazy that's not. And obviously some, you could say the Malcolm Perry hope or, the little slot battle with Lynn Bowden and Malcolm Perry when I was telling everybody, oh, Malcolm Perry's going to beat out Lynn Bowden. I mean, you can make fun of that. I don't really care about that. But when it comes to that's third depth chart type battle conversations, people have to dig deep to sit here and say that's what you were wrong on. Oh, you were wrong on what?
Okay, so I still got them other 2 points I want to fucking touch on. But with this one right here, I know you used to go against the grain against anything positive about the Dolphins.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I never went against the grain.
No.
That's what
Listen,
they painted me
I remember.
as.
No,
That's
but I remember they even
want to debate and go back and forth over something so stupid. Like if that's how you feel, I'm gonna let people feel how they feel. No. Y'all see me as a troll?
No.
That's on you. I'm gonna just keep being me because me being me, it has gotten me right more often than not based on me just talking. Like they're mad. You see how some of the fans earlier on the stream today, so I'm gonna let you get to your 2 points. But based on how the fans earlier on the stream, I know what you're doing, Pete. This is what some of these guys on the panel come up, and I love all of them dearly, right? But they do this to themselves. Oh, I know what you're doing, Pete. You just like Quinn Ewers. You're talking about Quinn Ewers today because Malik Willis had a bad day, and you trying to no, I'm not doing anything. I'm just going based on the latest reports. I haven't been live in almost 2 weeks. We finally got OTA practice news today. I wanted to talk about some of this stuff, and I'm talking about what happened today. They're mad, and then I have to give them an example, Sosa. If Tua was the one throwing these interceptions, y'all would be with me laughing and calling people out. But because some of these people have put themselves in the Malik Willis category hard, now they feel they can't talk negative about the report we got today. Some of these people won't be real, Sosa, and be like, you know what, Pete? You right, bro. Malik Willis, today, it was bad. Today, it was bad. Now, they can sit here and say, I have no doubt in my mind. I know it'll get better during training camp and he gets the game plan in. No, they're not saying that. You know what they'll say? Oh, Pete, I see what you're doing, man. No, you're just trying to glorify Quinn Ewers. I'm not trying to do anything. I predicted that this would happen. And now that it's happening with Quinn Ewers and Coach Hafley is giving Quinn Ewers the flowers, right? Now it's coming to fruition, just like I called it. Now it ain't a shock jock to a lot of people. Like I even said, it's going to be shocking to you guys now, but watch later. And this is later, right? It's happening right in front of our eyes. Y'all thought it was a joke when I said, I know y'all saying it's not a quarterback competition, but Quinn Ewers, based on this, is going to make it a quarterback competition. And look what's happening.
But I just
and you know why? And you know why, Sosa? I'm gonna tell you why. The organization did that. They didn't go out and get Kirk Cousins, a bridge. They wanted a bridge quarterback, one that was actually a better quarterback that you want to sit here and call a starter. They could have went out and got Kirk Cousins. They could have went the cheaper route and brought in competition with Kyler Murray. You see what I'm saying? But for some odd reason, they went out and got a quarterback.
I don't want Kyler Murray.
All this money that needs development into the offense you're implementing, dude. That screams like red flag all the way. And somebody has said it, but and I agreed with it on one of my streams that it kind of almost feels like they're sabotaging Malik Willis. But then at the same time, what's going to happen is if I'm right, like I feel like I'm going to end up being right, whether Quinn Ewers starts week 1 or week 6, when Quinn Ewers does start, that pressure on Quinn Ewers is going to be very high, very high. So that's what I think they're forming. They're trying to sell something that if it doesn't work out, Malik Willis, then they're going to tell you Quinn Ewers beat this guy out. So this is way better than Malik. Trust us, guys. We are the Dolphins. So we're going to have to trust them. So in that scenario that they have laid out, that's why I have that high of a thing for Quinn Ewers. Because if he plays and he comes in and there's no excuses. Oh, Pete, it's his first year starting. You know, he was a rookie last year. Yeah, that doesn't matter no more. You're on your second head coach, your second general manager, and pretty soon you're about to be on your third. You're not going to get many chances in this league. So it's unfortunate for Quinn, but when he comes in, he's going to have to play like a star. That's the reality of it. That's the reality. So therefore, all the fans that think, oh, we're going to draft a quarterback in the next draft and we're going to be trash, pay attention to those guys. Because if they're hyping up Malik Willis, oh, Malik Willis is that. So if you're hyping up Malik Willis and you think he's going to be so great, why do you have us selecting a quarterback or drafting it? Like, great quarterbacks don't draft that high, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
They get replaced.
Like I was saying, you know, like back in the days, I remember they quoted you as a Raider fan or
no. So here's the other thing, right?
Remember that one? Remember that?
So the guys that get me upset, right, are the ones that believe in Vegas. Oh, Pete, you crazy? You think we're gonna win 7 to 10 games? Oh, you're out of your mind. No, I do think we better win 7 to 10 games. You know why? Because I believe if Vegas is right, all of this is gonna be scrapped again. There's no guarantee that you're gonna do your whole contract. Did Flores finish his 5 years? Did McDaniel finish his 5 years?
All right.
Did Tua finish his contract here? That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
No,
Stephen
okay.
Ross is one of the most respected owners doing for what he did to allow his regime to cut a player and take ties like that. Not every owner will do that.
All right, so I let you give your spiel, you know, and the only reason I brought up that whole Raiders fan thing because I remember back in the day on the Stephen D show on Wild Out Wednesdays, they used to call you. So I don't know if it was a Raider fan or what it was. They said you're a fan of somebody else, but the two things I was wanting to get to was one of them how we're talking about Malik Willis. They said that a bunch of Packer players were really sad whenever he left because they really liked him. Yeah. They wanted him, you know.
What does that matter?
That's no. I'm just telling you. That's one thing, and that just shows like I don't know how y'all were talking about the leadership the other day. You know, like I'm not asking him to be a leader. I'm just asking him to be cool with his
Sosa.
peers, his players. You know, that was the other
Sosa,
day. What up?
the reason why the Packers fan appreciate Malik Willis so much is because in a pivotal point when the Packers were in the NFC North race to the end and having a fight for a playoff spot, and Malik Willis was thrusted in that important time, he went 2-1 as a starting
Okay.
quarterback. He went 1-1. I believe it was just 2 games. That first one was like in the beginning of the season. He played 2 games and he went 1-1, and he
No,
actually won one
he
of those.
played 3, like 2.5, because he came in and Jordan Love got hurt in the middle of it or some
Yeah,
shit like that.
that's what I'm
But
saying. So it was like 2 games, and he really went like 1-1, and he kept, at least he got them a win where they needed just to make the playoffs, and that felt good because most fans,
no,
those guys were nervous. They would have lost
no,
those 3 games with Malik starting Sosa. That would have eliminated him out of, excuse me, out of the playoffs, bro.
no. Okay,
That would have
let
eliminated
me
him out of the playoffs.
let
So they appreciate Malik for coming in as a backup, and they love him for not
and
losing them and making them miss the playoffs.
I would appreciate you if you let me get my point across though.
Yes, sir.
The thing was, what I was saying, the Packers players, it wasn't the fans, you know. First of all, it was the Packers players were hurt to see him go, not just the fans, which kind of
Because he
shows a
kept their
leadership
season
role.
alive.
Well, which shows a leadership role. It also it does that. It does that. But okay, earlier you're talking about if you're playing a whole season of fantasy, you're riding with Lamar, right? This one went toe to toe with Lamar. Green Bay, Baltimore battle. It don't matter where you're playing at that time of year. It's going to be cold. So I'd want to go to
Who
battle with
went toe
him.
to toe with Lamar?
Malik.
When?
When the playoffs were on the line last year. After they played
No,
Chicago, they played
bro.
Baltimore. Yes, they did.
No, bro. Bro,
Or
you're gonna
no,
be,
that was the game he
bro,
stepped in. Love went
bro.
out. Malik came in and went toe to toe with Lamar. It was a battle in Baltimore.
No, that's misinformation,
Yes.
Sosa. Let me remind you, bro, and you could go back and do your research. First of all, Lamar was actually missing in that game. He was still hurt. Malik played against Tyler Huntley. Derrick Henry
Last
that
year,
game had
Huntley
last year.
didn't. No, Huntley didn't
It
even
was
play for him, did he? They
yes.
signed him
This is
back.
what I'm telling, bro. Listen to me,
Oh,
bro. Go look at your phone. Tyler
okay,
Huntley and
okay.
the Ravens put up 50-something points against Hafley and the Packers, bro. And Malik Willis
Damn.
went out there and they were getting blown out early. And Malik Willis, yeah, he was. This is what I'm trying to explain to people. He had some
Okay,
magnificent
okay.
throws, but the Ravens were blowing the Packers out with Tyler Huntley as the starter, bro. So Malik
And
Willis just had,
that's our head
and Malik
coach that was
and the
getting blown
Ravens
out.
the Ravens were just playing drop back defense, right, and letting
Uh-huh.
Malik complete it so they can make tackles. Let the clock keep rolling. Complete it, catch them in right there in front of, let them everything in front of you get caught, make a tackle. Boom, 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 boom. And that bro, look at
Okay,
the end score of that. It was like
okay.
50-something 25 or something like that.
I thought it was different. That's why I brought it up because I thought it was a run with Malik going against Chicago, Baltimore, and there was another playoff team. But he stepped
Now,
in on one of
again,
them
because
halfway.
that's why I questioned some of these other people, right? It's funny, and I love KP Sosa, but KP is the one, so I'm gonna keep bugging him with
No,
it. Because KP came up here, was like, P, you know what? You got all this Malik Willis hate on you, bro. I know you didn't watch Malik Willis games based on how you talk. You didn't watch a single play. You talk, and it was
okay.
funny to me,
So
right? And he called me out. He called me a liar and everything. But that's his opinion. It's cool. But I literally
yeah,
tell you guys how I see it.
well,
When you go to that
that's why
Bears game,
I
when
came.
you go to that Bears game, Sosa, right? When you go to that
Uh,
Bears game, look how many pass attempts. Mind you, this is a game that went into overtime. Overtime, Sosa. And Malik
uh,
Willis only had like, I forgot the number, but I could be wrong. Maybe like 13 pass attempts in the whole game. So when they tell you Malik Willis was a star last year in his 3 games, he had 13 pass attempts against the Bears in a game that went into overtime. Shout out to Malik. I believe they won. Then he had a magnificent statistical game against the Ravens in a game he got blown out by that was led by Tyler Huntley.
Okay. All right. So that
And
changes
then
a
that
lot.
same game
No,
in the
no, no, no.
Ravens
You know
game,
what? You know what?
that same
That
Ravens
changes.
game,
No,
he
hey,
went out
no,
in the
listen.
4th quarter with an injury. He didn't even finish
Hey,
it.
hey. So that changes more shit than I even expected because we got the starting quarterback that was down big, and we got a defensive coordinator, our head coach now, that gave up that lead to begin with. So damn,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
you know how
like
this
that.
fan base is going to excuse it? Micah Parsons wasn't in that game. That's
I
why
don't give. We
Hafley
don't got Michael
struggled.
Parsons either. We
Yeah,
don't got
no.
him
Well,
either.
Micah Parsons was that, but that's what I be trying to say, Sosa. Like they say some of the okay, so Micah Parsons was missing. You're allowing that to be an excuse for your situation, for your liking of
So
Hafley
Chop
here.
Robinson
But that
is
doesn't
Michael
mean crap.
Parsons. All of a
That doesn't
sudden,
mean crap. He ain't gonna have Micah Parsons here. That's what
no,
I try to tell them. You're not gonna, and you
no.
don't
That
have
means Chop.
corners.
That means Chop Robinson is Michael Parsons,
That's what I
right?
was projecting and hoping to happen, right? If Hafley
I
puts
hope.
if Hafley puts Chop in Parsons' role, are you going to
Hmm.
produce
I hope.
Parsons numbers? Let's find out.
I
Do it.
I would
I'm willing
really
to
hope
see it.
so.
I'm willing to
But
see it. You know why?
but
Because I used to
but
want to. I
before
just used to. I wanted to punch the TV, bro, and I wanted Vic Fangio and Weaver to feel the punch through the TV, dude. Every single time I saw Jalen Phillips, Bradley Chubb, Chop Robinson, and not just one time on a trick play on defense. That would be cool to me. No, we're talking multiple occasions on multiple
that would have been
series of
cool to me.
drives. Yeah, on multiple series of drives. You know, you got these guys dropping back, covering. Like, dude, stop doing this. And it used to bug me. It almost felt like I didn't think these coaches know what they were doing, but then a turnover would happen or a good play would happen. I'll be like, oh, maybe that was good or not. I don't know football, but at the end of the day, it always bugged me. You got Chop going
I
into
see.
coverage, Bradley Chubb
I
going into
see.
coverage, Phillips. Get these guys to put
You know.
pressure, bro.
I see earlier when you said like I get what you're saying now. I never felt like a Pete, but fuck, I felt like a Pete after you explain yourself because I'd go into some like groups, some chat groups or whatever, podcast, whatever, and I'd be like explaining stuff, and I'd be like, "Oh, you don't know ball," and I was like, "The fuck? That's all I do is watch ball." Like like how you said, people would tell you, "Pete don't know ball." Why? Because you give an outlandish take, right?
Yeah, I've heard that. I
Hello.
don't know football. Yeah, of course, Sosa. I don't know
Well,
football.
yeah, and see, like they tell TD the same shit on the AFC East roundtable because he explains himself what he thinks is going to happen or what could happen, and if it does, oh boy, you better fucking hold on to your dick, like. But
And you know what? Yeah,
it's
but you know what? Everybody gets the like CB dug his own hole because at the end of the day, he's a two and
uh
ear, and I do think he knows football because when you hear him talk, right, you clearly hear him
huh
with the knowledge of football. But
yeah, you know it,
he fell
you
for
know
the banana in the tailpipe, Sosa, and this is what I mean
yeah,
when I say that. And I'm sorry, CB83, you're my guy. I like you and everything, but I have to call you
nah,
out because I have to call him out because he falls in one of those fake fan category type things.
he
Because
was a
my honest
no, I
opinion,
don't know about fake fan, but he was a two
no,
and
he's
there.
kind of like yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he kind of like went hard. Think about this, Sosa. He went hard on Tua, a quarterback with
Uh-huh.
1,000 limitations, bro. But now some of these same guys can't go hard on Malik Willis. Like Malik
Yeah,
Willis actually has more to offer than Tua ever has. But
He
some of
does. He
these
could
fake
escape the
guys
pocket. He could.
that caped hard for Tua, they ain't gonna be loud and pumping their chest the same way they did for Tua, bro. Like, what's the difference? What's the
No,
difference?
you see, and
And I don't
you
want
could
and go ahead, bro.
you know, I see all these like Tua highlights of when Tua was a fucking he would run through a fucking tackle or he'd go for the extra yard, before he had the concussion shit, and it's like, okay, well that's Malik Willis, but he could offer more, so why aren't you pumped up about it? First of all,
It's crazy,
being
right? Because I even told
yeah,
the channel, I told these people, I says, you know what these people are turning me out to be? You guys are gonna be the reason why I end up sounding like a Malik Willis hater. Even though I
yeah.
like him, but because of some of the way some of you guys are propping him up to be, now I gotta speak what I really believe. Because I'm not gonna sit here and make something up. This is the reason why, Sosa, someone like KP came up, got mad at me, right? Called me a liar, says they
Oh, he
doubt
ended
I
up getting
even
mad at you
watched the
earlier or what?
yeah, no, it happens. Every debate is going to be different
No,
based on the
no, I know,
title.
but because I
Everybody's going to
heard
get there. So one day I might get disrespected by a guy based on the title and
no,
based on that
it's
take, but then the next day we might be cool because we align on that take based on the title and what happened with the Dolphins that day. That's why I don't ever take nothing personal, and I appreciate all of you guys the same. But the reality is, it was
bro, I'm the
funny, right?
same way.
Because the truth is, what I just told you was basically what I was saying, Sosa. They ride high on Malik, but yet they bring up his stats. He's 30 for 35. They're giving you what he did in a full season, but then if you break it down game by game, then you start seeing the question marks that Pete was having. But they got
I
mad
know.
when I was saying things game by game. Like, if he was so good, why he only threw 11 passes versus the Bears? And if he was so good,
Hey,
and everyone claims his best game ever was versus the Ravens, then how come his best game ever, he was blown out? And it was against a backup quarterback.
exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So
And
when I
see,
gave these things out, because what they did was put Malik Willis as so high, and I was already coming
hmm
in because we remember we're all fans. Some fans were so high because they kind of like were happy they predicted this. And what they didn't know is that because they predicted this, because everything aligns, remember, we got the Packer guys. So the Packer guys are aligned with Malik Willis. So we're going to get Malik Willis. So since they predicted that and they want to be so cool and predictable wise, they sat here and didn't really pay attention and watch the games as much as others probably. They just wanted to roll with the clout. And since they wanted to roll with the clout because they were right, now they're overdoing it and they're overselling it and they're using the wins and the stats. And then when you have someone that actually saw it and can actually tell you guys the outcomes of this and that, those are the ones that are a problem to some of these fans and they don't like. But then I have to do that because these guys are overselling something. And then when you guys realize, oh, they oversold it, then it's going to be too late because we're going to be sitting at 2-6. Now, what you guys are going to be doing is listening to these guys, right? Then make excuses that the team has no wide receivers. Remember, we traded Waddle. Then if we would have kept Waddle, maybe they're going to make all these narrative and excuses, even though they would told you when the Waddle trade happens, they love the trade. But 2 months from now, if the season is going at a disarray and Malik is not looking good, they're going to say we should have never traded Waddle. It was bad.
and what
This
and
offensive
Waddle
coordinator, we got no receiver. And they're going to make all these excuses when in reality,
Waddle's gonna be on a projection to be the offensive player of the year. Yep,
they're
that's the
actually,
Dolphin
yeah,
curse
there's a lot of high praise coming from Denver and Waddle. But I think
for real.
I think they're going to get the reality check when
I hope they
January
do.
football happens.
I mean, I don't wish
You
like
know what's sad, Sosa? I can actually picture the Broncos versus the Chargers in Mile High, late in a playoff game, kind of super cold, and Bo Nix throwing a dart throw to Waddle, and he just drops it.
and
They're like,
McDaniel. Then Mike McDaniel goes and gives them a high five.
yeah.
Mike McDaniel on the other side, like, yep, that's why you're not here, buddy.
No,
You're in Denver.
it's
You
gonna
think
go to
Mike
the fucking
McDaniel's gonna
Chargers.
be like, you
No,
think I forgot about those Buffalo playoff drops?
hey,
You still the same.
it's gonna go to the Chargers sideline, right where McDaniel's standing, and he's gonna be ripping a pin, watching it happen,
You
and
know what's
then
crazy? I do believe that the Chargers, it's either the Chargers or the Broncos that I believe is gonna win that AFC West division. And
oh
if I
yeah, for
had to
sure.
pick one right
No,
now, I think it's going to be the Chargers, just based on Herbert, that team more healthy, the coming back healthier. You know what I
oh
mean?
the Bronco Bo Nix is gonna take a step back. I'll tell you that right now
It depends.
because
They because I don't think they're going to win 14 again, especially
if
if they
both of
start
they
off slow with Bo
no
Nix's ankle.
yeah if both of his ankles look like fucking elbows, like nah, that ain't gonna work, homie.
That could be a
You
factor.
know,
That could be a
yeah,
factor. That is a factor on why I got the Chargers winning that division. I think the Chargers are going
but
to start off hot, and then they're gonna stay like hot throughout the year. Like they're not gonna fall off.
yeah, they're gonna lose.
Mike McDaniel, I got a
They're not
feeling
gonna lose more than one
Mike
in a row.
McDaniel is gonna get a lot more praise than he deserves. But Mike McDaniel, I think, is gonna have a successful season this upcoming season with the
Okay.
Chargers.
Oh, okay. I don't really want to get off this subject because I really do like it. But to bring me to my second point that I was trying to make earlier in the night, how you said Vegas has them at 3 wins.
4. I think they have us at 4 or 4.5 max.
Well, it really don't matter because you always got to put the Dolphins in the middle of the pack if you're betting the fucking house. You know what I'm saying? Like we never overachieve and we never underachieve. We're always in the fucking middle, and that's why we're complaining about fucking draft picks and and all this shit in the middle of the season. You know what I mean? Like it's just
Yeah, but you know what's crazy, Sosa? Being in the middle of the pack, if we have a 8-9 or a 9-8 season, 8-9, 9-8 season, middle of the pack type stuff, that right there would be a highly successful and a really good look for Hafley and this squad.
no, exactly.
You know
But
what I mean?
earlier when you were saying no, when
And
you were
anything
talking
less than
about
that
our
shouldn't
draft
be.
pick,
Oh,
no, earlier when you were talking about our draft pick being in Vegas, top 3 pick from the get go. That's what I'm saying. Bet against the house if that is it. You know what I mean? Because the Dolphins never get lucky enough to get a top 3 pick,
oh, I see
and
what
we're
you mean.
never
Yep, yep.
lucky enough to fucking end up in the Super Bowl or the last fucking 4 teams of the season. You know, it's just
Yeah, and that's going to be another thing. This fan base, they're going to get mad that the team is not losing. Imagine that, Sosa. There's a big portion of Dolphin fans that
now fuck
want
no. I
the
want to
number
win
1
every
pick.
game. I want to win
Yeah,
every
and
game,
there's
even if
fans out
it's
there that
fucking if
want to
we're 0
lose
and
every game.
14 and it's the
They
last 3
want
games.
they want to tank for Arch Manning. They want to tank for Dante Moore. There's a huge portion of the fan base that
And you know what?
already.
Arch Manning is not all that because my cousin likes the Longhorns and he'd rather have Ewers than over Arch Manning, just like the Longhorns did. Because if Arch Manning was better than Ewers at the time, he would have been starting, right?
They give the excuse that he was a freshman
I don't give a fuck
he was a
if he is
redshirted
better.
freshman, and then
No,
his
if he is
sophomore year,
better,
because remember he was sat for 2 years. But again,
I
they
don't
make their
I
little
don't care.
narratives.
I don't care about the narrative because if he was better than him at the time and you had time to get to the playoffs and win throughout the playoffs, would you not start the better quarterback?
Sosa, Quinn Ewers was better than Tua since day one, bro.
I'm not talking about Quinn Ewers and Tua. I'm saying him and Arch Manning at the
No, I
time
know
in the
him and
playoffs.
Arch Manning. Well, what
Yeah.
about it?
No, in the playoffs, like when it came down to it, they said Quinn Ewers was more of a experienced player than Manning, right? But
Yeah,
if
because
you're in no, but if you're in the playoff run and shit's getting grindy, like, are you not going to go with a better quarterback at the time?
true.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So Quinn Ewers was better than Arch Manning at the time to the Longhorns.
right?
The only time Arch Manning got playing time at Texas when Quinn Ewers was there was either due to injury or because Quinn Ewers sat out the fourth quarter in a big blowout.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Are you gonna ride? Are you gonna ride the better quarterback, or are you gonna go with, oh, he's a senior, so I got to ride with him, or he's a junior, this guy's a freshman, I got to ride with the junior.
There's coaches that ride that mentality, and those coaches are the coaches that tend to get fired, Sosa.
Okay, did he get fired?
No.
No, they're in the
Sarkisian is
SEC.
still
They
there.
got promoted. They got promoted to the SEC.
You know what's
So
crazy?
if you, that's what
Sarkisian
I'm
might
saying.
be the next Dolphin head coach. Think about that. Quinn
Who?
Ewers pops off. Steve Sarkisian, the Texas Longhorn head coach. If the
Oh.
if the Dolphins like pop off,
Oh,
with Quinn
dude,
Ewers,
don't
listen,
let. Hey,
Sosa.
hey, let me finish. Let me finish. Don't let that happen because, like I told you, my cousin is a diehard Buffalo fan, diehard Texas Longhorns fan. What the fuck's he gonna do?
You got to think about it, but you got to think about it. Look at all
What's
the
he gonna do?
Longhorns
What's
we
he gonna do
drafted.
if that
We
shit
drafted a
if
few
that shit really
Longhorns.
happens?
We drafted a few Longhorn and
The
a couple
Miami
Texas boys
Longhorns,
in the last two drafts, right?
the Miami
Everyone has their
Longhorns versus the
eyes.
Buffalo Bills.
Everyone has their eyes on the Arch Manning prize. But what if the Dolphins feel like Quinn Ewers is the prize of that draft, and we build around that? And if
He
Malik
could be.
Willis fails, the backup plan will be, and also when Quinn Ewers goes in, he has to look like a star. So if he does look like a star and Malik Willis fails, then you get rid of Hafley, you replace the head coach with Sarkisian from Texas, and you go on from there.
This fool. Hey,
That's how I
but
believe
what?
will be a good route to go. That's the only route because think about it. If Quinn Ewers balls out and he only gets to play 5 games, Sosa, some of you guys already said earlier 3 games wasn't enough. Y'all wish we would have got more. I agree. But if you only get 5 and Quinn Ewers goes 4-1 with this bad roster, and I'm talking about a magnificent 4-1 run. In the 5 games, we're averaging 30 points per game.
Well, yeah.
He's throwing
What's our
3
last 5 games?
touchdowns.
What's our last 5 games? What?
That's like
Bills,
almost the hardest
Jets.
part of the schedule.
Yeah,
The
it's
last
like
5
Bills,
games.
Jets. Who is it?
I wish I could remember, but the Bears, Patriots.
I think it's Bills, Bears, Jets. Patriots is the last one.
Yep, that's one of the last 5. That's what I'm saying. If he comes in, balls out of the last 5, and we still have a crappy record, I can see the organization making moves to keep Quinn and build around him, and not draft a quarterback with like a 5-6 win season. I can see that happening, but that would be a coach firing, probably GM firing. This was a 1-year gig for both of them. That's what it would take, honestly.
This was Beavis and Butthead Do America Part 2.
Why?
You haven't seen the memes of Eric Sullivan and
yeah.
what's the
They
GM's
do.
name?
They do make fun of him, John Eric Sullivan.
John Eric Sullivan and then fucking Hafley. It has them facing each other and then put them on the Beavis and Butthead faces. You never seen that?
Yep. They have. They put them as I actually saw like a shirt they tried to they created through AI. Like the Miami Dolphins, and they used Beavis and Butthead on the shirt, and it was like, "This is the regime that's taking over."
Fuck yeah!
And you know what? That's probably gonna be it's funny now, but
yeah,
if the season goes to crap and these guys are one and done, and I'm correct, that's what everybody's gonna say. Well, Beavis and Buttheads were idiots, this and that.
Yep.
And
but
then
together they're fucking masterminds. Together they're one fucking mastermind.
Because I don't
get it,
I
hope that's what it is.
Everybody, the Miami Dolphins got the #1 free agent in free agency. They signed Malik Willis. They addressed their quarterback position. But yet, this is why it makes no sense to me, Sosa. This team last year, without Tyreek, with a banged up Waddle, Darren Waller missed most of the season, by the way. Everybody knows that.
But he balled out every time he had a chance.
Banged up offensive line, crappy quarterback situation.
GM fired by week 8. Quarterback with the most issues in the league, and that team
Head
won
coach loves to
7
get
games.
high.
Yep, and that team won 7 games, bro. And you're gonna tell me this team is only gonna win 3 or 4?
Yeah, like how are you
How
gonna
does that
fucking
make sense?
vote us? No, how are you gonna vote us finishing under Arizona? They got rid of their best player. Like, yeah, we got rid of our best player times 3. But who the fuck did Arizona have after Kyler Murray? Because
Jacoby Brissett.
everybody in the world could tell you, okay, they got rid of Tua. Who did they got? Oh, Tyreek. Oh, they got rid of Tyreek. Who else they got? Waddle. Oh, they got rid of Waddle too. Fuck, Jalen Ramsey. Is he still playing for the Dolphins? Oh, but they got rid of him. I don't know. Bradley Chubb. You know what I'm saying? Like we got rid of fucking 5 people compared to 1 in Arizona. How the fuck are we voted less than them? You know what I'm saying?
And the crazy thing is, a lot of the aging names we lost, they're just names. That's what they are, and they're out
Okay,
of that
okay,
prime. And they're
okay,
out of that
okay, and
prime.
then and then you want to go vice versa and be like, okay, but who do they got on the come up, and who does the Dolphins got on the come up?
Jalen Tolbert.
Marvin Harrison Jr. Oh,
Jalen
okay.
Tolbert.
Who the Dolphins got? Who the Dolphins got?
Jalen
Achan.
Tolbert.
Oh shit, Achan's a way more better athlete than that fucking receiver over there. Who else does the Cardinals have?
Well, they got Michael Wilson, who came on late last year when Marvin Harrison was hurt. The other receiver.
Okay, we got
They got Trey
we got
McBride,
Michael
their
Wilson.
tight
Okay,
end.
on the Dolphins side, who do we got after Achan?
That's the thing. Like,
All
that's
right,
the
cool.
thing. We got
We got
Tolbert.
him. Okay. Who do we got in Arizona after Harrison and Michael?
They got Trey McBride, one of the best tight
Oh
ends in the
yeah,
game.
I do like that tight end. I do like him. Okay, who do the Dolphins have?
We
Dolchich?
got Greg Dolchich, bro.
Okay. He's good. He ain't no McBride, but he's good. Okay, who else does the Cardinals have on offense? Give it to me. 4th one.
Jeremiah Love, the rookie. I believe they're bringing back James Conner. I'm not sure.
Oh, they got Love, the rookie.
They
Fuck,
drafted him at number 3.
Fuck, I forgot about that, and I love that shit. So, damn, Dolphins, y'all motherfuckers in trouble. Who do y'all got?
You know what's funny?
You know what I'm saying?
Like
You know what I'm
3
saying though?
months ago on one of my live
We
streams,
still,
Sosa,
hey,
when I
no,
was trying to
Pete,
tell people I don't want to talk about draft,
Pete,
right?
no, Pete, let me finish though. How are we voted under them in the power rankings when we could, like, oh, you got rid of this many people and you barely got this many people, but the Dolphins got rid of this many people, but we still got this fucking powerhouse. It's just fucking crazy. Like, it's stupid.
And another thing is also their division that they got to play too, Sosa. They're
Oh
probably
yeah, shit.
They play the 49ers, the Rams, and the Seahawks.
Twice.
That's 6
Twice.
losses. They might get swept by all 3.
You know they are. What? No, I don't know. They beat the Niners once every year.
They
Because my
might get
son's a
swept
Niner
by all
fan.
3.
Because my son's a Niner fan, and he fucking hates playing them because he's all, we always lose one to them. It shouldn't count.
You know what? That's true. And I just brought up an example earlier on the live stream when I brought up that primetime game that happened on Thursday night when it was one of the most, everybody was high on it. It was supposed to be high-powered offenses on both sides, Sosa. And that game went into overtime and it ended like 9-6 or 6-3. It was a field goal. It was only field goals. And the Cardinals beat the 49ers, so I can see why your brother is upset at the Cardinals because he had to endure one of
No.
those games where everybody knows the
No.
49ers high-powered offense, Cardinals had a high-powered offense, and for that game to go the way it did, it was like
Jesus, when are we going to put up a touchdown in this game? It was a hot mess. Fantasy purposes,
No,
kickers putting up more points than everybody else. This is unbelievable. But I don't think they got it in them this year, Sosa. I do believe the Cardinals might get swept by every team in that division. The Rams, they got 2 wins. The 49ers are going to get 2 wins off of that. And the Seahawks, they're going to get 2 wins off of that. You still there, Sosa? I follow Pete for years, and no cap, no BS. Yo, let me get shout out to you. Hey, 305 Boston, you've been with these boss takes. I didn't even know you follow. I'm gonna mod you right now, my guy. Let me get my phone. I can't believe we're still live. We're still live. You guys made it live. You guys made this stream last as long as it did. This is up to you guys. Let me actually get here. Got my other device. Shout out to 305 Boston, man. That guy said, I followed Pete for years and no cap, no bullshit. Pete knows more about the Dolphins than 98.9. That man said 98.9% of the national media and half of the so-called Dolphins reporters combined. Shout out to you, my guy. Shout out to you. Is this stream still live? Man, this phone is not working. Shout out to Boston. Shout out to Boston. Oh, yeah. Perfect. We're being heard. We're here live. 305 Boston. Latest mod. Shout out to you. Cody, Jersey. I can see the chat even clearer now. Joe, that's a compliment on Twitter. Damn, this is still going on. Shout out to you guys, man. You guys kept this rolling, flowing, and I kept going, man. You guys are also awesome. You guys are Elizabeth. I would be happier if Malik was 2 inches taller and maybe 10 to 15 pounds more of muscle. Then I'll believe. I could see the 2 inches taller, 10 to 15 pounds more of muscle. That would actually throw me off if he gets more muscle, to be quite honest. Appreciate you. What jumps off of the screen with Quinn, the game never looks fast on him. Calm feet, calm eyes. And he's looking to attack downfield instead of instantly dumping it off for a 3-yard gain. I missed that one. Yep. I agree. Shout out to 305 Boston with that comment. He says, what jumps off the screen for Quinn Ewers for him, the game never looks fast. Calm feet, calm eyes, and he's looking to attack downfield instead of instantly dumping it off for 3. Like that assessment and evaluation, Boston, just lets me know you know exactly what you're talking about and what you're watching. Oh, shout out to was timed out. Mudbone, my guy, man. Appreciate you for clipping that guy in the chat. You are the man, my guy. Appreciate you for that. Going through the chat before I end this live stream. Appreciate all of you guys. Boom, boom, boom. Shout out to Dan Dean, Michael P, KP, California, Liz, Color, all of you guys. The realest 69. We going to the Super Bowl, he said in the chat earlier. He must have been so excited about what we were talking about earlier on in the stream, guys, that it made him type, we going to the Super Bowl. I could only imagine what we were talking about that had the realest 69 talking about going to the Super Bowl. Color says, Pete likes the RPO. I told him we were going to run. Malik is foes. Oh, yeah, Color. Color, I've been saying that for the longest. Liz, we saw okay Tua, good Tua, bad Tua, awful Tua, sucky Tua, now bum Tua. You Tua hater, Liz. Rich back there hating on Tua still. Shout out to both of you. Happy Evelyn. Happy Evelyn. Who cares about the Knicks, moron? Whatever that is. He says Tua over Willis. Shout out to Happy Evelyn. That's probably, you see, I'm probably deep in this chat. That's the beginning. Tober averages 12 yards per catch. Deep threat.
Shout out to Idleman12 earlier in the chat for bringing up that stat. He says Tolbert averages 12 yards per catch. Deep threat? I do think he has the abilities to be a deep threat. Tolbert looks explosive. He looks good. He's made some big plays in Dallas, limited opportunities. But if you look at his game, you know he can do it. He can do it. There's nothing saying he can't do it right now. That's where I was at in the chat. Not gonna lie, Half talks about Ewers like he's the starter. Shout out to Cody67. I ain't miss you in the chat. I like that chat. He says, not gonna lie, Half talks about Ewers like he's the starter. And he's probably referring to the media today that he had, the latest YouTube, Cody. And I'm with you, bro. Like, that's what I was saying. He started talking a lot. Chris Perkins questioned it, right? He's like, hey, coach, I know Malik Willis is your starter, but what is Quinn Ewers, and what do you like about Quinn Ewers? And he just went on rambling for a while. I can't wait till some of you guys that missed it come back and catch up with me next time and remind myself that you guys watched it and tell me what you feel about it, because honestly, that's exactly how I felt. I felt like he lit up inside. Like he knows, holy crap. Like I felt like he's starting to realize maybe I messed up. But if he's a smart coach, he won't be gun-ho on forcing Malik on us, and he would sit here and just do a true evaluation. And if he does it like that, I still think he needs to have a winning season, Quinn Ewers and everything. But I think if it's like a 6 to 7 win season, coach might be lucky to stay. Might, based on him having a true evaluation. But then if it's a 6-7 win season, it could fall flat on his face, because then it'll be like, you don't think Malik could have gave you 6 to 8 wins either? Like, it couldn't be this bad. So that's why the pressure and it's so much and back and forth with this Quinn. This is going to be big. This battle is going to come out all the way to preseason. It's going to be amazing. Despite what the media tells you, don't believe it's not a competition. Coach just came out and said it is a competition. So now they're just going to float with what they created on their own, so they can know and hope to be right on that, because all they got to do is say, I told y'all there was no competition when week 1 comes around and Willis is the starter. But if Willis doesn't hold that throne down throughout the season, then technically they weren't right. Willis gets benched week 6, week 8. Quinn Ewers comes in. That's going to be a deciding factor. He was probably never better than Quinn. They just hold on to what they hoped Malik can be, and it never came to fruition, and the clock was ticking, and they had to make different adjustments at quarterback. That's sad, but that's the highly likely outcome I think that's going to happen to the Dolphins, fellas. You know, Malik Willis is going to start. He's going to get away with a few games, close losses, but it's going to be looking bad. We're going to be like 1-2-4, 2-5. And some of those, out of those 5 losses, were close losses that the fan base forgave. But now that the season is stretching long into the season, then fans are going to be like, yeah, it's over with, bro. Once they start talking draft, Sosa, and the season is over with, that's when they're going to make the switch to Quinn. And it can easily happen. Easy early in the season. Shoot, some of the fan base is coming up, clicking the link, and already talking about draft right now. Like, oh, let's talk 2027 draft. Season hasn't even having a snap yet, and they talking about who they want at 2027 draft already. Sosa.
Oh, this guy.
You haven't heard those guys that click the link and they're like, oh, I'm just ready for the draft next year. It's crazy to me.
Nah, I like I say, like I'm almost able to like pop in and out of your streams, and I try to get it sometimes at lunch, but I can't get a word in because people talk over each other. You know, you got Sharif
Like
fucking knowing everything. Huh?
You got what? What you said about Sharif?
Oh, and you got Sharif fucking knowing everything. Looking like a
Sharif, man. I like Sharif.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Sharif
Pop off on Sharif.
Sharif the sheriff. I got you. This motherfucker knows it all. No, but like like the thing, like I listened to the Dolphins Roundtable or what is it? Fans
The
Dive. I don't
collective,
know what it is. Huh?
the collective, the Dolphins
Yeah, the
collective
collective. And
with
like
Omar, Pope,
that's
TD, and Doug.
yeah, and that's why I like listening to them fools because they keep you grounded. It's like two against two, like, oh well, I heard Malik been balling out, boy. Oh shit, that motherfucker made like fucking 2 touchdowns. And then you got fucking the other fool come back like, oh yeah, he had 2 touchdowns but 7 interceptions and 2 of them were taken back from picks. So you're in the negatives. Like it's cool. It's cool. Like it's cool having that shit at your fingertips nowadays.
No,
I love
100%. And it's actually the Dolphins
I love that
collective
shit.
is. I love it too, bro. The Dolphins collective is the best Dolphins YouTube channel on the internet, bro.
Facts. You
That is
can't even
the
fucking
best. You can't even compare. Nobody can. That's the
nah.
reality. You got
And then
two actual people that question
there
the players, they question the
and
Dolphins, they see the practices, they're there throughout the season. They are actual Dolphin reporters, right? And
yes.
then you have the two biggest fans on the internet with YouTube channels, DDW,
hmm
well loved and respected in the community, and
I don't know.
also TD
I think I
and
could
TD
outbeat
Fins Talk
DDW as
with
a fucking
what
top
happened?
fucking fan. I said I think I could outbeat DDW as a fucking top fan, but yeah, I get what you're saying though. Give
Yeah,
him the
he's
introduction.
he well with the way the internet works. So I am a nobody. DDW is a somebody. He has a lot of subscribers, so he's
Man,
important. He's well loved and appreciated in the community, and I respect him. I like him, but again,
I do too.
but and then you got TD right next to him, the next
Oh yeah,
biggest thing. So
yeah,
you got two
like
fans. You got one to a near DDW, one to a hater TD. Then you got from the journalist, one to a hater, a Lion Poupart, and then you got a to a near and Omar Kelly. It's
yes,
perfect blend, bro. Like you pointed out, it is the best Dolphin show.
exactly. And see, and I didn't even look at it like that, but I like after you pointed it out, like I did see it like that the whole time about the to a hater, TD, to a near, Omar. Like how you split it up like that. Yo, Pete.
I'm listening.
Oh, okay. So, but the thing was, is like like it was like you got TD and DDW like the all out Dolphin fans, and then you got Poupart and Omar Kelly be like putting that fucking fandom to a stop. Like, oh no, hold up, no, that might happen in practice, but it was only because of this. Like that's why I love that shit. It's
Yeah,
you get the best of both worlds. It's
you do.
you know
And that's what I be trying to tell people. Like positive Dolphins talk is always good to hear.
yeah. You take
Even
the
in
good with the
bad
bad.
times, even in bad times, we're having a bad season. This season might be a bad season. There's going to be some positives we get out of this season. There's positives we
Yep.
got out of last season. The positives, I could tell you the positives. The regime, the owner, Stephen Ross, finally
So
realized
fuck y'all.
Tua's never going to do anything. So that
No.
positive is there. Stephen Ross cut ties with everybody, fired McDaniel, fired Chris Greer. We're still celebrating that. We're still celebrating
Hey,
that.
okay. So that kind of reminded me of what's going on in Philly. They got rid of AJ.
Oh
I mean,
yeah,
they
the
still got a
AJ
power.
trade.
They still got a powerhouse offense. They still got Saquon. They got Devontae Smith. Offensive line. But if okay, if a homeboy never wins another fucking playoff game in his career, are you still gonna compare him to Tua?
Who?
The Eagles quarterback. What's his name?
Jalen Hurts?
Hurts. Yes.
Why are we comparing him to Tua for?
Well, because Tua came and saved his ass and got him a national championship ring. He got a Super Bowl ring, but he rode the coattail of the offensive line, AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, and a badass defense.
How
And
many
so
first downs did Jalen Hurts produce in the ride to that Super Bowl with his legs, with the tush push, extending drives, winning games with AJ
with the
Brown
tush
having
push?
2 catches,
Okay,
having AJ Brown.
okay.
This man was winning games, bro, winning 12, 13 games a season. AJ Brown's on the sideline reading books.
They still have Saquon.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like
They still have
let's not
Saquon.
discredit. Let's not act like AJ Brown.
Let's not
And I
discredit the
like AJ
defense.
Brown.
Let's not discredit the defense. Them fools had a hell of a defense.
All I'm saying is there is no comparison when it comes to Tua and Jalen Hurts. Like that
No,
there is no comparison.
you still don't think so? That's what I'm trying to ask. Like
Bro, Tua
without
isn't winning a Super Bowl in Philly with that team. He's not.
damn,
He's
what if we
not.
went to fucking Atlanta with the other birds?
That guy, I'll be shocked, bro. I'll be
Bro,
shocked.
I would too. I ain't gonna lie, cause
And I'm not gonna, you know how
goddamn.
much I would love a Falcon and Dolphin Super Bowl? Can you imagine that crap, bro? Malik Willis for the Miami Dolphins in the Super Bowl versus Tua and the Falcons.
Pete, you know what would happen if that happened? Malik
That
Willis. No. You know what would happen? Malik Willis would get hurt mid-second quarter. Your boy Quinn Ewers comes in and gets fucking scorched. Throws fucking 5 interceptions.
Nah, that ain't happening, bro.
What?
Not against Tua.
Yeah.
That's actually
But
it'll be Tua. Tua will be the one getting scorched, bro. He will be the one throwing 5 interceptions.
I'm just saying though, like, bro, like, what if that were to happen? Like, what would your fucking
Quinn is
what
throwing
would your
5,
response
Tua's
be
throwing
if
6.
what would your response be if you fucking had to go live the next fucking Monday after Super Bowl Sunday and that shit happened? Like, what would you say? Like,
I'm telling you right now,
fuck
I'll go
fucking
live.
us
I'll go live and you guys will. I'll be insufferable. I will be insufferable.
Bro, you will be a
On the
fucking
internet.
piñata.
I will go live and I will call all of you little Tua haters out that were telling me that we needed to do this because I was here giving out the content like we shouldn't just cut Tua. Let's not cut him. One of these we could hold Tua. We could have literally cut Tua right now, post June 1st. You see what I'm saying?
Bro, you would be a
we could have
fucking
held Tua behind this whole time. And now when we would have cut him, he would have signed with a team late. He would have never had these highlight tapes throwing to Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson. He would have not been making us look bad with the Falcons social media team blasting Tua highlights every day.
You got them
And
highlights
we
going
didn't have highlights. They had a lot. Compared to us, we had none compared to the Falcons. And we were putting up still pictures, Sosa. The Falcons was posting up videos nonstop.
Yeah. I know.
It's been embarrassing. But yet, they think I'm not going to talk about it because I'm a Tua hater. That's the difference. I'm going to talk about it because it's not about being a Tua hater. It's about this regime that supposedly got a better quarterback than Tua, but yet Tua is looking sharper in his new team, new scheme, in shorts than Malik Willis is. They think that's no big deal. They act like, oh, I shouldn't be bringing that up because Tua doesn't matter. They you know what they said, Sosa? They start talking about, well, Tua always looks good in shorts and OTAs. That's true. I'm not going to sit here and go, it is true. But how come Malik Willis can't look good in shorts and OTAs then? Because the way they make it seem, oh, Tua always looks good in shorts and OTAs. That to me is telling me then you guys are aware that OTA is easier for the offense.
The offense is going to always win in OTAs 7-on-7s. That's why Tua looks good. It's easy for the offense. So if it's so easy and Tua can make it look easy in OTAs, remember last year, Sosa? During OTAs, there's 9 practices in a row. They started hyping up that stat. That's 9 practices in a row. Tua didn't throw an interception. 9 practices in a row. Tua didn't throw an interception. So that goes to show right then and there. The fact that the Tuaneers had to sit here and include how many practices in a row Tua didn't throw an interception on is the reason that I'm trying to explain to these Malik Willis guys, especially the Tua haters that are praising Malik Willis now, to those guys, that's kind of flaw. Because if Tua was throwing interceptions, those guys were the reasons why they had to go out on the internet and say there's 9 days Tua doesn't have an interception. Because every time Tua did have an interception, the Tua haters quickly blasted on the internet. Ha, 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 I told y'all Tua sucks. Look at his weak arm. It got picked off. Oh, old Jordan Poyer intercepted him. He sucks. He can't get rid of the ball. So as soon as Tua made an interception, they killed him. But yet, we come out today, we get a report today that Malik Willis's first pass of practice was an interception. Some of these Tua haters that clinged on to Malik Willis like a leech out of the river, they don't want to talk bad about Malik Willis yet because I don't know. I have no idea. And they don't want to sit here and call out Malik Willis's inaccurate interception throws throughout these OTAs, and it's not bothering them. But yet, some of those same guys that Malik Willis's throws aren't bothering them, Tua's interception bothered them. So that's where I feel like there's a lot of fans not keeping it at 100. Like if Tua's interception bothered y'all, then so should Malik Willis's. Don't be like, oh, since I'm glorifying Malik and I like Malik more than Tua now, I'm not gonna throw shade or talk negative on Malik. Because now you're looking fake.
All right, so like my thing is like I've always been loyal to the fucking logo.
That's what it's all about.
Fan.
Being loyal.
I'm a fan. That's it. But
Call
I just
it how
don't
you
want
see
me
it.
to
Call
get.
it what it is. You know what I mean? Call it what it is. OTAs, the man looking bad. Be understand. The man is playing bad. He got to get better. He got to pick it up.
Yeah, he's fucking
at
up.
a
He's
fan
hurting us.
calling out Malik playing bad. That's Malik's fault. If Malik was playing good, we'll be up here talking about how good Malik was doing in OTAs. And we weren't even worrying about what Tua was doing in Atlanta in his OTAs because we would be so busy, excited about our OTA highlights in shorts that it gives us no time to down and worry about what Tua's doing in Atlanta. But now that our vision is in Atlanta, why are we cheating now? Why are we looking at another girl in Atlanta when our girl's here in Miami? Because this girl in Miami ain't looking good right now. But the one in Atlanta, the ex, is looking good.
No. Okay, so the thing is, like, we're Dolphins fans. You gotta ride with that shit, Okay,
and you know who got mad at me last stream, Sosa? Mr. Paul.
Who?
Mr. Paul got mad at me last stream. He talking about, oh, Pete, Tua ain't even on the team no more. Why are you still talking? Like, we shouldn't even be talking about Tua no more. Let's move on. You know what I realized? Those fans that think like that, you guys forgot that Tua's on the payroll. We paying that man, what, 70-something million? He's taking a big, bad, historic cap hit. He's still a talkable asset. He's still hurting us.
Not only within the payroll period, for the rest of his career, if he goes and lights it up in Atlanta for year after year, and we still can't fucking win a playoff game,
I don't want to hear that we can't talk about Tua. I'm not gonna never stop talking about Tua.
Exactly.
Every day.
That's the dude you fucking betted on, and then you let him go.
Yep.
And so, like, what like after that, like, if he has a better career than your whole fucking franchise, yeah, you're fucking scorched. You're done.
They don't want us to talk about him though.
Huh?
But they don't want us to talk about it if he's lighting it up. Oh no, don't worry,
yeah.
Tua.
I'm
Talk about
tired. I'm tired of talking about Tua, but that's just fucking locked in, just like the Justin Herbert shit is locked in. We could have
exactly,
had him too. Exactly.
exactly.
You
That's
know.
not gonna go away.
Yeah, it ain't gonna go away. Oh, we could have Justin Herbert. Oh, but Tua's already playing with Atlanta, and they're fucking winning more games than us. Oh, but we still could have Herbert. And what's Herbert doing right now? Winning with Mike McDaniel. Okay, we're fucking done. You know, that's a what if situation.
It's not a good one,
But
but it's
it's
in the
gonna come up.
situation we're in.
It might fucking come up.
I agree.
If fuck, I hope it don't. I swear I hope it don't.
For content purposes, it better not, because I got a feeling a lot of people are gonna think I was a two-and-ear at this point, and it's not about trying to be a two-and-ear. It's just calling out what happened and how wrong it happened and how
Nah,
bad it happened, and it
they're just
is
gonna
what
think
it
we're
is.
fucking anti-fan
Yeah,
at that
it's just
point.
crazy to me.
We're
But big
fucking
dog,
wishing fucking.
you
They
guys
think we're
held it
fucking
down
wishing.
today. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
ending the stream now, so I do appreciate you guys, bro. All of you guys, especially those that when I got jammed at work and I had one device left and you guys held it down, man. Appreciate you guys for real. Shout out to those guys. Salute to those guys, especially to those that are enjoying the stream right now. If it wasn't for those guys on the panel earlier, we would have never made it this far. The stream would have ended six hours ago. So salute to those guys. Appreciate you, everybody in the chat. Till next time, we'll get some great news tomorrow and the next day, and we might come out with a stream after the next two practices to break down how we feel about these next two practices. We'll see how it goes. Fins up. Till next time. Catch you guys next time.